In a small household service shop in Rongqing, a tall man dressed in expensive clothes entered, his sharp gaze taking in everything. At the front desk, a slim boy of about 13 or 14, named Jiang Yen, was doing his homework. His fair skin and calloused hands made him look like a character from a two-dimensional world. Noticing the customer, his dark eyes immediately lit up. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Dad's Household Services. How can I assist you?" Jiang Yen greeted with a harmless smile, cleverly masking the shrewdness in his eyes. The brand name outfit, even down to the shoes worth thousands, clearly indicated a big client. If the deal went through, he and his dad wouldn't have to worry about meals for a week. "Hello, my name is Lin. I was referred by Ms. Jiang. She said your cleaning services are excellent and have helped her a lot." Jiang Yin skillfully poured tea for the guest. Shortly after, the man's phone rang. He answered it and looked anxious. "Kid, I have something urgent to attend to and can't wait long. I'll leave my address and phone number, pay a deposit, and settle the balance once the job is done tomorrow. Is that okay?" Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, handing over a QR code and pointing to the price list. Without even glancing at it, the man scanned the code, paid, left the address, and hurried away. Upon checking the address, Jiang Yin was shocked. It was in a villa district. A three-story villa spanning thousands of square meters meant a hefty profit. He was instantly excited. The next morning, Jiang Yin donned his work uniform, put on a baseball cap, and grabbed his toolbox. He headed into the villa district, quickly locating villa number 10, unaware that a pair of scarlet eyes were watching him. Back at the household service shop, a frail, elderly man hurriedly arrived, contemplating in the empty shop. Unaware of the large sum received due to a lack of signal, he had only found out an hour ago and rushed back immediately. He no longer did cleaning himself, but his reputation still drew requests. He turned down several each year due to poor health. As expected, that silly boy had taken on the job secretly again. He pulled out his phone to call, but changed his mind, opting to send a message instead. Jiang Yin was about to ask for the door lock code when he suddenly received a message from Dad. "Jiang Xiaoyan, come back immediately. Cancel that job." Confused as to why such a big job should be canceled, Jiang Yin replied, "I'm already here, Dad. If you're strong enough, come help me. This villa is huge. It'll take me a long time to clean alone." Dad replied immediately, "Find a place to hide, as tight as possible, and wait for me to get there." Simultaneously, Dad dashed out of the shop, sprinting towards Jiang Yan's location faster than a car. Jiang Yan was stunned, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, he heard a dull sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive black beast, the size of a car, standing in the rain, its scarlet eyes locked on him, its sharp teeth emitting a menacing growl. Sensing danger, Jiang Yan's legs trembled. He wanted to run, but felt as if they were filled with lead. Seeing its prey in fear, the black hunting dog lunged. In a moment of crisis, Jiang Yan found unexpected strength and hurled his toolbox at the dog's head. The dog was momentarily stunned, but such an attack caused no real harm. As the dog recovered, Jiang Yan had already dashed into the garden, using his small frame to weave through. The dog pursued closely, but the complex garden and rain made it difficult to track him by scent. "What kind of dog is this big? If it catches me, I'm dead for sure. Faster, faster." Jiang Yan ran, relying on his excellent physical condition to temporarily avoid danger. Despite his young age and good physique, he couldn't outrun the dog for long, especially not in its territory. Soon, the dog circled around and knocked Jiang Yan down. Is this the end? Staring at the fierce dog's head, its sharp teeth clearly visible, the pungent stench filled his senses, and the young boy's heart filled with despair. A white streak flashed across the sky. Jiang Yan saw it, his eyes filled with longing and reluctance. He hadn't grown up, hadn't achieved his dream of buying a house, and had so many unfinished tasks. He had only lived for a few years. Why face death now? He didn't want to die. There was so much he hadn't done. Sensing his fear of death, the white streak in the sky changed course, turning back. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it shot into Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan's consciousness suddenly faded away. He felt his body continuously falling until he plunged into a clear blue lake. The experience was so surreal that he still couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. Soon, he calmed down, stood up, and began to survey his surroundings. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to a pristine spot in the center of the lake. There, a small sapling, shimmering with starlight, grew. From what was once a bare trunk, a new branch slowly emerged, symbolizing rebirth. At that moment, Jiang Yan heard a whisper, indistinguishable in gender. "Potential awakened. Awakening successful. The covenant is sealed. Apostle of the Thunder Spear, Zhang Lianjiu." As the voice faded, Jiang Yan abruptly awoke, his eyes wide with terror as he saw a menacing dog's head, its sharp teeth lunging for his neck. "Help!" he cried out in fear, unaware that a mark resembling a spear had appeared on the back of his right hand. Perhaps sensing the threat to his life, his pupils contracted sharply, and his latent power erupted, forming a blue circular shield composed of dozens of hexagons that repelled the snarling black hound. However, the hound seemed largely unscathed, quickly regaining its feet, its crimson eyes filled with greed and bloodlust, as it charged at Jiang Yin once more with alarming speed. Fear overwhelmed Jiang Yin as he scrambled backward, his breaths coming in rapid gasps, trying to regain his composure. Yet, he was just a child, and faced with a life-or-death crisis, his heart was gripped with terror. The Black Hound's head crashed into the blue shield with a loud bang, causing a crack to appear. Jiang Yan's fear intensified, tears welling up in his eyes as he muttered, "Someone, please save me." As he spoke, the mark on his right hand faded slightly. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, landing between Jiang Yin and the Black Hound, sending them both flying. The shield around Jiang Yin absorbed much of the impact, while the Black Hound was severely injured by the furious lightning. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Yin saw it clearly, a long spear glowing with a dark light, its shaft coursing with arcs of lightning. He stared at the spear, completely bewildered by the situation. Soon, the spear was pulled out from in front of him. A young man with a stern face and an air of cold arrogance stood before him, dressed in what appeared to be a Special Forces combat uniform, though Jiang Yin had never seen this design online. The seemingly heavy long spear in his hand was wielded with such ease and speed, it seemed weightless. In just a few moments, the young man retracted the spear and secured it on his back. He turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yin, and asked coldly, "Are you my master?" Jiang Yin was stunned, utterly bewildered. He wondered, what is a master? How did I end up here? Wait, who am I? The young man murmured to himself, clutching his head as he tried desperately to recall his past, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything, not even his own name. Just then, the Black Hound stood up again, shook its head, and charged towards the young man. Seeing this, Jiang Yin urgently shouted, "Watch out, it's coming back." A flash of ruthlessness passed through the young man's eyes as he unleashed blue-purple lightning from his body, shouting angrily, "Get lost." His spear lashed out at the Black Hound with such speed that Jiang Yin could barely see it. The hound's head exploded like a watermelon, and its body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The gruesome scene made Jiang Yin close his eyes, but fortunately, he had a strong enough mentality not to feel nauseous. "You are my master, you must know who I am, right?" The young man looked at Jiang Yin with a pleading gaze. The pain on his face deeply struck Jiang Yan's heart. He couldn't comprehend the feeling of forgetting everything, but imagining himself in the young man's shoes, he realized how painful it must be. Jiang Yin didn't know what to say. He just stared blankly at the young man. Suddenly, he heard a sound, turned towards it, and was startled to find himself facing a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized that numerous black hounds had surrounded them, each poised as if ready to hunt. The young man noticed them too, and as his spear spun in the air, his powerful aura dispersed the surrounding rain. Despite his invincible appearance, his brows furrowed slightly. It was then he realized he wasn't at his peak, unable to unleash even a fraction of his true power, slightly stronger than an average human. At that moment, something resembling a Bagua formation appeared above Jiang Yan's head, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura, clearly the work of another. In a flash, the Bagua formation spun, releasing hundreds of characters that shot out like bullets. The black hounds were instantly riddled with holes, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Golden flames engulfed the corpses, and within seconds, Jiang Yin watched as they transformed into blue, square stones. Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, staring incredulously at the scene, then collapsed powerlessly onto the muddy ground. The struggle between life and death was exhausting, and if he could avoid it, he never wanted to experience such a thing again. Just then, an elderly man ran towards him, his face full of urgency, and scolded, "Jiang Shaoyan, you disobedient child, running off on your own to take jobs, and such dangerous ones at that. Are you tired of living?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yin shrank his neck, his face downcast, thinking to himself, "I'm done for." The old man stormed over, his face full of anger, and shouted, "Jiang Shaoyan, you're definitely getting a taste of bamboo board stir-fry this time. He's the one who just attacked. If I had been a little later, this little rascal might have been in real trouble." Jiang Yin realized his father was genuinely upset, so he immediately pretended to be weak, closed his eyes, and feigned unconsciousness. At this moment, a young man, holding a long spear, stood coldly in front of the old man, his gaze icy as he scrutinized him. "Who are you?" The old man, seeing the young man's attire, instantly realized he was no ordinary person. Seeing Jiang Yin lying on the ground, the old man's expression darkened. The air was thick with tension, and Jiang Yin couldn't keep up the act any longer. He quickly sat up, speaking with a hint of grievance. "Dad, I'm scared." Hearing Jiang Yan's voice, the old man's stern expression immediately softened into one of kindness. Don't be afraid, Dad's here." "Are you hurt?" The young man, seeing this, quickly stepped aside. The old man pulled Jiang Yan's arm, looking at the scratches with concern. Although they were just scrapes, as a father, seeing his child covered in injuries, his anger was hard to bear. The old man decided, let's go home first. Getting sick on top of being injured wouldn't be good. With that, he hoisted Jiang Yan onto his back and walked home with slow, steady steps. Resting on his father's broad shoulders, Jiang Yan, perhaps truly exhausted, felt a sense of peace and soon fell into a deep sleep. The young man, seeing this, instinctively followed the pair. Not long after, Jiang Yan was back at his father's cleaning shop, his wet clothes replaced with a clean set. The old man laid him on the sofa, covering him with a blanket. After feeling his forehead, the old man confirmed he had a slight fever. For an ordinary person, it's lucky to come out of something like this without serious harm. He comforted himself, thinking a little scare and a fever from the rain were minor issues. At that moment, Jiang Yan's consciousness was immersed deep within, once again arriving at the center of that azure lake. The sapling's branches swayed gently in the breeze, and Jiang Yan gazed at it, reaching out to lightly poke it. Instantly, he felt something being drawn from him, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. A low murmur echoed in his ears. Apostle of the Thunder Spear, affinity below 20%, unable to awaken again. Jiang Yan felt puzzled, not understanding what it meant. What affinity? Who was the Apostle of the Thunder Spear? He seemed to have heard this voice before. When he slightly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the familiar sofa, facing the familiar ceiling. His father's voice soon followed. Awake? Jiang Yan felt a splitting headache, clutching his head as he sat up. His father handed him a steaming cup of milk, gently saying, drink up. Milk is good for you. Then he sat on the sofa beside him. Jiang Yan held the warm milk with both hands, keeping his head down, too embarrassed to speak, his face full of apology. He seemed to be putting on the image of a well-behaved child, silently saying, I know I was wrong. I'll do better next time. Seeing the expression on his son's face, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that while Jiang Yan appeared to acknowledge his mistakes and promised to change, it was mostly just for show. As long as it wasn't something illegal or morally wrong, Jiang Yan's stubbornness was a constant challenge. Like this time, he'd gone out to work alone, which had happened over a dozen times last year. Each time, the old man scolded him fiercely, but Jiang Yan continued to do as he pleased. Deep down, the old man understood that Jiang Yan was actually very considerate, wanting to help out, so he never had the heart to punish him severely. At that moment, Jiang Yan reached out his small hand to tug at the old man's sleeve, whining, Dad, I'm hungry. The old man sighed in resignation, finished his milk, and said, I'll cook for you. Jiang Yan knew that when his father said this, it meant he was no longer angry. So he gave a cheerful smile and said, You're the best, Dad. The old man grunted, turning to head to the kitchen. Jiang Yan blew on the milk to cool it down, then drank it in one gulp and sat on the sofa, his mind replaying the events of the day. He had no idea what those hounds were, but in his imagination, they were surely monsters from outer space, aiming to destroy humanity and conquer the planet. And some people existed specifically to fight against these monsters. He couldn't help but wonder if his father had been one of those people when he was younger. Otherwise, how could he have taken down all those monsters with just a plate? Swish, swish, swish. His father had never talked about such things, and Jiang Yan was amazed to realize there were such incredible things in the world. Were the strange creatures he read about online actually real, and was the government hiding these facts? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more excited he became, but he was quickly interrupted by a gentle knock on his head from his father. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and eat. His father, looking slightly annoyed, withdrew his hand as the table was already set with white rice and 2 small dishes. Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling the sting, and picked up his chopsticks to eat voraciously. He didn't know why, but he felt especially hungry, as if he could eat a whole cow. Watching him eat with such enthusiasm, his father smiled kindly, but then seemed to remember something, and his expression turned serious. Jiang Yan noticed the change in his father's demeanor, and his heart tightened, making him too nervous to speak, focusing instead on his meal. After a long silence, his father asked in a serious tone, Do you realize how dangerous the situation you encountered was? Jiang Yan pretended not to hear, continuing to eat. Whenever his father asked such questions, it usually ended with him being scolded harshly. Ignoring the question was his way of getting through the day unscathed. His father, however, wasn't fooled, and with a stern expression, continued, Have you thought about what those things are? Jiang Yan kept his head down, eating, thinking of ways to avoid a lecture. But he still received a flick on the forehead, a punishment for treating his father's words like air. Although his father was quite indulgent with him, he also maintained strict discipline, genuinely wanting Jiang Yan to do well rather than spoiling him and ruining a good child. Rubbing his forehead, Jiang Yan looked at his father with a sense of injustice, now too scared to pretend he hadn't heard. He sat up straight, like any other middle schooler facing a parent about to scold them, not daring to meet his father's eyes. Jiang Xiaoyan, the world is a complicated place, with many hidden truths, like the things you've seen. Jiang Yan recalled the terrifying head of the black hound and instinctively shrank his neck, listening carefully to his father's words. Such creatures would attack any living being without restraint. To intrude into their territory without special means was practically a death wish. His father's face was solemn, devoid of any doting expression. This matter was truly dangerous, and he needed to make Jiang Yin understand, urging him to stay as far away as possible. Having once ventured into that world himself, his father felt a responsibility to make Jiang Yin aware. If he didn't explain it clearly today, given the boy's nature, he would surely find ways to explore the matter. Only by making him realize the harsh reality of that world could he instill a sense of fear. Sometimes, teaching a child to fear is the best protection. Dad, what exactly are those dogs? Jiang Yin asked quietly. I've never seen anything like them mentioned anywhere. Is this what you meant by something deliberately hidden? His father replied gravely. Those aren't ordinary creatures. In that world, we should call them demons. Jiang Yin asked curiously. Like the ones in all those fantasy TV shows? If they're real, does that mean all the ancient stories from Xia, like the ones in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, are true? His father rolled his eyes and gave Jiang Yin a light flick on the forehead. What are you thinking? You've seen these things. They're not creatures you can communicate with. They're enemies, dangerous entities that will kill you. Their bloodthirsty nature means humans can't coexist with them. If you ever encounter them, run if you can. If you can't, call me. Understood. Jiang Yin nodded obediently, appearing compliant on the surface, but inside, his mind was racing with curiosity. However, it was clear that getting his father to discuss these matters further was impossible. So, he suppressed his curiosity, maintaining an innocent facade. His father knew that a few words wouldn't quell the boy's curiosity, so he handed over 2 photographs. Jiang Yin craned his neck to take a look, and his face immediately turned pale as he covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Seeing his reaction, his father quietly put the photos away. These are images of victims attacked by demons. As you can see, it's very gruesome and brutal. So don't try to learn about that dangerous world. Focus on your studies, get into a top university. Ordinary people find happiness in ordinary lives. The extraordinary world is filled with separation and death, and everyone who steps into it becomes entangled in endless tragedies. His father reached out and gently ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, trying to comfort him. However, this gesture did little to help, and Jiang Yan soon rushed to the bathroom to vomit everything he had just eaten. Feeling weak, he collapsed onto the old sofa, hoping it would bring some relief. So, Dad, if demons appear before me again, what should I do? Dad fell into silence, and after a long pause, he slowly said, I really wanted to teach you some self-preservation skills, but after checking, I found you don't have the talent for it. That's why I never mentioned it to you. Jiang Yin felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could all the secrecy have been because he was too incompetent? This realization filled him with immense sadness. But you don't need to worry too much. Creatures like demons only appear a few times a year in the entire country. With a population of over 1 billion, the chances of encountering one are extremely slim. Of course, if you do encounter one, I'll find a way to get you some protective charms. Dad said, before picking up the empty dishes and heading to the kitchen to wash them. Jiang Yin lay on the sofa, feeling very upset. Was he really just unlucky enough to run into those black hounds? He wondered if he should buy a lottery ticket now. Maybe he'd hit the jackpot. He couldn't believe that in such a peaceful society, monsters were still lurking. That wealthy person who hired him was really despicable, almost costing him his life. Jiang Yin valued his life too much to risk it for a few coins. Outside, the rain poured harder, with strong winds driving it against the windows, accompanied by deafening thunder in the distance. Jiang Yin wanted to sleep again, but felt like he was forgetting something, though he couldn't recall what it was. At this moment, Dad sat beside him on the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV to watch the news. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Dad couldn't help but ask, by the way, who was that young man who saved you? Hearing this, Jiang Yan thought of the young man wielding a long spear, and his face stiffened. He said softly, I don't know him, but he seems to have lost his memory and doesn't even remember his own name. He's standing outside the shop now. I wasn't sure if you knew him, so I didn't let him in. Since you say you don't know him, I'll go and send him away. Dad stood up and headed downstairs, picking up a broom along the way. Jiang Yan's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, Dad, it's raining so heavily outside. Are you just going to let him stand in the rain? He hadn't expected that person to follow them all the way. Dad replied matter-of-factly, that person has a sinister aura. He's someone who's seen blood, at least with a few lives on his hands. How could I possibly let such a dangerous person in? With that, Dad went downstairs with the broom. Jiang Yan hurriedly followed, anxious to stop his dad. Get out of my way, don't block my door. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Through the glass door, he saw a figure standing quietly in the pouring rain, like a wooden post. Dad, holding an umbrella, went out to drive the person away. Jiang Yan quickly rushed out, hugging his dad and saying loudly, Dad, calm down, it's raining so heavily. Let's let him come in for shelter. Dad glanced at Jiang Yan, then looked at the young man standing firm in the rain, hesitating in his heart. Come in and take shelter. Dad finally said. But the young man ignored Dad, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yan, muttering repeatedly, "Who am I? Who am I?" Jiang Yan thought, could his memory and normal thinking be gone? He immediately shouted, "Come in, and I'll tell you who you are." The young man, upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward and entered the cleaning shop. "Master, please tell me, who am I really?" The young man's eyes shone with hope, yet an aura of sadness enveloped him. Jiang Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of the answer himself. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear, informing him that the young man's name was Zhang Lianjiu, one of those assigned to protect him. Although Jiang Yin didn't know the source of the voice, he understood that this was indeed the young man's name. Zhang Lianjiu noticed Jiang Yan's hesitation to respond, his grip on the spear tightening, yet he remained as steady as a rock with no intention of attacking. The old man furrowed his brows, perplexed by the relationship between the young man and Zhang Xiaoyan, but he too sensed a hint of menace in the air. The young man before them was no ordinary individual. Jiang Yin quickly lifted his gaze, looking directly at the young man, and firmly declared, "Your name is Zhang Lianjiu." The name rippled through Zhang Lianjiu's heart, and he muttered to himself, tears or perhaps raindrops falling to the ground, intensifying the aura of sadness. Jiang Yin reached out, grasping Zhang Lianjiu's arm, and gently said, "Why don't you take a good rest today? We can talk more tomorrow." Zhang Lianjiu replied, "As you command, master." His spear vanished instantly, and he sat cross-legged in a corner, seemingly entering a meditative state. Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved the tricky situation in front of him. Who would have thought a name could hold such significance? "Zhang Xiaoyan, what is going on here? Why does he call you master?" The old man grabbed Jiang Yin, ready to interrogate him thoroughly. However, this playful tussle caught the attention of someone nearby, who emanated a purplish-blue lightning aura, ready to confront the old man. Seeing the situation turn tense, Jiang Yin quickly shouted, "That's my father. Do not attack." Hearing this, Zhang Lianjiu slowly sat back down, closing his eyes to continue resting. Jiang Yin felt relieved, thinking that if that guy had suddenly acted out, who knows if their little shop would have been destroyed. However, his relief did not ease the old man's concern. Years of experience in the martial world had allowed him to quickly latch onto a keyword, master. The old man looked at Jiang Yan's bewildered expression, realizing the boy knew nothing. He glanced at Zhang Lianjiu to confirm there was no threat before taking Jiang Yan upstairs. "Now, tell me what's going on, and don't leave anything out," the old man demanded sternly, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan instinctively wanted to start explaining about the little sapling he had seen, but the words wouldn't come out. He couldn't reveal anything about the primordial spirit tree. The voice echoed again in Jiang Yan's ear, with a tone of mockery. Annoyed by the voice, Jiang Yan found himself unable to disclose the truth and ended up fabricating a story. The old man's stern gaze remained fixed on him, clearly not believing Jiang Yan would lie. Jiang Yan changed his story and said, "I remember being knocked to the ground by that dog. My mind went blank, and I was so scared that I shouted help." His father understood Jiang Yan's state of mind at the time. Despite how mature he might act, deep down, he was just a 14-year-old kid. In the face of life-threatening danger, few can maintain their mental balance. He desperately wished for someone to save him, and that intense hope seemed to open a door to a new world, as if he glimpsed the legendary heavenly realm. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, his father couldn't help but flick him on the head. "Can you be any more far-fetched? Are you going to claim you're chosen by the heavens to save the world next? Be serious and tell me everything in detail. No matter what happens, I'll have your back." His father could tell Jiang Yan was making things up. Normally, this kid was very honest and wouldn't say such things without reason. Something must have happened. Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead and summarized. "In short, when I was about to die, it felt like something emerged from within me, and then that young man downstairs appeared." His father quickly pieced it together and immediately deduced the situation. "You've awakened the talent of the Yushur lineage, and that young man downstairs is the spirit you summoned." Jiang Yan tilted his head, puzzled. "What is the Yushur lineage talent, and what do you mean by spirit?" His father explained simply. "Basically, it means summoning deceased individuals who won't die again, and they become your strength." Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly asked, "Does this mean I have talent too?" His father was surprised. "That seems to be the case, but something's odd. When I checked you before, there was no sign of talent, so I've always raised you as an ordinary person." Jiang Yan nonchalantly replied, "Why overthink it, Dad? The result is I have talent, right?" His father looked at Jiang Yan with suspicion. The check he conducted was no ordinary one. So how did this kid awaken the Yushur lineage's talent? Confused, his father felt conflicted. He couldn't tell if he was happy or sad about Jiang Yan's awakening. Having witnessed the cruelty and indifference of that world, he had resolved not to let Jiang Yan enter it. That's why he wasn't disappointed when the initial check showed Jiang Yan had no talent and would live as an ordinary person. As his father wrestled with his thoughts, Jiang Yan's bright eyes were fixed on him. His father tapped Jiang Yan's head, a bit annoyed. What are you staring at? Go to sleep. It's almost 10. Don't you have school tomorrow? Jiang Yin hesitated. Dad, I don't want to go to school. I'm extraordinary now, can't I just? His father had already picked up a feather duster, ready to use it. Jiang Yin quickly leaned back tactically and dashed into his room, burying his head under the covers. His father snorted. You can't even handle ordinary society, and you want to dive into the extraordinary world? You'll be eaten alive. In the stillness of the night, the wind and rain howled outside the window. Jiang Yin tossed and turned on his narrow single bed, unable to sleep. His cramped room barely had enough space for a bed and a desk, leaving only a narrow path. This environment constantly reminded him to study hard, get into a good university, and buy a big house in the future. Although today's thrilling experience left Jiang Yin a bit shaken, it didn't leave a psychological scar. The mysterious figure, Zhang Lianjiu, seemed to have some special connection with him, yet it was unclear and inexplicable. As Jiang Yin was lost in thought, a voice filled with disdain suddenly spoke up. He really is called Zhang Lianjiu. Are you really the human chosen by the tree of primordial spirits, troubled by something like this? Jiang Yin sat up abruptly, his gaze fixed on a small, doll-like figure floating in midair. It had two horns on its head and a pair of bat-like wings gently flapping behind it, resembling a Western demon. What are you? Jiang Yin asked coldly. Nice to meet you, my dear master. I am the apostle of bloodlust, the embodiment of disaster. Before it could finish, Jiang Yin grabbed a fly swatter and started hitting it until the self-proclaimed demon was left foaming at the mouth. Can't you let me finish talking? The demon lay sprawled on the bed, looking weak and pitiful, but Jiang Yin was unsympathetic. He raised the fly swatter threateningly and demanded, Tell me what you are, or else, humph. I hate fly swatters, the demon muttered to itself, quickly explaining. I'm called Feng Yuan, the apostle of bloodlust, similar to that guy downstairs. We're both your guardians, but I'm not fully awakened yet, so you can't use the sigil on me. Sigil? Jiang Yin showed the mark on the back of his hand, emitting a faint, pure glow. Feng Yuan hurriedly explained. With the sigil, you can command an apostle 3 times a day. Whatever you ask them to do, they won't disobey. Anything? Jiang Yin asked in a deep voice. Anything, even self-harm. Jiang Yin frowned, feeling uncomfortable about the mark. To him, Zhang Lianjiu was a person and shouldn't be used as a tool. Feng Yuan lowered his head and said, The primordial spirit tree needs a lot of spiritual energy to grow. Also, you need to get along well with that guy downstairs. His favorability towards you is only 20%. That's after you told him your real name. Jiang Yin looked puzzled and asked, What does favorability mean? Do I have to get along with the apostle? Feng Yuan nodded. Yes, the closer you are to him, the higher the favorability. Every 10% increase will cause a slight change in your body, which is a protective measure of the primordial spirit tree. The primordial spirit tree you're talking about, is it that little sapling I saw? Jiang Yin asked seriously. Feng Yuan replied. Yes, that thing chose you as its master, using you as the soil for its growth. As you nurture it, you will also gain many benefits. But I don't quite understand why it chose you as its host, since you're just a kid. Get lost. Smack. Suddenly, a mosquito swatter came down heavily on Feng Yuan's head, flattening him. Jiang Yin put away the swatter and immediately asked, So why can't I use a curse seal on you? Feng Yuan explained. Simply put, I'm just a consciousness now, weaker than the guy downstairs who's been beaten thousands of times. Jiang Yin raised the swatter again, speaking with hostility. I want to know what's special about you. Feng Yuan thought bitterly to himself that if he could, he would have dealt with Jiang long ago. However, he maintained a respectful face and said, To be precise, my abilities are unique, belonging to demonic powers, so I separated my spirit to meet you sooner. What use are you? You're not even my apostle. Jiang Yin showed no courtesy and clearly disliked Feng Yuan's superior tone. Feng Yuan continued, I can still use my identification ability, helping you understand powers and giving you training advice. How do I know you're not trying to harm me? Jiang Yin questioned. Feng Yuan immediately pledged his loyalty. I can't harm you. Any physical harm or attempt to plot against you will result in punishment for me. Jiang Yin blinked his big eyes and asked, For example? Feng Yuan said, For instance, if I said you'd gain power by hitting your head with a mosquito swatter, and you suffered because of my lie, then I would. What are you doing? Feng Yuan shouted in panic. If he hadn't set up a soundproof barrier in advance, this shout would have woken up Zhang's father. Jiang Yin actually picked up the swatter and lightly tapped his own head. It didn't feel like anything to him, but for Feng Yuan, it was different. Sparks gathered around Feng Yuan, and then intense light focused on him, like a powerful thunderbolt, causing him immense pain. As for how intense this pain was, Jiang Yin didn't know. All he knew was that Feng Yuan's screams were so loud that he had to cover his ears. Finally, Feng Yuan lay on the bed like a piece of overcooked meat, looking half dead. Jiang Yin asked, Hey, are you done for? If not, get up and explain what's going on. After a while, Feng Yuan's weak voice sounded. You see, if you suffer because of me, I will suffer 100-fold, so I can't harm you. Also, I hope you get stronger soon, so I can come out sooner. Seeing Fang Yuan looking so weak, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. He asked with concern, Fang Yuan, are you alright? Do you need me to get the first aid kit and bandage you up? Fang Yuan replied weakly, no need, I'm not that fragile. A good night's sleep will do. Seeing this, Jiang Yin decided to let it go. Remembering he had to get up early for school the next day, he quickly lay down to sleep. As he drifted into slumber, Jiang Yin once again saw the small sapling, with Fang Yuan's new branches growing even greener. He whispered to the tree of primordial spirit, thank you for saving me. Without you, I might have been bitten to death. His fingers gently touched the new leaves, and immediately, a cool sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his body, bringing a wave of comfort. When Jiang Yin opened his eyes again, it was already 7:45 in the morning. He exclaimed in surprise, quickly changed into his school uniform, and without even washing his face, grabbed his lightweight backpack and dashed towards school. His father, knowing this would happen, had only prepared 2 steamed buns and a carton of milk for him. Dad, I'm off. Jiang Yin hurriedly grabbed the buns and milk and rushed off to school. After he left, Zhang Lianjiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and got up to follow. Jiang Yan's father's hand rested on his shoulder, saying firmly, Jiang Yin is going to school. You don't need to follow him. Zhang Lianjiu insisted, the master needs my protection. The two stood at an impasse until Jiang Yan's father calmly said, he's just going to school. It's safe, and there won't be any trouble. Besides, if he does encounter danger, you can always rush over, can't you? Zhang Lianjiu frowned, hesitating. Would you really use up a command for something so trivial? Instead, why don't you change your clothes first? Going out like that will scare the ordinary people. Jiang Yan's father pointed at Zhang Lianjiu's combat attire. Zhang Lianjiu remained silent, ultimately deciding not to follow Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hurried all the way and quickly arrived at the school gate. The security guard stood at the entrance, vigilantly watching for students who overslept. Sir, wait for me. Jiang Yan shouted, quickening his pace. As soon as the security guard saw him, his eyes widened, and he swiftly pressed the button to close the gate. What the heck, sir, what are you doing? Jiang Yan was speechless, thinking to himself that although he had arrived just in time for 22 days last month, he didn't expect to be treated like this today. Jiang Xiaoyan, today you're even later than usual. I've finally caught you. The security guard said fiercely. Relying on his good grades, Jiang Yin often arrived just on time, and neither the teachers nor the principal dared to reprimand him, so they asked the security guard to have a word with him. Finally, the gate closed with the security guard's face showing a more sinister smile. However, Jiang Yin didn't slow down at all and charged straight towards the school gate. Under the startled gaze of the security guard, Jiang Yin bent his knees slightly and leaped with a swift motion, slipping through the barred gate and landing in a low crouch with impressive flair. I'm off, sir, he called out, unfazed by the guard's angry expression as he sprinted towards the school building. I'm a certified national level 2 athlete. You think I earned that for nothing? Although the security guard wanted to catch him, he held back, knowing Jiang Yin had exams today. He worried that upsetting Jiang Yin might result in a confrontation with one of the teachers. In the 8th grade class, Jiang Yin stood at the door and loudly announced his arrival before quickly taking his seat. The homeroom teacher, Tan Tiantian, maintained order from the podium, frowning slightly, but ultimately not intervening. She too feared trouble from the principal or a teacher if she tried to stop him. Jiang Yan's seat was by the window on the far left, not in the last row, but in the 4th. He was a top student, consistently ranking first in the grade, so he could sit wherever he wanted. Being tall, sitting in the back would block shorter students, so he chose this corner to minimize disturbance. As soon as he reached his seat, while others were engaged in morning reading, Jiang Yin immediately laid his head down to sleep, needing to catch up on rest after staying up late the previous night. Tan Tiantian ignored this, feeling helpless. Since she took over the class, Jiang Yin had never participated in morning reading. Attempts to stop him only led to further complications with other teachers. He once wrote, I don't need morning reading. I already know it, on a test paper and handed it in blank. Yet his scores in other subjects remained the highest in the grade. The English teacher lost a month's bonus over it, and Tan Tiantian was reprimanded by the principal, nearly driving her to frustration until she managed to calm things down. Tan Tiantian sighed, wishing she didn't have to be Jiang Yan's homeroom teacher, as it was truly challenging. Just as Jiang Yan settled down, a small hand gently tapped his shoulder. Xiao Yan Gu, came a voice. Jiang Yan frowned and lifted his head, speaking in a low tone. Su Yinglian, you know what happens if you wake me up, right? The speaker was Su Yinglian, a good friend who had moved up from elementary school with Jiang Yan. No one else dared disturb Jiang Yan's sleep. Su Yinglian chuckled. Xiao Yan Gu, since you helped me with math last time, my scores have improved a lot. My mom wants to invite you over for dinner. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up at the thought of Su Yinglian's mother's cooking, almost drooling at the prospect. Brother, when are we going? He asked eagerly, draping an arm around Su Yinglian's shoulders. Su Yinglian replied with a smile. This Friday night, and you can spend the night at my place. Jiang Yin immediately hugged Su Yinglian, feeling grateful. Su Yinglian came from a wealthy family, unlike Jiang Yan's ordinary household. They had formed a close friendship in elementary school, and although Su Yinglian was once a spoiled child, he changed under Jiang Yan's influence. Initially inattentive and temperamental, Su Yinglian began communicating with his parents and stuck closely by Jiang Yan's side, becoming good friends. Jiang Yan initially didn't want to befriend him, but couldn't resist Su Yinglian's culinary temptations, and they eventually became inseparable. Su Yinglian smiled and took a handmade cupcake out of the drawer, handing it to Jiang Yan with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Xiaoyan, I have a math problem here. Can you please explain it to me? Jiang Yan accepted the cupcake, raising his chin arrogantly. Though Jiang Yan was a bit shorter, Su Yinglian found him dazzling. Was this the power of a genius? For ordinary people like her, reaching his level seemed nearly impossible. Initially, she was unconvinced. Her family encouraged her after seeing her frustration. Work hard, strive to surpass him, and stay close to him to learn and communicate only, then could she hope to catch up. Su Yinglian followed this advice, but found it almost overwhelming. Jiang Yan was truly exceptional. His explanations of difficult problems were even more thorough than the teacher's. Her grades soared from mediocre to top 10 in the year thanks entirely to Jiang Yan's tutelage. Over the years, Su Yinglian discovered an unwritten rule. As long as she offered food, Jiang Yan would patiently explain problems. This privilege was exclusive to her. Others couldn't get Jiang Yan to agree, no matter how delicious the food was. He would always refuse immediately. As Jiang Yan began to enjoy the cupcake, neither he nor Su Yinglian feared getting into trouble with the teachers. After all, several school buildings were donated by Su's family, making them the biggest sponsors and granting them a sort of protection. In other words, no teacher dared to openly trouble Su Yinglian, especially since his grades had been steadily improving under her guidance. This problem is simple. Follow my approach to solve it. Jiang Yan briefly instructed Su Yinglian on the solution, then signaled for her to start working on it. At that moment, a female teacher entered the classroom. She tightly clutched a crumpled test paper, her expression dark and menacing. Her golden hair flowed down, and her green eyes burned with anger. Tan Tiantian's heart skipped a beat, recognizing her as the English teacher. Jiang, Xiaoyan, she spat out through clenched teeth with a heavy English accent. Tan Tiantian quickly grabbed the English teacher's arm, pleading, Ms. Irene, please, calm down. The English teacher shouted, Jiang Xiaoyan, if you have a problem with me, just say it. Why did you submit a blank paper again? Do you know how many times the principal scolded me just now? Jiang Yin watched the scene unfold, while the classmates, accustomed to such occurrences, set aside their morning reading books and pulled out study materials to review. Compared to watching this drama, revising was more practical. In this advanced class, there was a small test every 3 days and a major test every 5 days. Students were either preparing for exams or on their way to preparing. The subject teachers frequently lost their temper recently. It was the math teacher, and now it was the English teacher's turn. A few students cast sympathetic glances at the English teacher before burying themselves in their studies once again. The English teacher being forcibly dragged away by other subject teachers was indeed a helpless situation, but it added a bit of humor to the otherwise dull learning environment. However, such incidents were nothing new to the students in the class. Not long after, Jiang Yin was called to the office by the homeroom teacher, Tan Tiantian. Tan Tiantian rubbed her temples and looked at Jiang Yin, feeling a headache coming on. Jiang Yin, hands on hips, confidently said, I calculated my scores and figured that even without the English subject, I would still be the top of the grade. I have to work that day anyway. And since I'm already number 1, why do I need to take every exam? Tan Tiantian almost fainted on the spot. She helplessly replied, all right, you're a genius, you're amazing, okay? After calming down a bit, she earnestly said, Jiang Yan, I know your family is struggling, but you should still pay more attention to your studies. There's no rush to make money. Ms. Tan, I'm studying just to make money. Jiang Yan said innocently, his big, bright eyes full of sincerity. If studying gets in the way of making money, then I'll just have to give up a few subjects. No, Tan Tiantian immediately interrupted him, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yan, thinking to herself how dangerous such thoughts were. Handing in a blank paper for one subject was already hard to take. If he did that for several, how could he manage? Teacher, I know you mean well, but studying is too easy for me. With my current scores, getting into a top high school is not a problem at all. It's facing life that's the real issue now, Jiang Yan said, which left Tan Tiantian in silence. She knew about Jiang Yan's family situation. They ran a small housekeeping business with few customers, and his only relative was a nearly 60-year-old elder. In today's society, how much could an elderly person earn? It was hard enough to make ends meet, let alone support a child through school. Tan Tiantian felt a heaviness in her heart. The pressure Jiang Yan was under was immense for someone so young. She suggested, how about this? Let's go hiking this Saturday and Sunday to relax a bit. Jiang Yin rolled his eyes immediately. Ms. Tan, do you think I have time to play? I'd rather use that time to earn more money and buy a bigger house. Tan Tian pinched his cheek and firmly decided, you must come with me. They'll call your family about this. Jiang Yin quickly protested. Teacher, I really don't need it, really. Child, don't stretch yourself too thin. Your life is just beginning. Tan Tian patted Jiang Yan's head before sending him off, citing upcoming exams as the reason. Walking down the empty hallway, Jiang Yin muttered to himself, life is just beginning, huh? If it weren't for the existence of the Yuanling tree, I would have died long ago, and there wouldn't be any life to talk about. Now, every day I live is a gift from heaven, so I will strive to make life better. Back in the classroom, all the subject teachers were already there, each holding a thick stack of blank test papers. The students felt a chill. The dreaded series of exams was back. Once the papers were distributed, each student received 8 sheets, with 8 hours to complete the ultimate exam. Those who finished could hand in their papers and leave to rest. If needed, lunch would be provided by the school cafeteria, free of charge. As one of the top students, Jiang Yin leisurely flipped through his exam paper under the watchful eye of the proctor, a chip in hand and a content smile on his face. Naturally, the chips were borrowed from Su Yinglian, the wealthy second-generation student sitting next to him, who was anxiously racking her brain for solutions. She glanced at Jiang Yin out of the corner of her eye, her mouth twitching as she thought. Xiaoyan is really not taking us seriously. He could easily outshine us with his skills, yet he chooses to snack while solving problems. It's exasperating. After about half an hour, Jiang Yin finished his chips, leaving only an empty bag. He then sat up straight, picked up his pen, and his fingers danced swiftly across the paper, writing down answers with hardly a pause. The classroom was silent, except for the sound of pen on paper. The other students inwardly lamented, finding Jiang Yin to be like a human printer. They had struggled for half an hour to complete one subject, while Jiang Yin effortlessly finished in minutes, leaving them incredulous. Su Yinglian felt a pang of pressure and muttered to herself, how did Xiao Yin become even more formidable after just one weekend? Given his abilities, Jiang Yin should be taking a break, but he continued solving problems with machine-like efficiency. What he didn't realize was that after last weekend's life and death ordeal, his mind had become exceptionally clear, with many problem-solving strategies vivid in his memory. Already ahead of the curriculum, his enhanced physical condition made him feel incredibly at ease, as if he had transcended the realm of ordinary people. Is this the gap between the extraordinary and the ordinary? Jiang Yin mused to himself, then put down his pen and raised his hand. The teachers immediately gathered around to check his answers, each deep in thought. Jiang Yin stood up, hands behind his back, and looked at the teachers coldly, saying proudly, I've written answers for every subject this time. Can I go home now? The teachers quickly scanned the papers, giving him thumbs up in approval. Shortly after, Jiang Yin walked out of the school gates, feeling a bit conflicted inside. He sensed that he might no longer be an ordinary person. After encountering extraordinary events, life seemed irreversibly changed. Just then, a doll-like creature leapt onto his shoulder, chuckling mischievously. Xiao Jiang Yin, you actually brought me to school? Jiang Yin asked in surprise. How did you follow me here? Fang Yuan replied with a smile. I'm your apostle too, so of course I'd follow you. In that way, I'm just like that brainless guy. Jiang Yin was puzzled, wondering to himself, who is the brainless guy? Fang Yuan chuckled, mentioning Zhang Lianjiao with a hint of teasing in his voice. That guy lost his memory and can't even think calmly. Jiang Yin was indifferent to this, and actually thought Zhang Lianjiao's state was quite good. At least he wasn't following him around like a stalker, emitting that villainous laugh. Jiang Yin silently calculated the time. It took about an hour to finish the test, and it was just past 10 in the morning, the perfect time to head back and help out. While walking, Jiang Yin curiously asked, Fang Yuan, do you still have your original memories? Fang Yuan paused slightly, pondering before he replied, a little, but I only remember my name and various combat techniques. Other than that, I remember nothing. Jiang Yin sensed the sadness emanating from him, and, not knowing how to comfort him, continued walking silently. As they neared home, Jiang Yin suddenly noticed a long line forming at the entrance of his family's small shop. Customers were pouring in, and the business was so bustling that he barely recognized his own store. Even more surprising was that the line consisted entirely of beautiful young women. Inside the shop, a tall figure emerged, wearing casual attire and carrying a tray with a dozen cups of tea. Jiang Yin almost didn't recognize the person and wondered, are you sure this is Zhang Lianjiao and not a movie star? Indeed, it was Zhang Lianjiao, the apostle of the Thunder Spear, attracting customers. Dressed in modern casual short sleeves and pants, he exuded an air of elegance, his chiseled features capturing everyone's attention. At this moment, he was wearing an apron with Old Dad's housekeeping written on it, somewhat shyly handing a cup of tea to a lady, softly saying, enjoy. Hearing this, many ladies immediately beamed with joy. Jiang Yin was a bit bewildered as he squeezed through the crowd into the store, where he saw his father busy at the front desk. His father wasn't surprised to see him, clearly aware that he had another exam today. Quick, help out. Let's get this done, he said. Jiang Yin nodded, set his backpack down, and immediately went downstairs to assist. The two of them worked hard until nearly noon, finally serving the last customer. The store had introduced a laundry package, attracting many customers for laundry services, while a few requested house calls to clean kitchens, and a very small number needed professional new home cleanings. Jiang Yin organized these customers into 3 lists, realizing that they would be incredibly busy in the coming days. Exhausted, he lay on the sofa and asked quietly, "Dad, what's going on today? Why are there so many customers all of a sudden?" His father brought over a glass of milk and pointed at the bewildered Zhang Lianjiu. "I dressed him this morning since you weren't home. I thought he could help attract customers, and as soon as he stood at the door in that apron, they just kept coming. Do young people nowadays only care about looks?" Jiang Yin was speechless, realizing why the housekeeping store across the street had no customers. They were all drawn here. It made sense. Their store had a handsome guy, while the other side only had average-looking staff. With the same services offered, naturally, people would choose the more visually appealing option. At that moment, the old man gently patted Jiang Yan's little head, a faint smile on his face, and softly said, "Little one, we have enough money to buy a big house now." Jiang Yan quickly looked up, surprised, and full of doubt in his heart, asked, "Do you know how high the commission for that demon-related job was?" The old man replied with a beaming smile, 7 figures. Jiang Yan was overjoyed, grabbing the old man's sleeve, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. "Dad, is this true? Do we really have money now?" The old man nodded, smiling. "Yes, we have money now. You can go to school, take exams, and live like a normal kid, without any worries." Jiang Yin didn't expect such a surprise to come so quickly, and it felt somewhat unreal that his efforts seemed to be rewarded in an instant. The old man sat beside Jiang Yan, a look of weariness in his eyes. "Dealing with demons is indeed profitable, but because of certain things, I haven't thought of making money this way for years. Child, you've suffered all these years, please don't blame me." Jiang Yan immediately hugged the old man's arm, playfully saying, "Dad, saying things like that makes it seem like we're strangers. You're my father, after all." He understood in his heart that the old man's sacrifices for him over the years couldn't be measured in money. The old man's surname was Chun, while his was Jiang, and there was no blood relation between them. Jiang Yan was a pitiful child the old man found by the river, hence the name Jiang Yan. Because he was so young and couldn't even speak at the time, the old man added the character Yin to his name. He didn't blame the old man for keeping his extraordinary abilities hidden. After all, everyone has their own story, and who knows if this power was a source of pain and torment for the old man. There was no need to dwell on it. He only needed to know that the old man was a loving father to him. "Enough talk. Drink your milk, or you'll never grow tall," the old man said with a smile. Jiang Yan was immediately unhappy. "Dad, I'm already tall. I'm 1.55 meters now. If I wear sneakers, I'm 1.6 meters, and with pants that make my legs look longer, I could be 1.7 meters, and if you round up, that's practically 1.8 meters." Suddenly, Jiang Yin got a playful flick on the forehead. "What nonsense, just drink the milk, or are you too short to be teased about it?" the old man teased. Jiang Yan replied helplessly, "Dad, that's harsh." All right, what do you want for lunch?" "Any meat?" the old man asked. "Yes, I bought some just for you this morning," Jiang Yan happily replied. "You're the best, Dad." In the following days, Jiang Yan's life was simple and routine, attending school normally and helping out at home after school. During this time, the old man was making calls to find a house, determined to provide Jiang Yan with a proper home. If it were just for himself, he wouldn't take on demon-related jobs, but with Jiang Yan's future secured, it was no longer a concern. After the 7-figure transfer was completed, Jiang Yan's standard of living instantly rose to a new level. Such a change was something he never dared to dream of before. On Friday evening, Jiang Yan, dressed in his school uniform, was taken to the Su family by Su Yinglian. A man who looked like a butler greeted Su Yinglian and also gave a slight bow to Jiang Yan, showing him the same courtesy. "Xiaoyan, tonight my mom has prepared a feast. You'll definitely enjoy it," Su Yinglian said as he pulled Jiang Yan towards the dining table. The table was filled with an array of exquisite dishes, all of which were new to Jiang Yan. "Xiaoyan is here. Try some of Annie's cooking today. Eat as much as you like." A slightly plump woman emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of fragrant roasted chicken wings. She set the dish down and gestured for Jiang Yan to sit and eat. "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Yan replied cheerfully, sitting politely without touching the food, waiting for the Su family to start. Hearing his gentle voice, Su's mother felt even more fond of him and lightly nudged her son, saying, "Go and bring out the drinks. Can't you learn from Xiaoyan?" Su Yinglian chuckled. "Mom, am I really your biological child?" "Of course you are. Otherwise how could you have your dad's temper? Xiaoyan is sensible, unlike you, always making me upset." Su's mother sighed, giving her son a look of mock disapproval. prompting Su Yinglian to obediently fetch the drinks. Is uncle not here? Jiang Yin glanced around, noticing the absence of Su's father. Su's mother smiled. He's got some work to handle and won't be joining us for dinner tonight. You two go ahead and eat while it's hot. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian immediately started eating with enthusiasm, as if they hadn't eaten in days. Watching them, Su's mother's face was full of joy. Since Su Yinglian was born, she had devoted all her maternal love to him, knowing that such indulgence might spoil him. Despite understanding this, she found it hard to be strict. With her husband often busy with work and rarely home, she struggled with how to guide her son onto the right path. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yin managed to do just that effortlessly, for which she was deeply grateful. She couldn't imagine what she would do if her only son went astray. At that moment, the kindly butler entered, respectfully informing Su's mother, "Madam, Mrs. Wu is here to see you." Su's mother's expression turned cold for a moment, but seeing the two children, she quickly smiled again. "I have something to attend to. You kids take your time eating, there's plenty more." With that, she followed the butler to the sitting room. Jiang Yin noticed her expression had soured, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Who is this Mrs. Wu, and why does Annie seem displeased to see her?" Jiang Yin asked curiously. Su Yinglian replied, somewhat irritated. "The Wu family is trying to partner with us in business, but my dad thinks they have a bad reputation, so he hasn't agreed. Mrs. Wu is trying to get information from my mom, but she's not foolish enough to fall for it." Jiang Yin blinked his eyes. Both the Wu Group and the Su Group are major enterprises in Rongqing. However, the Su Group enjoys a much better reputation than the Wu Group. The Wu Group is notorious for its arrogance and often resorts to illegal methods in its dealings. In recent years, they have been frequently taken to court, yet they remain an untouchable giant. Those who offend the Wu Group often disappear from the public eye shortly after. There are speculations that the Wu Group is behind these disappearances, but no evidence has ever been found. Even the police have conducted thorough investigations, but they all ended without results. In terms of reputation, the Wu Group's image has hit rock bottom. Jiang Yan's uncle and aunt chose not to collaborate with the Wu Group, which was undoubtedly a wise decision. Jiang Yan had a very poor impression of the Wu Group. A few years ago, his father had taken on a cleaning job for the Wu family. The father and son worked hard all day to complete it. However, afterwards, the Wu family refused to pay the remaining balance and falsely accused them of theft. The matter eventually had no further developments, and the Wu family paid the balance, but Jiang Yan's father added a new rule in their small shop. The Wu family was permanently blacklisted. Jiang Yin was puzzled about what his father had done to make the Wu family pay up so obediently. Now he understood that his father possessed extraordinary powers, which explained the Wu family's compliance. In the living room, Mother Su sat on the sofa, her face showing a fake smile, looking with slight disdain at the plump woman opposite her, Mrs. Wu, the matriarch of the Wu family. Mother Su coldly said, "I apologize, Mrs. Wu, for disturbing you so late." Mrs. Wu covered her mouth with a fake laugh. Mother Su sneered, "Zhao Yaju, since you know it's an apology, why don't you leave my house quickly and stop disgusting me? If necessary, I can give you a few taels of silver to speed up your departure, okay?" Mrs. Wu's smile vanished instantly, and she frowned slightly. "Mrs. Su, our families can be rivals or partners. If we cooperate, it's bound to be a win-win situation." Mother Su didn't hide her disdain at all. "Don't be foolish and think we're all fools. The Su family doesn't welcome you. Please leave." With the conversation reaching this point, Mrs. Wu had no intention of staying any longer and said coldly, "Mrs. Su, as the saying goes, leave some room in your actions for future encounters." Mother Su replied icily, "There's not even half a sentence to say between us and the Wu family." Mrs. Wu sneered as she walked out of the Su family's door. At this moment, the butler approached Mother Su and asked solemnly, "Madam, should we throw everything Mrs. Wu brought into the incinerator? I'm afraid it might be poisoned." Mother Su nodded, "Yes, madam." As Mrs. Wu left the Su family and got into her luxury car, her face turned icy cold and even showed a hint of ferocity. "Very well, since your Su family insists on opposing us, then your entire family will disappear together." After making up her mind, Mrs. Wu took out her phone and dialed a number saved under the name Senior. Jiang Yin was set to stay overnight at the Su family home, a plan he had discussed with his father. His father had met Su Yinglian before, so he felt comfortable allowing Jiang Yin to stay over. The main reason Jiang Yin chose to stay at the Su's was to join Su Yinglian and their class teacher early the next morning for a hiking trip. Their class teacher, Tan Tian, was quite relentless with students like Jiang Yin, calling parents one by one, claiming that the students were under too much pressure and their grades might drop. She successfully persuaded several of the top students' parents. Even when facing difficult parents, teacher Tan managed to convince them with her eloquence. Jiang Yin could only applaud her skill, thinking it's no wonder she could be a teacher. Not everyone could persuade parents like that. That evening, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian shared a room. After taking a shower, they began their evening study session. Don't assume top students don't need to study. Their efforts often surpass those of less successful students. After all, no one is born knowing everything. After half an hour of studying, Su Inglian buried his head on the desk, feeling utterly exhausted. Studying with a top student is like enduring relentless teasing without a chance to argue back. Whenever Jiang Yin noticed Su Inglian made a mistake, he would bluntly say, "You've been following me for so long, and you still can't solve such basic problems. I have to teach you, huh?" Su Inglian had no choice but to accept it, as Jiang Yan's explanations were sometimes even more professional than the teacher's. After some revision, Jiang Yan and Su Inglian fell into a deep sleep on the same bed. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently waking them. Jiang Yan slowly opened his big eyes, revealing lively black pupils, and woke Su Inglian before getting up to wash. When Jiang Yan went downstairs, he saw Mrs. Su coming out of the kitchen with breakfast and asked in surprise, "Auntie, you got up so early to make breakfast?" Mrs. Su smiled and replied, "Xiaoyan, you're up early too." She had woken up early to prepare a simple breakfast for the two kids, like tea, eggs, and buns, catering to Jiang Yan's taste. In her early years, she wasn't well off and had honed her cooking skills. While not professional, her food was quite tasty. Jiang Yan modestly smiled. "Not really. I'm just used to getting up at this time." Mrs. Su sighed and said, "I wish you were my son." Su Inglian is still not up yet. Jiang Yan hurried back to Su Inglian's room, only to find he had fallen asleep again, and gave him a playful knock on the head. Soon, Su Inglian got ready and followed Jiang Yan downstairs for breakfast. Jiang Yan thoroughly enjoyed the meal, complimenting Mrs. Su so much that she was overjoyed. Su Inglian quietly muttered, "It's not that great." Mrs. Su noted this and thought to herself, "You rascal, once Xiaoyan leaves, I'll show you what motherly love is." Before long, Jiang Yan and Su Inglian headed out to meet their teacher and classmates at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yan and Su Inglian got into the Su family's car, with a professional driver taking them to a nearby tourist spot called Green Tea Mountain. Upon arrival, they looked around, trying to spot their homeroom teacher, Tan Tian. She came here to hike every week and had brought along 3 top students from the class this time. Concerned about their weak physical condition, she had invited them to come and relax. "Everyone's here, so let's go conquer Green Tea Mountain," Tan Tian exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the summit. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yan and the others all rolled their eyes, appearing more mature than her. Slightly embarrassed by their reaction, Tan Tian urged everyone to start climbing. The group immediately sprang into action, with each of them moving ahead while Tan Tian lagged behind, keeping an eye on the students. Green Tea Mountain got its name from the numerous tea trees planted on it, where visitors could see farmers working in the fields. Those interested in buying tea could directly interact with the farmers to purchase freshly made tea at a reasonable price. As they continued their ascent, Jiang Yan and Su Inglian, both athletically inclined, found the climb easy. However, the other 3 students struggled, their foreheads covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Nowadays, academically gifted kids often neglect physical exercise, thinking that sports don't contribute much to their grades, preferring to spend time on academic work. Talented and physically fit students like Jiang Yan were rare, although his only shortcoming was his height. Among the 5 peers present, he was the shortest. Silently vowing to himself, "I will grow taller," Jiang Yan pressed on. Meanwhile, not far from them, a young man in a short-sleeved shirt and a baseball cap was quietly following. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Last night, he had received a commission from Mrs. Wu to capture Su Inglian, the eldest son of the Su family. Although he thought the task was overkill, he had already dealt with 3 professional bodyguards in less than an hour. To avoid further complications, he needed to proceed cautiously without making any rash moves. He had identified his target, Su Inglian, but had not yet made a move, aware that there were several undercover bodyguards protecting him. Some of them were as close as 3 meters to Su Inglian. If they weren't dealt with in advance, once things got heated, Su Inglian would quickly flee. Jiang Yan felt a faintly unsettling gaze, though it wasn't directed at him, leaving him unable to pinpoint its source. TSK, Jiang Xiaoyan. Someone's been tailing you all, and there are quite a few people trying to stop him from getting close, but they've all been taken out and thrown into the nearby woods, Feng Yuan's voice chimed in. As usual, he was hidden in Jiang Yan's backpack, claiming that an apostle must always accompany their master. Jiang Yan's internal alarm bells rang, his body tensing slightly as he calmly began to think. Feng Yuan, is that person really that formidable? Jiang Yan whispered, aware that the Su family had bodyguards for Su Inglian, and those trying to stop the intruder were clearly from the Su family. Feng Yuan chuckled. Of course, that person is a true superhuman on the extraordinary path. Even professional bodyguards can't match them. Jiang Yan fell into thought, then took out his phone to report the situation to the police. He cursed inwardly, thinking, damn it, this is the modern world, and they're so brazen about targeting a few kids. Just wait to get shot. Hello, officer, We've been followed for a while by someone whose intentions we're unsure of. We're at Green Tea Mountain, he reported. The officer on the line frowned, but patiently explained. Could it be that they're just hiking the same trail as you? Jiang Yin urgently replied. Officer, please don't say that. My friend here is Su Inglian, and his identity speaks for itself. His bodyguards couldn't stop the person, and they've all been taken out. If you don't believe me, you can check if there are any emergency services heading to Green Tea Mountain. Isn't it unusual for so many people to faint on the mountain today? The officer immediately became serious. Su Inglian was the only son of the Su family, and they had records of him. Attempts to kidnap the Su family's young master to coerce the family into doing something were not uncommon, and the police had experience with such cases. All right, we'll send someone over as soon as possible. Please hold on until we arrive. The officer quickly hung up and reported to the local chief. Soon, several officers armed themselves, rushed into patrol cars, and sped towards Green Tea Mountain. On the mountain, Jiang Yin suddenly grabbed Su Inglian's wrist and hurriedly fled. Tan Tiantian noticed their movements and shouted, "You two, slow down, wait for the others." However, Jiang Yin paid no heed, only focused on getting Su Inglian away. Among their group, it was clear the pursuer was targeting Su Inglian, making the others irrelevant. Having spotted the threat, Jiang Yin wasn't about to let them succeed. If they didn't run now, it would be too late once the pursuer decided to act. So, without time to explain, he simply dragged Su Inglian away. This didn't mean they were safe, but it bought them time. At least until the police arrived, Su Inglian couldn't be caught. As Jiang Yin had suspected, the pursuer was indeed after Su Inglian, quickly picking up speed to follow them. In response, Su Inglian's bodyguards abandoned their cover, emerging from the crowd to confront the pursuer. Facing the assault from several bodyguards, the young man smirked coldly and fearlessly engaged them. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, easily dodging the bodyguards' attacks while counterattacking with lightning speed. Su Inglian looked at Jiang Yin with confusion and whispered, "Xiaoyan, what's going on? Why are we running so fast?" Jiang Yin replied irritably, "Someone's chasing you, probably trying to kidnap you. We need to hurry." He silently criticized, wondering how this young master could be so careless, not realizing how many people were watching him. Su Inglian frowned and asked, "Didn't my bodyguard stop them?" Jiang Yin rolled his eyes and said, "If the bodyguards were effective, that person wouldn't still be following us." He recalled Fang Yuan's words, knowing that the person possessed extraordinary powers that ordinary people couldn't resist. As a novice who had just heard about such powers, Jiang Yin knew he couldn't possibly compete. He lacked strength, even compared to an adult. At this moment, his only option was to flee. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Inglian immediately discarded her backpack by the roadside and followed Jiang Yin closely. There were two roads on Green Tea Mountain, one leading up and one down. As long as they ran fast enough, they wouldn't have to worry about being caught. But this required the Su family's bodyguards to hold off the pursuer for a while. However, Jiang Yin underestimated the power of the extraordinary. The professional bodyguards, despite their rigorous training, were no match for the young man. He struck with lethal precision, leaving the bodyguards incapacitated, some with broken limbs, others coughing up blood. After effortlessly dealing with the bodyguards, the young man pursued the direction the two children had fled. Jiang Yin, thinking quickly, abandoned the downhill path and led Su Inglian into the dense forest. Su Inglian followed without hesitation. The young man soon reached their previous location and, not finding their traces, continued down the stairs. Seeing this, Jiang Yin led Su Inglian back to the mountaintop and then down the uphill road. This trick didn't deceive the young man for long. He soon noticed the mud-stained footprints and turned back. At that moment, Tan Tiantian saw the two disheveled students running down the mountain, her expression complex. She sensed she was caught up in a significant event, recalling the men lying on the ground and the kind passers-by tending to them. "Jiang Xiaoyan, what's going on?" Tan Tiantian asked urgently. Jiang Yin didn't have time to explain in detail and said directly, "Someone's chasing us. They're after Su Inglian." Tan Tiantian gasped, her mind racing with various high society scenarios. She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed the police. "Hello, is this 911? I'm at." Jiang Yin ignored the naive homeroom teacher and continued to flee downhill with Su Inglian. Just then, a furious shout came from behind. "Stop!" The young man had caught up, glaring menacingly at their retreating figures. Tan Tiantian instinctively shielded the young man, only to be shoved to the ground. 3 students nearby rushed to help her up. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and Su Inglian were running desperately, but soon a rock flew like a bullet, striking Su Inglian's calf. She cried out in pain and nearly fell down the stairs. Jiang Yin quickly grabbed her, preventing her from falling. However, this delay allowed the young man to catch up. He shoved Jiang Yin aside and grabbed the back of Su Inglian's shirt. "Little ones, isn't playing hide and seek fun? You've made me work for it," the young man said with a sinister grin, preparing to knock Su Inglian out and take her away. Just then, he noticed a small demon-like doll climbing onto Su Inglian's shoulder. The doll grinned menacingly before opening its mouth to emit a sharp scream. The powerful sound wave hit the young man directly in the head, causing him to cry out and release Su Yinglian. Ignoring his own pain, Jiang Yin rushed forward and embraced Su Yinglian, thinking, "No one messes with my meal ticket." As they tumbled down the stairs, Jiang Yin instinctively closed his eyes. A spherical shield composed of dozens of hexagons appeared around them, rolling down the mountain. Fang Yuan continued to use sound waves to interfere with the young man, but the attack was limited in its effectiveness and couldn't defeat him. The situation was worsened by the fact that the young man had enhanced physical abilities, making Fang Yuan's sound waves ineffective against his eardrums. "Jiang Yin, if it comes to it, use the curse mark to call for help. I can't hold him off much longer." Fang Yuan's voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ear. "Brother Jiao, help!" Jiang Yin shouted without hesitation. After spending several days with Zhang Lianjiao, they had grown closer, and Jiang Yin was accustomed to calling him Brother Jiao. Almost as soon as Jiang Yin called for help, Zhang Lianjiao, who was busy attending to customers at his father's housekeeping store over 10 kilometers away, sensed the command from his master. He swiftly removed his apron and nimbly moved to the second-floor window. His actions caught his father's attention, who raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lianjiao opened the window and transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight as he sped toward Green Tea Mountain. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan continued to harass the young man with sound waves, but the attacks were losing their effectiveness. The young man, his expression darkening, suddenly accelerated his movements, kicking Fang Yuan away and pursuing the two children rolling down the mountain. A spherical object was rolling down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Many climbers, seeing it, quickly moved aside to clear a wide path. Amid the violent shaking, Su Yinglian felt dizzy and asked in fear, "Xiaoyan, how are we going to stop?" Although Jiang Yin also felt uncomfortable, he forced himself to stay calm and replied, "Why stop? Rolling down is faster than running, isn't it?" Su Yinglian thought to herself that while it was indeed faster, it was also incredibly torturous, making her feel like she was about to throw up. Despite its recklessness, the method was effective. "Damn, he's an ability user too." The young man gritted his teeth as he watched the two kids roll down the mountain. He had thought that injuring Su Yinglian's leg would at least slow their escape, but they weren't running. They were rolling. Although continuing like this might lead to trouble, he still had to catch up as his task was not yet complete. Just as he was about to chase them, a figure shrouded in blue-purple lightning suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Who are you?" the young man asked, eyes narrowing. Zhang Lianjiao coldly declared, "The one who will kill you." With that, a spear appeared in his hand, its tip aimed directly at the young man, as the blue-purple lightning descended with overwhelming force. A loud explosion echoed from the mountainside, and a completely blackened figure tumbled straight down to the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian reached the bottom of the mountain, disheveled but unharmed, showcasing the shield's formidable defensive power. During their escape, Jiang Yin wasn't just running away. He was also asking Fang Yuan about the defensive strength of his ability. Although he had time to experiment with his ability in the past few days, he hadn't had a place to test its strength. Before Fang Yuan acted, Jiang Yin had already gotten the answer he wanted. He hadn't used this move on the way down, partly because he was concerned there might be others lying in wait, and partly because the slope was too gentle to execute it effectively. In the recent danger, Jiang Yin quickly used the move, successfully escaping with Su Yinglian. In fact, the shield consumed an energy within Jiang Yin called spiritual power. Having awakened only 2 or 3 days ago, his shield was merely equivalent to a brick wall. After the bumpy ride down, Jiang Yin felt that the small amount of spiritual power he had was completely depleted. Seeing the familiar lightning burst on the mountainside and the arrival of police cars, Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The police were here, and with Brother Jiao around, even if the young man caught up, they'd be safe with police protection. If it came down to it, Jiang Yin would try to escape with Su Yinglian. Many bystanders gathered around, focusing on the two children who emerged from the sphere, muttering amongst themselves. At that moment, a man in a police uniform approached, and seeing his uniform, the crowd parted to make way. "Everyone, please step back. Leave this to the police. Please step back." The officer repeated several times before the crowd slowly dispersed. However, Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you all okay?" The officer approached Jiang Yin and his group with a friendly smile. "Kids, we came as soon as we got the call. What's the situation now?" Su Yinglian quickly responded, "That person is still chasing us. Please hurry and catch them." As she spoke, she moved toward the officer, but an arm suddenly blocked her. Su Yinglian was puzzled, not understanding Jiang Yan's intention. She soon realized as the officer's smile turned cold. In an instant, the officer swung a punch at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained calm, gritting his teeth and squeezing out the last bit of his internal energy to form a protective shield around himself and Su Yinglian. The punch landed heavily on the shield with a loud crash. Blue cracks spread across the shield like a spider web, accompanied by a shattering sound, until it finally broke. After all, The shield was formed with the last of Jiang Yan's strength. Though sturdy, it was as fragile as paper against a skilled opponent, barely withstanding a single hit. The officer prepared to strike again when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck between Jiang Yan and the officer. Zhang Lianjiu landed and immediately delivered a heavy elbow to the officer's face, sending a few teeth flying. The officer was stunned by the unexpected attack, but Zhang Lianjiu gave him no chance to retaliate. His spear struck the officer's body with a thunderous roar, emitting the scent of scorched meat, rendering the officer unable to continue fighting and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Lianjiu, expressionless, ended the officer's life with a move of his spear. However, Jiang Yan urgently shouted, "Zhugo, don't kill." Zhang Lianjiu paused at the words, turning to look at Jiang Yan, his brows furrowing slightly. Jiang Yan's heart tightened. Had he said the wrong thing? Fortunately, Zhang Lianjiu respected his wishes and refrained from killing. Seeing Zhang Lianjiu's murderous demeanor, Jiang Yan understood that if he had hesitated a moment longer, the officer would surely be dead. After all, Jiang Yan was born in a time of peace and only wanted to incapacitate enemies without causing further harm. Killing still made him uneasy. So cool. At this moment, Su Yinglian looked at Zhang Lianjiu with amazement and admiration. Holding a spear, he was brave and imposing, embodying the dream of many. "Xiaoyan, do you know him?" Su Yinglian asked Jiang Yan eagerly. Without much thought, Jiang Yan replied, "He's Zhang Lianjiu. Just call him Zhugo. He'll be protecting us from now on." Su Yinglian's eyes sparkled with admiration, like a fanboy in awe of Zhang Lianjiu. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianjiu, unaware of his new admirer, was assessing the surroundings. It was then that he sensed a murderous intent approaching from afar. Almost instantaneously, his spear was aimed at Jiang Yan's head. The sudden crack of gunfire rang out as a sniper bullet, as long as a finger, hit the ground. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the fake police officer still had the strength to fight back. The opponent rolled on the ground, a metallic object flashing in his hand, and the sound of gunfire pierced the air repeatedly. Zhang Lianjiu swung his long spear like thunder, blocking the incoming bullets. However, a burst of blood suddenly blossomed on his head, causing him to momentarily freeze. "Brother Jiu!" Jiang Yan exclaimed in shock, his heart nearly stopping. Blood stained half of Zhang Lianjiu's face, but his movements did not slow. With one hand, he grabbed Jiang Yan and, with the other, seized Su Yinglian, swiftly bringing them behind a massive stone lion at the foot of the mountain. Explosions erupted on the surface of the stone lion, but fortunately, the sturdy behemoth was enough to serve as a shield. "Brother Jiu, are you okay?" Jiang Yan asked, his face full of worry as he examined Zhang Lianjiu's injury. "I'm fine. It's not a vital spot," Zhang Lianjiu replied calmly, seemingly unconcerned about the blood gushing from his wound. Jiang Yan looked at the alarming injury, feeling a wave of dizziness. "Master, give the order." "Let me kill them." Zhang Lianjiu's eyes flashed with cold light as he once again formed an energy spear in his hand. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, remembering how his earlier softness almost led to disaster, and he no longer wavered. "All right," he replied softly. Su Yinglian anxiously grabbed Jiang Yan. "Brother Yan, we can't kill people. You'll go to prison if you kill someone here. At least not in broad daylight." "I understand, but hiding like this isn't a solution," Jiang Yan said gravely. "In this kind of battle, it's kill or be killed." I was too naive. He realized clearly that if Zhang Lianjiu had directly killed the man earlier, he wouldn't have been injured. Ultimately, it was his own softness that was the problem. Facing these desperados who wouldn't stop until they achieved their goals, how could he have thought of sparing them? Jiang Yan was jolted awake by his own naive thoughts from moments ago. The result of being soft-hearted was endangering himself and those around him. So, this is the extraordinary world. It's damn cruel. Jiang Yan muttered to himself, the harshness of the extraordinary world once again awakening him. In this world, without being ruthless, you die a miserable death. This lesson he would remember deeply. Jiang Yan raised his hand, about to use a spell to order Zhang Lianjiu to eliminate those who threatened them, when suddenly a familiar female voice rang out. "Hey, Jiang Xiaoyan, what are you doing here?" Jiang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman in a light yellow dress and sun hat standing not far away, exuding youthful energy. "Sister Jiang Hua." Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't she a regular at their store? Despite Jiang Huang's bright and glamorous appearance, Jiang Yan knew she was actually a bit of a mess in life, with her home always filled with takeout boxes. At this moment, this seemingly out-of-place young woman unexpectedly appeared in this perilous scene. Every time Jiang Yan went to clean for the lady, she was always in her pajamas, lounging on the bed and scrolling through videos without a care for her appearance. Each time Jiang Yan saw this, he silently reminded himself that he would never grow up to be like her. The last job she referred him to in the villa district nearly cost him his life. Remembering this brought a trace of resentment to his face. At that moment, Jiang Huang was standing in the middle of the road. The fake police officer, who had just been knocked down by Zhang Lianjiu, was back on his feet and aiming a small handgun at her. Get lost, you hag, or I'll shoot you, he shouted angrily. Though they hesitated to harm ordinary people, if this woman dared to interfere, she would be the first to go. Who are you calling a hag? Jiang Huang's forehead veins bulged as she threw her sun hat into the air and charged at the fake officer. Bang! Seeing her come at him, the fake officer fired without hesitation. However, in the next moment, Jiang Huang caught the speeding bullet in her palm. Wearing high-heeled ankle boots, she swiftly lifted her leg and kicked the fake officer in the head with lightning speed. The scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a girl in a dress, seemingly graceful and elegant, would charge in like a brawler and take him down with one kick? Jiang Yin could only think of one phrase to describe the scene. Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. If it were anyone else, Jiang Yin might have found it hard to accept, but Jiang Huang was different. After all, her place was filled with trophies and medals from martial arts competitions. Despite his bewilderment, Jiang Yin quickly warned, Sister Jiang, there's a sniper nearby. By then, Jiang Huang had already pinned the fake officer underfoot and gestured an OK sign to Jiang Yin, indicating that the situation was under control. Jiang Yin looked around, trying to spot the sniper's position. Just then, a young man who looked like a college student came down the stairs, dragging a middle-aged man. Jiang Yin thought he looked like a student because of the clear but somewhat naive look in his eyes, a look he'd only seen in college students. The young man called out proudly to Jiang Huang. Sister Jiang Huang, did you see how I did? I took down a thug with a sniper rifle barehanded. Jiang Huang glanced at him and snapped. You're already at the first stage. What's there to be proud of taking down a zero-stage thug? Go check on the injured and get the nearby ambulances over here. As she spoke, she stomped hard on the fake officer beneath her, thinking to herself how this guy had ruined her rare day off, and she wished she could tear him to pieces. The young man quickly replied, got it, and ran over to Jiang Yin and his group. Zhang Lianzhou immediately shielded Jiang Yin, eyeing the newcomer warily. The young man seemed to sense that Zhang Lianzhou was not to be trifled with and hesitated to come closer. At this point, Jiang Huang sighed and said, you go tie those two up, I'll handle things here. The young man nodded and quickly ran to the other side. Seeing Jiang Huang approaching, Jiang Yin also told Zhang Lianzhou to relax, assuring him that everything was fine now. Although Zhang Lianzhou still looked wary, he followed Jiang Yan's advice and didn't make any sudden moves. Jiang Huang approached Jiang Yin and his friends with a cheerful stride. Seeing their serious expressions, she couldn't help but chuckle. No need to be so tense. We're the good guys, she said, pulling out an ID from her wallet and handing it to Jiang Yin. This is my ID, from the Extraordinary Abilities Management Bureau, Rongqing Branch, Jiang Huang explained with a gentle smile. Think of it like this. The police handle ordinary people, while we deal with the bad guys among the extraordinary ones. Jiang Yin took the ID and examined it closely. Although he had never heard of this agency, he chose to trust Jiang Huang. After all, if someone couldn't even maintain their public persona, how good could they be at lying? Besides, he often cleaned Jiang Huang's house and had seen more than he probably should have, so he was sure she wasn't a bad person. Can you explain the situation in detail? Jiang Huang asked, pulling out a notebook to take notes. Jiang Yin nodded and truthfully recounted the main reason for their visit today and the situation of being followed. He deliberately avoided mentioning Fang Yuan and Zhang Lianzhou. After Jiang Huang took some brief notes, she let Jiang Yin and his friends go. Her casual attitude left Jiang Yin a bit puzzled. Sister Jiang, don't you need to investigate further? Jiang Yin asked softly. Jiang Huang maintained her calm smile and explained, there's no need. You two are just victims and don't need to undergo extensive questioning. This situation is actually a failure on our bureau's part. We should have noticed that a group of extraordinary individuals was planning something. The fault lies with us. Noticing Zhang Lianzhou's bleeding wound and the kid's disheveled state, Jiang Huang suggested, if you don't mind, you can receive some immediate treatment. Going straight to the hospital might be too late. Jiang Yin looked at his brother's poor condition and nodded in agreement. They followed Jiang Huang into a camper van, where a young girl immediately began tending to their injuries with a first aid kit. Zhang Lianzhou's head was bandaged, but his handsome appearance remained intact. Su Yinglian's leg wound was treated, and fortunately, there was no fracture. A few days' rest would suffice. Jiang Yin had several scrapes and grimaced in pain as they were treated, which amused Jiang Huang. Once they were bandaged up, the three sat down. Jiang Huang also took a seat, looking at them with a playful smile. You've had a rough day? We'll take you home. Jiang Yin nodded, accepting the bureau's arrangement. They first dropped Su Yinglian off at home since the Su family's young master was crucial to the local economy, and the family was likely in a state of panic over the incident. Sending Su Yinglian home was to stabilize the Su family. After dropping off Su Yinglian, the camper van continued down the road, heading to the next destination. Jiang Huang suddenly said, I never expected it, Yin Jiang, that you'd awaken. I thought you'd be an ordinary person all your life. Yin Jiang replied angrily. It's all because of the messed-up job you introduced me to. If I hadn't suddenly awakened, I could have lost my life. He crossed his arms, looking very displeased. Jiang Huang clasped her hands together, her face full of apology. I'm sorry. I really didn't expect you to take that job. I only wanted old Chun to help out since we're really short on people. Yin Jiang huffed, extending his small hand. Where's my compensation? Jiang Huang, feeling the pinch, took some bills from her wallet and placed them in Yin Jiang's palm. Yin Jiang grumbled. I nearly lost my life. And this is only worth a few $100? Jiang Huang, with a pained expression, took out a few more bills and reluctantly placed them in Yin Jiang's hand, but he still shook his head. Jiang Huang sniffed, eventually placing her entire wallet in Yin Jiang's hand, pleading. Yin Jiang, it's the end of the month, and your sister really doesn't have much money left. Look, I've given you my whole wallet. Please forgive me. Yin Jiang put everything into his pocket and reluctantly forgave Jiang Huang. He understood that Jiang Huang had been looking out for them for years, especially during tough times when she would often give a bit more money, even though everyone knew why. By the way, Jiang Huang commented, you did really well today, both brave and clever. If it were someone else, they might not have made it. But I'm curious, how did you figure out that cop was fake? She playfully poked the little guy's cheek, her tone calm. Yin Jiang immediately replied, the reason is simple. That cop was alone, and usually, police operate in pairs. This issue involved the Su family, so normally, there'd be at least 3 or 4 police cars with 12 officers. But in reality, there was just one guy, which made me suspicious. He smiled as he explained, then stared at Jiang Huang without saying more. Jiang Huang smirked. You can tell me anything, and I'll answer. Yin Jiang propped his chin with one hand, his cheeks puffing like a pufferfish. I want to know, how long were you watching the show from the side, Sister Jiang? Not too long. Just from when that person approached you. Jiang Huang coughed awkwardly, thinking to herself, are kids this smart nowadays? Exposing her actions so bluntly, with no regard for social niceties. But then, that's the innocence of children, lacking the complexities of adults. When Jiang Huang arrived at the scene, she was ready to risk her life to save them, but Zhang Lianzhou came and rescued Yin Jiang and the others. After her partner dealt with the sniper, Jiang Huang quickly appeared to subdue the enemy. Though it wasn't the glamorous image people might expect, during operations, they also had to ensure their own safety. After all, no one wants to sacrifice themselves needlessly. Their actions must first secure their own safety. When the protected individuals are not in immediate danger, Jiang Huang's actions were justified, ensuring the mission's completion. Jiang Huang showed an apologetic look, giving a playful smile. Sorry, little brother. Whatever compensation you need, your sister will fulfill it for you. Yin Jiang huffed, touching his chin as he fell into thought. Seeing Jiang Yin deep in thought, Jiang Huang quickly said, I have no money, just my life. If you want it, take it. Jiang Yin was puzzled, thinking to himself, why would I want your life? It's not worth much. If she were a valuable wanted criminal, he would gladly accept, but Jiang Huang's life? Well, that's a different story. Just as Jiang Yin was about to speak, Jiang Huang interrupted. How about this? I can report your heroic deeds and maybe get you a reward. Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief as he asked. What's the maximum amount I can get? Jiang Huang replied with a wry smile. At least 30,000. Do you want it? Jiang Yin answered without hesitation. Of course, I do. Soon, Jiang Yin and Zhang Lianzhou were taken to the old man's housekeeping shop, while Jiang Huang drove off quickly. Watching the car leave, Zhang Lianzhou asked Jiang Yin, why did you ask her for money? Jiang Yin calmly replied, don't be fooled by Sister Zhang's reluctance. This small amount of money is nothing compared to her bonus. It's money I should get, and if it were someone else, I'd have to report them. Zhang Lianzhou was silent for a moment, surprised by the darker side hidden beneath Jiang Yan's exterior. Jiang Yan didn't pay much attention and walked straight into the shop. It was close to noon, and the shop was empty, a stark contrast to the bustling scene an hour earlier. As Jiang Yan entered, the old man was on the phone, his expression grim, indicating the person on the other end wasn't a good person. Soon after, the old man hung up and turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, I have to go out tomorrow. I'll finish all the housekeeping work today. Stay at home with Xiaozhang. The old man advised before getting ready to leave. Jiang Yan asked, what's going on, sir? The old man paused, looking up at the sky outside the shop, and said heavily, the world is about to change. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression turned serious. He understood the old man's implication that something significant was happening in the extraordinary world, possibly leading to societal upheaval and the end of a peaceful era. That day, the old man finished all the shop's affairs, packed his things, and left overnight, his whereabouts unknown. Before leaving, he sent a message to Jiang Yan with 3 instructions. First, attend school as usual, but have Zhang Lianzhou accompany him for safety. Second, avoid sparsely populated areas and never go out at night. But if necessary, take Zhang Lianzhou along. Third, lock the door securely when sleeping, and if there's a loud noise, escape immediately and notify the authorities. Additionally, there was a record of a large money transfer. Jiang Yan sensed that the old man's departure might mean they wouldn't meet again easily. Brother Jiu, Fang Yuan, What do you think is going to happen to the world now? Jiang Yin looked puzzled and called over Zhang Lianjiao and Fang Yuan to exchange opinions and discuss the matter. However, both Zhang Lianjiao and Fang Yuan shook their heads at his question. A trace of disappointment appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he instructed the two apostles to sit down. Fang Yuan's doll-like body floated lightly onto the table and sat down, while Zhang Lianjiao sat in a chair, staring intently at Jiang Yin without uttering a word. Jiang Yin began. I've been awakened for about a week now. Because my father doesn't allow me to engage with extraordinary powers, I haven't talked to you about it. Now that he's out, let's be honest. I want to survive in this harsh world ahead, and for that, I need strength. Please tell me, how can I become stronger? Fang Yuan let out a mocking laugh. You might as well give up. Do you even know what your ability is? Jiang Yin asked in confusion. Isn't it a defensive shield? Fang Yuan laughed openly at Jiang Yan's ignorance, his laughter echoing in the room. Zhang Lianjiao, unable to listen any longer, frowned and said, after observing for a week, I can also tell that your ability isn't combat-oriented, but more supportive. You don't have the capability to fight alone. So, the idea of becoming stronger is simply impossible. Jiang Yin fell silent, clasping his hands together to form a spherical barrier in his palms. He wondered, isn't this a defensive ability? Fang Yuan answered bluntly, of course not. This shield isn't purely defensive, it's too weak. It's more of a way to assist teammates. You have two abilities now, one is this shield, and the other is healing. Neither is suited for being the main attacker. Jiang Yin nodded. He wasn't entirely resistant to advice. Among the many paths, choosing the one he most wanted and was best suited for was wise. Even if he had to be a support, with Jiao Gu and other apostles around, he only needed to play his role well. No matter the outcome, he wouldn't regret choosing the path he wanted. By the way, Fang Yuan, you mentioned I have a healing ability. Why haven't I discovered it? Jiang Yin asked. Since he knew he was suited for a support role, he wouldn't dwell on it. But the problem was he didn't know how to use the healing ability. How could he be a support if he couldn't help teammates recover? At this moment, Fang Yuan, hands on hips, said, this is where I come in. These eyes have already figured out how to use your ability. Jiang Yin looked at him curiously. Fang Yuan quickly added, but this healing requires a target to work. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianjiao immediately pressed two fingers together, channeling lightning, and slashed his own hand decisively. In an instant, blood gushed out, leaving a wound on his arm. Will this do? Zhang Lianjiao extended his arm toward Jiang Yin. Seeing the deep wound, Jiang Yin gasped, feeling a wave of unease. Jiao Gu, please don't hurt yourself next time, he advised, thinking it necessary to say something, as Zhang Lianjiao really didn't seem to care about his own body. It's fine. Experiencing it myself helps me understand more, Zhang Lianjiao replied, expressionless, as if what he had done was not self-harm but a trivial matter. When Jiang Yin heard Zhang Lianjiao's matter-of-fact statement, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He turned to Fang Yuan and asked, how do I use the healing ability? Fang Yuan replied, just place your hand on the wound and think about healing it. Jiang Yin looked puzzled and asked, is it really that simple? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and answered, of course, it's that simple. Following Fang Yuan's instructions, Jiang Yin placed his hand on the wound. To his surprise, a green light emerged from his palm. Was this the effect of the healing ability? The wound on Zhang Lianjiao's arm vanished instantly. This demonstrated the strength of Jiang Yan's healing ability. Even Zhang Lianjiao would need at least a day to recover from such an injury, but Jiang Yin managed it in mere seconds. Jiang Yin was amazed that his healing ability was even stronger than his shield ability. He thought to himself, with this power, he would become the ultimate support in the team. From the recent test, Jiang Yin noticed that while the healing only consumed a small amount of his spiritual energy, it drained a lot of his physical energy. He speculated that this healing ability required not just spiritual energy, but also significant physical stamina, limiting the number of people he could heal. However, this wasn't an immediate concern. According to Fang Yuan, his physical and spiritual energy would increase as his strength grew. The question remained, how could he become stronger? Neither Zhang Lianjiao nor Fang Yuan knew, as they weren't from this era and had no idea how Jiang Yin could strengthen himself. Jiang Yin summarized a few key points. First, both Fang Yuan and Zhang Lianjiao couldn't remember how they had increased their powers. Their memories were completely wiped. Fang Yuan at least remembered his name, while Zhang Lianjiao's mind was blank except for his combat instincts. Jiang Yin lamented that he wanted to be an attacker but ended up as a support, becoming somewhat of an auxiliary figure. Moreover, Fang Yuan wasn't technically his apostle, so Jiang Yin couldn't control him with a curse mark. Lastly, the small sapling inside him, known as the Yuanling tree, caught his attention. Jiang Yin gradually learned how to delve into the depths of his consciousness to see the tree. Whenever he closed his eyes for more than 3 minutes or focused his mind deeply, he could see the Yuanling tree. Today, Jiang Yin noticed the sapling had grown a bit, emanating a warm glow that fell upon him. In that instant, Jiang Yin's consciousness withdrew from that space. When he suddenly awoke, it was already morning. Checking his physical state, he found no changes. With little choice, he decided to stop worrying about it for now. Got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared to study his abilities further. When his gaze fell on Zhang Lianjiu, a flicker of surprise and confusion appeared in his eyes. He noticed a bright red thermometer suspended above Zhang Lianjiu's head, with the number on it stuck at 19%. Jiang Yan was stunned. What on earth was going on? He quickly turned to look at Fang Yuan, who was lying not far away, but saw no thermometer above him. He then hurriedly ran downstairs, opened the shutter door, and looked outside, finding that there were no thermometers above the heads of the people outside either. This confirmed to Jiang Yan that he could only see the thermometer above Zhang Lianjiu's head. Brother Jiao, is there something wrong with your body? Jiang Yan asked in confusion. Zhang Lianjiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and replied softly. There is a slight problem. Under Jiang Yan's questioning gaze, Zhang Lianjiu explained, it seems like I can't increase my strength anymore. Jiang Yan tilted his head, not quite understanding what that meant. At this moment, Fang Yuan stretched lazily beside them and explained to Jiang Yan. What he means is that he can't regain his strength. Jiang Yan was at a loss, thinking to himself, what could a middle school student like him possibly do? Fang Yuan continued. According to the tree of primordial spirits, you need to increase Zhang Lianjiu's favorability. Only then can his strength be restored. Increase favorability? Jiang Yan recalled the phrase he had heard before. Favorability less than 20%. It seemed that the thermometer above Zhang Lianjiu's head was indeed a marker of favorability. Could it be that the tree of primordial spirits granted him the ability to see the favorability of apostles last night? And since Fang Yuan wasn't his apostle, he couldn't see his favorability. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu suddenly approached Jiang Yan, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Master, this era is changing, and I can promise you, no matter what happens, I will protect you. This will never change. Jiang Yan watched his earnest vow, but the thermometer above his head remained unchanged. Jiang Yan was taken aback. It was as if his feelings were being deceived. If not for the thermometer, he wouldn't be able to discern the truth from lies. It seemed that he couldn't fully trust the apostles, at least not reveal the thermometer's existence. He was just a minor support role. While apostles couldn't harm him, it didn't mean he could enslave them at will. Who knew what would happen if favorability dropped to zero? Zhang Lianjiu's behavior made Jiang Yan wary, and he realized the gap between himself and the apostles was vast, whether in terms of cunning or strength. To coexist peacefully with the apostles, he must maintain a good relationship, perhaps even win them over. It's all right, Brother Jiao. Jiang Yan helped Zhang Lianjiu up, wearing a gentle and harmless smile, and said softly, I trust you. Zhang Lianjiu nodded heavily. Almost immediately, Jiang Yan noticed that the favorability number above Zhang Lianjiu's head had reached 20%. He then felt a warm current flowing through his body, filling him with energy, and clearly sensed his physical fitness improving. Is this the way to get stronger? Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Lianjiu with eyes filled with a burning desire, as if seeing a mountain of gold. Zhang Lianjiu frowned slightly, apparently dissatisfied with such a gaze. Sensing Zhang Lianjiu's change in mood, Jiang Yan quickly looked away. He didn't want to provoke Zhang Lianjiu's displeasure and risk lowering his favorability. Realizing he needed to forge a good relationship with Zhang Lianjiu, Jiang Yan began to stick closely to him, even trying to join him in workouts to strengthen their bond. To achieve this, Jiang Yan did hundreds of push-ups with Zhang Lianjiu, yet their rapport did not improve at all. This left Jiang Yan silently cursing. After several attempts, he finally understood that building goodwill was not an easy feat after all. Who would willingly become someone else's puppet? Even though Jiang Yan had no intention of enslaving Zhang Lianjiu, who could truly know what the other person was thinking? This also highlighted that even the apostles who were there to protect him could not be easily controlled. A good relationship needed to be established. However, this was undoubtedly a challenge, given that they were not from the same era, and naturally, their topics of conversation were limited. The weekend passed, and Jiang Yan returned to school. Following his father's instructions, Zhang Lianjiu would escort Jiang Yan to and from school. To make a good impression on Zhang Lianjiu, Jiang Yan made an effort to wake up early and head to school. Surprisingly, they didn't exchange a single word on the way. After dropping Jiang Yan at school, Zhang Lianjiu retraced his steps back. As soon as Jiang Yan entered the classroom, he drew everyone's attention. His classmates were astonished by his eagerness. They didn't know that Jiang Yan hadn't bought a lottery ticket, maintaining a policy of no gamble, no loss. At least, for now, he didn't have to worry about money. Xiaoyan, you're early today. Su Yinglian, already seated, greeted him with a bright smile and waved. Jiang Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, sat down, preoccupied with his thoughts, and unable to act as casually as usual. Su Yinglian immediately offered him breakfast and various snacks. Jiang Yan eyed her warily, thinking, people are only attentive when they want something. So he asked, what do you want? Su Yinglian clasped her hands together, smiling, and said, you know me well. Xiao Yan. I want to ask that big brother to teach me some skills. Jiang Yin refused without hesitation. No way. Zhang Lianjiao was practically an amnesiac. What could he teach? Jiang Yin himself hadn't received any guidance, and Su Yinglian wanted to get ahead of him impossible. Su Yinglian leaned closer to Jiang Yan, smiling as she pleaded, Please, Xiao Yan, get lost. As far as you can. Why are two guys sticking so close? Jiang Yan exerted a little force, pushing Su Yinglian aside. Feeling his strength, Su Yinglian's eyes widened. Xiao Yan, your strength. Jiang Yan lifted his chin and said coldly, I've already become part of that world. Please don't bother me if there's nothing important. Su Yinglian immediately appeared heartbroken, her eyes conveying a look of, you don't love me anymore. Jiang Yin found this gaze nauseating and turned her head away. He said with a look of disgust, Don't look at me with such a revolting expression. Just then, a boy with a choppy haircut rushed over to Jiang Yin and the others, holding a phone in his hand. Xiao Yan, Yinglian, something big has happened. Check out the news online, he exclaimed. Jiang Yin couldn't help but tease. We're not supposed to have phones at school. Are you sure it's okay to flaunt it like that? The boy nonchalantly replied, I'm not worried. Besides you, Xiao Yan, I have the highest scores, so the teachers won't confiscate my phone. Jiang Yin was momentarily speechless, realizing the logic in his words. Bai Gaojia, standing before him, consistently ranked second in the entire grade, only surpassed by Jiang Yin. With such a stellar student, any teacher would likely just give a gentle reminder rather than actually confiscate his phone, as he had proven that having a phone didn't impact his studies. In schools, high-achieving students often enjoy certain privileges. Su Yinglian watched Bai Gaojia warily and subtly moved closer to Jiang Yin, as if indicating that he should be the only one by Zhang's side. Bai Gaojia rolled his eyes, but didn't say more. He went straight to the point. There have been incidents of bizarre creatures attacking people online recently. Many have been injured, and it's happening even near us. He handed the phone to Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian. The photos on the phone showed a small alley cordoned off by police tape, with 3 mutilated bodies inside, bearing marks of being mauled by beasts. The images were uncensored and posted directly online, making the 3 feel nauseous and almost prompting them to vomit. Through the pictures, Jiang Yin saw the incomplete heads of those victims, their eyes filled with despair, sending chills down his spine. The last image showed several officers armed with riot shields surrounding an unusual cat. Although it was called a cat, the size of it was comparable to a tiger based on the photo's scale. Seeing its blood-stained mouth, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could this creature really be a man-eater? What kind of world is this becoming, with such species evolution? Su Yinglian swallowed hard at the horrific scene. Bai Gaojia scoffed. Species evolution? I think it's all because of our neighbor's fault, dumping nuclear waste into the ocean, causing these global changes. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian nodded in agreement. Their neighboring country, the small island of Sakura, had ignored worldwide opposition and continued to discharge nuclear waste into the ocean, leading to the sea's lament. This situation had persisted for years, with mutated marine life being discovered along the coast of Xia. Hearing this, Jiang Yin was filled with anger. Due to this country's selfish actions, enjoying a seafood feast had become a luxury. If he could, Jiang Yin wished he could retaliate against the Sakura nation to assert Xia's strength. Bai Gaojia chuckled. Now those people are in trouble. Maybe it's the sea's revenge, but many of their fishing boats have mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, there are reports of monster fish attacking people on their shores. Jiang Yan's interest peaked. Did you say fish are eating people? Sharks. Bai Gaojia replied with a smile. It's a new species, looks like a fish, but has strong limbs. There are even pictures from Sakura online now. Jiang Yan heard Bai Gaojia and dismissively said, Isn't that just a merman? Imagining the fish-headed creatures from anime, Bai Gaojia realized mere words weren't convincing enough. So he found a post with photos taken in Sakura country. Jiang Yin glanced at the pictures, seeing bizarre fish heads and more images of humans being torn apart, even though the graphic content was blurred. Despite the disturbing images, Jiang Yin felt no discomfort or sympathy. He was too busy with his own life to worry about other countries' issues. Using Bai Gaojia's phone, Jiang Yin discovered reports of monster sightings worldwide. These creatures were mercilessly attacking humans and were, in fact, demons, the true enemies of humanity. Jiang Yin understood that the world had changed, and demons were becoming visible to ordinary people. Even national governments seemed unable to suppress this information. However, Jiang Yin quickly brushed these thoughts aside, believing that his country, Xia, would protect its people. He felt that humanity hadn't completely failed, as Xia still had the Abilities Management Bureau. Kids like him should focus on their own lives, preparing for the upcoming final exams and the long summer vacation. During free time in PE class, Jiang Yin played basketball with his classmates. Despite his slender appearance, he was incredibly agile. He wasn't tall, but his shots were remarkably accurate, consistently scoring baskets, much to the dismay of the taller boys. Xiao Yan, you're amazing, Su Yinglian exclaimed, bumping fists with Jiang Yan, a bright smile on her face. It seemed the young master had put aside thoughts of learning extraordinary powers. Jiang Yin didn't comment on it. Having such powers meant potentially facing those monsters, a dangerous prospect. But if Su Yinglian had the talent, Jiang Yin would support her, as she was a good friend. Nearby, a blonde-haired boy lamented. No more, Xiao Yin, you're unbeatable, we give up. He remarked that a level 2 athlete was indeed extraordinary, even in track and field, and could run swiftly with a basketball. Even when they surrounded Jiang Yin, they couldn't catch him. Won't you play a couple more rounds? Jiang Yin asked, blinking in confusion. Better not, Xiao Yin. With your physical skills, only the PE teacher can keep up with you. Su Yinglian laughed. The PE teacher, watching from the sidelines, was equally baffled. I'm not, don't slander me. Who would have thought that Jiang Yan's small frame hid such impressive physical abilities? According to the gym teacher's prediction, Jiang Yin has the potential to become a sports competitor as he grows older. At this moment, Jiang Yin is sitting nearby, holding a water bottle, gazing absent-mindedly at the blue sky, drawing quite a bit of attention. Many girls around him want to pinch his cheeks, but due to the shyness typical of middle school students, no one dares to make a move. Just then, Su Yinglian sits down next to Jiang Yin and hands him a bottle of sparkling water. Xiao Yin, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yin, with a complex expression, muses, the world has changed so much. What path should people like us take? Su Yinglian responds with a smile. What's there to think about? People online are even claiming they've awakened special powers. Just think, with how fierce humans are, if any monsters really wanted to start a war with us, they'd be in for a tough time. Jiang Yin replies with a wry smile. Maybe. I'm not that optimistic. I've seen demons before, and ordinary people have no chance against them. Plus, I don't believe these powers will become widespread. He silently thinks that if the world continues on this path, perhaps one day, an apocalypse might come, and humans will no longer be the dominant force on Blue Star. Do you think I'll awaken some kind of power in the future, like the ability to stop time? I could conquer everything. Su Yinglian's idea makes Jiang Yin spit out his sparkling water, splattering her face. He coughs, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, almost choking on her words. Why do you want such a power? Jiang Yin asks helplessly, internally noting that with Su Yinglian's personality, her desire for such a power probably isn't for a noble reason. Su Yinglian wipes her face with a towel and explains, Xiao Yin, don't you think it would be awesome? The enemy can't move, but I can do whatever I want and strike whenever I wish. Jiang Yan's mouth twitches. Have you considered what if your attacks don't cause any harm? No worries, as long as I can graze them. Su Yinglian chuckles. Jiang Yin rolls his eyes at her, thinking to himself, do you even hear what you're saying? Even as a novice in the extraordinary world, he knows such things are impossible. If there were a powerful time control ability, the energy needed would be immense. Even if such a power existed, it likely couldn't be sustained for even a second. Enough talk. Let's continue playing. Jiang Yin pulls Su Yinglian up, and they head back to the court. They play another game, during which a boy accidentally falls and twists his ankle. Seeing this, Jiang Yin instinctively wants to use his healer abilities to help, but the gym teacher says, everyone, carry on by yourselves. I'll take him to the infirmary. When the bell rings, everyone returns to class, accepting the teacher's decision without objection. The gym teacher carries the injured student towards the infirmary, passing by the small garden near the school building. Suddenly, the student being carried asks, Teacher, did you hear something? The teacher listens carefully and notices a faint rustling sound, as if something is stepping on the flowers and grass. The gym teacher quickly realized there was nothing underfoot, puzzled about where the sound was coming from. His gaze instinctively shifted to the nearby garden, where several enormous claw marks suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the teacher's pupils contracted sharply, and his body tensed up the moment he sensed danger. In his and the boy's line of sight, a massive green figure slowly emerged in the gardenia, terrifyingly monstrous giant lizard. Its piercing green eyes were locked onto them. Hey, can you run on your own? The gym teacher asked with a wry smile, slowly backing away while silently questioning the student on his back. Teacher, my legs are weak. The boy replied, his face full of fear. Faced with such a huge creature, anyone would be scared, especially a child. No matter what, you have to run, get security or call the police. The teacher whispered urgently, gently setting the boy down while preparing himself in a wrestling stance. Teacher, let's go together, the boy said anxiously. Get out of here now, the teacher shouted through gritted teeth, his voice as loud as a starting gun echoing in the air. The green lizard immediately lunged at them. Despite the fear in his heart, the gym teacher mustered his courage and grabbed the lizard's head, pinning it to the ground. Run! The boy stumbled as he ran back in the direction they'd come from, looking for help to save the teacher. However, just as he had run a short distance, a dark purple tongue suddenly shot out from the garden, latching onto his leg. Ah! A scream pierced the air. This scream jolted Jiang Yan on the basketball court, causing him to miss his shot. The players around him exchanged puzzled glances, but said nothing. Did you hear something? Jiang Yan asked. The players, including Su Yinglian, looked bewildered, having heard nothing. Jiang Yan realized that his enhanced physique made him more perceptive than ordinary people. The sound he heard wasn't imagined, it was real. Come with me, Jiang Yan instructed, grabbing a badminton racket and heading toward the source of the sound. Curious students followed him. The commotion of dozens of students entering the small garden quickly alerted the hunting creature. The students were horrified by the screams and the overwhelming stench of blood in the air. Jiang Yan's face turned pale, but he pressed on. He soon found a boy covered in injuries. Relieved to see he was still breathing, there was hope for him yet. Jiang Yan immediately used his ability to treat the boy. However, the boy's injuries were severe, and Jiang Yan could only ease his pain slightly, feeling his own energy depleting rapidly. At this moment, Jiang Yan turned to his classmates and said, "Take him to the infirmary, and make sure there are enough of you 4 or 5 should go together. If anything happens, just scream for help." The boys nodded immediately, with one student quickly carrying the injured person on his back, while the other 4 escorted them. Jiang Yan could hear a faint breath, which made his heart tighten as he remembered that the gym teacher had left with this student. "Xiaoyan, where are you going?" Su Yinglian noticed Jiang Yan suddenly running off, still holding a badminton racket, and hurried to follow him. Jiang Yan ignored him and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher, where are you?" Soon, a familiar voice responded, "I'm over here." Jiang Yan quickly ran toward the source of the voice. He soon saw a burly man slumped on the ground, his once white vest now stained crimson with blood, with several wounds on his chest and back, and a particularly gruesome wound on his shoulder. Seeing the severity of these injuries, Jiang Yan couldn't help but gasp. The gym teacher sat there in shock, having been terrified but mustering the courage to act because he was an adult. Jiang Yan calmly approached the gym teacher, speaking firmly, "Teacher, don't move around. Let me bandage you up first. Use some cloth to press down hard on the wound." He hadn't realized just how much he had grown in the few days since encountering extraordinary events. If he had noticed, he wouldn't have been surprised, as experiences on the edge of life and death can change anyone. "Su Yinglian, call the police." Su Yinglian snapped out of it, and quickly took out his phone to dial emergency services. Before long, police cars and ambulances arrived at the campus. Medical staff in white coats carried stretchers and loaded the severely injured gym teacher and male student onto the ambulances. The small garden was cordoned off, and officers were collecting evidence from the traces left behind. The lead officer was questioning Jiang Yan and the other students. Besides the gym teacher, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, and the male student who had passed out from shock, they were the closest to the scene and the first to discover the victims. The officer frowned and asked, "You said it was a big green lizard? When you arrived, it was trying to bite your teacher, and you drove it off." He looked at Jiang Yan with skepticism. "With your short arms and legs, if it were such a big lizard, it could swallow you whole." Jiang Yan replied with a grin, "I might have used a bit of hyperbole." Officer Chu's mouth twitched. "Tell me the truth. This concerns the safety of the area." Jiang Yan shrugged and recounted the actual events. "So you're saying that creature has skin that can change color to blend with its surroundings?" Officer Chu looked at Jiang Yan with a serious expression. Jiang Yan nodded. "Yes, that's what the gym teacher to victim told me before he passed out." Officer Chu said gravely, "That's troublesome. This type of reptilian creature has a natural protective covering and can evade detection due to its low body temperature. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the search. However, this wasn't their concern. Professionals would handle it." "Uncle, does that mean we don't have to go to school?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Officer Chu forced a smile. "Pretty much. At least until that creature is found, you can't return to school. It's too dangerous." Jiang Yan felt a pang of realization and prepared to tell Officer Chu something important. Jiang Yan put on a serious expression and analyzed. "There were at least 2 monsters earlier. One was kept busy by the gym teacher, and the other chased my classmate. They haven't killed my teacher or classmate yet, which means they don't have sharp teeth. Otherwise, they would have been bitten to death by now." Captain Chu looked at Jiang Yan in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Are kids these days really this ruthless? Discussing the appearance of monsters and casually talking about them biting people to death, didn't you realize these are real lives at stake? "Uncle, did you hear that?" Jiang Yan asked impatiently. Captain Chu gave an awkward smile. I heard. Jiang Yan sighed at his reaction. Why say so much? He's not here to deal with these things specifically. Unsurprisingly, the school gates were cordoned off, and all students and teachers were sent home. Everyone seemed tense on their way home from school and work. For the safety of the teachers and students, the school decided to temporarily close until the monsters were dealt with. Jiang Yan sat in the Su family's car, with Su Yinglian clinging tightly to his arm. With tearful eyes, she said, "Brother Xiaoyan, I'm so scared. A monster suddenly rushed into our home. Can you sleep with me tonight?" Jiang Yan responded helplessly. "What are you afraid of? Don't you have security guards?" Although a bit speechless, he let Su Yinglian hold on to him. Having witnessed the plight of his teacher and classmates today, Jiang Yan felt a bit uneasy himself. Su Yinglian pleaded, Brother Xiaoyan, I really beg you. Please move to my house and stay with me. Jiang Yin considered it. All right, but you'll have to sleep alone. I won't stay in the same room with you. Su Yinglian was relieved at first, but then looked disappointed at the latter part. Really? I can't sleep without you, Brother Xiaoyan. He hugged Jiang Yin again, pressing his head closer. Jiang Yin reluctantly pushed him away, thinking that moving to the Su family home wasn't a problem. Su's parents were very welcoming, and since his own father wasn't home, he didn't have to return there. Plus, the Su family had enough rooms, even if Zhang Lianjiu joined them. Thus, Jiang Yin and Zhang Lianjiu moved into the Su family home successfully, much to the delight of Su's parents, who saw Jiang Yin as a positive influence on their child. Shortly after all the teachers and students had left, a domestic wooling vehicle stopped at the gate of Rongqing No. 1 High School. 5 men dressed in special attire stepped out of the car. The leading man, with a cigarette in his mouth, cursed, Damn it! What's up with these demons lately? Their numbers are increasing. They are a squad from the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, specifically tasked with handling demon-related incidents, similar to Jiang Huang and his team. Last year, they received at most 1 or 2 demon attack cases per month, but this year the situation has drastically changed, with new incidents occurring almost daily. These demons seem endless, like pests that are hard to eradicate. Shortly after, a beam of light emitted from their vehicle, illuminating the entire school sky, followed by a transparent barrier descending to enclose the school. The captain announced, The barrier is activated. He turned to the team members and continued, Prepare for action, everyone. Although the enemy isn't very strong, their invisibility is troublesome. The team nodded, holding guns and specially crafted blades, weapons professionally designed to pose a threat to demons. Ordinary weapons, of course, cannot compete with demons. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was having a pleasant time at the Su family home these days. His sweet-talking always managed to amuse Su's parents. However, they seemed increasingly critical of their eldest son. Su Yinglian didn't mind, and instead clung to Jiang Yin for affection all day. At that moment, Su Yinglian was watching short videos on her phone when her expression suddenly changed. She rushed to Jiang Yin, saying anxiously, Xiao Yin, something big has happened. It's exhilarating. The end of the world is here. Jiang Yin was perplexed, unable to fathom how exhilarating and the end of the world could be connected. Su Yinglian handed the phone to Jiang Yin, who quickly saw a post that widened his eyes and turned his expression serious. The post contained only a video, simple yet shocking, documenting the downfall of a nation. In the nuclear waste-polluted sea, a colossal creature lay still, as if asleep. People speculated it might be a massive creature like a blue whale, but this guess was dismissed mercilessly yesterday. On that day, the creature believed to be a whale awoke, letting out an enormous roar, revealing its true form as it surfaced. Its body was covered in scales, with a massive, tooth-filled fish head resembling a shark, but far more menacing. This was a monster even larger than a blue whale, and to someone like Jiang Yin, it was an immensely powerful demon. With the giant demon's roar, countless strange sea monsters emerged, heading towards the waters of Sakura Country. The Sakura Country's military noticed the changes in the sea, aiming modern weapons at the demons, but suffered a crushing defeat. Warships and vessels were sunk within minutes, and soldiers were torn apart. What was thought to be the end was just the beginning, as the enormous demon's tail struck, causing seawater to flood Sakura Country's land, bringing with it a horde of demons. They rampaged on land, with modern firearms proving nearly ineffective against them. Ultimately, the demon's fangs and claws mercilessly pierced the bodies of Sakura Country's people. Finally, the enormous demon slowly approached Sakura Country, preparing to land. The video ended there. Although Jiang Yin wanted to applaud, for some reason, he couldn't find any joy in his heart. Jiang Yin sighed, not out of pity for the fall of Sakura Nation, but due to a sense of helplessness towards the madness of the world. Just days ago, he had dreamed of becoming powerful enough to destroy Sakura Nation himself, a dream now forever unattainable. As soon as the news broke, posts and short videos spread rapidly. Many people cheered, believing Sakura Nation had finally received its deserved retribution. However, more people felt a deep fear, especially those living in coastal and riverside areas, wondering who would stop these monsters if they emerged from rivers and seas onto land. In response, the authorities chose not to conceal the situation, as the survival of the nation was at stake and the truth would eventually come to light. An hour after the news of Sakura Nation's destruction spread, the Xia Nation's government released an announcement. Firstly, they emphasized that the creatures in the videos were not mutated beings, but rather an existing species known as demons. The statement highlighted that, in the eyes of demons, humans are merely food, akin to insects. The struggle between humans and demons was described as a fight to the death, with these words prominently marked in red. Additionally, the government assured that even if demons attacked, Xia Nation was equipped to handle the threat and would not succumb like the now-defunct small nation. Citizens were urged to remain calm, Avoid traveling alone to remote areas, especially at night, to ensure their safety. Starting immediately, professionals wearing special uniforms would conduct investigations in various cities. A new emergency hotline would be established for citizens to report any threatening demon sightings, allowing professionals to respond accordingly. However, those spreading false information to incite panic would face consequences from these professionals. Moreover, a new course titled Supernatural Abilities would be introduced in high schools and colleges nationwide. Anyone could enroll, and those with specific qualifications could study in this course. High achievers might bypass college entrance exams and gain direct admission to their desired universities. Finally, hundreds of laws were enacted to strictly prohibit illegal activities by certain professionals, with violators facing the death penalty. The entire nation was abuzz upon receiving this announcement, with online discussions focusing on professionals, the supernatural abilities course, and the new laws. The news of Sakura Nation's demise seemed to fade into the background, as people were initially only interested in the spectacle without truly caring about the underlying issues. With the government's assurance of their capability to protect the nation, there was no longer any need for concern. In this unpredictable world of the extraordinary, Jiang Yin had only just stepped into it for a few days and had already witnessed its mysterious side. People were increasingly focused on so-called professionals, as if the world was truly entering a new era. At this moment, Su Yinglian turned to him and said, "Xiao Yin, the school informed us that we have to attend classes tomorrow." Jiang Yin looked puzzled. "Classes tomorrow? What kind of classes? Doesn't our school still have demons?" Su Yinglian shrugged, indicating she wasn't sure either. Jiang Yin speculated that perhaps the school had found the demon, and coupled with the government's announcement about the Supernatural Abilities Department, they were calling the students back. The next day, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian walked along the campus avenue, which seemed largely unchanged. They arrived at the classroom and quietly waited for the teacher to arrive. Once everyone was present, Jiang Yin saw a burly middle-aged man enter the classroom, wearing a suit and sunglasses, standing at the podium like a giant bear. Their homeroom teacher, Tan Tian, followed him in with a warm smile, addressing the class. "Students, our school is opening a special abilities class to teach you how to become ability users. This gentleman has been invited by the officials to initiate your awakening ceremony." After Tan Tian spoke, she gave the podium to the middle-aged man. His sunglasses reflected a serious light as he forced a smile. "Children, those whose names I call, please come up one by one and touch this item." With that, he opened a sophisticated box, revealing a chest etched with strange patterns. All the students were amazed by this piece of art. Although Jiang Yin wasn't interested in art, he was drawn to the patterns on the chest and couldn't help but take a closer look. At this moment, Su Yinglian raised her hand and asked, "Sir, are you an ability user?" The middle-aged man shook his head, with a hint of regret in his voice. "I'm not a professional." Clearly, he felt disappointed for not being able to become a professional. He then began calling names, with Yu Jiu being the first to step forward for the test. The boy walked over timidly, and the middle-aged man reassured him gently. "Little guy, place your right hand on it. Don't worry, nothing will happen." The boy nodded and placed his hand on the chest, which instantly lit up with a white glow, but nothing else happened. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged man regretfully said, "I'm sorry, you don't have any abilities." The boy returned to his seat with a dejected smile. Several more students went up to be tested, but the results remained unchanged. Until it was Bai Jiaji's turn, when the chest suddenly glowed with golden light, shimmering brilliantly, and the middle-aged man showed a look of envy. Bai Gaojia stood there, puzzled, feeling a strange change within himself as if a hidden power had been unearthed. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Congratulations, you've successfully awakened your abilities." Bai Gaojia's face lit up with excitement. Despite being young, he and others like him had already realized through online announcements that the world had changed. Relying solely on academic success to rise above others was no longer possible. Only by becoming a skilled ability user could one truly control their destiny. Bai Gaojia's awakening brought smiles to the faces of his classmates. However, some children who had not awakened looked dejected, understanding that their futures would diverge from Bai Gaojia's. The brief commotion soon settled, and the middle-aged man continued to call out names as students walked up to the podium. Yet, the harsh reality set in quickly. Out of more than 30 students, Bai Gaojia was the only one who had awakened so far. Next, a girl stepped forward, placing her hand on the box, which began to glow red. The middle-aged man once again looked on with envy and said, "Congratulations, you've successfully awakened." Her name was Su Yinglian. Su Yinglian excitedly joined Jiang Yan, her face beaming with a smile she couldn't hide. "Xiao Yan, I've awakened successfully." Jiang Yan shared in her joy, responding with a smile. "Congratulations, congratulations." As his turn approached, Jiang Yan whispered to Fang Yuan, who was hiding under the desk, "I've already awakened on my own. I shouldn't have to go up there, right?" Fang Yuan's faint voice replied, "You haven't truly awakened." The shield and healing abilities are skills given by the Yuanling tree. As your affinity with it grows, your body has been slightly altered by the tree. You now have a certain probability of awakening successfully. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and he decided to give it a try. Just then, a sudden scream came from the podium. Jiang Yan quickly turned to see a boy in a school uniform sprouting fur and a tail. The boy looked at the middle-aged man in horror. With experience, the middle-aged man swiftly took out scissors to trim the fur and applied ointment to the boy's hairy arms. Soon, the boy returned to his original appearance, except for the long tail, now trailing behind him. Don't be afraid. You've just awakened, said the middle-aged man reassuringly. Beast-like abilities grant humans animal traits, and it's normal to struggle with control at first. Under his calming words, the boy gradually settled down and returned to his seat, drawing both curious and envious glances despite his unusual appearance. With a tail now, he was on a unique path, leaving others to accept their lot, no matter how unwillingly. The awakening ceremony continued, and the last to step up was Jiang Yan. He approached confidently, puzzling the middle-aged man with his bold demeanor. However, Jiang Yan's classmates were unfazed, knowing his confidence well from both academics and sports, where he excelled. All eyes were on Jiang Yan, eager to see what ability he would awaken. Placing his hand on the box, it emitted a gray light as a surge of energy flowed through him. He felt an itch on his head and back, and to his surprise, he touched furry ears. The boys in the classroom stared in amazement, while the girls squealed with delight. The homeroom teacher, Tan Tian, exclaimed, "That's just too cute." Jiang Yin now sported twitching triangular cat ears, and a tail swaying behind him. His large, black eyes looked questioningly at the teacher, almost melting her heart. The middle-aged man wore an odd expression but congratulated him nonetheless. "Congratulations on your successful awakening." Although Jiang Yin didn't feel much different, the man's gaze made him uneasy. "Is there something wrong with my awakening?" he asked. The man hesitated briefly before speaking. "If I'm not mistaken, your beast-like ability is that of a Blackfoot cat." Jiang Yin tilted his head in confusion. "Is that a problem? Awakening a Blackfoot cat ability shouldn't be an issue, right?" The man smiled slightly. Beast-like abilities can affect one's physique. For example, those with a cheetah ability grow taller, while those with a lynx ability become shorter. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock as he leaned back. "You're not saying I'll get shorter, are you?" Already standing at only 155 centimeters, any further decrease would shatter his dreams of being tall, rich, and handsome. The man replied awkwardly, "That's about right. I estimate you've shrunk by about a centimeter, but don't worry too much. With the ears, you're over 160 centimeters now." Jiang Yin fell silent, staring intently at the man, mentally repeating, "Thanks for the reassurance." His spirits had plummeted to rock bottom. Jiang Yin returned to his seat feeling distraught. The curse of not being able to grow taller weighed heavily on his heart, like a burdensome shackle, a blow from which he had yet to recover. Seeing the adorable Jiang Yin, Su Yinglian couldn't help but reach out and hug him, offering a moment of close comfort. The impact on Jiang Yin was so great that he didn't push her away immediately. Their classmates watched with envy, knowing that although Jiang Yin was destined to be shorter than others, he had set foot on an extraordinary path, which was already a significant advantage over most. At that moment, Fang Yuan's voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan appreciated one of the benefits of his partial beast transformation, now had 2 pairs of ears, enhancing his hearing beyond what it was before his awakening. Without focusing, he could clearly hear every word Fang Yuan said. "Master, these are minor issues. In the upcoming world, strength is the key. Being too tall or strong means expending more energy to dodge in battles, whereas being lean gives you more room to maneuver, which is actually a good setup for someone like you who plays a support role. In future team battles, you'll have more space to evade." Jiang Yin found this reasoning quite logical, but he was still troubled. After all, he had always aspired to be tall, wealthy, and handsome, and now it seemed his height might never increase. Just then, a middle-aged man standing at the podium spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone has completed their awakening, so I need to inform you of something. The school has established a special ability class, which only admits children with abilities. However, joining is not mandatory. If you wish to maintain a normal life, you can choose not to join this class. Those who want to join the ability class, please follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 children who had awakened their abilities immediately ran out. As Su Yinglian was leaving, she asked Jiang Yan, "Xiao Yan, what do you think this ability class will teach us?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Probably how to enhance our abilities." He didn't believe that newly awakened abilities could contend with the demon that destroyed Sakura country, so abilities must have growth potential, reaching a certain level to be useful against such colossal threats. The middle-aged man quickly led the children to a larger classroom, where many familiar faces from other classes who had successfully awakened their abilities were seated. The main focus of this class was not the men in suits, as they stood aside in the corner after bringing everyone in. Jiang Yan and the others found seats and sat down. Then, Jiang Yin noticed a young man entering the room, a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a black trench coat and jeans, moving slowly and steadily before standing at the podium. Hello, students. I am Zhao Xinghua, and I will be teaching you from now on. By the way, just like you, I am an ability user and a professional sent by the authorities. From today onwards, Zhao Xinghua's voice resonated through the classroom. His tone was serious and he seemed quite agitated. He ran his left hand through his hair, as if pondering something, and finally pulled out a piece of scratch paper, reading from it. Besides your regular training, you will also need to undergo combat training. He continued, ever since you signed up for this supernatural abilities class, your middle and high school exams have changed. From now on, you will directly confront demons. Of course, academic subjects are still indispensable, but they only account for a small part, about 20%. Zhao Xinghua's tone suddenly became even more serious. I know you all think awakening abilities is cool and impressive, but I want to tell you, the world is very dangerous now. Awakening abilities means you will deal with demons in the future, and this could come at the cost of your life. He looked around at the children in the class, noticing some hesitation on their faces. He knew that not every child at this age had the determined stance of Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian. They often needed to consult their parents. However, the authorities clearly anticipated this. Zhao Xinghua continued, you don't have to give me an answer right away. You can go home and discuss it with your parents. If needed, they can come to school and talk to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from him, creating a huge sense of pressure on the children. No one would think he was merely having a casual conversation. Jiang Yin watched this unfold, curious about how those peculiar parents would react if they came face to face with teacher Zhao. Following this, Zhao Xinghua began distributing a crystal core and a textbook to each student. Men in suits quickly brought out a box of stones. Although these stones were only the size of peanuts, they were perfectly diamond-shaped and emitted a special glow. Jiang Yin curiously examined the crystal core and the specially bound book in front of him. The book prominently displayed the words Supernatural Abilities Class, simple yet striking. As he opened to the first page, Zhao Xinghua began explaining the methods to enhance supernatural abilities. During the lesson, he earnestly explained, demons have existed since before the founding of our nation, lurking in remote mountains and forests, few in number, and kept in check by certain forces, which is why they were unknown to the public. As the environment deteriorated, the number of demons gradually increased, and those forces responsible for clearing them have now dwindled and can no longer help the country manage these threats. In order to prevent our country from following the same path as Sakura country, these forces have united to hand over all their family records and cultivation techniques to the state, explaining the existence of demons. Under the state's arrangement and management, although our country was well prepared, demons still caused some casualties. After years of research, the book, Supernatural Abilities Class, was finally compiled, detailing various demons and their weaknesses, along with a cultivation method suitable for the general public. In the evening, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian had returned to the Su family home. Each of them held a crystal core, practicing according to the cultivation methods from their textbook. Jiang Yin encountered difficulties as soon as he began. The spiritual energy from the crystal core was automatically absorbed into his body without his guidance. However, this slight energy boost didn't make Jiang Yin feel any stronger. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the Yuanling tree. Realizing this, Jiang Yin almost couldn't help but curse, thinking to himself, how could this happen? A tree that drains all the nutrients from the soil. If Su Yinglian weren't there beside him, he might have lost control. Su Yinglian asked, Xiao Yin, what exactly is this crystal core? After absorbing it, the spiritual energy in our bodies only increased a little. As he spoke, he released a bit of cold air from his palm, giving Jiang Yin a slight chill. Today, Su Yinglian awakened his pure elemental ice ability, which, although not rare, was currently weaker than even an ice pop. This situation shattered Jiang Yan's idealistic expectations. He had thought that after awakening their abilities, they would be able to perform powerful skills, but reality was starkly different. They were still too weak, and becoming stronger would require much more time and practice. At night, Jiang Yin sat on his bed, idly flipping through the book Abilities Class, while Fang Yuan floated around the room, both seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared outside the open window on the third floor. Jiang Yin and Fang Yuan immediately sensed that Zhang Lianjiu had returned. Seeing the bloodstains on Zhang Lianjiu's body, Jiang Yin was startled and quickly asked, Brother Jiu, where have you been? Zhang Lianjiu, noticing Jiang Yan's concern, immediately calmed his menacing aura and said, seeing the crystal core in your hand reminded me of the things inside the brains of demons. With that, he placed a plastic bag on the table, containing 2 crystal cores the size of adult thumbs. Fang Yuan flew closer to the table, staring at the cores and said, these are complete crystal cores. I was wondering why the ones given to you today seem to have been cut. Jiang Yin exclaimed, Brother Jiu, did you go to kill demons? Zhang Lianjiu nodded in response. Yes, the city is very unsafe now, with creatures called demons everywhere, but not every demon has a crystal core inside. Fang Yuan looked at Zhang Lianjiu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your strength seems to have increased a bit. Zhang Lianjiu nodded. Yes, I felt it this afternoon while you were cultivating. Jiang Yin absorbed the crystal core in an instant, and at the same time, Zhang Lianjiu's strength seemed to recover somewhat. Brother Zhou's strength appears to be closely linked to the growth of the Yuanling tree. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Jiang Yin concluded that although he hadn't become stronger, the Yuanling tree within him had grown a bit. Only when the Yuanling tree grows smoothly can Zhang Lianjiu's strength improve. Zhang Lianjiu nodded in agreement, and then said, when you go to school, I'll take care of fighting demons and digging out crystal cores for your cultivation. Although this sounded simple, it took him the entire evening to find just 2 crystal cores after defeating dozens of demons. He also discovered that the stronger the demon, the more crystal cores it had. Weaker demons didn't even have a single core. Jiang Yin said, let me try it now. He picked up a crystal core, intending to sit down and cultivate, but Fang Yuan stopped him. Jiang Yin looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. With his hands behind his back, Fang Yuan appeared quite wise and said slowly, don't cultivate, just eat it directly. Jiang Yin jumped up and slammed Fang Yuan against the wall, angrily saying, if you want me gone, just say it. Most of the crystal core is impurities. Why would I eat that? He recalled Zhao Xing was warning in class that crystal cores were inedible and could cause severe poisoning or even mutation into a monster if consumed. To illustrate the danger, the class was shown many horrifying images of people who had accidentally eaten them. Jiang Yin naturally didn't dare to take the risk. Fang Yuan, pressed against the wall, quickly said, wait, it's not you absorbing these, but the Yuanling tree. The impurities harmful to humans are nutrients for the Yuanling tree. Having eavesdropped on Jiang Yan's classes, he was aware of this. Jiang Yin looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously, harboring doubts, but lacking evidence. At this moment, a peculiar voice resonated from deep within Jiang Yan's mind. Although he couldn't understand it, he seemed to grasp its meaning. Don't worry, it will be fine. Jiang Yin murmured. Is it you talking to me, Yuanling tree? This time there was no response, but Jiang Yin was certain it was the Yuanling tree communicating with him. He decided to trust Fang Yuan, with his faith in the Yuanling tree surpassing his doubts about Fang Yuan. I trust you, Jiang Yin said, nearly moving Fang Yuan to tears, thinking, this little guy finally trusts me. Little did he know, Jiang Yan's trust stemmed from his belief in the Yuanling tree. Jiang Yin put the crystal core in his mouth, surprisingly finding it tasted quite good, like a cheap apple. Although he had heard that consuming crystal cores could cause dizziness, after eating 2, he felt not only fine but also invigorated, as if he could stay up all night without issue. At that moment, Zhang Lianjiu's spiritual power suddenly increased slightly, but his brow was furrowed. Concerned, Jiang Yin asked, Brother Jiu, is something wrong? Zhang Lianjiu replied solemnly, the improvement is too little. It seems there's some kind of limit preventing further breakthrough. Fang Yuan added, that's normal. We apostles must remain at the same level as our masters. Fang Yuan's words left Jiang Yin deep in thought. He realized the close relationship between himself and the apostle. The primordial spirit tree needed support from both him and the apostle, while they depended on the tree's growth. Only when the tree absorbed enough nutrients could they, the beneficiaries, continue to grow stronger. Jiang Yin understood that the apostle's strength was reliant on the tree's development, which was closely tied to his own performance as the master. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to establish a good relationship with the apostle. Jiang Yin pondered that if he only focused on increasing favorability without providing enough nutrients for the tree, he wouldn't be able to grow stronger. Everyone needed to benefit mutually and grow together to achieve their full potential. As Jiang Yin was immersed in these thoughts, the voice of the primordial spirit tree echoed again, seemingly affirming his ideas. With this understanding, he knew what actions to take. Now, he needed to increase Zhang Lianjiu's favorability. The current level of 20 made him uneasy. Brother Jiu, let's go hunt some demons later, Jiang Yin suggested. Zhang Lianjiu gave him a puzzled look, seemingly unsure of his intentions. Are you serious? Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Yin with a mocking smile, as if ridiculing his naivety. Zhang Lianjiu said solemnly, if you're thinking of fighting alongside me just to increase favorability, forget it. I may not remember much from the past, but if you hold me back in battle, I will be displeased with you. Jiang Yin looked up at Zhang Lianjiu and noticed his cold gaze, as if he were looking at a stranger. In response, Jiang Yin simply said, Brother Jiu, can you give me a chance? I want to become a competent master. He guessed that since the apostle was a companion given by the primordial spirit tree, increasing favorability was not just about improving relations, but gaining personal recognition. As his support, the only way to earn Zhang Lianjiu's recognition seemed to be through teamwork in battle. With these thoughts, Jiang Yin widened his eyes, staring intently at Zhang Lianjiu. waiting for his answer. Zhang Lianjiu slowly closed his eyes, crossing his arms as if contemplating. After a while, he opened his eyes and nodded, agreeing to let Jiang Yin join him. Jiang Yin beamed with a bright smile. Thank you, Brother Jiu, for giving me this opportunity. I won't let you down. Zhang Lianjiu did not respond, but Jiang Yin noticed that the favorability, originally stable at 20, had slowly increased to 21%. Clearly, he was right. This favorability was indeed a reflection of recognition or loyalty. Given their relatively equal status, calling it favorability was appropriate. Jiang Yin immediately copied Zhang Lianjiu's actions and climbed through the window. After his awakening, his body felt lighter, allowing him to easily leap over the Su family's high walls. Although it took him 2 minutes to get over the wall, Zhang Lianjiu raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not impressed with his speed. Jiang Yin understood that he hadn't met Zhang Lianjiu's expectations, but he had done his best. Fortunately, Zhang Lianjiu was tolerant of him. Although a bit disdainful, his goodwill didn't decrease. Zhang Lianjiu glanced at Jiang Yan's short legs. While the look wasn't aggressive, it carried a clear hint of mockery. Jiang Yan could do nothing about it. Zhang Lianjiu seemed resigned, as he picked Jiang Yan up and threw him over his shoulder. With a flash of lightning underfoot, they shot 1,000 meters ahead in an instant. Brother Jiu, do you have any way to find demons? Jiang Yan suddenly asked while on the move. Zhang Lianjiu replied in a low voice. There's a place with so many demons that you can't kill them all. The question is whether you can handle it. Jiang Yan confidently assured him. Of course, I can. I've seen all sorts of situations over the years following my father. If I've seen crime scenes, there's nothing I haven't seen. Soon, Zhang Lianjiu brought him to an abandoned warehouse district. As they arrived, Jiang Yan's cat ears twitched, picking up the sounds around them clearly. Brother Jiu, is this your chosen hunting ground? Jiang Yan asked. Zhang Lianjiu nodded. This place has a lot of rats, and to those creatures, normal-sized rats are a delicacy. What kind of animals are they? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Zhang Lianjiu didn't answer, but instead silently wrapped a bolt of lightning around his hand, which extended and gradually formed into a chain. Seeing he didn't take out his spear, Jiang Yan understood that the demons here weren't too formidable. Fang Yuan flew out from Jiang Yan's pocket, looked around, and grimaced. What kind of opponents did these two choose? It's disgusting. Jiang Yan's ears twitched again, hearing many creatures rapidly approaching them. His round eyes narrowed to slits as he saw a creature the size of a large dog rushing at them from the shadows. The thing was hideous, with 2 long antennae on its head. Holy crap, isn't that a cockroach? Jiang Yan was shocked, having never seen a cockroach of such enormous size. He wondered how it could grow so big. His body froze from shock. Just as the giant cockroach was less than 5 meters away from Jiang Yan, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the lightning chain pierced through the cockroach's body. With a cracking sound, the cockroach's limbs and body were splattered everywhere, yellow and white fluids spilling onto the ground, emitting an unpleasant odor. Jiang Yan watched the scene in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" Even a neat freak would scream at this sight. Even though the giant cockroach was dead, the visual and olfactory impact on Jiang Yan was still significant. Facing the situation, Zhang Lianjiu spoke up before Jiang Yan could, saying in a deep voice, "If you can't handle it, you can leave now." Jiang Yan clenched his fists tightly and replied through gritted teeth, "I can do it." Remember, Zhang Lianjiu's voice suddenly turned severe. On the battlefield, no matter what your role is, if you don't contribute, you're useless. And I despise useless people who just get in the way. At that moment, Jiang Yan truly realized Zhang Lianjiu's dual nature. His usual easygoing and friendly demeanor seemed like a completely different person. Once it came to combat, he showed an extremely strict side. But Jiang Yan was not about to give up. He yearned for Zhang Lianjiu's approval and knew he had to overcome this challenge. Glancing at the water pipe by the wall, Jiang Yan suddenly burst forth with strength beyond that of ordinary people and yanked it down. He swung the pipe with one hand a few times, revealing a satisfied smile. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not useless." Seeing Jiang Yan's attitude, Zhang Lianjiu's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Tonight, Jiang Yan's determination was what pleased him the most. Suddenly, Zhang Lianjiu sensed something amiss. A blinding flash of lightning burst from his palm, illuminating the area within 100 meters. Under this light, Jiang Yan realized at some point, countless giant cockroaches had surrounded them. A terrifying thought crossed Jiang Yan's mind. "Brother Jiu, those crystals you brought back tonight, could they have come from these creatures?" "Yes." Zhang Lianjiu's brief response made Jiang Yan bend over and retch on the spot. He vowed to himself that no matter how many crystals these cockroaches yielded, he would never touch them again. It was just too disgusting. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the scene, only to be knocked to the ground by an enraged Jiang Yan with a leap and a harsh swipe of the pipe. "What's so funny?" Fang Yuan struggled to get up and complained. "Are you crazy? Hitting your own people at a time like this? They're coming." Zhang Lianjiu's warning had barely left his lips when countless giant cockroaches surged forward like a tide, some even unfolding wings beneath their shells to attack at astonishing speed. Zhang Lianjiu stepped forward, his body crackling with lightning, instantly shattering a dozen cockroaches into pieces. But in the face of such a massive swarm, this damage was insignificant. A chain crackling with blue-violet electricity shot out like a spear, tracing a brilliant arc in the night. Due to the dense arrangement of the cockroach swarm, this strike pierced through dozens of them. Ah! Jiang Yan roared, swinging the pipe to smash a nearby cockroach. The blow left a deep dent in the cockroach's body. It was then he realized how powerful he had become. Although he had sensed an improvement in his physical capabilities during his interactions, he hadn't noticed the extent of his strength due to his perfect control over it. Only now, exerting himself fully, did he discover he was strong enough to easily shatter the cockroach's shells. Jiang Yan heard a loud shout and looked up to see several giant cockroaches approaching him. At that moment, just as they were about to touch him, the cockroaches seemed to be under some kind of pressure and lay still on the ground, only their antennae twitching. Seeing this, Jiang Yan immediately started swinging the hose in his hand, furiously smashing the cockroaches until they were unrecognizable. Cockroaches are naturally resilient, and after mutating, they became even more formidable. Even when smashed into a pulp, their limbs still twitched slightly. Jiang Yan thought of his savior from earlier and looked up to the sky at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard Jiang Yan's words and smiled, acknowledging his earlier rescue. Jiang Yan then turned his attention to Zhang Lianjiu, who, under the dark night sky, charged into a group of giant cockroaches like a bolt of lightning. Enveloped in lightning, his movements were incredibly swift, and each punch and kick was like a weapon, causing cockroaches to explode wherever he went. At Zhang Lianjiu's speed, he was likely to single-handedly defeat the swarm of cockroaches soon. However, Jiang Yan was puzzled as to why he hadn't seen any crystal cores. Fang Yuan then said, "You're looking for crystal cores, right? I can see them inside these cockroaches." Jiang Yan immediately asked, "Where are the crystal cores?" Fang Yuan pointed to the cockroaches Jiang Yan had just killed and said, "These three have them." Jiang Yan was reluctant, thinking it was too disgusting to dig them out, and he'd probably have to scrub his skin off afterward. Fang Yuan, seeing his reluctance, used his mental powers to extract the crystal cores from the three cockroaches and place them in a plastic bag he found somewhere. Meanwhile, 2 crystal cores were also extracted from the cockroaches Zhang Lianjiu had killed. Seeing the crystal cores collected, Jiang Yan excitedly swung his hose, turning the cockroaches into pulp. The 3 of them worked together, and in less than an hour, the number of giant cockroaches visibly decreased. Jiang Yan even had time to count the crystal cores. They had collected a total of 8 tonight, with Jiang Yan responsible for 6 of them. He had only killed 10 cockroaches, while Zhang Lianjiu had killed thousands. Yet only 2 crystal cores dropped, which was quite a disparity. Noticing this, Zhang Lianjiu's expression turned sour. Despite his efforts, he had only obtained a third of the crystal cores Jiang Yan did. Jiang Yan stifled a laugh, realizing that while Zhang Lianjiu was powerful, he was unlucky. Zhang Lianjiu said with resignation, 8 crystal cores should last you a while. Let's call it a day. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, feeling happy and thinking he should change into fresh clothes once back at the Su family. Just then, a 20-meter-long metal barrel suddenly fell from the sky, heading straight for Jiang Yan. Zhang Lianjiu reacted quickly, picked Jiang Yan up, and dodged it in a flash. Only then did they look in the direction from which the barrel had come, where a creature was slowly rising to its feet. Upon first glance, Jiang Yan's immediate thought was that the creature resembled a human. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that it could not possibly be human. After all, humans do not have large compound eyes and antennae sprouting from their heads. The creature before him had a human-like shape, but was entirely encased in a hard shell, more akin to a giant cockroach standing on 2 legs. Jiang Yan silently removed the word "like" from his mind because this creature was indeed a bipedal cockroach, or perhaps more accurately, a cockroach man. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu placed Jiang Yan on the ground, slowly drawing a long spear from his hand, exuding a blue-purple lightning aura that suggested he was ready for a formidable foe. Jiang Yan sensed that this cockroach man was in a completely different league from ordinary cockroaches. Even 100 regular cockroaches wouldn't compare to this creature. The cockroach man observed them for a moment. Then its shell opened, revealing wings that sprouted quickly. It transformed into a black blur, rapidly attacking Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan speculated that the cockroach man targeted him first, perceiving him as the weakest due to Lianji's protective actions. However, Jiang Yan wasn't about to be easily defeated. As the cockroach man swiftly approached, an invisible rope suddenly bound it. Zhang Lianjiu had intervened, but the creature was incredibly strong. Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth, said, "I can't hold it for long." He was not yet Jiang Yan's apostle, and his only usable ability was telekinesis. Though not particularly powerful, Jiang Yan's low level restricted most of his abilities. His capability to use it at all was due to his strong control. There was no need for further reminders from Fang Yuan. Almost immediately after the cockroach man was immobilized, Zhang Lianjiu was enveloped in lightning, and his spear surged forward like a thunder dragon, piercing through one of the creature's arms. However, at a critical moment, the cockroach man broke free from the telekinetic hold, quickly sensing the threat and dodging. Zhang Lianjiu's attack missed, prompting him to swiftly change tactics, unleashing thousands of arcs of electricity toward the cockroach man. The creature sidestepped again, swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Lianjiu, and swung its remaining arm at him. Zhang Lianjiu's spear clashed with the cockroach man's fist. Surprisingly, the previously severed arm of the cockroach man rapidly regenerated into a new arm, lacking a shell, which it swung directly at Zhang Lianjiu. Unable to evade, Zhang Lianjiu took the punch directly, crashing heavily to the ground. However, he wasn't one to be easily defeated. He quickly assumed a defensive stance midair and landed steadily. In an instant, he charged at the cockroach man again, this time gripping his spear with both hands, executing his spear technique. This cockroach creature was surprisingly shrewd, adeptly dodging Zhang Lianjiu's attacks and minimizing damage from those it couldn't evade. Jiang Yan, observing with his eyes, realized that this cockroach was undoubtedly a being that had stepped into the extraordinary realm, a demon that had undergone a second awakening. Earlier in class, Zhao Xinghua mentioned the ranks of demons. A zero-rank demon could potentially be killed by an ordinary person with the right tactics. However, a further evolved demon was a truly ranked entity, with significantly enhanced strength and speed, and capable of using skills. At this moment, Fang Yuan was carefully observing the opponent's abilities and quickly concluded. This was a first-rank demon with a skill of rapid regeneration. Insect-type demons often had this ability. Jiang Yan recalled the textbook content, his expression becoming serious. Fang Yuan said gravely, "Its regenerative ability is too strong. Zhang Lianjiu, having just fought a battle, is in poor condition and cannot exert his full strength to kill it. The best choice now is to retreat, regroup, and come back later." Jiang Yan paused slightly, his cat ears perked up, his gaze fixed on the cockroach. Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Yan, puzzled as to why he hadn't left. Jiang Yan said seriously, "We can't leave. The book says insect-type demons are extremely good at hiding and have a strong reproductive ability. Outside this abandoned warehouse area is a residential district. If a large number of demons rush in, countless families could be destroyed. So, we must immediately kill any powerful insect-type demon we encounter to prevent further damage." Fang Yuan tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, "Is that it? This thing isn't something we can handle right now. Even if we rest for an hour and come back, our chances would be much better. Don't risk your life on some vague sense of justice. Your life is worth more than many others." Jiang Yan replied earnestly, "Maybe, but I'm not someone who can selflessly give everything. I just want to make my own choice. Fang Yuan, you know what to do, right? Now, I'm formally asking you, lend me your strength." Fang Yuan was taken aback for a few seconds and then spoke slowly. "If you make a mistake, you might die." Jiang Yan smiled confidently, a sly grin forming at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry about that. I've got a knack for survival. Besides, that's our prey, isn't it?" Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Yan, bewildered, but soon a fierce smile appeared on his face. "You're right. That is our prey. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you." After hearing the critical information from Fang Yuan, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. He looked at the cockroach with a gaze no longer heavy and serious, but filled with blatant greed. Zhang Lianjiu was entangled with the cockroach when suddenly, he heard, "Brother Jiu, I command you with the seal. Prepare to release your treasure." Zhang Lianjiu was stunned, thinking that in his current state, releasing the treasure would have considerable delay, enough time for the creature to kill him. Despite his reluctance, under the command of the seal, the lightning around him was retracted and concentrated on the spear in his hand. Sensing a deadly threat, the cockroach immediately lunged at Zhang Lianjiu, trying to seize the opportunity to end his life. This was evidently not a smart move. If it were smarter, it should have fled immediately. Facing the attack of the cockroach man, Zhang Lianjiu didn't react immediately, but first followed Jiang Yan's orders. His eyes showed a hint of grievance, but no resentment. He had a clear sense that he wouldn't die. Just then, a small figure suddenly flew in front of him, spreading its arms as if to protect something. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan deployed a shield. The cockroach man struck it with a heavy punch, causing a dent in the light blue shield. The cockroach man continued to pound, leaving the shield pitted and uneven. Under the relentless assault, Jiang Yan could no longer hold on. The shield shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. However, this wasn't a problem. Brother Jiu was ready. Zhang Lianjiu stared coldly at the cockroach man, his spear surging with power, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. He adjusted his grip on the spear as if preparing to launch an attack with a single-handed javelin throw. The spear radiated a terrifying aura, a supreme presence that left all life trembling. In the distance, lightning burst forth in the dark warehouse area, piercing through like a railgun. This was Zhang Lianzhou's noble weapon, the Jiuxiao Fuyan spear. Although its power was only a fraction of its peak, it was still formidable, unstoppable by anything. Almost the moment Zhang Lianzhou threw it, the cockroach man began to flee. Never underestimate the movement speed of a cockroach. It's much faster than many small to medium-sized insects. But it was futile. Once Zhang Lianzhou used this move and successfully launched it, everything was over. The terrifying lightning quickly caught up with the cockroach man, turning the area beside it into a pool of lightning, and the fearsome strike instantly reduced the cockroach man to dust. Jiang Yin, lying powerless on the ground, watched the scene unfold and only slowly calmed down after a long while. Knowing how powerful it was, he wouldn't have let Brother Jiu use it. The commotion was too great. Professionals in Rome City must have sensed it, and now it was time to leave. No reason, no explanation. Zhang Lianzhou picked up the weakened Jiang Yan, his eyes sternly meeting his as if trying to see through his thoughts. Brother Jiu, grab the crystal core. We have to leave here immediately. Jiang Yan whispered. He had barely managed to hold off the cockroach man, but he had gambled correctly. The cockroach man's attack wasn't strong. Even someone as weak as him could temporarily block it with a shield. Zhang Lianzhou responded expressionlessly, leaping forward with Jiang Yan in his arms, swiftly moving away, not forgetting to take the cockroach man's crystal core, their spoils of victory. Fang Yuan quickly caught up with them, and the three decided not to return to the Su family, but instead headed back to the small cleaning shop. At that moment, none of them were in ideal condition, and returning to the Su family might arouse suspicion. It would be easier to set off again after regrouping at the shop. Zhang Lianzhou gently placed Jiang Yan on the sofa, allowing him to close his eyes for a brief rest and slip into a light sleep. After a while, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and noticed Zhang Lianzhou standing nearby. Brother Jiu, how long was I asleep? He asked. Zhang Lianzhou replied calmly, half an hour. Jiang Yan showed a trace of fatigue on his face and murmured, I can't believe I slept for half an hour. I must be more exhausted than I thought. Zhang Lianzhou's tone softened. I put you at risk tonight, and that was my failure as an apostle. Jiang Yan, looking composed, responded, that's secondary. The key is whether we got that guy's crystal core. His cat ears twitched slightly, revealing his inner excitement. We got it, Zhang Lianzhou said solemnly. That's good, but tonight's matter was my own, and it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yan replied with a smile. You could have run away and left everything to me, Zhang Lianzhou said seriously. Jiang Yan appeared slightly puzzled, his tail swaying. So what? Zhang Lianzhou coldly stated. You don't understand. Apostles don't die, but if you die, you're truly gone. Your actions tonight were too dangerous. If that thing's attack had been stronger, you could have died on the spot. Jiang Yan looked at him, tilting his head. So what? Zhang Lianzhou continued. You need to have a clearer understanding of your own abilities. Just because you have some powers doesn't mean you're invincible. Although his words were stern, they sounded warm to Jiang Yan. Thank you for caring about me, Jiang Yan said softly, looking a bit aggrieved and pitiful, his cat ears drooping. You say apostles don't die, but I can't just watch you die because we're like family now, aren't we? Apostles have the duty to protect their masters, and as your master, I also have the responsibility to treat you well, not as mere tools. Jiang Yan spoke quietly, his face showing a gentle smile. You might see this as my way of raising our relationship level, but I promise I won't change in the future. Zhang Lianzhou, seeing Jiang Yan's demeanor, poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. Jiang Yan took the glass and sipped it lightly. For some reason, he saw a hint of tsundere in Zhang Lianzhou's expression. Don't do this again, master, Zhang Lianzhou suddenly said after a long pause. Jiang Yan looked at him in shock, seeing the symbolic thermometer of their relationship level rising. 30, 40, 50. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Lianzhou. Soon, Jiang Yan realized how worthwhile his adventure was tonight, and that someone as cold on the outside but warm on the inside as Brother Jiu was exactly the type to be moved by such actions. A sudden wave of dizziness caused Jiang Yan to faint, but even as he closed his eyes completely, he could still see Zhang Lianzhou's anxious expression. By the end of the night, Jiang Yan's relationship level had successfully increased to 53%. That's quite an impressive number. Not long after Jiang Yan and his group left, three figures stood silently in the abandoned warehouse area. A middle-aged man with his hands behind his back surveyed the corpses of the cockroach demons scattered across the ground and remarked with a leisurely air, Oh my, what a tragic battlefield. If you keep slacking off, I'll kill you myself, snapped Zhang Huang, whose voice was sharp and irritated. A cockroach man's head rolled to a stop at the middle-aged man's feet. Unlike her usual homely appearance, Zhang Huang was dressed in a sleek combat outfit, exuding an intense and fierce aura. This team operated at night to ensure that ordinary citizens could sleep peacefully. After all, most demons preferred to be active at night, and it was the responsibility of their Supernatural Abilities Bureau to eliminate these threats from the shadows. The middle-aged man chuckled. Little Jiang, You've gotten really strong. You took down a first-level cockroach just like that. Humph, Zhang Huang replied coldly. These things only have speed and strength going for them. Their abilities don't even compare to other demons. At that moment, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth approached, carrying a cockroach man's corpse. It was Zhao Xinghua, Jiang Yan's homeroom teacher. These things aren't that strong. Even a slightly stronger first-level ability user can handle them, he mused, exhaling a puff of smoke. But would someone capable of such destruction use such terrifying moves on a few trash mobs? In front of them stretched a vast open space, the original abandoned warehouse seemingly leveled by some powerful force. Could any of you pull off something this big? Jiang Huang asked, turning her head. Zhao Xinghua took a deep drag on his cigarette, speaking calmly. I don't know, but there's no first level strong enough in Rong City for this. The power of that strike isn't easy for even a second-level ability user to unleash. Whatever the case, let's just say some powerful figure was training a junior, got anxious facing a strong enemy, and used this move, the middle-aged man suggested. Do you think the higher-ups will buy that? What else can we do? We can't find anyone, and there's no useful evidence left at the scene. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. He quickly realized he was in the Su family's guest room, likely brought back by Jiu Guo in the middle of the night. Feeling the surge of power within him, Jiang Yan couldn't quite gauge how much stronger he had become. 3 enhancements activating simultaneously had exhausted him to the point of passing out. Glancing at his phone on the bedside table, Jiang Yan jolted upright. Damn, it's almost 8. This was only his second day in the supernatural abilities class, and he was about to be late. Zhao Xinghua, his homeroom teacher, would surely have it in for him. But when he looked closely at the date, cold sweat drenched his back. Had slept for an entire week. Jiu Guo and the others didn't even call me. Jiang Yan thought to himself, contemplating how to explain this to the homeroom teacher. As for the Su family, it was simpler. Su's parents treated him like their own son, so being honest with them shouldn't be a problem. Soon, the scene shifted to the school office. Zhao Xinghua looked at Jiang Yan with suspicion and asked, Are you saying that during your night run, you encountered a cockroach-like demon, fought it, became stronger, and then secluded yourself for a whole week to master this power? Jiang Yan nodded, replying earnestly, Yes, that's exactly it. I even wrote a report on how to deal with cockroach demons. Zhao Xinghua's mouth twitched slightly as he questioned, Are you sure your report says you shattered the void with a punch, smashed the cockroach demon's head, and obliterated it across dimensions, even erasing its existence from the river of time? Honestly, isn't there a bit of exaggeration there? Jiang Yan stood there honestly and admitted, I did exaggerate a little bit. But, teacher, the fact that I could write so much should prove I've seen a cockroach demon, right? Zhao Xinghua rubbed his forehead, still doubtful but acknowledging that Jiang Yan's description matched the cockroach demon corpse he had seen. So, tell me honestly, how did you really kill this cockroach demon? Jiang Yan replied simply, I hit it with a water pipe. Zhao Xinghua's confusion deepened. Isn't that even more ridiculous? The cockroach demon's shell is 2 centimeters thick. Even ordinary bullets can't kill it. How could a kid like you kill it with a blunt object? Do you have that much strength? Come on, punch me, and let's see if you really have that kind of power. Given such an absurd explanation, Zhao Xinghua naturally wanted to test it out, wondering if the kid was lying. Teacher, I advise you not to try. Jiang Yan couldn't help but warn. After all, he had managed to kill the cockroach demon with a water pipe when he was weaker, and now, having grown stronger, his power was certainly more formidable. Zhao Xinghua was dismissive. What are you worried about? I'm a seasoned first-tier warrior, almost second-tier. Do you think I can't take a punch from you? Jiang Yan clenched his small fist and sighed. All right, but I suggest you stand up. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression change slightly, Zhao Xinghua felt an uneasy premonition and stood up from his chair, extending his palm. Come on, let me test your strength. Jiang Yan nodded, swung his little fist, and aimed at Zhao Xinghua's palm. He simply threw the punch without using his waist strength, afraid of causing harm. Zhao Xinghua caught the punch, but his balance faltered, and he plopped back into his chair. Jiang Yan was shocked, not knowing how strong he really was, yet amazed that a human could withstand such force. All right, I believe you. You do have the strength to kill a demon, Zhao Xinghua said with a smile. You can head back to class now. Jiang Yan nodded, obediently leaving the office. At that moment, Zhao Xinghua's smile vanished, replaced by a look of concern as he quickly dialed a number. Hey, old Wang, do you know any good orthopedic doctors? It's not for me. Someone else needs it urgently. Jiang Yan strode confidently into the classroom of the special abilities class. While his classmates from the advanced class were used to this demeanor, students from other classes often had something to say about it. What makes you so arrogant? Especially those not in his circle seemed to have an innate aversion to Jiang Yan, the academic overachiever. Brother Yan, you finally emerged from your training. Su Yinglian excitedly waved to him. Jiang Yan sat beside her and smiled. I've become super strong after my training. You haven't been slacking off, have you? Su Yinglian immediately raised her hand, conjuring a piece of ice, and chuckled. Of course, I haven't. I've fully absorbed the crystal nucleus. Look, I can freely control my ice abilities now. Jiang Yin observed Su Yinglian and quickly assessed that after a week of effort, she had barely advanced past the initial stage of 0 level. The official classification for ability users progresses from 0 to 1, 2, 3, and so on, with each level divided into early, middle, and late stages. Su Yinglian was now at the early stage of 0 level, a complete novice. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who was hiding in Jiang Yan's backpack, quickly noted that very few in the classroom had reached the mid-stage, with only a handful at the early stage of 0 level. Fang Yuan's voice sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. From my perspective, your classmates really can't compare to you now. Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Yan thought, if you want to communicate, just speak in my mind. Jiang Yan mentally replied, I didn't know you had this ability. Fang Yuan confidently responded, I'm not yet your apostle, so I can only use mental power. It's normal for me to have skills like telepathy, right? Jiang Yan, slightly annoyed, said, then why did you whisper before? I was worried someone might discover you. I can use this now because you've grown stronger and can wield more mental power. Don't take me for granted. Telepathy drains a lot of my energy, Fang Yuan retorted. Jiang Yan shrugged it off, saying, it doesn't drain mine, so I don't mind. Fang Yuan, feeling exasperated, thought, well, he's got a point. Jiang Yan said seriously, if you have time, why don't you help me assess how much stronger I've become? Since waking up, he hadn't had the chance to fully gauge his strength. Fang Yuan sighed. All right, give me a moment. After a quick scan, Fang Yuan concluded, you're quite pathetic. Jiang Yan immediately retorted, what did you say? He gripped the table tightly, causing a slight creak, as if it might crack at any moment. Several classmates immediately fell silent. They had just heard Jiang Yan's words and were puzzled about which statement had angered him so much that this adorable cat-like person seemed ready to break the table in half. Seeing Jiang Yan display his strength, those who had their own little plans quickly dismissed their thoughts. They weren't fully aware of Jiang Yan's abilities. They were just being cautious, not scared of him. At this moment, Jiang Yan wasn't paying attention to these people. He was focused on the telepathic communication in his mind with Fang Yuan. Why did you call me useless? Jiang Yan asked. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with disdain. Your spiritual power at mid-0 level is similar to an ordinary first level, but your control over it is less than 1%. Control over spiritual power? Jiang Yan was a bit confused. Fang Yuan quickly explained. It's about freely directing the flow of spiritual power within your body. Moving it to your hands when attacking, to your legs when running, or to your eyes when you want to see far. Being able to do these effortlessly is what truly makes you stronger. Otherwise, having a level without any practical use is just nonsense, isn't it? Jiang Yan was exasperated. Have you considered that I'm just a support? Fang Yuan replied. Precisely because you're a support, your control is pathetic. Supports need to frequently cast skills to aid teammates. If your control is too low, your contribution won't be significant. Jiang Yan asked. So how do I improve my spiritual power control? Fang Yuan answered. Go ask Zhang Lianjiu. His control over spiritual power is perfect. He can teach you everything you need to know. You didn't know that? Jiang Yan's mouth twitched, thinking that after all this talk, Fang Yuan couldn't help him at all. To this, Fang Yuan explained, my control wasn't developed through training, it's innate. Your question is like asking why I have 2 eyes. How am I supposed to answer that? Jiang Yan's mouth twitched again. All right, then I've enhanced my physical attributes 3 times. Just how strong am I now? In terms of levels, you're around mid-first level, Fang Yuan said. Jiang Yan's wide eyes slightly narrowed, clearly not expecting his physical attributes to be this powerful. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. By observing your changes during the 7 days you were unconscious, I've concluded that the spirit tree doesn't fully absorb the spiritual power from the crystal cores. There's always a little left for you to absorb, and that's pure spiritual power. Simply put, the more crystal cores you consume, the faster your level increases. Jiang Yan's eyes widened. So, I don't actually need to train. I just need to keep eating crystal cores? Fang Yuan nodded. That's exactly the case. Jiang Yan was thrilled. He only needed to enhance the apostle's favorability for physical attributes, and keep consuming crystal cores for spiritual power levels. This method of training seemed like a cheat. By the way, I can feel that I've gained a new skill. How do I use it? Jiang Yan asked. Fang Yuan replied. When an apostle's favorability reaches 50%, the boost you get isn't just physical. The spirit tree also rewards you with a skill. But since you're quite inexperienced, you can't sense the skill's effects or usage yet. Jiang Yan carefully examined a skill called Qingling, and noticed that its usage was similar to a healing spell, as it also required physical contact to be activated. Fang Yuan quickly provided an explanation, and Jiang Yan promptly asked, so what exactly does this skill do? Fang Yuan explained succinctly. In short, it can help restore spiritual power for yourself or others, with a maximum recovery of 20% at once. However, its effect is weaker on oneself, only restoring 1%. Jiang Yan was shocked upon hearing this and thought, in the later stages, this skill could be truly game-changing. Although the effect on himself was minimal, he was secretly pleased thinking about his teammates. Feng Yuan continued, more or less, the actual effect will depend on your control. Even the best skill is wasted if you lack control. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes, understanding that the control Feng Yuan mentioned was crucial, and decided to seek guidance from Zhou Ge. At that moment, Zhao Xingwa slowly walked into the classroom, and the entire class fell silent instantly. The reason was that during Jiang Yan's 7-day absence, Zhao Xingwa had managed to gain the respect of all the students with his astonishingly strict methods. Zhao Xingwa said calmly, "All right, today's lesson is still a practical class." The students immediately felt a wave of despair and began to murmur softly. Jiang Yan was puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with a practical class. Next to him, Su Yinglian lay on the desk, holding her head as she explained, "This practical class is actually like a PE class, but fundamentally different. We not only have to train hard, but also spar with others." Zhao Xingwa watches closely, and if both sides slack off, the training intensity increases. At these times, the students would give it their all, often ending up with bruises. Su Yinglian continued, "Not only that, Zhao Xingwa brought a strange-looking frog and required everyone to fight it. Everyone thought it was weak, but it turned out to be a disaster. She looked like she was about to cry as she added, 'Little Yin, you have no idea how tough that frog is. It fights all 30 of us effortlessly, and the worst part is it's poisonous.'" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking, a training tool that's also poisonous? Zhao Xingwa's training methods are truly unique. Su Yinglian pointed to 2 empty seats at the back. Those 2 students quit the special abilities class after losing confidence from battling the frog demon. Jiang Yan looked over and indeed saw 2 empty seats, commenting, if they couldn't last a week, their mindset wouldn't get them far in the extraordinary world. It's better they left. Soon, all the students arrived at the school's large training hall, and Jiang Yan finally saw the training frog demon. In the cage sat a demon frog, with pale blue skin and fiery red eyes, almost as large as a human. Zhao Xingwa tapped the iron cage with a playful expression, and the frog demon immediately let out a fierce croak. Today's training was straightforward. They were to battle this adorable frog demon. Seeing Zhao Xingwa's gloating smile, all the students in the special abilities class knew there was no escaping today's ordeal. Zhao Xingwa scanned the room and quickly spotted Jiang Yan, a sly look crossing his eyes. This kid broke my bone with a punch. Let's see if I can make things difficult for him. Jiang Yan suddenly shivered, feeling as if something sinister was watching him. With a gentle smile, Zhao Xingwa called out, "Jiang Yan, please step forward." Instantly, all eyes were on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was bewildered, thinking, I just got back, and you're already targeting me? Nonetheless, he obediently stepped forward to Zhao Xingwa's side. Zhao Xingwa ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, messing it up completely. "Let me introduce Jiang Yan. Although he was on leave for 7 days, his strength surpasses all of yours. You can learn a lot from him," Zhao Xingwa said with a kind smile, ignoring the increasingly unfriendly looks from the other students. "Mr. Zhao, if I hurt anyone, it's not my responsibility." Jiang Yan turned and flashed a smile at Zhao Xingwa, a smile that concealed a hint of menace and violence. Zhao Xingwa's breath hitched. He knew Jiang Yan's strength. A normal student would be hospitalized for weeks after a hit from him. Just a single sentence made Zhao Xingwa choke on his words, leaving him to mutter, "Just don't kill anyone." "You said it, Mr. Zhao," Jiang Yan replied, stroking his chin while his fluffy tail wagged behind him, clearly up to no good. Zhao Xingwa quickly left, as his arm was still injured, and he couldn't supervise the students indefinitely. Once Zhao Xingwa was gone, the students relaxed, though they still paired up for sparring as a formality. Jiang Yan glanced around at the others' abilities, quickly concluding that none were a match for him. He headed to the corner of the training hall and started reading to brush up on his knowledge. There was a wealth of official information on demons, which would be useful in the future. Jiang Yan knew well that strengthening his abilities required absorbing many demon cores, so he would eventually have to face various demons, rather than relying solely on his powerful abilities. Understanding both oneself and the enemy was key to victory. Thus, he was preparing himself by studying. Just then, a boy with dyed yellow hair approached Jiang Yan with disdain, sneering, "I hear you're strong?" Jiang Yan merely glanced at him and continued reading, ignoring him completely. The boy with yellow hair continued to taunt, "If you're so strong, why not spar with me?" Jiang Yan remained unfazed, focused on his book. Though he didn't respond, the girls in the class were not pleased and glared at the boy with disapproval. As Zhou Xian was about to make a move on the poor little cat, an angry shout from a girl suddenly rang out. "Zhou Xian, have you lost your mind? Cats are so adorable, and you want to hit one." A group of girls stormed over, fuming. "How about you try messing with us instead?" The blonde-haired Zhou Xian was irritated by this unexpected reprimand. He glared at Jiang Yan, who seemed completely oblivious to his presence, and snatched the textbook from Jiang Yan's arms. Jiang Yan tilted his head, giving Zhou Xian a curious look, as if puzzled by what Zhou Xian intended to do. Jiang Yan, show me what you're made of, Zhou Xian declared with a dramatic flair, leaving Jiang Yan speechless. When Jiang Yan reached out to retrieve his book, Zhou Xian tossed it aside with a taunting smirk, which completely infuriated Jiang Yan. You want to fight me? That's right, let's spar. Zhou Xian nodded smugly. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Sure, but I don't do anything without a reward. This innocent, yet shrewd remark caught Zhou Xian off guard. He hadn't expected Jiang Yan, who seemed harmless, to say something like that. Jiang Yan stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked at Zhou Xian with interest. If there's no reward, then forget it. I'll give you 10,000 if you win. Zhou Xian quickly offered. 10,000? What am I, a beggar? Jiang Yan crossed his arms and sneered. Make it 30,000. In this prestigious school, many students came from well-off families, and having a few thousand as pocket money was not unusual, but 30,000 was a significant amount. Zhou Xian's face turned pale with hesitation, but he soon regained his composure. I can't give you 30,000. How about this? If you win, you get this week's energy crystals. If I win, yours are mine. Deal. Deal. Jiang Yan nodded decisively. Shall we start? Zhou Xian immediately set the rules. We'll fight inside the white lines at the center of the training hall. No stopping unless someone concedes or is unable to continue. At that moment, Su Yinglian called out from a distance. Xiao Yan, he's one of the top 5 in the class. Jiang Yan gave her a reassuring look and turned back to Zhou Xian. Just to be clear, if something happens to you, I'm not responsible. You should worry about yourself. Zhou Xian replied with a cold smile. The two of them took their positions at opposite ends of the training hall. Zhou Xian suddenly remembered something and added with a flourish. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Xian, a combat-type ability user, specializing in battle armor. Jiang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Zhou Xian's dramatic behavior. In this world, ability users were divided into combat and life types. All abilities suitable for fighting fell under combat type, while those used for construction, healing, and other everyday tasks were classified as life type. Jiang Yan stood on the training field, his gaze steady as he pondered silently. Combat-type ability users are categorized into several types: offensive, armor, support, and agile. The opponent in front of him was clearly of the armor type, with an incredible defense. Jiang Yan instantly realized the disparity in strength between them and felt a silent relief, thinking, I have the upper hand. Out of courtesy, he clasped his hands together and said earnestly, I am a combat-type support ability user. As soon as he spoke, his classmates around him looked at Jiang Yan in shock. Everyone had assumed he would be an offensive type, given that beast transformation users are typically known for their physical strength, and the ones they had seen before were all offensive types. It was a surprise to learn that Jiang Yan was a support type. So the question is, where does Jiang Yan get the confidence to accept Huang Mao's challenge? Huang Mao looked at him in disbelief. You're a support type and you dare accept my challenge? Jiang Yan shrugged, his expression calm, and replied indifferently. Of course, there's no problem because you're pretty weak. This statement hit Huang Mao like a heavy blow, igniting his anger. Under the sharp gaze of the surrounding girls, Huang Mao responded coolly. How dare you, a shorty, call me weak? His words were full of provocation. Jiang Yan felt a sharp pain, like a knife stabbing straight into his heart. At this moment, Su Yinglian couldn't help but cover her eyes, unwilling to see the potentially brutal scene unfold. Beside her, Bai Gaojie asked, Su Yinglian, aren't you worried that Jiang Yan might lose? You two are quite close, shouldn't you be concerned? Su Yinglian replied softly. You know my Xiao Yanga has always been on the shorter side, but no one has ever called him a shorty to his face. Do you know why? Why is that? Bai Gaojie asked, puzzled, as he had transferred in the latter half of the first year and wasn't aware of the situation. Su Yinglian whispered, because Xiao Yanga is really good at fighting. At this point, Huang Mao noticed Jiang Yan's expression had changed and sneered. So what if I call you a shorty? Now, let me show you my ability. With that, hard stones emerged on Huang Mao's skin, transforming him into a stone man, and he charged towards Jiang Yan with heavy steps. Jiang Yan smirked, self-mockingly. I've always known I'm not tall, and I'm aware of the discrimination, but I hate it when people bring it up. His eyes turned cold as he suddenly leaped forward, aiming a small but powerful fist at Huang Mao's abdomen. Boom! The scene before everyone was astonishing. Jiang Yan's small figure shot like lightning, his fist striking Huang Mao's stomach with tremendous force. The rocks on Huang Mao's abdomen shattered on impact, even leaving a dent, and he spewed stomach acid into the air, losing control and crashing into the training hall's wall, stuck there unable to move. After taking Huang Mao down with a single blow, Jiang Yan looked menacingly at the rest of the class and said coldly, Some of you might not know my rules, so let me remind you. Anyone who dares to call me short again will end up like him. Su Yinglian, get someone to take that useless piece of trash to the infirmary. With the college entrance exams just around the corner, I wish all the senior students the best of luck. May you achieve your desired results. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Su Yinglian quickly snapped out of her confusion and urgently shouted, "Quick, get him to the infirmary." Jiang Yan watched as a few classmates hurriedly lifted the blonde-haired student and carried him away. His previously stern expression softened. He walked over to the textbooks that had been thrown to the ground, picked them up, dusted them off, and prepared to continue reading with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, he sensed a strong wave of hostility. Although Jiang Yan was perceptive, he was still just a child and couldn't react in time. An arm, like a long blade, struck him from behind, knocking him to the ground. As he fell, Jiang Yan recognized a pair of familiar legs. Zhao Xinghua had returned, his face full of anger as he glared at Jiang Yan. "I was gone for just 5 minutes, and you sent someone to the infirmary. Are you tired of living?" Jiang Yan, holding his head where a large bump had formed, looked at Zhao Xinghua with a fearful yet harmless smile. "Mr. Zhao, it wasn't on purpose, do you believe me?" Zhao Xinghua shouted back. "Not a chance." Realizing they couldn't come to an agreement, Jiang Yan quickly rolled to the side and scrambled away. "Trying to escape? Did you ask me first?" Zhao Xinghua immediately gave chase. His hand formed into a knife, repeatedly striking at Jiang Yan's head, filling the training hall with Jiang Yan's cries. Zhao Xinghua grew more excited as he attacked, clearly sensing Jiang Yan's impressive physical abilities. Despite being only a zero-level ability user, Jiang Yan's physical condition was approaching mid-level 1, or even stronger. During the assault, Zhao Xinghua was surprised to discover that Jiang Yan's spiritual power had reached mid-zero level, marking him as a prodigious talent nationwide. As Zhao Xinghua pursued him and was about to land another blow, his hand was suddenly stopped by a transparent blue shield. Jiang Yan had tried to escape, but realized he couldn't outrun Zhao Xinghua. To avoid further injury, he decisively activated his shield skill. Zhao Xinghua looked at the spherical shield and the boy inside with interest. The classmates in the abilities class watched Jiang Yan in shock and confusion. Zhao Xinghua tapped the shield with his finger, causing ripples on its surface. Jiang Yan didn't respond to Zhao Xinghua. He was busy tending to the bump on his head. He felt that going out with such a noticeable bump affected his image. This scene left Zhao Xinghua wide-eyed in disbelief. "No way you have 2 skills." Zhao Xinghua was so shocked that he almost pressed his face against the shield, distorting it. Jiang Yan wanted to say he actually had 3 skills, but chose to remain silent, knowing that ability users typically only gain skills after reaching level 1. Despite being at the 0 level of spiritual power, Jiang Yan had 3 skills, which was unheard of nationwide. When Zhao Xinghua questioned him, Jiang Yan nodded in confirmation. Zhao Xinghua was taken aback, finding it incredible that someone at 0 level could have 2 innate skills. However, since they were all support skills, he found it somewhat acceptable. He quickly put on a friendly smile, looking at Jiang Yan like a mischievous uncle trying to coax a child. "Jiang Yan, just take down the shield. I promise I won't hit you. In fact, I'll give you an opportunity." Jiang Yan looked at Zhao Xinghua, puzzled. "What opportunity?" Zhao Xinghua replied with a smile. "Take down the shield first, and then we'll talk." Jiang Yan shook his head. "No way. You're probably going to strike me as soon as I drop the shield." He was on high alert, as if he had seen through Zhao Xinghua's intentions. Zhao Xinghua, frustrated, clenched his jaw and said with a sinister smile, "You're quite the defiant one, aren't you? Looks like I'll have to use a bit of force." Jiang Yan was filled with fear, thinking that if Zhao Xinghua showed any sign of aggression, he would call for help. Finally, Zhao Xinghua made his move. He channeled a significant amount of spiritual power into his right hand, using it like a blade. A flash of light swept by, and Jiang Yan saw a clear scratch mark on his shield. Shortly after, the shield shattered into pieces, leaving Jiang Yan sweating and stunned, unsure of what to do. What the heck? How is old Zhao this powerful? Even a first-level cockroach demon would need dozens of punches to break my shield. But now, it just got pierced in an instant. Zhao Xinghua picked Jiang Yan up like a kitten and carried him out of the training hall. Jiang Yan was terrified, thinking, "Help! Old Zhao is about to punish a student. Principal, help!" Smack! Another punch landed on his head, and Jiang Yan quieted down. Once in the teacher's office, he stood nervously, anxiety written all over his face. Zhao Xinghua sat down and smiled at him. "Don't worry, I didn't bring you here to punish or scold you. I want to offer you a great opportunity." Jiang Yan muttered under his breath. "Sounds too good to be true. This can't be anything good." Zhao Xinghua's eyebrow twitched. "I heard that." The office fell silent. Being young and impatient, Jiang Yan spoke first. "So, teacher, what is this opportunity?" Zhao Xinghua finally smiled. "I'm giving you a chance to work for the government." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up at the words. "Teacher, could you tell me more about the details?" Zhao Xinghua noticed Jiang Yan's interest and, with a calm expression, said, "You know, the whole country is in chaos with demons causing trouble. Some areas might already be overrun, and we have too few capable people to handle it." Jiang Yan felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively took a couple of steps back. "You can't be serious, teacher. You don't want me to join the official forces and fight demons hidden, do you?" I'm just a kid, not even 16 yet. Are they really sending kids to the front lines now? Zhao Xingguo was momentarily speechless at these words. Once he regained his composure, he gave Jiang Yin a gentle tap on the head to quiet him down. Lowering his voice, Zhao Xingguo explained, the opportunity I'm talking about isn't about sending you to the battlefield. Even though the situation is dangerous, we can handle it. Unless all of us veterans fall, it won't be your turn. Jiang Yin rubbed his head and asked curiously, so what exactly is this opportunity you're talking about, teacher? Zhao Xingguo smiled. Simply put, it's about getting a certificate to become a reservist. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up again. Does that mean I won't have to attend classes anymore? Zhao Xingguo's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, how much do you hate attending classes? Your grades are excellent, yet you don't want to go to class. It's ridiculous. He knew Jiang Yan's situation well, especially after he disappeared for a week without reason, prompting an investigation. You'll undergo rigorous training there, and all your performance will be recorded in your personal file, Zhao Xingguo added. Jiang Yan asked, what do I have to give up to join this training camp, teacher? Zhao Xingguo replied, just patriotism. This training camp gathers elites from across the country under 16. It's also an initiative to cultivate new forces. Jiang Yin questioned further, is this training camp for all first-level ability users, teacher? Zhao Xingguo shook his head. No, it's specifically for all teenagers under 16. Each small county has 2 spots to recommend, and after seeing your skills, I have high hopes for you. Jiang Yin felt uneasy. But I'm only at 0 level, not some prodigy. Zhao Xingguo raised an eyebrow. Why don't I believe you when you say that? Don't overthink it. My confidence in you doesn't mean everyone will feel the same. You'll have to pass the local selection first. If you unfortunately don't make it, it just means you're not good enough. Jiang Yin nodded, understanding the situation. Although Rongqing is small, there are quite a few ability users, all hoping their own can succeed, leading to a tense and competitive atmosphere. All right, you don't need to attend class tomorrow. Come with me for training with the demon hunting squad, Zhao Xingguo said. Jiang Yin was puzzled and asked softly, teacher, what's the demon hunting squad? Zhao Xingguo replied calmly, exactly what it sounds like, a local squad in Rongqing that hunts demons. Jiang Yin was full of questions. Weren't you the one who noticed me? Zhao Xingguo said confidently, I only value your abilities, not you as a whole person. You'll have to prove your worth with your achievements, both to me and to those above. Jiang Yin understood that this opportunity wouldn't be easy. Zhao Xingguo continued, but don't worry, you're just an intern. We'll only teach you some basic skills, and you won't be burdened with miscellaneous tasks. You're there for training, not to participate in demon hunting activities. Do you have any questions? Jiang Yin slowly lifted his youthful face and asked softly, am I going alone? Zhao Xingguo shook his head. No, other kids in the class with good potential can go too, like Su Yinglian and Bai Gaojia. Although their abilities are simple, they have top-notch talent. With enough resources, they could soon reach the first tier. Jiang Yin nodded, understanding the situation. He was just a support role and had no intention of being a lone wolf in this chaotic world. If he had to choose between the official organization and other major forces, he would choose the official one. After all, there are people who genuinely work hard in the official organization, unlike those in major forces. Compared to other family-like major forces, the official organization seemed more reliable. Back in the classroom, Su Yinglian, his deskmate, quickly asked, Xiao Yan, did old Zhao give you a hard time? Jiang Yin replied, old Zhao didn't trouble me. Yinglian, are you going to train with old Zhao's demon hunting team? Su Yinglian said, old Zhao told you about it, huh? Actually, the whole class knows. On the 3rd day after the special abilities class was opened, old Zhao mentioned it. It was meant to be extra training for those with good talent. Jiang Yin wondered why he was only hearing about this now. Oh right, he had been unconscious for a week and missed a lot. He asked, did old Zhao tell you that we can start training with the demon hunting team tomorrow? Su Yinglian scratched her head and after a moment said, no, he only said that whoever reaches mid-0 tier first will get extra training. Jiang Yin nodded, thinking this made sense. His current spiritual power level was about mid-0 tier, meeting Zhao Xingguo's criteria. He then asked Su Yinglian some more questions and gathered some insights. Firstly, Zhao Xingguo never mentioned the training camp to other students and had no expectations of what joining the demon hunting team would entail. This indicated that Zhao Xingguo didn't have high hopes for these students. From another perspective, it showed how highly Zhao Xingguo thought of him. After all, having 2 skills at 0 tier was indeed exceptional. Jiang Yin planned to discuss with Fang Yuan, so he asked Fang Yuan to initiate a mental conversation. They started discussing. Fang Yuan said, an official organization? If they can provide you with enough protection, joining them wouldn't be a problem. He thought for a moment and added, but the premise is that it's truly an organization that serves the country and the people, not one that prioritizes the interests of those at the top. Jiang Yin nodded, I understand. After school, Jiang Yin had a chat with Zhang Lianjiu. Zhang's attitude was similar to Fang Yuan's. Both supported Jiang Yin joining the demon hunting team. Despite having the apostles' company, Jiang Yin's own strength seemed too fragile. Continuing to grow without guidance might lead him astray in the future. Joining an official organization and receiving systematic training could be more beneficial for him, given his young age. It's worth a try. By the way, Brother Gio, what were you up to during the week I was unconscious? Jiang Yin asked casually, though he was genuinely concerned about Zhang Lianjiu. He learned from Su Yinglian earlier that Zhang Lianjiu hadn't been staying at the Su family home much during his unconsciousness, and had been out all day, rarely seen, even eating. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu placed a cloth bag in front of Jiang Yin and said calmly, I was collecting demon cores for you. All the ones I could defeat are in here. As for the others, I couldn't manage. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Jiang Yin looked at the bag filled with demon cores, at least dozens of them, indicating Zhang Lianjiu's immense effort. However, Jiang Yin didn't know what he could do for Zhang in return, so he asked directly, Brother Jiao, is there anything you need me to do? Zhang Lianjiu looked at him puzzled and replied, an apostle serves their master without expecting anything in return. Jiang Yin confidently said, rather than being just a master-apostle relationship, we're more like brothers. So if there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Zhang Lianjiu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, he reached out and gave Jiang Yin a big hug before letting go, leaving Jiang Yin a bit bewildered. What's going on? Zhang Lianjiu said in a deep voice. As our relationship grows closer, I find my memories gradually returning. Jiang Yin was overjoyed and asked with a smile, Brother Jiao, your memories are coming back? Zhang Lianjiu's lips curled into a slight smile. I've only remembered a few fragments, not everything. I recall having a brother too, but I failed to protect him, and he met an untimely death. Since you call me brother, can I treat you as a brother from now on? Jiang Yin pondered this, unsure if Zhang Lianjiu seeing him as a brother rather than just a master was good or bad. He couldn't judge, but he knew he didn't see Zhang Lianjiu as a mere tool, as Zhang had emotions too. Brother Jiao, if you're willing, I'd be happy to be your brother. Jiang Yin quickly hugged Zhang Lianjiu's arm, playfully swaying it, but I still think I'm the one benefiting the most. Zhang Lianjiu looked down and asked, why? Jiang Yin replied with a cheeky grin. Because I gain a brother who will protect me. Zhang Lianjiu then adopted an elder brother's demeanor. Let's start training now. I'll supervise you. Jiang Yin reluctantly released Zhang Lianjiu's arm, understanding it was for his own good. In these turbulent times, only by becoming stronger could one avoid being left behind. He noticed that after agreeing to Zhang Lianjiu's request, the thermometer representing goodwill steadily rose, reaching 59, just shy of 60. Although it was a bit disappointing, Jiang Yin knew there was no need to rush. He picked up the bag of crystal cores and began to indulge himself. Each time he consumed a crystal core, the Yuanling tree within him absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, leaving behind only insignificant remnants. Therefore, despite having nearly 100 crystal cores, Jiang Yin couldn't quickly advance to the first tier. Zhang Lianjiu hadn't noticed any enhancement in his own strength, indicating that unless Jiang Yin broke through to the first tier, Zhang Lianjiu's strength wouldn't improve either. However, this feast wasn't without benefits, as Jiang Yan's spiritual power level entered the late stage of the 0 tier. The next day, Jiang Yin stepped out of the Su family home, ready to join the demon hunting team. Mrs. Su handed him a lunchbox with a beaming smile, saying, Xiao Yin, you've made such progress, joining the demon hunting team so quickly. The news of the demon hunting team had already spread among the children in the ability class, and Mrs. Su was proud of him. Auntie, this is too much. I can't finish it. Jiang Yin joked, holding the 3-tiered lunchbox with joy written all over his face. Mrs. Su chuckled. You little foodie, eat more and grow strong. She then scolded her son, Su Yinglian, who was standing nearby. What are you doing? Get back to training. Xiaoyan specially brought you 2 crystal cores, so you better work hard. Although the Su family was wealthy, the world had changed, and they needed to cultivate an ability user to continue thriving. Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Su had become more demanding of their son, as they couldn't rely on outsiders and naturally hoped to nurture their own child. While ordinary people had heard of crystal cores, there was no market for them. Crystal cores could only be obtained from demons, and only ability users dared to take action. Ability users also needed crystal cores for cultivation, so they wouldn't sell them. The 2 crystal cores Jiang Yin brought increased Mr. and Mrs. Su's fondness for the charming young man. Mrs. Su looked at Jiang Yin, finding him even more endearing. Su Yinglian said bitterly, Mom, how can I compare to Brother Xiao Yan? He's a genius. Jiang Yin thought to himself, No, I'm not a genius. I just have a cheat. But outwardly, he maintained a humble smile and said to Mrs. Su, Auntie, I'll leave now. I need to get to the demon hunting team. Soon, Jiang Yin was in the Su family's car, speeding towards the address Zhao Xinghua had given him. Jiang Yin quickly arrived at the specified location, but when he saw the building in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It wasn't the skyscraper he had imagined, nor was it an inconspicuous small building. It was a massive department store. Despite the considerable foot traffic, Jiang Yin couldn't shake the feeling that this didn't seem like the base for a demon hunting team. He looked at the driver with doubt and asked, "Uncle Driver, are you sure this is the address I gave you?" The Su family's dedicated driver responded respectfully, "Young Master Jiang, this is indeed the address you provided. The nearby streets and intersections all match." Looking at the enormous store, Jiang Yin felt a strong urge to leave immediately, but he decided to look around a bit to ensure he wasn't at the wrong place. So, he asked the driver to head back. Just then, a man in casual clothes slowly walked out of the store. It was Jiang Yan's teacher, Zhao Xinghua. He recognized Jiang Yan immediately. After all, Jiang Yan's distinct, beast-like appearance stood out in the morning crowd. Zhao Xinghua waved and shouted, "Jiang Xiaoyan, over here, over here. Didn't expect you to be so punctual." However, upon seeing Zhao Xinghua, Jiang Yan turned and ran in the opposite direction without hesitation. Zhao Xinghua was puzzled, wondering, "What does it mean when you run away as soon as you see me?" He then burst into a speed far surpassing Jiang Yan's and quickly caught him, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him back toward the store. "Why are you running when you see me?" Zhao Xinghua asked in annoyance. Jiang Yan, with a complex expression, muttered, "I'm here to learn from the demon hunting team, not to work in a department store. Besides, hiring child labor is illegal, isn't it?" Zhao Xinghua sighed inwardly, thinking, "What do you mean by that?" "This is the Rongqing branch of the demon hunting team." Jiang Yan continued to struggle, glaring at Zhao Xinghua with frustration, thinking, "Just because you're at a higher level doesn't mean you can bully me, a support type." After a while, realizing that resistance was futile, Jiang Yan stopped struggling to save his energy. Zhao Xinghua brought him into the store, bypassed the shopping area, and entered an elevator reserved for staff. When the elevator reached its destination, Zhao Xinghua let Jiang Yan go. "Old Zhao, are you sure there's really a place for me to train here?" Jiang Yan asked skeptically, still annoyed. Zhao Xinghua replied with a smile, "Of course there is. Our training facility has 5 underground levels, all built with high-density alloy. It's perfectly safe." The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a massive underground space to Jiang Yan's clear eyes. Hundreds of people in specialized uniforms were bustling back and forth, swiftly exchanging documents, creating a scene of intense activity. Standing to the side, Jiang Yan observed a staff member answering a phone call, quickly jotting down details about a demon and immediately arranging a team to handle it, all with remarkable efficiency. Occasionally, fully equipped individuals would leave, clearly tasked with dealing with demons. Zhao Xinghua walked through the area with Jiang Yan, and despite the surrounding hustle, many stopped to greet them, indicating Zhao Xingguo's significant status there. He responded with a slight smile, saying little, and continued leading Jiang Yan forward. "Jiang Yan, let me take you to meet the head of our demon hunting team division." Jiang Yan curiously asked, "Head? Aren't you the head teacher? You must have a high position to bring someone here, right?" Zhao Xinghua laughed and replied, "I'm just a team leader. The head is the only second-tier ability user in Rongqing, more than capable of overseeing this small town." Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with curiosity, thinking to himself that the presence of a second-tier ability user meant the authorities had prepared well, placing strong individuals in smaller areas. In the current era, 0 tier was considered a novice, 1st tier was mid-level, and 2nd tier was strong. Although the Xia Kingdom hadn't disclosed how many strong individuals there were, Jiang Yan knew there were quite a few. Regardless, he was determined to stay close to the official powers. Soon, Zhao Xinghua led Jiang Yan to the deepest part of an office. As they approached, a deep male voice came from inside. "Come in." Zhao Xinghua opened the door with a smile, revealing an old man with a receding hairline sitting in a chair, wearing a white tank top and floral shorts, fanning himself with a palm fan. Jiang Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, wondering if all strong individuals were so unconventional. "Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Rongqing division, Minister Su Qixio," Zhao Xinghua said. Jiang Yan politely greeted, "Hello, Minister Su." Su Qixio looked at Jiang Yan with a kind smile. "Welcome to the demon hunting team, Xiao Yan." Jiang Yan was puzzled. "Minister Su, am I joining the demon hunting team already?" Su Qixio laughed. "Not quite yet. There's a document you need to sign." With that, he took out a document, placed it on the table, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at it and saw the bold words, "Temporary Team Member Regulations." It listed various rules, including the training Jiang Yan would undergo and the obligations he wouldn't have to fulfill. For example, if demons caused trouble, Jiang Yan had the right to choose not to fight them. Su Qixio seemed to understand what Jiang Yan was concerned about and smiled. "You, child, hurry up and sign. You're here because you're worth nurturing. We wouldn't let a good seedling go to the battlefield casually. However, if something does happen, I hope you, as a healer, can help treat the wounded." Jiang Yan looked at Su Qixio, somewhat bewildered, and quietly asked, "Minister Grandpa, is the healer type really that rare?" The content of the document made him feel like he was being treated as a national treasure. Su Qixio gave a knowing smile. Zhao Xinghua reached out and gently ruffled Jiang Yan's fluffy hair, smiling as he said, Healing types are rare across the nation. If it's just about making wounds heal, that's considered medical type. They can handle minor injuries, but when it comes to serious ones, they just can't keep up. As he spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in Zhao Xinghua's eyes. Jiang Yin sensed the heaviness of the topic and chose not to press further. Instead, he picked up the document and gently pressed it on the red clay nearby, quickly adding his fingerprint to it. Su Qixio, with a cheerful grin, put away the document and turned to Zhao Xinghua, saying, Jiang Yin is quite close to you, so I'll leave the next part to your team. Zhao Xinghua nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Su Qixio then looked at Jiang Yin with a kindly smile and asked, Jiang Yin, how's old man Shin doing these days? Jiang Yin was surprised and asked, you know my old man? Su Qixio chuckled. We're old acquaintances. He's been living in this area for over a decade, so we've exchanged a few words. Jiang Yin nodded, feeling a growing fondness for the elderly man. Now it's time for your training, little guy. Work hard. We're all waiting for you to grow stronger and fight alongside us. Jiang Yin straightened his posture and earnestly replied, yes. Zhao Xinghua then led Jiang Yin to a special office area underground. Go. Oh no, I'm down. Damn, Zhao Yun, save me. I love you so much. Jiang Yin peeked through the office door and saw two men and a woman leisurely playing on their phones, their voices indicating they were struggling in a game. Zhao Xinghua, looking helpless, covered his face and knocked on the table. The trio immediately turned their heads towards them, then quickly returned their focus to their phones. Go. Don't leave me hanging. Watch me switch gear. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched as he noticed Zhao Xinghua's expression grow increasingly stern. Zhao Xinghua cleared his throat and said seriously, stop playing around. We have a temporary team member here. Don't give them the impression you're unreliable. As soon as he spoke, the three put down their phones and looked at Jiang Yan with curious eyes. Jiang Yan wore a polite smile, his cat ears twitching slightly with nerves. Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Yan. Just joined today, and I'm an auxiliary type. His soft, sweet voice brought a sense of comfort to everyone. What a cute little brother, the female team member exclaimed, covering her mouth with a smile, instantly charmed by his feline features. The two male members also offered Jiang Yan friendly smiles. Zhao Xinghua continued the introductions. This is Su Qing, our team's intelligence officer. The female team member waved at Jiang Yan with a smile. Zhao Xinghua then said, this is Mo Dazhuang. We call him Dazhuang. Don't let his sturdy appearance fool you. He's our team's main damage dealer. The muscular man nodded in acknowledgement. The last person here is our team's defense specialist. However, his fighting style is generally very aggressive, so we call him Madman. The seemingly frail man looked bitter, apparently not pleased with the nickname. Zhao Xinghua continued, I'm the leader of this squad. Typically, a demon hunting team consists of at least 4 people because we need to balance information gathering, attack, defense, and control. Working together allows us to minimize casualties when taking down demons. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. This is also explained in textbooks. In these chaotic times, collaboration is crucial for survival. A lone wolf without extraordinary abilities would be at a huge disadvantage when facing a group of demons. Su Qing suddenly looked surprised. Xiaoyan, have you reached the later stage already? Jiang Yan looked at Su Qing, puzzled, curious about how she could tell his level so easily. Su Qing, what do you mean? Zhao Xinghua asked, confused. Jiang Yan has already reached the later stage of 0 rank. Boss, you've really brought a talented kid this time. Su Qing reached out to touch Jiang Yan's cat ears, and when his little head leaned into her hand, her heart melted. Oh my, Zhang Xiaoyan is almost at rank 1. Truly a genius. Dezhuang laughed and said, Madman also mentioned that starting training for less than a month and reaching the later stage of 0 rank is quite impressive. Jiang Yan humbly replied, not really. I just managed to catch a demon and got its crystal core. That's why my training speed increased a lot. As everyone chatted and laughed, their relationships quickly became closer. Zhao Xinghua then said, you guys stop chatting. Zhang Xiaoyan is here to train, not waste time. He turned to Jiang Yan and said, all right, boss, we'll teach him well, don't worry. Hee little brother, what color sack do you like? Everyone looked at Su Qing with strange expressions. Su Qing defended herself. What's wrong? I find Jiang Yan so cute and want to take him home. Is there a problem? Zhao Xinghua, exasperated, said, I advise you to give up on that idea. Kidnapping minors is illegal. Su Qing looked bitter, pinched Jiang Yan's soft cheek, and sighed. Sorry, little brother, I can't save you. Good luck surviving. Jiang Yan was confused. What do you mean by good luck? Is your training that brutal? Thinking of the harsh training mentioned in novels, Jiang Yan clutched his tail, trembling with fear. Soon, they set off and took the elevator to the 5th basement level. This was a training ground for many ability users, made entirely of sturdy alloy. Here, no matter what weapon or ability was used, it wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yan's first lesson was hand-to-hand combat. He protested, I'm just a support. Why do I have to learn hand-to-hand combat? Zhao Xinghua explained, when demons attack, there won't always be someone to protect you. Sooner or later, supports will have to face demons directly. If you still don't have any combat skills, you won't even have a chance to struggle. And so, the brutal training began. De Zhuang swung his fists, charging straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was thrown to the ground, stunned and unable to resist, as his opponent's combat skills were overwhelming. Watching this, Xiao Xinghua nodded in satisfaction. However, an hour later, the situation completely reversed. De Zhuang crashed heavily into the wall and immediately raised his hand in surrender. Jiang Yan, I give up. Jiang Yan coldly responded. Surrender is not an option. He grabbed De Zhuang's leg, dragging him back to the training area, followed by screams of pain. Jiang Yan deftly dodged various punches and kicks, swiftly landing a kick to De Zhuang's abdomen with such force it nearly knocked him over. Jiang Yan's attack didn't stop there. After the kick, he quickly shifted his strategy, clenching his small fists and launching them. Take this, lightning speed punch. Instantly, Jiang Yan's attacks came like lightning, each punch leaving bruises on De Zhuang. Before long, De Zhuang was on the ground again, crying out in despair. Crazy guy, switch, switch, I can't take it anymore. Just now, standing in for you for a bit, my teeth got knocked out. Madman resisted. No way, you go yourself. Su Qing shook her head vigorously, like a rattle, thinking it was a joke that she should go up to fight when she couldn't even take a single punch. Zhao Xinghua rolled his eyes. I'll do it. De Zhuang immediately clutched his chest, running to the side in pain. The other two fell silent, wondering if Jiang Yan was really just a middle schooler. Jiang Yan stretched briefly, full of pride. Old Zhao, don't cry later when you get hit, all right? Zhao Xinghua was exasperated. I think you're getting cocky. With that, he started attacking without hesitation. However, he was soon shocked to find that Jiang Yan's rate of improvement in combat skills was terrifying. At first, Zhao Xinghua could land 5 or 6 punches, but as the fight went on, Jiang Yan gradually started to counterattack. This was all thanks to his eyes. In Jiang Yan's vision, everything slowed down, and his dynamic vision was exceptional. Although Zhao Xinghua and the others had strong combat skills, Jiang Yan's extraordinary eyesight and exceptional learning ability allowed him to master the moves after watching them a few times. Moreover, his physical condition was as strong as any first-tier ability user. After learning combat techniques, Jiang Yan could better utilize his formidable physical strength, making it easy to defeat De Zhuang and the others. Initially, they intended to teach Jiang Yan some combat techniques, but he ended up developing his own lightning speed punch, practically defeating anyone he targeted. Of course, all this was without using any supernatural abilities. If abilities were used, Jiang Yan would quickly be subdued, with no ability to resist. The current sparring was purely a contest of physical strength and combat skills. Real combat would not be as harmonious as now. It would be bloodier than anyone could imagine. Zhao Xinghua took several punches from Jiang Yan, grimacing in pain. Yet Jiang Yan, not backing down, continued his fierce assault. Jiang Yan let out a curse as Zhao Xinghua swiftly swung a hand imbued with spiritual power, aiming for Jiang Yan's head. With no other choice, Zhao Xinghua's hand surged with energy and delivered a blow to Jiang Yan's cat-like head. Jiang Yan immediately felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, muttering with dissatisfaction, Old Zhao, you're not playing fair. A surge of defiance rose within him, as if he was eager to fight again. Zhao Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Jiang Yan with satisfaction. He realized this young man's physical fitness and learning ability were enough to accompany them on missions. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan was still a minor and couldn't join his team. However, if the world remained stable, he believed he could wait until Jiang Yan grew older and then bring him into the fold. Jiang Yan had already learned most of the combat techniques. It was time for the next step. Shortly after, Zhao Xinghua led Jiang Yan to the adjacent training ground. Unlike the empty training area before, this one had walls lined with various weapons. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight. The powerful destructive force of modern weapons always captivated boys. Zhao Xinghua took an AK off the wall and, smiling, said to Jiang Yan, Come on, Jiang Xiaoyan, let me teach you how to handle an AK. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled like shining gems. The group quickly moved to a firearms training area with various guns and ammunition. Su Qing thoughtfully helped Jiang Yan into a bulletproof vest and camouflage gear. In the distance, targets rose from the field several hundred meters away. Jiang Yan asked curiously, Old Zhao, are we going to practice shooting now? Zhao Xinghua nodded. Of course, you'll need to practice this when you go to the training camp. Jiang Yan picked up a Barrett sniper rifle, looking puzzled. How do you fire this? He asked. Zhao Xinghua took the Barrett and demonstrated. A bullet flew from the barrel, hitting a distant target with precision, causing it to explode and the score panel to light up with a 9.9. Zhao Xinghua sighed. I haven't fired a gun in years, and now my aim is off. Jiang Yan then asked curiously. By the way, Old Zhao, are guns and ammunition still effective against demons? Zhao Xinghua replied. Of course they are. Not all demons are strong. Modern weapons can still harm those at the 0 and 1st levels. Jiang Yan tilted his head, continuing his inquiry. What about those above level 2? Zhao Xingwu didn't answer directly. Instead, he picked up a handgun, aimed it at himself, and fired without hesitation. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he saw the bullet stop in front of Zhao Xingwu's temple, unable to penetrate the skin, leaving only a red mark. Zhao Xingwu said solemnly, I'm just half a step away from reaching level 2, but with spiritual power, an ordinary handgun is no threat to me. This Barrett, however, might cause me some harm, but it wouldn't be fatal. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, feeling a hint of surprise at Zhao Xingwu's words. As an ordinary person living in this society, he had always harbored a certain fear of guns and ammunition. But now, someone was telling him that these weapons would soon become useless. His mind grew conflicted. If these weapons were ineffective against humans, how would they fare against the physically superior demons? So, is it true that supernatural abilities are the only means to defeat these demons? Zhao Xingwu nodded, indicating that this was more or less correct. He explained that for lower-level demons, guns and ammunition still had some effect, but for higher-level demons, strong individuals needed to be deployed. Currently, Daxia has 12 top-tier warriors stationed in several dangerous regions across 7 major areas, which is why the country has been spared from a large-scale demon invasion. Jiang Yan was slightly surprised to learn there were 12 top-tier warriors. However, a question arose in his mind. Are these 12 positions ranked according to the Chinese zodiac? Zhao Xingwu seemed to read his thoughts and encouraged him to ask directly. Jiang Yan quietly asked, Are these 12 warriors really based on the Chinese zodiac? Zhao Xingwu shook his head, denying the speculation. At this point, Dazhuang interjected. Xiaoyan, you might not know this, but the reason there are only 12 warriors is that they have made significant contributions to Daxiao and are truly the pillars of the nation. Zhao Xingwu laughed and added, If the now-vanished small island nation had as many strong warriors as Daxia, perhaps they wouldn't have been in trouble. Jiang Yin continued to ask, Then does a weapon like a nuclear bomb have no effect on these demons? His mind was filled with doubt, finding it hard to believe that other nations hadn't used such a powerful weapon. Zhao Xingwu replied with a smile, Of course not. Before attacking Sakura country, the Free Nation launched a nuclear bomb at the creature, and as you can imagine, the creature remained unharmed. Su Qing snorted and interjected, That action by the Free Nation caused a lot of trouble for many countries. Now, capable individuals are constantly patrolling the coastlines of coastal countries worldwide. Then, Madman and Dazhuang shared their insights. It turned out that the demon had been discovered long ago, and when it was hit by a nuclear bomb, it disappeared into the ocean. Who would have thought that instead of dying, it absorbed a large amount of energy from the bomb, making itself even stronger? Fortunately, that creature attacked Sakura country first and not Daxia. Jiang Yan thought to himself. Otherwise, Daxia would have faced tremendous sacrifice and loss. Now, the Daxia government tightly controls the coastal areas, ensuring that no demon can land unnoticed, greatly reducing the casualties among the people of Daxia. In short, the losses suffered by Sakura country were not undeserved. Listening intently, Jiang Yan couldn't help but realize a few things. He pursed his lips, thinking, Is this something a student like me should be hearing? These were facts the government had never disclosed. If he heard them now, would he need to sign some confidentiality agreement? After all, if this information got out, it might cause widespread panic. Zhao Xingwu chuckled, giving Jiang Yan a playful pat on the shoulder. These things can't be kept secret. Almost all the ability users in the country know about it, and there are always a few loose tongues. However, once the news spreads completely, the authorities won't need to hide it anymore. This is just my personal guess. There's no actual information to prove it. He laughed heartily, fully aware that as a regular monster hunting squad leader from a small town, he had no chance of knowing truly important national matters. Such crucial information was probably only known to a few third-tier powerhouses, leaving those in middle and lower levels like him out of the loop. He stepped aside, gesturing invitingly, and said with a smile, Enough talk. Let's start target practice. You can try various firearms. At the first-tier level, these guns and ammo are still quite effective. For someone like Jiang Yan, whose skills are purely supportive, firearms are essential for facing monsters hidden. Soon, Jiang Yan was wearing goggles and a bulletproof vest, holding a Desert Eagle with both hands. He decisively pulled the trigger at a target. The bullets flew like arrows, hitting the target with precision. The screen beside them instantly showed a series of perfect 10 rings. The 4 members of the monster hunting squad were dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Yan in disbelief. De Zhuang swallowed hard, his eye twitching uncontrollably, speechless in the face of Jiang Yan's innocent demeanor. Finally, it was Zhao Xingwu, who usually taught, who asked, Is this really your first time shooting? Jiang Yan replied proudly, Of course. Do I look like someone with a background? He placed one hand on his hip and twirled the gun on his finger, looking quite pleased with himself. Unconvinced, Zhao Xingwu quickly handed him another gun. Try this one. Jiang Yan picked up the gun and continued shooting. Except for the first shot being slightly off, every subsequent shot was a perfect 10. This scene nearly made the others spit out blood in shock. During their military days, They had no idea how many days they practiced to occasionally score a 10. But Jiang Yin, who hadn't been handling weapons for long, was hitting 10s consistently, something unheard of. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xinghua was visibly frustrated. Ah, you're great with stationary targets. Now try moving targets. Soon, targets no longer rose from the ground, but discs were launched from the walls. Jiang Yin aimed and fired. The difficulty of hitting moving targets was indeed higher, and he missed 3 times, but then he hit 10 rings with every shot. This left Zhao Xinghua and the others utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Where did you come from, you shooting prodigy? In peaceful times, we'd definitely have you win a gold medal. Zhao Xinghua felt a complex mix of emotions. He initially planned to teach Jiang Yin combat skills and shooting over 10 days or so, but the kid mastered everything in just one morning. What else could they teach him now? After some thought, Zhao Xinghua decided to teach Jiang Yin something beyond ordinary skills. Jiang Yin, do you know what spiritual power control is? Jiang Yin blinked. Teacher, I don't know. Zhao Xinghua smiled slightly. All right, then I'll teach you this next. Boss, are you really going to teach Jiang this move so soon? De Zhuang exclaimed in surprise. Although Jiang Yin was exceptionally talented, it seemed too early for him to be exposed to the extraordinary world. According to the official training sequence, Jiang Yin should first focus on physical conditioning and enhancing his agility. However, considering the unique characteristics of the beast transformation ability, this might not be an issue. De Zhuang scratched his head, thinking to himself that among all the beast transformation ability users he had seen, none were as extraordinary as Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin put down the gun he was holding and asked Zhao Xinghua, Old Zhao, what should I do? Zhao Xinghua replied with a smile, it's a very simple training. They quickly returned to the resting area while the other team members prepared lunch. Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Yin stayed behind. Zhao Xinghua filled a large basin with water and placed a piece of paper on top, setting it in front of Jiang Yin. He explained, normally, we would use a specially designed fluid, but since you're not a water ability user, we'll make do with this method for now. Jiang Yin sat up straight, looking at Zhao Xinghua with curiosity, and asked, what do I need to do? Zhao Xinghua replied seriously, put your finger in the water and channel your spiritual energy through your fingertip to move the paper on the water's surface. As he spoke, he demonstrated by placing his finger into the water. Jiang Yin watched as a surge of spiritual energy emerged from Zhao Xinghua's fingertip, touching the paper and moving it. Zhao Xinghua said, all right, now you try. Jiang Yin nodded, slowly dipping his finger into the water, attempting to release his spiritual energy to control the paper. However, as soon as he tried, the paper tore apart. You're too forceful. The paper can't withstand it, which shows your control is lacking, Zhao Xinghua advised. Jiang Yin, unwilling to give up, rolled up his sleeves and continued to try. Zhao Xinghua smiled quietly, placing another piece of paper on the water. Watching Jiang Yan's repeated attempts and failures, he felt a small sense of accomplishment as a teacher. Failed again. Jiang Yin almost screamed in frustration, leaning back in his chair, questioning everything. At this moment, Su Qing and the others walked in with a large pizza. Jiang Yin quickly said, there's food here. He opened the lunchbox prepared by Su's mother, revealing an array of exquisite ingredients that left everyone stunned. Su Qing glanced at Jiang Yan's meal and then at the pizza in her hand. The stark contrast immediately clear, with the pizza losing out completely. Jiang Yin placed the lunchbox in front of everyone, smiling as he said, Su Yin's mom prepared too much for me to finish alone, so let's all eat together. This was actually a little white lie. Since his physical fitness had improved, Jiang Yan's appetite had increased significantly, and he could actually eat about 70% of the large box. Hearing Jiang Yan's offer, Zhao Xinghua and the others immediately picked up chopsticks to help themselves to the food, their faces lighting up in surprise as they tasted it. The difference in the quality of ingredients was immediately apparent. Jiang Yin quickly devoured one pizza after another, and before the others realized it, he had already finished 3 large pizzas. Zhao Xinghua and the others didn't say much about this situation. Beast transformation ability users are known for their large appetites because their bodies are their weapons, and they require various nutrients for daily sustenance, which is a significant expense for each of them. Therefore, the online saying, beast men will never be slaves, unless there's food and shelter, is not just a joke, but a reflection of reality. After lunch, Jiang Yin continued practicing, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control the paper to move across the water like Zhao Xinghua did. Just then, a light on the ceiling suddenly turned red, and an alarm sounded. Startled by the sudden noise, Jiang Yin accidentally knocked over the water basin, spilling water everywhere. Su Qing and the others quickly put on their jackets, grabbed folding knives and pistols, and rushed towards the door. Jiang Yin watched their actions, feeling confused and perplexed. As Zhao Xinghua was placing a blade at his waist, he glanced at Jiang Yin with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Jiang Yin felt a chill down his spine and quickly hugged his shoulders, looking timid and endearing. Zhao Xinghua chuckled, we're going to deal with demons now. Do you want to come and see? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Can I come and watch?" Zhao Xinghua nodded and said without hesitation, "Of course you can, but if we confront the demons directly, we won't let you do that. It's too dangerous." Jiang Yan, looking honest and straightforward, replied, "Teacher Zhao, do I seem like someone who would be reckless?" Zhao Xinghua raised an eyebrow slightly, and then said, "You don't seem reckless, more like someone who'd run at the first sign of danger." Jiang Yan didn't argue with this. He knew he was just support, and running in the face of danger was necessary since no one wants to risk their life for nothing. Zhao Xinghua urged, "Don't just stand there. If you want to come, follow us. We're in a hurry." With that, he disappeared through the door, clearly eager to tackle the demon hunting mission. Jiang Yin quickly followed, joining the others in a military green truck. Observing the calm demeanor of those around him, De Zhuang remarked regretfully, "It's a shame. Jiang Xiaoyan just got here today, and we planned to take you out this afternoon, but now we have to deal with demons." Jiang Yin smiled and replied, "It's all right, brother De Zhuang. I'm actually more interested in demons." Su Qing seriously instructed, "Jiang Yin, once we reach the site, no matter what, stay close to the boss, understood?" They weren't worried about Jiang Yin being a burden, but rather concerned about the child being captured by demons. Jiang Yin nodded obediently. "I understand. Everyone be careful too." Zhao Xinghua laughed. "Don't worry. They've encountered demons many times and are used to handling these situations." Soon the vehicle arrived at the scene. Su Qing, De Zhuang, and Madman immediately rushed out, while Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Yin got out of the car more leisurely. The target of this mission was within a residential area. After lunch, a young couple, who had planned to go for a walk, were suddenly attacked by a demon and killed on the spot. The incident occurred less than half an hour ago, and the scene still had a lot of fresh blood, with the victims' bodies yet to be removed. Zhao Xinghua lit a cigarette and walked silently toward the gruesome scene, exhaling smoke as he went. The sight made Jiang Yin cover his mouth, almost retching from the intense physical reaction. Zhao Xinghua patted Jiang Yan's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "It's all right. It's normal for anyone to react like this." Jiang Yan, pale-faced, heard Fang Yuan's mocking voice in his mind. "TSK, Jiang Xiaoyan, you're such a wimp. Can't handle a little blood?" He couldn't argue with that. Given that he was just a middle school kid, his composure was already commendable. Just then, a window in the neighborhood shattered, and Su Qing leaped out, followed closely by a gigantic rat the size of a motorcycle. As Su Qing was about to land, the wind billowed her clothes, making her seem to float in midair. The breeze swiftly carried her away, while the massive rat crashed heavily to the ground. Da Zhuang and Madman emerged from two other buildings, quickly surrounding the rat demon. Zhao Xinghua pulled out a device the size of a smartphone and shot a red beam at the rat demon, which lit up with data. After a glance, Zhao Xinghua decisively ordered, "A latest stage 0 level rat demon. No similar demons nearby. Seems to be acting alone. Don't waste time. Take it down." The three responded in unison. "Got it." Madman pressed one hand to the ground, causing the concrete beneath the rat demon to morph like a python, binding its limbs. Su Qing, at some point, had drawn a pistol, a faint blue glow shimmering at its muzzle as she repeatedly pulled the trigger. The bullets, faster and more destructive than usual, struck the rat demon's eyes. With a squelching sound, the rat demon roared in anger and struggled violently. "Seriously, it's not dead yet? Looks like it's my turn." Da Zhuang then brought out a bazooka, which, though devoid of ammunition, glowed brightly under Jiang Yan's incredulous gaze. He adjusted his aim, ensured no obstructions, and shouted, "Die!" A white beam shot from the bazooka, blasting the rat demon's head to pieces. The rat demon's body collapsed, dark red blood gushing out. "Target's vital signs have disappeared. Mission accomplished," Zhao Xinghua announced solemnly. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Yin noticed the others visibly relax. Zhao Xinghua then asked, "Su Qing, what's the casualty report?" Su Qing replied, "Besides the two deceased, there's a young couple injured. Fortunately, we arrived quickly. Otherwise, the casualty count would have been higher." Zhao Xinghua kicked the corpse of the rat demon and coldly said, "Damn rat. Get the others to clean up." Su Qing nodded, took out her communicator, and walked a short distance away to inform the others to handle the corpse and comfort the deceased family. Just then, a slightly childish voice suddenly called out, "Sister Su Qing, watch out above." Su Qing quickly looked up and felt a massive shadow descending. It was a rat demon as large as a small car, suddenly lunging at her from above. She swiftly used her powers to try to evade. However, this new demon was faster, closing in almost before she could react. At that moment, a shield composed of dozens of blue hexagons instantly formed, protecting Su Qing. The rat demon's claws hit the shield heavily, leaving deep scratches. Jiang Yan, witnessing this, turned pale and collapsed weakly to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinghua had already taken action, his expression stern as he swiftly drew the long knife from his waist. With a flash of cold light, a large rat head flew into the air, the demon killed on the spot. Zhao Xinghua immediately shouted, "Are you okay, Su Qing?" "Madman, De Zhuang, stay alert." "Yes." De Zhuang and Madman quickly surveyed the surroundings, deliberately moving closer to the weakened Jiang Yin to form a protective stance. Zhao Xinghua then approached Su Qing, his eyes scanning the area vigilantly for any other creatures. After a long while, Zhao Xinghua sheathed his long knife, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Su Qing, are you hurt?" Zhao Xinghua asked with concern. Su Qing shook her head as the shield dissipated, smiling. "I'm fine, thanks to this shield." Zhao Xinghua continued. "Then you should really thank Jiang Xiaoyan. This is his skill." He knelt down, gazing solemnly at the rat demon's corpse he had just slain. Su Qing looked at Jiang Yin in surprise, not expecting him to remain calm and use his ability in such a critical situation. She quickly ran over, giving Jiang Yin a big hug, and said with a smile, "Thank you for saving my life, little brother. What do you want to eat tonight?" "It's on me." Jiang Yin humbly smiled and replied, "No need, it's what I should do." Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan had telepathically warned him of a demon lurking on the balcony upstairs. In his urgency, Jiang Yin had used the spirit power release technique he practiced at noon, successfully deploying the shield around Su Qing. But even from a distance of over 10 meters, Jiang Yin felt that the spirit power consumed by the shield was more than he had expected, and its defensive strength was not as high as anticipated. Zhao Xinghua interjected, "This demon was a first-tier one. If it had hit you, you might not have died, but you'd definitely have been seriously injured." He carefully sensed the spirit power fluctuation in the corpse and quickly determined the demon's level. The detector didn't identify the demon hidden on the balcony, possibly due to an equipment issue. "I'll speak to the development team about it when we return." His tone was serious, indicating his frustration. It's understandable why Zhao Xinghua would be upset. If the device that detects the number of demons around is malfunctioning, someone has to be held accountable for the researcher's mistakes, and the cost could very well be the lives of the team members. At that moment, Jiang Yin pointed to the corpse of a first-tier rat demon and said, "Old Zhao, I feel like there's something off about that demon. It seems to be emitting a special energy fluctuation. Do you think it's possible that the issue isn't with the device, but rather that this demon has some way of blocking it?" As soon as he said this, the others' expressions turned serious. Jiang Yin looked at them in confusion, wondering if he had said something wrong. He was merely repeating what Fang Yuan had said. Zhao Xinghua asked gravely, "What did you sense? Is it an abnormal spiritual power, or?" Jiang Yin hesitated, his tone uncertain. The others didn't pay much attention to his uncertainty, considering he was young and might not have the vocabulary to describe everything he encountered. However, before Jiang Yin could clarify, Zhao Xinghua, with a serious expression, said, "No matter what, once the cleanup crew arrives, we can leave." Soon, many vehicles pulled up outside the neighborhood, and people in black uniforms arrived with various tools. The residents who lived there noticed the commotion and peered out to observe. The cleanup crew began handling the demon corpses on site, while a few collected body parts for research. These cleanup personnel were the support staff of the demon hunting team, collectively known as the cleanup crew, while the combatants were the team's fighters. The cleanup crew aimed to minimize the damage caused by the demons and even handled comforting the families involved. Jiang Yin knew about this because he had just learned it from chatting with some members of the demon hunting team earlier that day. The leader of the cleanup crew put on white gloves, seemingly ready to get to work. But before starting, he looked at Zhao Xinghua and joked, "Captain Zhao, you sure were ruthless, taking it down in one strike. Looks like you're on the verge of advancing to the second tier." Zhao Xinghua gave a cold laugh, lit a cigarette, and responded nonchalantly, "Doesn't that make it easier for you to handle?" The cleanup crew leader replied seriously, "We'll take care of things here. Captain Zhao, you should go get some rest." Zhao Xinghua nodded, "All right, we'll leave this to you. Remember to send a dissected specimen to the research team." The cleanup crew leader assured him, "You can count on us." After giving his instructions, Zhao Xinghua left with his team members and Jiang Yin, heading back to the camp. However, as soon as they left, the cleanup crew leader heard one of his subordinates report, "Captain, neither of these two demons have a crystal core." The cleaning team leader gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Zhao Xinghua, you promised to divide the tasks, but you went ahead and dug out the crystal cores yourself. Oh well, his stingy habits aren't going to change overnight. Let's just get on with our work." Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and the others returned to the camp and immediately headed to the team's rest area. Zhao Xinghua said in a serious tone, "We'll go and report to the minister. Jiang Xiaoyan, you stay put here and don't wander off." Jiang Yin nodded, then picked up a basin filled with water and placed a piece of paper on top, as if he were about to continue his training. Zhao Xinghua nodded, then left with the team members to report today's events and their suspicions to the minister. After everyone left, Jiang Yin lazily slumped onto the sofa, assuming a relaxed position. With his hands on his stomach, he looked innocent and well-behaved. However, no one noticed his little maneuver today. Soon, Fang Yuan, a puppet, flew out of his pocket, holding 3 crystal cores, all taken from the 2 rat demons that were slain. Yes, Jiang Yin had stolen them. At the time, the demon hunting team was focused on their surroundings, not noticing the crystal cores being extracted from the demon corpses. Although Jiang Yin knew this behavior wasn't exactly right, he decided to do it to become stronger. After all, he did help by casting a shield to save Sister Su Qing. He was determined to collect enough crystal cores to break through to the first tier and had gone to great lengths to do so. Reflecting on the demon hunting team's battle today, Jiang Yin couldn't help but compare it to Zhang Lianzhou's fight that night. The four members of the demon hunting team were indeed strong, but their performance seemed lacking compared to Zhang Lianzhou. Still, Jiang Yin thought he was crazy to compare modern-day warriors to apostles. They're from entirely different eras and can't be compared. Besides, who knows what Zhang Lianzhou's peak strength was, or what brutal battles he had experienced to hone such combat skills. While pondering, Jiang Yin casually took the crystal cores from Fang Yuan and crunched them up, effectively destroying the evidence. Not bad, tastes like chicken. Fang Yuan glanced at the water basin and commented, this water basin training method is actually quite pointless. With a slight use of mental power, the paper on the water folded into a human shape and started performing a graceful dance on the surface. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow at this sight and countered, I think this training is quite useful. Didn't I learn to cast a shield remotely today? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. You call that remote casting? Jiang Xiaoyan, my innocent and adorable master, your ignorance is laughable. As the vessel of the primordial spirit tree, your skill should naturally be able to be cast anywhere within your line of sight. The fact that you can't is purely because you're too inexperienced. If that demon had been any stronger, your flawed shield wouldn't have held. Jiang Yin lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Fang Yuan's tone softened slightly. I understand that the praise from those around you can be quite intoxicating, but have you considered that as a support-type ability user, you're essentially the team's last line of defense? If you don't hold yourself to a high standard, there's a real possibility someone might leave this world because of it. Do you understand? Jiang Yin listened carefully and nodded firmly. Jiang Yin understood clearly that the power of support roles relies entirely on teammates, and he himself must be the last line of defense for them. Others might make mistakes, but as a support, he cannot afford to err. A mistake could mean life or death for himself or his teammates. He can relax momentarily, but he must never slack off. Therefore, Jiang Yin continued training to enhance his control, with Fang Yuan quietly observing nearby and occasionally offering a tip or two. Not long after, Zhao Xinghua and the other three returned. As soon as Zhao Xinghua walked in, he saw Jiang Yin working on his control and couldn't help feeling gratified, nodding in approval. Soon, he tossed a thick envelope to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin caught it, staring blankly, his expression somewhat puzzled. Zhao Xinghua said calmly, thanks for your help today. If you hadn't deployed the shield in time, Su Qing might have been hurt. This money is a small reward we applied for from above. Jiang Yin glanced at Zhao Xinghua, immediately pocketed the envelope, and wore a justifiable expression. Zhao Xinghua smiled wryly. Look at you, getting all excited over a bit of money. Is it really necessary? Jiang Yin chuckled. Old Zhao, didn't you say you applied for this from above? So it's only right I take it. Zhao Xinghua smiled a little. Exactly, just take it. If you were to refuse, it would be inappropriate. If it weren't for Jiang Yin, you'd be paying me a hefty amount for work-related injuries. Su Qing teased with a smile. Oh, I used to rely too much on high-tech stuff, but this time it made me realize I can't depend entirely on those unreliable things. Zhao Xinghua nodded with a wry smile. Jiang Yin asked, Old Zhao, is your team on call 247? Zhao Xinghua nodded. Yes, our team is on standby 247, and we receive higher pay than ordinary demon hunting team members, so we have to be ready. To be honest, I was a bit surprised to see demons during the day today. De Zhuang scratched his head and asked, why is that? Zhao Xinghua gave Jiang Yin a playful punch on the head and sneered. Have you been paying attention in class? Most demons are nocturnal, and the night is their natural camouflage. Jiang Yin rubbed his head, pouting. I know, but in my view, demons don't necessarily act only at night. In a sense, demons are predators, and we humans are the prey. Isn't it naive to think demons won't come out during the day? The four members of the demon hunting team nodded in agreement. Zhao Xinghua ruffled Jiang Yan's hair and laughed. Do you know your statement just doubled our workload for the month? Jiang Yan pouted, his cat ears twitching in dissatisfaction. What are you saying? In this day and age, anything can happen. Zhao Xinghua nodded with a smile. Just for that comment, our upcoming training plan needs a change. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xinghua and the others exchanged mischievous smiles. Jiang Yan looked at the group with confusion, instinctively shrinking his neck. Zhao Xinghua smiled and said, from today on, you'll join us in hunting demons at night. This will be beneficial for your growth. Of course, your rewards each time will depend on your performance. Jiang Yan was pleasantly surprised and asked, does that mean if I perform exceptionally well, I can earn crystal cores? That's right. If we manage to eliminate a large number of demons and your performance stands out, you could earn some crystal cores, Zhao Xinghua replied with a smile. Jiang Yan nodded, secretly delighted. He had initially planned to go out occasionally with Zhang Lianjiu for some training, but the hunting team's decision offered him so many benefits. Even as a temporary member, he was receiving opportunities that even new official members might not enjoy. The main reason Zhao Xinghua and the others changed their training approach was simple. They intended to cultivate Jiang Yan. After a day's training, the team of four noticed that Jiang Yan was quick to learn anything, and a step-by-step training approach was too limited. Jiang Yan needed to participate in demon hunting. Only by stepping onto the battlefield could he realize his shortcomings. At this moment, the warning light above them lit up, and the four members of the hunting team sighed. It was already past 5, and Zhao Xing was said to Su Qing, "You take Jiang Yan home. We'll handle things here." Considering Su Qing almost got injured today, Zhao Xinghua assigned her a lighter task. After speaking, Zhao Xinghua quickly ran out, followed by the other two. "All right," Su Qing said with a smile, taking Jiang Yan's small hand. "Little brother, let's go home now." Jiang Yan nodded. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, and after a whole day of training and energy consumption, he felt a bit tired. Su Qing led Jiang Yan to her car. Jiang Yan had expected a girlish car, but was surprised to see it was an off-road vehicle. Looking at Su Qing's sweet smile, Jiang Yan thought to himself, "You can't judge a book by its cover." As the car drove on the road, Jiang Yan drifted off into a dream, his small head resting against the seat, murmuring something. Su Qing, seeing this, resisted the urge to ruffle his hair and focused on driving. "That's right, Su Qing, we're not weirdos. Even if this little brother is incredibly cute, we can't just touch him. That's basic respect." She suppressed her impulse and continued driving. Soon, the car arrived at the Su family's gate. Su Qing faced a dilemma. Jiang Yan was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to wake him up. With no other choice, she parked the car and patiently waited for him to wake up. After all, she didn't need to go demon hunting later, so she might as well wait here. Watching Jiang Yan's cute and innocent sleeping face, Su Qing found it quite pleasing to the eye. After a while, Su Qing playfully took out her phone, planning to take a set of photos of Jiang Yan. Being a girl, she had already restrained herself from touching something adorable, but not taking photos was out of the question. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Su Qing looked up in surprise. A young man stood at the window, tapping the glass with his knuckles. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Su Qing quickly became alert. The young man before her spoke slowly. "I'm Jiang Yan's brother. I've come to pick him up." Hearing this, Su Qing's eyebrows furrowed. She had thoroughly reviewed Jiang Yan's personal information and knew that aside from being adopted by Old Man Chen, Jiang Yan had no other relatives. Why would this so-called brother suddenly appear? Moreover, her car had already left the Su family villa area, and she hadn't received any prior notification. Doubt arose in her mind, and Su Qing began to suspect that the young man might be deceiving her. However, without any evidence, she was determined not to let him easily take Jiang Yan away. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu, standing by the car, slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a hint of coldness in them. Su Qing's gaze also sharpened, and the atmosphere between them instantly solidified, as if the air was filled with the tension of an impending conflict. Just then, Jiang Yan suddenly woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and his childish voice sounded, "Sister Su Qing, we're here." Why are you here, Brother Jiu?" Looking freshly awakened, he appeared very cute. Zhang Lianjiu replied in a deep voice, "I sensed you were back, so I came to pick you up." Jiang Yan nodded, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Thank you, Brother Jiu, for coming to get me." "Sister Su Qing, you didn't even wake me when we arrived." Jiang Yan pouted, hands on his hips, expressing his grievance. Su Qing, unfazed, laughed and replied, "I saw you were asleep and didn't want to disturb you." She teased, "You dare to complain, little brother? Your punishment is to stick with your sister, tickle tickle." I give up, sister, spare me." Jiang Yan, tickled by Su Qing's teasing, quickly surrendered. Su Qing couldn't help but smile, though she recalled how Jiang Yan had knocked down De Zhuang with a combo punch that morning, realizing how unreasonable her actions were. Jiang Yan's beastly abilities as a Blackfoot cat made him appear adorable, but were actually those of a fierce predator with a hunting success rate of 60%, even more dangerous than some large beasts. Realizing the ferocity beneath Jiang Yan's exterior, Su Qing stopped teasing him. Feeling a bit apprehensive about sparring with him, she decided to leave. "All right, I have things to do, so I'll be going now," she said. Jiang Yan waved. "Goodbye, Sister Su Qing." He jumped out of the car and walked towards the Su family with Zhang Lianjiu. Su Qing quickly drove away, feeling a cold sweat soak her back. Recalling the confrontation with Zhang Lianjiu, she couldn't help but think, such a terrifying young man. Even though he's only half a step into the first level, he made me feel no less than myself, who is at the first level. She couldn't shake the premonition that if she were to truly face off against that young man, she might find herself at a disadvantage. A first-level practitioner falling to someone half a step into the first level? It sounded absurd, but in reality, the first level merely meant having a bit more spiritual power and a skill. Jiang Yan felt a deep sense of unease inside. Su Qing murmured softly, seemingly unaware of the mysterious figure in Rongqing. Nevertheless, her close relationship with Jiang Yin made her believe he wasn't a bad person. Upon returning to the Su family home, Jiang Yin was warmly welcomed by Su's mother, who personally cooked a sumptuous meal for him, much to Su Ying's envy, even earning a disapproving glance from her mother. After eating his fill, Jiang Yin returned to his room to find Zhang Lianjiu waiting for him, holding a small bag of crystals. The demons have been getting cleared out aggressively lately. These are the ones I managed to handle, Zhang Lianjiu said. Jiang Yin replied confidently. It's okay, Brother Jiu. I can still improve through training. He felt his body and was certain that with a few dozen more crystals, he could break through the first level. Even if there were no demons to hunt, he believed he could make up for this gap through training. However, Zhang Lianjiu said gravely, your training is too slow. Jiang Yin was taken aback, looking at him in disbelief and feeling wronged. Brother Jiu, your words are so hurtful. Zhang Lianjiu, unrelenting, continued. You consume resources 100 times more than others. With such a huge gap, I don't think you can make up for it just by training. Jiang Yin felt a sharp pain in his heart, almost bringing him to his knees. I'm really sorry, Zhang Lianjiu pointed out mercilessly. Not only that, your control is also abysmal. You can't even manage basic external energy projection. Jiang Yin felt as if he had been dealt another heavy blow, a knife piercing through him. Your skill development is also very poor. If you break through the first level like this, you'll just be the worst at that level. Your physical qualities need honing too. His words cut like knives, and Jiang Yin nearly spat blood in frustration. Throughout history, lies never hurt anyone. It's the truth that's a sharp blade. Jiang Yin said pitifully. Zhang Lianjiu showed no sympathy. As his fondness for Jiang Yin grew, he had come to regard him as a younger brother, and naturally, his expectations were higher. Jiang Yin lowered his head and asked, then Brother Jiu, what should I do? Zhang Lianjiu thought for a moment and said calmly, Feng Yuan, bring a balloon. Feng Yuan quickly brought an inflated water balloon. Zhang Lianjiu placed it on Jiang Yan's head and instructed, use a shield to cover this balloon. Jiang Yan complied, and a light blue shield quickly enveloped the balloon. Zhang Lianjiu then instructed, the shield is too big, control it to make it smaller. Jiang Yan nodded and tried to control the shield, gradually shrinking it to the size of a basketball. It's still too big, keep shrinking it until the water balloon bursts. Jiang Yan nodded again and continued his efforts. The shield shrunk to the size of a bowl, but still couldn't burst the balloon. Seeing it was about right, Zhang Lianjiu said, now, create another shield around yourself. Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and tried. As soon as a faint blue shield appeared around him, the water balloon fell and burst instantly, drenching him in cold water, leaving him in a sorry state. The scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long pause, Zhang Lianjiu sighed helplessly. Jiang Yin immediately became agitated and urgently asked, Brother Jiu, why are you sighing? Feng Yuan, with a contemptuous look, calmly said, the reason is simple, lack of skill is the original sin. You need more practice. Jiang Yan's lips twitched as he defended himself. This is just my first time. I'm not familiar yet. Feng Yuan coldly replied. Unfamiliarity is just an excuse. Truly talented people can learn with just a few words. Jiang Yin looked at Zhang Lianjiu, hoping to find some comfort in his expression, but he was disappointed. Zhang Lianjiu sighed again. Jiang Yin, who had always been a good student and never faced such a look of helplessness and disdain, felt deeply hurt. Unable to hold back, he began to cry. The two apostles, seeing their master so fragile and crying over a minor setback, both showed a bitter expression. Jiang Yin, with his head down, sadly said, I'm sorry, I'm just too inadequate. Feng Yuan spoke first. Practice this method more, it should be more effective than the demon hunting team. Zhang Lianjiu said solemnly, hard work can compensate for lack of talent. I'll give you something. Train with it for a few hours every day, and over time, your control over spiritual power will improve. With that, he pulled out a crystal ball the size of a tennis ball from his pocket, inside which a lightning ball was continuously releasing arcs of electricity. Zhang Lianjiu infused it with spiritual power, causing the arcs to move rapidly in one direction, then begin to pulse in a special rhythm. He handed the crystal ball to Jiang Yin, speaking with a calm tone. This is harder to control than a water ball, but it's more convenient for honing your control. Jiang Yin began to try, and the arcs inside the crystal ball changed continuously as he infused it with spiritual power. It was extremely difficult to make the arcs act according to his will. Without enough spiritual power, the arcs wouldn't move, but if too much was infused, the number of arcs increased, making control even harder. For a while, Jiang Yin couldn't control it at all, thinking to himself that this thing was indeed a torturous tool for honing control. While he was diligently training in the room, on the other side of Rongqing, a chase was unfolding. A figure draped in a black cloak was racing through the streets, clutching a clearly young child. Behind them, dozens of figures followed closely, All members of the demon hunting team, including Zhao was squat. The pursued figure, with eyes glowing red from beneath the cloak, was filled with brutality. Even in the dark, people could clearly see that the hand gripping the child was covered in dense black fur. Indeed, this creature was not human but a rat demon skilled in hiding itself, more aptly described as a rat man. This monster poses too great a threat to the people. Today, no matter what, we must take it down. A dozen skilled members of the demon hunting team chased the creature into the old town. Suddenly, they were ambushed. However, these seasoned veterans were highly alert and not easily caught off guard. Those who could dodge did so, and those who couldn't managed to block the attacks. Soon, they saw a swarm of monsters rushing toward them. Countless cockroach demons crawled out from every corner of the old town, accompanied by dozens of cockroach men. The rat man stood atop a three-story building, its grotesque rat head and blood-red eyes starkly visible under the full moon. With a piercing howl from the rat man, the cockroach demons and cockroach men charged at the demon hunters. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Each demon hunter was an expert, and these low-level creatures could only manage to entangle them temporarily without causing any real harm. This scenario was anticipated by some. However, the cockroach-like demons were not there to kill the hunters, but merely to stall them. While they distracted the hunters, the rat man seized a child and fled. "Stop right there," shouted one of the hunters, desperate to give chase but unable to, helplessly watching as the rat man disappeared with the child. The rat man moved swiftly, not through the old town but slipping into the sewers when no one was looking, eventually reaching a high-rise building in the city center. Passers-by didn't notice the rat-like creature climbing with a child of about 12 or 13. Nearby surveillance cameras seemed to have been tampered with, leaving blind spots. Quickly, the rat man climbed to a hidden floor between the 18th and 19th floors, filled with numerous jars. Several lab-coated researchers were recording data beside a massive jar. The rat man, familiar with the place, placed the child on an operating table and approached an older researcher. A few lab-coated individuals quickly surrounded the child, surgical knives gleaming coldly in their hands. "Useless fool, you got caught." The lead researcher slapped the rat man, smashing its head and splattering blood everywhere. Despite this, his anger remained unabated. Being discovered by the demon hunting team meant a thorough citywide investigation would follow, making it difficult to find suitable test subjects. However, the experiment had reached a critical phase, requiring many subjects. He had no choice but to activate a backup plan, hoping everything would proceed smoothly. Several days later, Jiang Yin continued to go to school with his backpack. He had trained with the demon hunting team for 2 days before Zhao Xinghua informed him that the team had major operations underway and no time for further training. Reluctantly, Jiang Yin returned to school. It wasn't out of a love for study, but rather to collect crystal cores-free resources he couldn't afford to miss. Jiang Yin walked into the classroom, and his classmates greeted him one after another, but he vaguely sensed something odd in their expressions. As he made his way to his seat, he noticed the strange looks they were giving him, but he didn't think much of it. Shortly after sitting down, Bai Gaojia took a seat next to Su Yinglian. Su Yinglian had been cultivating these past few days, as the Su family had somehow acquired a crystal core that circulated only among ability users. Bai Gaojia gave Jiang Yin a curious look and quietly asked, "Jiang Yin, were you really expelled from the demon hunting team?" Jiang Yin was taken aback, his face showing a puzzled expression, and he quickly asked, "Who told you that?" His cat-like ears perked up, and as he realized the situation, anger began to show. Bai Gaojia also appeared surprised. "You didn't know?" Jiang Yin retorted. "Know what?" Bai Gaojia replied. "Su Jiwei from the class next door said you were expelled from the demon hunting team for poor performance." "What? When was I expelled? How come I didn't know?" Jiang Yin pointed to himself in disbelief, clearly unhappy. The neighboring class was also part of the ability course, so they naturally heard about the demon hunting team. Bai Gaojia asked in confusion, "So you weren't expelled?" Jiang Yin scoffed. "Of course not. Who do you think I am? I've only been coming to school recently because old Zhao and the others are busy and can't take me along." Jiang Yin was furious. He couldn't believe that just a few days into school, someone dared to spread rumors about him. He thought to himself, "Su Jiwei, huh? I'll find him later." This guy really ruined his good mood. With class about to start, Jiang Yin had no time to pursue the matter and decided to look for Su Jiwei after class. Bai Gaojia looked at Jiang Yin and suddenly frowned. "Little Yin, have you grown taller?" Jiang Yin beamed with joy. "You noticed?" "Yes, I have grown." He had just discovered that morning that he had reached 1.6 meters, not counting the height of his ears. Since 6th grade, Jiang Yin's height hadn't changed, and even during his recent awakening, he had shrunk a bit, which almost drove him crazy. Last night, Jiu-Ji's favorability increased slightly, reaching 60, which strengthened his body again. Jiang Yin thought to himself that this might be the reason for his height increase. It seemed there was still hope for him to achieve his dream of being tall, rich, and handsome. After class, Jiang Yin immediately rushed to the neighboring class. His big, Round eyes quickly locked onto his target, a boy already 1.7 meters tall, who happened to be the son of the discipline director. This guy had always disliked Jiang Yan, who was an outstanding student. Last year, they were in the same class, and Jiang Yan's lazy demeanor made him seem indifferent to studies. However, during an exam, Jiang Yan scored perfect marks in all subjects, which the other couldn't tolerate, leading him to accuse Jiang Yan of cheating in front of the teacher. But the teacher wasn't foolish. How could someone cheat and score higher than all the other students? What a joke. The conflict between Jiang Yan and Su Jiwei quickly escalated during an exam. Su Jiwei was caught cheating by the teacher, which resolved the immediate issue, but it left their relationship strained. When Su Jiwei saw Jiang Yan, his usual smile vanished, and he coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yan walked up to him and retorted with a smirk, "Don't you know what you've done?" Not backing down, Su Jiwei countered, "Am I wrong? You joined the demon hunting squad for just a few days and came back like a defeated dog. Isn't that right, shorty?" Jiang Yan looked at him with disdain and replied, "Who do you think you are? Acting like you know everything? Besides having a father who's the dean, what else do you have going for you? Am I right, you mid-level zero-rank nobody?" The tension between them grew, and Su Jiwei, unable to tolerate Jiang Yan's taunts, angrily asked, "Do you want to fight?" Jiang Yan sarcastically responded, "You really think you can take me on? You wouldn't withstand a single punch from me. What's there to discuss?" Su Jiwei took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "If you want to fight, I'll give you one. Next period, both our classes have a practical session. Let's settle this with a fight." Jiang Yan found Su Jiwei's challenge amusing and replied, "Are you serious? I've been with the demon hunting squad, and you haven't even set foot there. How do you plan to beat me?" Su Jiwei felt indignant, and despite classmates trying to intervene, it was futile. He coldly smiled and said, "You, an auxiliary type, want to fight me, an attack type? You're the foolish one. Next period, we'll settle this, and no matter the outcome, I'll clear up those rumors for you." Su Jiwei understood that the rumors had spiraled out of control, and the school would inevitably get involved. After the fight with Jiang Yan, he planned to use the opportunity to clear things up and avoid further trouble. Winning the fight wasn't his main concern, as he believed Jiang Yan, being an auxiliary type, was no match for him in an unknown fight. Confident of his victory, Su Jiwei declared, "It's settled then. See you at the training hall." Jiang Yan said nothing more, turned around, and left, silently planning how to knock out Su Jiwei in one punch during the duel. Back in the Class 1 classroom, Bai Gaojia curiously approached and quietly asked, "Are you confident?" He had overheard their conversation at the Class 2 door and knew what had transpired. Jiang Yan calmly replied, "Of course, it's a 60-40 chance." Bai Gaojia was surprised. "Does Su Jiwei really stand such a high chance of beating you? Or are you the 60%? Having witnessed Jiang Yan's prowess in class, Bai Gaojia was puzzled. Jiang Yan smirked mischievously. "For moves in 6 seconds, and he's down." Bai Gaojia shook his head, "So that's the 60-40. Does that mean you've got this in the bag?" Jiang Yan chuckled, "Absolutely. But do me a favor and spread the word. The school bully Su Jiwei and the school genius Jiang Xiaoyan are going to face off in the training hall over the so-called school beauty." Bai Gaojia was speechless. Su Jiwei is indeed the school bully, but when did we get a school beauty? Our school is strict about that. And who decided he's the school bully? How come I didn't know? In less than an hour, a rumor spread like wildfire throughout Rongqing High School. The notorious bully Su Jiwei and the academic star Jiang Xiaoyan were allegedly going to face off in the gym over the school's beauty queen. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir in the otherwise dull school environment. While the students were dedicated to their studies, they couldn't resist the excitement of such a sensational event. The top students were familiar with Jiang Xiaoyan, having faced him in exams only to be easily outmatched. Even the average students knew of his reputation, as he consistently ranked first in the grade. As for the girls, they secretly wondered who had the audacity to claim the title of school beauty. Bai Gaojia listened to his classmates' discussions with a sense of helplessness. He hadn't anticipated that a mere rumor could cause such a reaction. Listen to how the story evolved. The school beauty was allegedly harassed by the bully and dropped out, leaving the academic star heartbroken and forced into a showdown with the bully. Bai Gaojia knew he had only made an offhand comment, never expecting it to snowball into so many versions. Jiang Xiaoyan remained unfazed by the rumors. As rational people knew, he wouldn't act impulsively. Once the situation escalated, both students and teachers would investigate the truth, and the rumors about Jiang Xiaoyan would naturally fall apart. In fact, once Su Jiwei agreed to meet him in the gym, Jiang Xiaoyan realized that whether Su kept his promise no longer mattered. Soon, the bell for the 4th period rang, and the gym was already packed with onlookers, including not only classmates and teachers, but also many students who had skipped class to witness the event. As it turned out, the homeroom teacher caught these truant students. At that moment, all eyes were on the 2 figures at the center of the gym. One tall, one short. They stood in the middle, the atmosphere so tense it felt like a standoff. Jiang Xiaoyan stood with his arms crossed, calmly watching the furious Su Jiwei. Su gritted his teeth, consumed by anger, especially after his father, the dean, had asked him just half an hour ago if he had feelings for Jiang Xiaoyan, which left him emotionally shattered. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "You started this. I only retaliated. Not a fan of rumors, are you?" To those unaware, his harmless appearance made it hard to imagine his inner thoughts. However, those who knew Jiang Xiaoyan understood that although he was honest and well-behaved, he was not one to be bullied. If he found out someone was gossiping behind his back, he would not miss the opportunity to address it. "I'll kill you," he thought to himself. Su Jiwei's eyes widened as he swiftly took off his upper clothing. In an instant, bluish scales began to appear on his bare skin, and suddenly, a thick tail lashed out, striking the ground heavily. His head transformed into that of a crocodile. Jiang Yan, witnessing this, backed away in terror, thinking to himself, "What kind of giant lizard is this? No, I've run into a crocodile." Su Jiwei roared in anger. Jiang Yan, in a daze, realized it was indeed a crocodile and quickly apologized, saying the crocodile head was so ugly that he couldn't recognize it at first. "Jiang Xiaoyan." Su Jiwei gritted his teeth and growled, feeling furious and almost at his wit's end. Jiang Yan shrugged, teasing, "This half-human, half-crocodile look is pitifully unattractive." Su Jiwei let out an angry roar, summoning a sharp blade made of sand and dirt in his hand. Jiang Yan was astonished, thinking to himself that this guy's ability was somewhat similar to a game he played, but he didn't care. As Jiang Yan internally mocked, Su Jiwei had already swung the blade at him. Jiang Yan nimbly sidestepped, then concentrated his strength in his leg and delivered a whipping kick towards Su Jiwei. Su Jiwei blocked the strike with his scale-covered arm, but the force sent him flying into the wall of the training hall. Due to his beast-like abilities and defensive preparations, he didn't lose his combat capability. With fear and disbelief in his eyes, he asked, "Your strength?" Jiang Yan gave an innocent smile and replied, "Does that surprise you? Anything with fish in the name is under my cat's watch." With that, he charged at Su Jiwei again. Su Jiwei quickly dodged. Even though his powers leaned towards strength and his physical qualities were decent, he seemed as slow as a turtle compared to Jiang Yan, who was an agile predator. Jiang Yan quickly caught up and launched a series of lightning-fast punches. Despite pushing his speed to the limit, Su Jiwei couldn't evade and had to endure Jiang Yan's attacks. In an instant, Su Jiwei was sent flying, his body severely swollen. The students nearby started taking photos, while the teachers looked awkward, thinking to themselves to pretend they hadn't seen this. Amidst Jiang Yan's heated attack, a runaway van suddenly crashed through the school gate. The security guard frowned and stepped forward to scold. "What do you think you're doing?" The van's door swung open, revealing a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap, along with 4 large rats covered in gray fur, glaring at the security guard with bloodthirsty eyes. The guard was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his face pale, screaming, "Monsters!" The man and the rats in the van gazed greedily at the guard. Simultaneously, a swarm of cockroach demons flooded out from the walls and sewers around the campus, quickly surrounding the entire school. Screams echoed as students tried to escape in panic, but it was futile as they were soon encircled by the cockroach demons. The people inside the training hall were oblivious to the impending crisis. Jiang Yan swiftly defeated Su Jiwei with a series of lightning-fast punches, effortlessly concluding the match. Just then, Fang Yuan, hidden in Jiang Yan's pocket, suddenly communicated telepathically. "Someone's coming. Jiang Xiaoyan, run." Jiang Yan was puzzled, thinking that this was a school with several level 0 ability users on guard. How could anything happen here? However, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training hall. It was a man wearing a black mask and a black cap, concealing his appearance. Next to him stood a giant rat man covered in gray fur, standing on 2 legs. Jiang Yan's gaze instantly turned cold. He placed his left hand on the spell mark on his right hand, ready to call Zhang Lianjiu over, but Fang Yuan stopped him just in time. The outside had already been taken over by cockroach demons and the rat man. Calling Zhang Lianjiu would only lead to massive casualties. Jiang Yan felt anxious and silently asked, "What should I do?" Fang Yuan's voice echoed in his ear, "Stay calm. They don't have murderous intent. Panic will only make things worse." Fang Yuan's words helped Jiang Yan regain some composure. Meanwhile, some students started screaming as numerous cockroach demons flooded the other exits, quickly surrounding the teachers and students. Many students were on the verge of an insect phobia attack, having never seen so many or such large cockroach demons. Jiang Yan understood why Fang Yuan stopped him from calling Zhang Lianjiu. The sheer number of demons likely meant they had already taken control of the entire school. Bringing Zhang Lianjiu wouldn't solve the problem. His eyes were fixed on the rat man, realizing the man was just an ordinary person. The real threat was the rat man, whose power was at level 1, while the other cockroach demons were only level 0. If they could figure out how to deal with the rat man, the cockroach demons wouldn't be much of a problem. There were enough level 0 students present. Each could handle 2 or 3 demons. Closing the training hall doors, they could hold their ground. Who are you? What do you want? The only latest stage level 0 ability user, a female teacher who taught abilities, asked the man coldly. The man's mocking laughter came from beneath his mask. Sorry, I didn't expect there to still be an ability user here. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that we want your lovely students to come with us. Never. The female teacher charged at him, clearly sharing Jiang Yan's strategy to capture the leader first. However, the rat man beside the man moved with terrifying speed, instantly closing in on her with its sharp claws ready to strike mercilessly. Though she was only level 0, the female teacher had been rigorously trained, having been specially selected from the demon hunting team to teach students. After dodging the rat man's sharp claws, the female teacher swiftly kicked at the creature, but her speed and strength were still insignificant compared to the rat man's. Just as its claws were about to strike her, a light blue shield suddenly appeared by her side, deflecting the attack. Jiang Yan. The teacher was startled. After more than half a month of teaching, she was well aware of Jiang Yan's abilities. At that moment, Jiang Yan shouted, "Teacher, catch this." A fire axe slid across the floor towards her. The shield vanished, and without hesitation, the teacher crouched and rolled towards the axe. She quickly grabbed it and, with a smile, said, "Thanks, that was a huge help. Teacher, I'll help you take down this big rat. Everyone else, stop standing there and start fighting. You're all capable individuals, didn't expect anyone to protect you in this situation," Jiang Yan directed, his focus entirely on the battle between the rat man and the teacher. After days of training and control, Jiang Yan had achieved 30% mastery, allowing him to create a shield anywhere within his line of sight. Although this shield was only 30% as strong as the one around him, it was still helpful. With the fire axe in hand, the teacher no longer feared facing the rat man head-on, coating the axe blade with a thin layer of spiritual energy. However, the rat man was a first-level demon, far superior in physicality and strength. As such, Jiang Yan's shield remained indispensable at critical moments. The children also gathered their courage to fight the demons. Hearing Jiang Yan's instructions, the teacher immediately began to direct them. Soon, a small group of students bravely attempted to attack the approaching cockroach demons. Meanwhile, the man's eyes turned sharp, exuding intense hostility and appearing quite agitated. Fang Yuan secretly used his mental powers to probe the man's thoughts, silently cursing, "Damn it! You sheltered kids, how dare you resist? If it weren't for orders not to kill anyone, I'd have slaughtered you all." Knowing that the man couldn't harm the students, Jiang Yan felt relieved, confident that the others wouldn't be in danger. As Jiang Yan and the teacher coordinated, the rat man gradually accumulated several wounds. The man, enraged, ordered the cockroach demons to advance, intending to eliminate the students first. Despite lacking direct combat experience with demons, the students, after over half a month of training, weren't entirely inept. One student hurled a fireball, cracking open the shell of a cockroach demon, while others gathered their courage to unleash their abilities against the demons. The stronger students held the front lines, while those capable of ranged attacks safely stayed in the back to use their skills. The teacher, carrying the fire axe, retreated, realizing that if they didn't fall back soon, they'd be overwhelmed by the growing number of cockroach demons. Amidst the swarm, the rat man coldly watched the teacher and students, instilling fear in them. Jiang Yin paid no attention to the chaos around him. Hidden among the crowd, he whispered, "Attackers and defenders, stay at the front. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I'll heal you." His words were firm, injecting a bit of courage into those around him. The female teacher echoed his sentiment. "That's right. With so many demons here, the demon hunting team will be here in less than 10 minutes. Hang in there, everyone." Her words lit a spark of hope in the eyes of the students and teachers present, and they stepped forward, ready to face the challenge. Encouraged by Jiang Yan, a few students with offensive abilities rushed to the forefront, beginning their counterattack. Jiang Yan busied himself moving through the front lines, quickly pulling back any injured students to heal them. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly pushed some of the more hesitant students towards the front to act as human shields. This approach led to resistance from those who were more concerned with their own safety, unwilling to die or be used as shields. Yet, the situation gradually became clearer. The cockroach demons struggled to break through the line of defense held by the determined students and teachers. At this point, Jiang Yan was under increasing pressure, with more than half of his spiritual energy depleted. Although healing didn't require much energy, he had to expend more when dealing with severe injuries. The fact that they managed to hold out for nearly 10 minutes against such an onslaught of demons was largely due to Jiang Yan's efforts. Despite the heavy consumption of energy, he remained untroubled, confident that his remaining strength would last until the demon hunting team arrived. Just then, a voice nearby exclaimed, "A 0 level with 2 skills, you make quite the interesting experimental subject." Jiang Yan's head snapped up, just in time to see an arm swinging towards him. He quickly cast a shield to protect himself, but it shattered instantly under the force of the blow, scattering into countless fragments. At the same time, a faint power attempted to block the attack, but to no avail. Zhang Xiaoyan. Fang Yuan shouted, as Jiang Yan's pupils contracted. He watched helplessly as the arm struck his neck with tremendous force, sending him flying 3 meters away. He landed on his side, his body seemingly paralyzed and unable to move. He desperately tried to stand, only to find his body unresponsive. Taking a hit and still conscious. Your physical resilience is stronger than I expected, remarked a man in a white lab coat, who had somehow appeared among the students, coldly observing Jiang Yan. The female teacher charged forward with a fire axe, but the man, unfazed, easily subdued her. At that moment, the cockroach demons erupted like a black tide, swiftly overpowering the students. The man noticed Jiang Yan's eyes were still open and approached him, pressing his large hand gently on Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan was startled as he felt the pressure on his neck, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Jiang Yan eventually awoke, finding himself trapped like an animal in a large iron cage. Around him were many classmates, their faces tear-streaked and eyes swollen, clearly having cried. Jiang Yan tried to move, but realized his hands and feet were shackled, leaving him lying immobile on the ground. He silently called out to Fang Yuan, attempting to communicate with him mentally. Fang Yuan's voice soon echoed in Jiang Yan's mind, and his pocket stirred slightly. I'm still here, but things are complicated right now. Jiang Yan took a few deep breaths to calm himself and asked, how complicated can it be? How can humans be involved with demons? Fang Yuan explained. You and the other successfully awakened students were captured and transported here through the sewers by a large number of demons. The demon hunting squad engaged them in battle, but due to being vastly outnumbered, they couldn't rescue anyone. The crucial thing is, this wasn't orchestrated by the demons from the start, it was humans. Jiang Yan asked through mental communication, what should I do now? He had already realized that this incident wasn't just a simple demon riot. A demon riot is a natural disaster, but if someone orchestrated it, then it's a man-made calamity. Lying on the ground, Jiang Yan peered through the gaps of the iron cage, noticing the absence of windows and realizing it was a completely enclosed space. Zhang Xiaoyan, you're in a high-rise building, at least 20 floors above ground. Fang Yuan, sensing Jiang Yan's thoughts, promptly reminded him. Jiang Yan frowned. Fang Yuan, do you know who's behind this? Fang Yuan answered confidently, I do. The person orchestrating this should be someone with the surname Wu. The people who captured you mentioned this surname while coordinating with someone. The Wu family? Jiang Yan was shocked, knowing this prominent family rivaled the Su family. It must be them. In a small city like Rongqing, aside from the Su family, only the Wu family has such high-rise buildings, Fang Yuan added. Jiang Yan then asked, how long have I been unconscious? You've been here for 10 hours, Fang Yuan replied solemnly. Jiang Yan was surprised. That long, and the demon hunting squad still hasn't found us? Fang Yuan's tone turned serious. Human involvement isn't easy to trace, so we have two options. First, call Zhang Lianjiu over and attempt to break out with these students. But that's very risky, as I sense a second-tier demon presence. Second, abandon these burdens and sneak out with Zhang Lianjiu, then find the demon hunting squad for help. Hearing these options, Jiang Yan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Fang Yuan asked through telepathy, so, what choice are you going to make? Jiang Yan immediately responded, these two choices don't really matter. The key is, if we try to escape, we still have to face that second-tier being, right? Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. It's only suspected to be second-tier. The opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations are quite large and unstable, not truly second-tier. Jiang Yan continued. So it's difficult for Jiuge to win, isn't it? Fang Yuan remained silent, unsure of how to answer Jiang Yan's question. Jiang Yan pressed on. Tell me, your so-called plan isn't to have Jiuge hold off the second-tier being while we make our escape, is it? Jiang Yan easily saw through Fang Yuan's intentions. It seemed like he was given two choices, but in reality, others were being used as bait to draw attention away, allowing him to escape. Fang Yuan's voice carried a hint of amusement. Of course, it's also a test to see if you have a kind heart. Jiang Yan responded with disdain. That's nonsense. This kind of plan is useless. I don't want to risk Zhu Ji's life for your games. He didn't care about the other classmates, as his main concern, his long-term meal ticket, wasn't at school. At that moment, surrounded by demons in the training hall, he hadn't called Zhang Lianjiu over immediately, feeling he'd done enough. Now, he had to make sacrifices, as Fang Yuan said. These people were, in some sense, burdens. Fang Yuan's voice carried a meaningful smile. If you want to escape quietly, I'd advise against it. He continued, that second-tier being is wandering on this floor, watching all living things. Jiang Yan quickly thought of a solution and instructed, Fang Yuan, do you know where the zero-tier and first-tier demons are? Fang Yuan was full of doubts, seemingly unable to understand Jiang Yan's logic. At this point, hadn't this naive master realized? Without sacrificing some people, it would be difficult to get out of here. Jiang Yan immediately said, it's simple, I want to break through to the first tier. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. No, my dear master, are you out of your mind? Do you think breaking through is that easy? After the reminder, Fang Yuan understood Jiang Yan's intention. This guy wanted to call Zhang Lianjiu over to kill demons on the spot, obtain crystal cores, and break through. However, with just Jiang Yan and Zhang Lianjiu, they might not even have time to extract the crystal cores before being overwhelmed by demons. This idea was too reckless, full of youthful impulsiveness. Fang Yuan, you're supposed to be a cultured person, Jiang Yan countered. Fang Yuan was taken aback. I am a cultured person. What are you thinking? Jiang Yan continued. Then tell me. You should know that even the most precise plans can fail, right? Fang Yuan nodded. That's right. No matter how precise a plan is, once it involves people, deviations can occur. Exactly. So I might as well skip the plan and just charge ahead. Jiang Yan's slightly excited tone reached Fang Yuan, causing him to involuntarily twitch his mouth. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize that rushing out like that could get you killed? Fang Yuan was at a loss for words when it came to Jiang Yan's plan. This guy was simply too young, and expecting him to truly suppress his nature was almost impossible. Fang Yuan understood that rushing out like this could lead to danger, but Jiang Yan was different. With a mischievous smile on his lips, he confidently said, Exactly, with your small body, you're just perfect for this. Fang Yuan incredulously asked, You want me to go out and investigate alone? Jiang Yan replied, Of course, Fang Yuan, with your small toy-like size, you can easily slip through the iron bars and check things out. Fang Yuan hesitated and asked, Have you thought about what happens if I can't find my way back? Jiang Yan blinked, seemingly puzzled by the question. You can't find your way back? Fang Yuan paused for a long time before slowly saying, Amazing, you don't doubt that for a second. He understood that the success of this plan was crucial. If something went wrong, Jiang Yan would be in big trouble, and yet this little guy trusted him so much. He couldn't betray that trust. Soon after, in a hidden corner unknown to everyone, a small demon doll started moving, slowly heading toward the iron bars to gather as much information as possible. The more information collected, the better Jiang Yan's chances of staying safe. At this moment, Jiang Yan lay on the ground, his eyes slowly closing as he replenished his energy. He knew he couldn't stay there long. Once Fang Yuan returned with information, they had to act. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was unaware that, due to his absence that night, someone had already taken action. In the supermarket at the demon hunting team's headquarters, several captains were having a meeting. Minister Su Qishou had a grim expression, with clenched fists. Nearly 60 students who had successfully awakened their abilities were abducted, closely related to the person controlling the demons. Su Qishou asked, Do any of the captains present have anything to say? All 6 captains were silent, their faces full of worry. The incident happened and ended quickly. Within just a few minutes, those people had brought numerous demons and successfully attacked various schools, abducting 56 children. What these children had in common was that they had successfully awakened their abilities and were between the ages of 13 and 15. The situation was dire, and it was urgent to locate where these people were hiding and rescue the children. However, the problem was, where were those demons hiding? They had searched almost all of Rongqing, yet found no trace. The methods those demons used to erase their tracks were truly sophisticated. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and a figure holding a long gun walked in, looking coldly at Minister Su Qishou. I know where the people you're looking for are. Su Qishou asked, Who are you? Are you a member of the demon hunting team? Zhang Lianjiu shook his head and said in a deep voice, I'm not part of the demon hunting team, but I know where the people you're looking for are. I know where they are, but I can't get in on my own. I need your help to do it. This statement made everyone sit up straight, looking serious. Su Qishou looked at Zhang Lianjiu, his face showing a hint of skepticism. Can you really be sure you can find the people we're looking for? Zhang Lianjiu remained calm. I'm very sure of that. After an unknown period, Jiang Yan sensed Fang Yuan had returned and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a small demon doll slipped quietly into his pocket. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. I found the exact route. Jiang Yan silently asked, What information did you gather? Fang Yuan replied in a grave tone. I found the crystal cores, lots of them, definitely over 100. But the scene is truly nauseating. Can you handle it? Jiang Yan firmly responded. Even if I can't, I'll endure it. He was filled with curiosity about what could disgust Fang Yuan so much. Fang Yuan continued. I suggest you act quickly. Every 2 hours, they take one of your classmates to the operating table for various experiments. I checked their experiment list, and there's just over an hour left. The next person is you. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh, realizing that the Wu family had captured them for experiments. Although he wasn't sure what the experiments entailed, considering the Wu family's reputation, it was certainly nothing good. After hearing Fang Yuan's explanation, he immediately sprang into action. With a bit of force, Jiang Yan broke the handcuffs and shackles. To minimize noise, he enveloped himself in a shield to dampen any sound. The surrounding students watched Jiang Yan's actions with hopeful eyes, their previously despairing gazes reigniting. Jiang Yin spoke earnestly. Listen, my strength is too weak to bring you all out with me. But rest assured, I'll come back to save you no matter what. His tone was resolute, and although the students felt disappointed, they nodded, choosing to believe in Jiang Yan's words. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Suddenly, a student slammed into the iron bars, shouting in terror, "Where are we? I want to go home." The other students followed suit, their cries echoing. The guards in the distance chuckled coldly, not bothering to check, as this group of kids frequently cried, which annoyed them. Taking advantage of the loud voices, Jiang Yin grabbed 2 iron bars of the cage and forcefully widened a gap. Although the gap was too narrow for others, Jiang Yin, being the smallest, slipped through easily. Watching Jiang Yin successfully reach the outside of the cage, the boys and girls trapped inside silently prayed, hoping he would find help to rescue them. As Jiang Yin stealthily moved, a massive creature in a dark corner slowly opened its sleepy eyes. Just as it was about to act, it spotted its favorite bone and momentarily forgot to pursue its prey. It was a bit confused. Just not long ago, its owner had given it a big bone, so why was there another one now? But that wasn't a problem. The big bone from its owner was more important than any living creature. This was, of course, Fang Yuan's doing. While investigating, Fang Yuan had witnessed this seemingly second-tier creature being fed by a researcher in a white coat. Seizing the opportunity after the researcher left, Fang Yuan sneaked in, and on his way back, placed that big bone on the ground. Though called a big bone, it was actually a human bone, stripped clean of meat. At this moment, Jiang Yin was running briskly, following Fang Yuan's route. To avoid making any noise, he had even taken off his shoes and was running barefoot at high speed. Perhaps due to his transformation into a Blackfoot cat, he was able to run even faster barefoot, and not a sound was made in the process. Since awakening, Jiang Yin had maintained his beastly appearance, never reverting back. The reason was that with the addition of cat ears, he appeared more harmless, causing others to underestimate him at first glance. Moreover, his physical abilities were greatly enhanced after the transformation. In the dim corridor, Jiang Yin moved swiftly and nimbly, like a hunter lurking in the shadows. He only hoped that no one would block his path, for his life was his top priority. If he encountered an enemy, he would have no choice but to eliminate them. His fear of death made his heart as cold as if he had been gutting fish for over a decade. Fortunately, his hopes were not dashed, as he quietly and quickly reached the room Fang Yuan had mentioned. The room was filled with various large jars, containing organs from humans as well as other creatures. Inside, Jiang Yin also saw a naked boy immersed in a jar, half of his body human, the other half a grotesque beast. Entering the room, Jiang Yin felt a wave of nausea, but forced himself not to vomit, covering his mouth with both hands. Fang Yuan spoke in a low voice. The experiments conducted here involve not just humans, but demons as well. Their experiments require the dissection of demons, so there's a stockpile of crystals in the corner, and used. Despite feeling uneasy, Jiang Yin communicated telepathically, "I understand. I will never let myself become like this, never." Following Fang Yuan's guidance, he found a heap of crystals in the corner. Without much hesitation, he grabbed a crystal in each hand and began stuffing them into his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't care less about whether the crystals were dirty, he just needed to eat. In a situation like this, being picky would be a step closer to death. Halfway through eating, his cat ears twitched. Someone was coming. He leaped up, utilizing the Blackfoot cat's impressive jumping ability, and landed steadily atop a large jar, making sure to keep himself hidden. "Damn it, search everywhere. We must find the research plan for transplanting abilities," said a middle-aged man in a suit, appearing imposing. Jiang Yin recognized him as Wu Fangtao, the head of the Wu group. Why was this man so angry? Could the transplantation of abilities really be achieved? Wu Fangtao had brought a dozen people with him, searching the laboratory, but they couldn't find what they were looking for. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated. "Master Wu, what are you doing here?" Jiang Yin quickly spotted a figure in a white coat and couldn't help but recall the person who had easily incapacitated him with a single hand chop at school. Wu Fangtao snorted coldly and questioned, "Dr. Zhua, why did you attack so many schools today? Don't you know that such actions can easily draw official attention?" The man in the white coat, referred to as Dr. Zhua, remained calm, as if today's events had nothing to do with him, a faint smile playing on his lips. "So what?" he replied softly. Wu Fangtao paused, then angrily demanded, "What did you say?" Dr. Zhua obligingly repeated, "Even if it draws official attention, so what? In the end, they'll only trace it back to you, won't they?" "You tricked me," Wu Fangtao shouted, raising his gun, ready to pull the trigger. The nearby search personnel also halted, pointing their guns at Dr. Zhua. However, Dr. Zhua showed no sign of panic. Instead, he sneered, "Master Wu, you've committed countless misdeeds, and now fate toys with you. Your entire family lacks powers. In the coming era, you'll inevitably fall, losing everything. Or perhaps you'll be used, like by me." Bang, bang, bang. Wu Fangtao fired without hesitation, but the bullets seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall midair. Everyone else also opened fire, bullets raining down on Dr. Zwa, yet they were all blocked by the invisible barrier. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed, and a person's head fell to the ground. Dr. Zwa's pristine white coat remained spotless, but his hand held a bloodstained scalpel, his smile carrying an icy chill. Master Wu, you wanted me to help you research a method to transplant powers, but wasn't I also using you to gather excellent experimental material? Now it's time to say goodbye. His smile vanished, and he flung out a dozen scalpels, each piercing through the heads of those people like armor-piercing rounds, swiftly ending their lives. As for Wu Fangtao, the leader of the Wu group, his head was also severed, his terrified expression forever frozen, the bloodied head rolling several meters across the floor. Amidst the pool of blood, Dr. Zwa elegantly wiped his hands with a handkerchief, murmuring to himself, Rongqing is no longer a place to stay. It's time to move on. Just then, a figure appeared in an instant, thrusting a long spear toward his heart, murderous intent palpable. Dr. Zwa's face twisted into a grim smile as he was sent flying back. Zhang Lianjiao stood amidst the thunder, tightly gripping his spear, making no effort to conceal his intent to kill. The shot from the ambush just now missed its mark. Dr. Zwa's voice echoed, puzzled. There should have been only one person here, so how did another appear? He slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, maintaining the same demeanor. Hearing this, Jiang Yin no longer hid, jumping down from a high place and coldly staring at Dr. Zwa. He thought to himself, as expected, this guy noticed me. Jiang Yin felt frustrated, believing he had hidden well, but in Dr. Zwa's eyes, he was as exposed as if in broad daylight. His little tricks might work on ordinary people, but they were ineffective against someone extraordinary like this. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Even though he's only at the first rank, he's just a step away from the second rank. Don't interfere with Zhang Lianjiao's fight here. Jiang Yin understood and immediately retreated a few meters, leaving the battlefield to Zhang Lianjiao. As he withdrew, Zhang Lianjiao unleashed an astounding burst of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing around him. I don't know who you are, but you're too dangerous and must be eliminated, Jiang Yin warned. Brother Jiao, his ability is controlling the speed of air currents. When he killed earlier, he used the wind to control a scalpel. Zhang Lianjiao nodded slightly, gripping the gun handle tightly. Dr. Zwa was slightly taken aback upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, as he had never revealed his ability to anyone. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to see through it. However, it wasn't a significant problem and could be easily resolved. While pondering, Dr. Zwa's eyes turned cold, and a scalpel appeared in his hand. Instantly, the sound of two figures clashing filled the space, and a torrent of lightning engulfed the area. Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been struck by the lightning. In just 10 seconds, Zhang Lianjiao returned to Jiang Yan's side, still full of energy. As for Dr. Zwa, his white coat now bore several scorched marks from the electricity. You use such a long gun against my scalpel? Dr. Zwa raised the shattered scalpel, a bitter smile on his face. Jiang Yan remained unimpressed, snorting. If Brother Jiao were at the same level as you, you wouldn't last a single round. Dr. Zwa's expression turned serious, and he replied, fighting is something only brutes do. Why would I stoop to such a level? Jiang Yan's gaze grew intense, knowing that when a villain says such things, it usually means they're about to unleash a powerful move. Dr. Zwa adjusted his clothing slightly and raised his arm. At that moment, a dragon formed of lightning surged towards him. Zhang Lianjiao struck again, believing that in battle, there's no time for words save them for after your opponent is defeated. Dr. Zwa sneered and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a massive creature leaped over him, landing heavily on the ground, its body directly withstanding Zhang Lianjiao's formidable lightning. The creature let out a deafening roar, exuding a strong sense of oppression. This child is a recent creation of mine, a relatively successful experiment. It should be enough to deal with you too, don't you think? Jiang Yan's pupils contracted, staring in shock at the monster shielding Dr. Zwa. It was a beast resembling a hound, but as large as a car, exactly the second-rank creature Fang Yuan had mentioned. Zhang Lianjiao's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, this guy is tough to beat. With my current level, I might not be able to protect Jiang Yan. Zhang Lianjiao hesitated for a moment before he saw a figure dash past him, heading straight towards Jiang Yan behind him. Jiang Xiaoyan. Before Zhang Lianjiao could attempt to intervene, a second-tier demon hound lunged at him. Helpless, Zhang Lianjiao had to raise his weapon and engage in battle. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhang Lianjiao's voice, Jiang Yan immediately activated his shield. The same scenario played out again, but this time, Jiang Yan's shield only slightly hindered the attack. He quickly retreated, doing his best to avoid getting hit. Dr. Zwa, watching the young boy evade the attack, smirked playfully. I remember now, you're the kid I knocked down at school, right? It's rare for someone at your level to remain conscious after taking a hit from me. Jiang Yan forced a smile and said, considering I'm just a kid, could you let me go this time? Dr. Zwa shook his head with a smile. I can't. To me, You're just a suitable experimental subject. With that, a scalpel appeared in his hand, and he hurled it towards Jiang Yan. You came straight for me. Didn't you consider that I might be looking for you too? Jiang Yan sidestepped to dodge, responding with a grin. Dr. Zhua paused, pondering whether this boy had a backup plan. He no longer saw Jiang Yan as a student to be captured, but as a member of the demon hunting team. If he dared to make a move, perhaps he had a countermeasure. However, what happened next took Dr. Zhua by surprise. After speaking, Jiang Yan turned and ran, his legs moving swiftly without hesitation. Dr. Zhua initially thought this kid wanted to spar with him, but it turned out he was just trying to scare him. All right, kid, you'll soon be my specimen. Dr. Zhua snapped back to reality and chased after him, continuously throwing scalpels at Jiang Yan's back. Yet, Jiang Yan seemed to have eyes on his back, evading most attacks skillfully. Even when he couldn't completely dodge, he only sustained minor injuries and continued to flee. While running, he also healed himself. Jiang Yan knew that he didn't want to be in such a sorry state, but his shield wasn't strong enough to withstand a hit from the opponent. If he were caught, the consequences would be dire. His ability to dodge attacks was entirely thanks to Fang Yuan's constant alerts, allowing him to react so swiftly. Before long, Jiang Yan found himself cornered. Just as he turned, he was struck heavily on the back, falling into a corner. Conveniently, there was a pile of unused crystal cores in the corner where he was forced back. You little brat, I finally caught you. Now prepare to die. Dr. Zhou approached, a cruel smile on his face, holding a scalpel in his right hand. At that moment, a doll resembling a little demon emerged from Jiang Yan's pocket, emitting a piercing shriek. As Dr. Zhou drew near, he was hit squarely by this move, causing him to stagger back several steps. Blood streamed from his ears, and Dr. Zhou was shocked to discover that this young man possessed a device capable of mental attacks. With a swift motion, he sent a scalpel flying at incredible speed. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan was pierced by the blade and pinned to the wall. Fang Yuan had done his best to buy time, but it seemed this journey might end here. Dr. Zhou's lips curled into a sinister smile. This is the end for you, little one. Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickened his actions. Dr. Zhou sensed something amiss, furrowing his brows as he grabbed Jiang Yan by the collar and pulled him from the pile of crystal cores. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yan's cheeks were puffed, and his lips were dusted with powder. Dr. Zhou immediately recognized it as demon crystal core powder, his pupils contracting in shock. Kid, you must have a death wish, eating demon crystal cores raw. At that moment, Jiang Yan swallowed the crystal cores, revealing a harmless smile. My little life is precious. I can't just give it up here. As spiritual energy surged, and with the feedback from the Yuanling tree, he successfully reached the first tier. The world seemed to pause, falling into silence. Jiang Yan found himself in the most familiar place, the depths of his consciousness where the Yuanling tree resided. The sapling had grown significantly, now over 2 meters tall. Under Jiang Yan's gaze, spiritual energy surged up the trunk, forming a branch. Whispering sounds echoed. The contract was sealed. The magical apostle, by Yin. Jiang Yan noticed the mark of a spear on the back of his right hand expanding, forming a circle around it. He sensed a connection with another entity. Quickly, Jiang Yan returned from his consciousness. The world resumed, and time flowed once more. Everything that had just happened ended in an instant. Dr. Zhou opened his palm, revealing another scalpel, and without hesitation, stabbed towards Jiang Yan. At that moment, a crystal core flew up, striking Dr. Zhou's face, momentarily halting his movement. Jiang Yan heard Fang Yuan's mental voice. Quick, punch him to create distance. He immediately complied, landing a small punch on Dr. Zhou's chest. The unexpected force widened Dr. Zhou's eyes, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Instantly, a shield expanded from Jiang Yan, separating Dr. Zhou from them. Dr. Zhou, realizing what happened, shouted angrily and struck the shield with a hand blade, intending to break it as before, but this time he only managed to crack it. How is this possible? You've reached the first tier. Dr. Zhou stared in disbelief at Jiang Yan within the shield, his expression unable to calm. At that moment, Jiang Yan raised his right hand, the sigil on its back emitting strange energy waves. At his call, a figure slowly appeared in midair, emanating peculiar energy. This figure wore a wide-brimmed wizard hat, a long cloak, and held a staff embedded with a red gem. Dr. Zhou's cold gaze locked onto the woman who had suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes growing sharper. Jiang Yan was surprised to discover that this apostle of magic only had first-tier strength, which immediately made him feel disdainful, and he arrogantly placed his hands on his hips. However, before Jiang Yan could speak, Dr. Zhou, without any hesitation, picked up a scalpel that glowed with a strange power and slashed it fiercely towards Jiang Yan. This time, Jiang Yan's reinforced shield was shattered in an instant. The blade was only 10 centimeters away from his skin, and the breath of death was upon him. At the critical moment, the apostle of magic in midair cast a mysterious skill. Jiang Yan felt an invisible force suddenly pull him away, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Meanwhile, a light breeze swept through, and Doctor's body was violently thrown back several meters, as if hit by a massive force. Deep slash marks appeared on the ground where he had stood. Everything happened so fast that Jiang Yin couldn't even react. By the time he came to his senses, the tall apostle of magic was already standing beside him, gently rubbing his cat ears with slender fingers, and said in a teasing tone, "Hello, my adorable master." Jiang Yin was stunned by the sudden display of affection, but quickly composed himself and urgently asked, "Could you briefly explain the current situation?" The woman smiled faintly, her eyes still vigilant on Dr. Zhua, and replied softly, "Of course." Jiang Yin immediately explained, "We're in the enemy's stronghold, and this person wants to kill me. Can you defeat him?" The woman confidently responded, "Of course, I am a forbidden spell mage. Not only can I defeat this ant before us, but I could also level this entire building with a flick of my fingers." Jiang Yin suddenly sensed something strange and asked puzzledly, "Do you know who you are?" A hint of confusion flashed in the woman's eyes, but she quickly returned to a nonchalant expression. "I just forgot. No need to dwell on it." Jiang Yin was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "You don't even remember who you are, and you say just forgot? That's outrageous." At that moment, the woman's eyes suddenly became sharp. She raised her staff high, her voice filled with authority. "Nameless ant, provoking me is the biggest mistake of your life. Prepare to receive a strike from the heavens." The magic array in her hand pointed forward sharply, and she shouted, "Annihilation Ray." Dr. Zhua, upon hearing this, instinctively leaned back, bracing for a powerful attack. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. An awkward silence filled the air, and Jiang Yin looked at the woman in confusion. The woman, looking embarrassed, cleared her throat and explained, "Sorry, my master, I haven't used this move in a while, and I made a mistake. It won't happen again." With that, she defiantly waved her staff once more. "What? What? What? Why can't I use it?" The woman was on the verge of breaking down, almost cursing out loud. Jiang Yin was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that his second contracted apostle would be as mature and reliable as Zhugo, but what was the situation with this one? A mage who can't cast spells? This is utterly absurd. The woman panicked. Her confidence came from her own strength, and without it, anyone would feel uneasy. The key issue was that she was in the middle of a battle. Yet, Dr. Zhua showed no intention of waiting for her. Several surgical knives flew from his hand in an instant. Each knife was charged with a significant amount of spiritual power, heading straight for Jiang Yin. Damn! Seeing this, the woman quickly pushed Jiang Yin aside, and a faint golden light emanated from her body, forming a shield-like barrier to fend off the attack. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see how much spiritual power you have before unleashing a big move? Do you even have the ability?" At this moment, Fang Yuan, pinned against the wall, was almost going crazy, thinking to himself how such an unreliable apostle could appear. "How dare you insult me?" The woman glared at Fang Yuan, seething with anger. If she weren't in the middle of a fight, she would have already gone over to give him a piece of her mind. As they argued, Dr. Zhua's attack didn't cease for a moment. The surgical knives battered against the woman's golden shield like a relentless storm. Jiang Yin realized that the apostle he had just contracted was indeed quite unreliable. But in this crisis, no matter how unreliable she was his only lifeline, and he had to hold on tight. "Bai Yin, calm down. At least with this shield, we're safe for now," Jiang Yin said in a deep voice. The woman was taken aback. "Are you calling me? That name sounds so familiar. Is that what you're calling me now? Do you have any plan to solve this?" Jiang Yin looked at her questioningly. "You just saved me. What skill did you use?" "What skill? That was low-level magic. It looks impressive but doesn't pack much punch." Bai Yin scratched her head and said seriously, "The key is, there's no way to take down this guy in front of us." Despite having forgotten many things, she had a premonition that the man in the lab coat was very dangerous. Without absolute certainty, a reckless attack would definitely backfire. Despite considering herself mature and prudent, her first thought in this situation was to run rather than fight. "Master, here's a suggestion. Of all the 36 stratagems, running is the best. How about I get you out of here immediately?" Bai Yin raised an eyebrow, giving Jiang Yin a meaningful look. "You don't need to defeat him, just stall him. Someone else will come to take care of him," Jiang Yin said. Bai Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. "That makes it much easier." With that, she waved her staff, and a gust of wind dispelled Dr. Zhua's powers, then she tapped the ground. Instantly, ice began to form, quickly covering the floor. Dr. Zhua quickly retreated, but the situation was beyond his control now. The gust of wind that had just dispelled his powers reappeared, right behind him. The sudden wind pushed him, and failing to evade in time, he was overtaken by the fate of being frozen. The ice spread from Dr. Zhua's feet, rapidly extending over his body. He immediately tried to control his internal spiritual power to suppress the ice's spread and violently break free from the frozen state. However, by then, Bai Yin had already finished chanting her next spell. Dozens of fireballs hovered around her, and under the control of her staff, they shot towards Dr. Zhua like a machine gun. A series of explosions erupted, and an excited smile gradually appeared on Bai Yan's face, as if she were creating a masterpiece. Upon noticing the smile on Bai Yan's face, Jiang Yin instinctively took a step back. Why did he feel that this apostle might not be a good person? A series of explosions erupted, relentlessly giving their opponent no chance to catch a breath. Before the dust had settled, Bai Yin whipped up a gentle breeze to quickly disperse it, revealing the disheveled figure of Dr. Zhua at the center of the blast. Dr. Zhua was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes torn to shreds by the explosions, his hair turned into a frizzled mess, his former elegance completely gone. Jiang Yin glanced at Bai Yin, his mouth twitching slightly as he asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't kill him?" Bai Yin nodded earnestly, replying, "Yeah, see, he's not dead. To me, if I can't instantly kill someone, then they're unkillable." Jiang Yin looked puzzled and asked, "Why is that?" Bai Yin explained seriously, "Because if I can't take them out in one hit, they'll definitely run away. If I can't finish someone off quickly, I can't stop them if they flee at full speed." At this moment, Dr. Zhua clutched at his chest, glaring at Bai Yin with a vicious expression and angrily shouted, "A spirit of the censorate lineage? Since when did the censorate have such a spirit?" He had thought he could easily handle Jiang Yin, only to be suppressed by the spirit Jiang Yin had just summoned. The barrage of fireball machine guns had left him questioning his life choices. Typically, spirits of the censorate lineage don't immediately possess combat abilities upon successful summoning. Since they don't belong to this era, they need time to adapt, and their power system gradually transforms into spiritual power, a process that takes at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Moreover, spirits are restricted by the summoner's level, unable to exert even a tenth of their original strength. Thus, newly summoned spirits are generally at their weakest. Knowing this, Dr. Zhua had remained on the battlefield, intending to eliminate Jiang Yin and take him back as a specimen. The outcome, however, was far from his expectations. Whose spirit could instantly unleash such power upon being summoned? Had Dr. Zhua been any weaker, he would have been blown to pieces by the bombardment. "Is it possible that you're just too incompetent?" Bai Yin taunted as the enemy fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Yin didn't find this inappropriate and sneered. Exactly. You don't want to run away like a defeated dog, do you?" Dr. Zhua's forehead veins bulged as he angrily retorted, "Oh, so you're the only one who can call for backup? As if no one else can." With that, he snapped his fingers and shouted, "Come to me." A large hole was soon blasted into the ceiling, and a humanoid monster dropped down. As the dust settled, Jiang Yin saw another cockroach man, but this time it was larger, and its shell had turned a bluish color. Bai Yin exclaimed in shock, "What the heck kind of cockroach is this?" Jiang Yin added, "Bai Yin, this thing is almost at the second stage." Before Bai Yin could react, a massive fist came hurtling toward them. A golden shield appeared instantly, but was shattered just as quickly. Boom! Under the force of the blue cockroach man's punch, the building resounded with a deafening roar. Bai Yan's body was propelled like a cannonball, tracing an arc as he plummeted toward the ground. Jiang Yin and Feng Yuan were also caught in the punch's shockwave, causing them both to fall from the high-rise. Below them, a massive creature shattered the glass wall and flew out. In midair, Jiang Yin caught sight of Ida menacing Black Hound. As gravity rapidly pulled him towards the ground, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around him. It was Zhang Lianjiu. Without hesitation, Zhang Lianjiu leaped out and successfully caught Jiang Yin. Before Jiang Yin could react, Zhang Lianjiu had already stepped onto a falling piece of rubble, using it to propel them back to the building's first floor. They crashed through the glass, landing inside, drawing the attention of the office workers still working overtime. "Brother Jiu, are you alright?" Jiang Yin asked with concern, noticing Zhang Lianjiu's body was covered in wounds, some with glass shards embedded in his flesh, bloodied and raw. Jiang Yin felt a pang of pain in his heart. "It's nothing serious," Zhang Lianjiu replied stoically, then surveyed the floor's occupants and said in a deep voice, "Demon hunting squad at work, clear the way." The workers quickly made a path upon hearing this. At that moment, rumbling sounds echoed throughout the building, and Jiang Yin could clearly feel the entire structure shaking violently. Seeing Jiang Yan's unease, Zhang Lianjiu whispered, "Don't worry, that's the demon hunting squad. This place will be surrounded soon." Jiang Yin was shocked. "The demon hunting squad got here so fast." "I told them you were here," Zhang Lianjiu said calmly. Jiang Yin immediately understood that the apostles could always sense his location, a connection that couldn't be blocked as long as he was alive. With the demon hunting squad involved, it seemed the situation would soon be resolved, and they were truly safe. The workers on that floor, feeling the building's intense shaking, began to flee in panic, but Jiang Yin and Zhang Lianjiu stayed put. This was mainly because they had both received a mental message from Feng Yuan, informing them he would soon bring Bai Yin over and advising them not to move unnecessarily. "Brother Jiu, let me treat your wounds," Jiang Yin suggested. Zhang Lianjiu nodded, taking off his shirt and allowing Jiang Yin to tend to his injuries. Jiang Yin carefully extracted the glass shards one by one, and Zhang Lianjiu didn't utter a sound during the process. It was then that Jiang Yin realized the severity of Zhang Lianjiu's injuries, with cuts and gashes covering his limbs, the deepest of which was missing a chunk of flesh. Jiang Yin immediately intensified his healing abilities, letting the healing light wash over Zhang Lianjiu's wounds. After 10 minutes of effort, the wounds gradually healed. Zhang Lianjiu donned his torn shirt and said approvingly, "You were a great help this time." Hearing the praise, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but stand proudly. Of course. It's just a pity my abilities are still too weak to help during battles. Zhang Lianjiu patted his furry head and said in a deep voice, "It's all right. There's no need to rush these things." Jiang Yin nodded, indicating his agreement with Zhang Lianjiu's words. After all, his abilities were not yet at a level where he could help, and impatience would do no good. Upstairs, there seemed to be an intense battle raging, with booming noises echoing throughout, causing the entire building to shake violently. Jiang Yin speculated that the demon hunters must have arrived and were engaging in combat with the demons that were nearly at the second tier. He was unaware of the specifics of the situation above, but if given the opportunity, he wanted to go up and take a look. However, he understood his own limitations and knew that rushing up there would only create problems for the demon hunters. So, he turned his attention to Zhang Lianjiu. Zhang Lianjiu frowned slightly and asked, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Jiang Yin nodded, driven by curiosity and the realization that as support, he couldn't always hide in a safe place. Eventually, he would need to be on the front lines to support his teammates. "Then let's go up," Zhang Lianjiu said, looking at Jiang Yin with a doting expression. In Jiang Yan's mind, the gauge representing Zhang Lianjiu's affection for him unknowingly rose to 66 and continued to climb. Jiang Yin found this perplexing, as he hadn't done anything significant. Affection was indeed a mysterious thing. Just then, a figure flew in through the window they had just broken. "Young man, how can you go to such a dangerous place? And more importantly, without me?" The speaker was another apostle, Bai Yin, who walked towards Jiang Yin with a light step, though the swollen cheek on her right side contrasted sharply with her graceful demeanor. She had struggled to climb up here and vowed to defeat the monster that had hit her. Jiang Yin smiled and said, "Sister Bai Yin, it's great to see you're okay." Bai Yin approached Jiang Yin, grabbed his cheek, and pulled it gently. "You say that, but falling from dozens of floors, if I didn't have some skills, I'd be done for. I told you to run away, why didn't you listen?" She pinched Jiang Yan's cheeks, finding them pleasantly soft. Quickly, her gaze shifted to Zhang Lianjiu, and her eyes lit up. "Oh my, what's this handsome guy's name? I'm Bai Yin, and this is my master." She looked at Zhang Lianjiu with excitement in her eyes. "Wow, what a great physique." Zhang Lianjiu noticed Bai Yan's gaze, which seemed almost perverse, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly put on his shirt, trying to cover himself. Taking advantage of Bai Yan's momentary distraction, Jiang Yin swiftly freed himself from her grasp and rubbed his slightly reddened cheeks, introducing, "This is my brother Ji, Zhang Lianjiu, and this is the new apostle, Sister Bai Yin." Zhang Lianjiu nodded slightly at Bai Yin. Bai Yin, excited, said, "Oh my, so you're Zhang Lianjiu. Can I ask if I can touch your abs?" Wow, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Lianjiu's abdomen, and her hands seemed eager to reach out. Zhang Lianjiu's expression turned cold as he immediately drew his spear and pointed it at Bai Yin. Startled, Bai Yin quickly stepped back. "All right, no need to be so fierce if you don't want to share." Jiang Yin saw the two apostles almost about to fight and felt a headache coming on, unsure of what to say. "Jiang Xiaoyan, have you forgotten about me?" At that moment, a doll flew out from Bai Yin and into Jiang Yan's arms, weakly hitting his chest with its tiny fists, but failing to hurt him. Feng Yuan, witnessing this, sighed with relief. "I'm so glad you're okay." Jiang Yin looked at the demon doll in his arms with delight, not feeling any pain at all. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "You say that, but you clearly forgot about me when we fell together." Jiang Yin laughed and rubbed his cheek against Feng Yuan. All right, I just didn't think of it at the time." Feng Yuan looked annoyed. "Get lost, I don't want to see you right now." Just then, a loud crash echoed from above, causing the entire building to shake, indicating how intense the battle was upstairs. Jiang Yin realized, "I want to go up and take a look. Could I trouble everyone to come with me?" Zhang Lianjiu nodded in agreement. Bai Yin, using spiritual energy, reformed her staff and said through gritted teeth, "That damn cockroach dared to hit my face. He's going to pay for it." Jiang Yin noticed Bai Yin was more vengeful than he had imagined and thought to himself, "Isn't this a chance to gain favor?" He asked quietly, "Sister Bai Yin, I can heal. Does your cheek need some treatment?" Bai Yin looked at Jiang Yin in surprise. "You can heal? Then hurry up, my face hurts like hell," she urged. Though she had similar recovery spells, they were too slow for her liking. As a woman who loved beauty, she couldn't tolerate her current state. Jiang Yin raised his palm to Bai Yan's face, and a soft glow emanated from his hand, quickly healing her swollen cheek. Bai Yin gratefully said, Thank you so much, little brother. Let me give you a hug. Jiang Yan was embraced by Bai Yan, seemingly earning her favor. However, he soon realized that Bai Yan's affectionate behavior was superficial. She seemed casual and friendly, but genuine approval required more than just normal interaction. Jiang Yan seriously said, "Can we go up and take a look now?" Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. Upstairs, an intense battle was ongoing. The floor, once filled with experimental equipment, was now in ruins. Two captains from the demon hunting team were fiercely battling a cockroach man, and a large black rat was overpowering the two captains. Captain Zhao Xinghua, with a cigarette in his mouth, was chasing someone none other than Dr. Zhua. After battling with Jiang Yin and his group, Dr. Zhua's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, making it impossible for him to withstand someone of Zhao Xinghua's caliber. Zhao Xinghua sneered, "Dr. Zhua, is your Salvation Society only good at hiding? Don't you dare come out and face me." Dr. Zhua cursed angrily. "Do you think I'm stupid?" He knew that confronting Zhao Xinghua Hiden was a losing battle, especially after being bombarded by that crazy woman. Facing Zhao Xinghua again would surely lead to his death, and he wasn't foolish enough to make such a reckless move. Zhao Xinghua glared coldly at Dr. Zhua, who was hiding in the shadows, his eyes filled with an intense chill. "If I remember correctly, your hobby is to cut people open while they're conscious, making them witness their own death, right? Are you kidding me?" Zhao Xinghua said icily. "What do you take human life for?" Dr. Zhua hugged his knees, hiding behind a pillar with a playful smile on his face. "Of course, they're just toys. Humans put all sorts of animals on the operating table. I'm just doing the same with humans. Can't you accept that?" He thought to himself, wondering why reinforcements hadn't arrived yet as he was nearing his limit. "Stubborn fool, you deserve to die." Zhao Xinghua's long sword suddenly slashed out with a fierce whoosh. Dr. Zhua scrambled to dodge, leaving dozens of cuts on his body. Yet, instead of panicking, Dr. Zhua calmly bit down on a molar, releasing a liquid into his mouth that quickly traveled to his stomach. It wasn't poison. Someone who valued their life wouldn't poison themselves. It was meant for counterattack. In an instant, Dr. Zhua's body emitted a special glow, and with a wave of his hand, a blaze shot towards Zhao Xinghua. Zhao Xinghua cut through the flames with his sword, and then unleashed a first-level skill, his blade striking out with a massive slash. However, Dr. Zhua, wielding a scalpel, managed to withstand the blow, releasing a second-level aura. "How many people have you harmed?" Zhao Xinghua demanded angrily, recognizing the source of Dr. Zhua's power. This second-level strength wasn't Dr. Zhua's true ability. It was the product of his research, a rare substance extracted from the human body. Dr. Zhua couldn't always find people with abilities, as that would be too noticeable. This substance was present in ordinary people too, but in smaller, rarer quantities. Dr. Zhua's goal was simple. Repeatedly put people on the operating table to extract this material until he had enough, regardless of how many lives it claimed. Dr. Zhua thought for a moment, then laughed and said, "Oh, I haven't killed that many, maybe thousands, tens of thousands, I lost count long ago." Zhao Xinghua wasted no more words, launching a direct strike aimed at Dr. Zhua's neck. Jiang Yin was stunned when he returned to this floor today. "Weren't you guys fighting so intensely? You're about to tear this place apart," he shouted urgently. "Brother Jiao, Sister Bai Yan, help them out immediately." Jiang Yin quickly assessed the situation, knowing where assistance was needed. He decided not to interfere in the battle between Dr. Zhua and Zhao Xinghua, as their fight and speed far exceeded first-level capabilities. Instead, he focused on helping elsewhere. Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yan understood and immediately moved in different directions. Zhang Lianjiao, wielding a spear, went after the giant rat, while Bai Yan headed straight for the cockroach man who had hit her. This woman clearly holds grudges and wouldn't miss the chance to gang up on her opponent. The captains, who were fiercely battling two monsters, were thrilled to see two first-tier fighters coming to their aid, and their morale soared. Under the formidable combat power of Zhang Lianjiao and the firepower of Bai Yan, the two monsters quickly fell into a disadvantage. With the additional support from the nearby captains, the monsters were swiftly defeated. Now, only Dr. Zhua was left standing alone. Realizing he was surrounded, Dr. Zhua felt a pang of panic and immediately tried to escape, but with the captains closing in, there was nowhere to run. Suddenly, a hint of a smile appeared on Dr. Zhua's otherwise tense face, suggesting he had noticed something. The others realized they had to act quickly to prevent any unexpected developments. As anticipated, a powerful gust of wind blew in from outside the building, forcing the captains to retreat. Sensing Dr. Zhua's imminent escape, Zhao Xinghua swung his long blade, aiming a powerful strike at Dr. Zhua's head. However, a pair of large wings intercepted the attack. The newcomer was a burly man with blood-red eyes and eagle-like wings. Fang Yuan quickly advised Jiang Yan to retreat, noting that this newcomer was a genuine second-tier fighter, unlike those who had enhanced their abilities through biotechnology and external means. Jiang Yan nodded and carefully retreated to avoid getting caught up in the aftermath of the battle. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, The winged man seemed uninterested in fighting and simply grabbed Dr. Zhua and fled. The demon-hunting captains breathed a sigh of relief. While they could handle the deluded second-tier fighters, a real second-tier battle would have resulted in significant casualties on their side. The opponent's decision to rescue rather than fight was wise. A battle would have been costly for both sides. Jiang Yin preferred not to engage in the fight, as Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin facing such a formidable enemy posed certain risks. Of course, what he considered risky might not be significant to his two apostles. Zhao Xinghua, looking dejected, tossed away his cigarette, but, regretting that he couldn't finish off Dr. Zhua. This had been the closest they'd come to eliminating him, and such an opportunity might not arise again. The other captains remained silent, understanding that someone like Dr. Zhua wouldn't be easily abandoned by the Salvation Society, so failing to kill him was expected. At this moment, Jiang Yin prepared to leave to avoid attracting Zhao's attention, but it was too late. Zhao Xinghua quickly approached Jiang Yin, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. "Aren't you going to explain yourself, kid?" Jiang Yin wore an awkward smile, contemplating whether to tell the truth or fabricate a story. Just then, Zhang Lianjiao remained still, while Bai Yin, with one hand on her hip, approached assertively. Zhao Xinghua raised an eyebrow at the imposing Bai Yin. "Is this your kid? What's the matter? If he calls me sister, how can I stand by and let him be bullied?" Bai Yin raised her chin and shouted angrily. Zhao Xinghua chuckled. "I'm his homeroom teacher. Dear parent, please come for a consultation." Bai Yan's expression froze in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Yin, who nodded with a wry smile. Soon, the mission of the demon hunting team was completely finished. The Wu Corporation was shut down, and the team rescued many students along with a large number of bodies. These bodies belonged to teenagers aged 13 to 15, who had been captured by the Wu Corporation for illegal experiments. The demon hunting team sealed off the Wu Corporation and reported it to the authorities. The Wu family was stripped of all state benefits for 5 generations. All assets were confiscated, and various political rights were revoked. The Wu family was effectively finished. In the small town of Rongqing, only the Su family remained as the local power. In the underground headquarters of the demon hunting team in Rongqing, Jiang Yin sat with his head down, undergoing questioning. The person interrogating him was his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinghua. Zhao Xinghua squinted at Jiang Yin and asked, "Haven't you thought of a reason to fool us yet?" Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure and replied, "Teacher, I'm telling the truth. I have no intention of deceiving you." Zhao Xinghua smiled knowingly, tapping his fingers on the table, and said lightly, "So, you're saying those two really just came out of the mountains?" Yes," Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Zhao Xinghua chuckled. "Come on, Xiao Yin, I know you have secrets. The demon hunting team won't pursue it, but you need to tell us where those two first-rate talents came from." Jiang Yan's thumb twirled as he looked conflicted. Finally, he thought of a suitable explanation, related to the lineage of the national martial arts censorate. If their abilities were from this lineage, then could they be the legendary heroic spirits? Zhao Xinghua stroked his chin, lost in thought, finally understanding why he and his team felt a sense of incongruity around Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin. They were historical figures, now existing in modern times as heroic spirits due to the connection with this child. Jiang Yin continued to fabricate lies in his mind, trying to add more details to make the story believable. Just then, Zhao Xinghua said, "There's no need to say more." Jiang Yin was surprised, expecting Zhao Xinghua to ask for more details. Zhao Xinghua smiled. "Everyone has secrets, and we don't need to know everything. What you've told us is enough. These two heroic spirits don't have identities in modern times, so we'll handle that for you." Jiang Yin blinked, full of gratitude, and said, "Is it really okay to trouble you with this? It might be difficult for other groups, but it's much easier for our demon hunting team to apply." Zhao Xinghua waved his hand nonchalantly. "No problem." Jiang Yin felt relieved. He had been worrying about how to get legal identification for Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin. Without it, they would be considered undocumented and would face difficulties explaining themselves if problems arose. Now that the demon hunting team was willing to help solve the ID issue, it was a significant relief for him. Zhao Xinghua suddenly said, "If you have time now, you should quickly take those two away. Our team members are about to be exhausted." Jiang Yin was puzzled, wondering what his two associates had to do with the team members being worn out. However, when he walked into the adjacent room and saw the chaos, he was left speechless. Zhang Lianjiao was sparring with a member of the demon hunting squad and easily floored him with a single move. He glanced at the fallen member and coldly remarked, "If this were the battlefield, you'd be dead. Your movements are sloppy, your strength is lacking, your reflexes are inadequate, and your speed and balance are terrible. Did you really come from official special training?" The demon hunting squad member was filled with resentment, gritting his teeth at Zhang Lianjiao's words, and in his anger, he spat out blood and fainted. Zhang Lianjiao gave him another look and sternly added, "And one more thing, your mentality is poor." Next, nearby, the demon hunting squad members huddled together, trembling with fear and resistance on their faces. On a sofa not far away, Bai Yin, reeking of alcohol and flushed, grabbed a squad member by the collar and shouted, "What do you mean by this? Bringing me this cheap liquor? Get me the best wine." She took a large swig from the bottle in her hand and complained, "Look at this. It's like water. Go get the good stuff." Seeing this, Jiang Yan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, silently wondering how he ended up with such apis a ruthless drill sergeant and a volatile drunkard. He mentally asked Fang Yuan, "How did they end up with these flaws?" Fang Yuan replied telepathically, "They were always like this. Don't think of apostles as game character cards that will do whatever you want. They are living, breathing people." Jiang Yin never saw apostles as mere objects, perhaps due to his young age and different perspective from adults. He considered apostles as partners, and with each contract, it felt like gaining a new family member. In the end, Jiang Yin apologized on behalf of his two apostles to the demon hunting squad, collected the ID cards they helped process, and left in a hurry. After some time, Jiang Yin returned to his housekeeping store. He already felt awkward staying at the Su family with Zhang Lianjiu, and now with Bai Yin as well, he didn't dare impose any longer. After all, the two apostles had no familial ties to the Su family, and he wasn't comfortable asking them to accept them. As long as there was a place to stay, that was enough. Back at the housekeeping store, Zhang Lianjiu disdainfully tossed the drunken Bai Yin onto a long bench. Jiang Yin saw this and advised, "Brother Jiu, you've had a long day too. Go get some rest. I'll take care of Sister Bai Yin." Zhang Lianjiu looked at Jiang Yin skeptically, as if questioning, "Can you really handle this?" Jiang Yin gently pushed Zhang Lianjiu upstairs, urging, "Don't worry, I've got this. You just rest, Brother Jiu." Unable to argue, Zhang Lianjiu went upstairs to rest. After many battles, he realized how worn out he was and indeed needed the rest. "All right, I'll leave this to you. Call me if you need anything," Zhang Lianjiu said as he headed upstairs. Jiang Yin had no intention of calling on Brother Jiu for help. This was his chance to win Bai Yan's favor, and he was determined to take good care of her. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, landing directly on someone's eyes, causing her to frown slightly. Bai Yin rubbed her slightly dizzy head and sat up, quickly noticing the little guy beside her was already fast asleep. She observed that Jiang Yin still had a soaked towel in his hand, and she couldn't help but feel grateful. This kid had indeed taken good care of her after she got drunk. Really, how am I supposed to repay this? Bai Yin thought with frustration. At this point, she had nothing, no money, no status, not even clear memories of her past. In this unfamiliar era, she had no idea how to repay Jiang Yan's kindness. However, Bai Yin was always someone who repaid kindness, and she would never abandon this bond. As she pondered, an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. She gently placed her hand on Jiang Yan's fluffy little head, and energy flowed from her palm, quickly circulating within his body. Bai Yin, who prided herself as the strongest elemental magician, immediately detected the issues in Jiang Yan's body. Before long, Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes to see Bai Yan's gentle smile and a slightly raised thermometer above her head. Seriously, after taking care of her all night, my favorability only increased by 1%? Does Sister Bai Yin really not trust others that much? Jiang Yin thought to himself. Not long after, Jiang Yin had prepared a simple breakfast, white porridge with fried eggs. The ingredients at home were scarce, so breakfast had to suffice. Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin sat at the small dining table, while Fang Yuan lazily perched on the tabletop. Since they were all familiar with each other, there was no need for pretenses. "Jiang Xiaoyan, we can't just live off you like this. I'll be looking for a job today. I won't continue freeloading," Zhang Lianjiu said solemnly. "You finally realized that. Do you know how much your presence adds to Jiang Yan's daily expenses?" Fang Yuan remarked with a sarcastic smile. Zhang Lianjiu remained silent, his expression slightly improved. At that moment, Jiang Yin approached with a plate of fried eggs and said, "Brother Lianjiu, it's all right. You've saved me several times." Bai Yin interjected with a smile, "I won't freeload either, Jiang Xiaoyan. I've discovered you have potential to become stronger, and to repay your kindness, I'll be your teacher and teach you magic." Jiang Yin looked puzzled. "What's magic?" Bai Yin smiled, raising her left hand with the palm facing up, and a surge of energy appeared in her palm, which Jiang Yin recognized as spiritual power. Simply put, it's using this kind of energy to construct corresponding magic. She began compressing the spiritual power in her hand, arranging it in a specific sequence, and eventually igniting a small fireball in her palm. Jiang Yin stared in awe, thinking, "Can I really learn something like this? Does this mean I might be able to shed my weak and easily bullied identity?" Meanwhile, Fang Yuan sneered, "Come on, this kid doesn't have the talent to learn such things. This is not your original world. Here, there are limitations on talent, and not everyone can become the ideal mage they dream of." Bai Yin couldn't help but feel indignant and glared at Fang Yuan, questioning, "What did you say?" Fang Yuan waved his hand and said firmly, "In this era, the energy you use is called spiritual power. Without talent, relying solely on hard work is simply impossible. Bai Yin was convinced by these words and realized that the era she was in was entirely different from before. Her internal energy had also been transformed into spiritual power. Although she could still use magic, her previous theories might no longer apply. As a result, she couldn't teach Jiang Yin anything, fearing that she might lead him astray. Different cultivation systems might not be compatible, so she understood the need to supplement her knowledge since Jiang Yin was her dearest master. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Bai Yin then engaged in an in-depth discussion with Fang Yuan, and gradually, Zhang Lianjiu joined their conversation. In fact, the cultivation systems of all three were different, but due to the tree of primal spirit, their internal energies were successfully converted into spiritual power. Although their strength remained similar to before, some of the theories were no longer applicable. This was particularly evident for Bai Yin, who focused on theories, as many of her spells were based on specific theories. Bai Yin spent 3 hours organizing her thoughts and finally understood that in this era, the so-called skills were not paths everyone could freely explore. However, this wasn't much of an issue since magic itself was also built on certain foundations, which could be gradually refined. Fang Yuan continued. Actually, Jiang Xiaoyan's skills are quite versatile, and he now has an additional silent skill. Jiang Yin curiously asked, "How do I use my silent skill?" Fang Yuan replied, "Just punch directly. Even if the opponent wants to use a skill, you'll forcibly interrupt them." Jiang Yin was taken aback. "Is it really that annoying?" Fang Yuan said to the two apostles, "I think if you want to teach Jiang Yin to become stronger, you can focus on other aspects, like skill usage." Bai Yin, smiling, said, "I know what to teach Jiang Xiaoyan now, some simple skill applications." Zhang Lianjiu said seriously, "I will be responsible for teaching Jiang Xiaoyan some combat techniques." At this moment, Jiang Yin didn't know what he was about to face, but listening to the discussion between the two apostles, he secretly looked forward to it, hoping he could really shed his support role and gain formidable combat power. As the afternoon arrived, Jiang Yin quickly regretted it. Zhang Lianjiu personally stepped in to teach him various combat techniques. Since Jiang Yan's silent skill required close range to activate, but had no cooldown time, if used properly, it could have unexpected effects even if the damage wasn't high. During training, Zhang Lianjiu's demands were extremely strict, and he showed no mercy. Jiang Yin was knocked to the ground multiple times, then received Zhang Lianjiu's feedback. The combat techniques he had learned in the demon hunting team seemed insignificant before this master. Jiang Yin was relentlessly trained to exhaustion, but what satisfied Zhang Lianjiu was his potential for growth. Once he saw a move, Jiang Yin could mimic it. However, in terms of awareness, his gap was too wide, and he was almost always in a state of being overwhelmed. When it came to Bai Yan's turn, this unreliable woman surprisingly had Jiang Yin start various physical exercises, as if she intended to train him into a muscular man. After a week of daily training sessions, Jiang Yin lay exhausted on his bed, slipping into a deep sleep. At that moment, he held a wooden sword, facing off against Zhang Lianjiu, who wielded a wooden stick. In an instant, Zhang Lianjiu's stick thrust forward like a spear, and Jiang Yin quickly drew his sword to block it. Zhang Lianjiu's attacks were relentless and fierce, but Jiang Yin managed to parry each one with his small wooden sword, even finding opportunities to counterattack. However, such straightforward attacks posed no challenge to Zhang Lianjiu, who easily deflected them. After several rounds of sparring, Zhang Lianjiu withdrew his stick and calmly said, "You've passed." Jiang Yin immediately beamed with joy and couldn't help but shout, "I finally passed. 7 days, 7 days. Brother Jiu has been tough on me for 7 days." Then, with a confident grin, he added, "Brother Jiu, just wait. I will definitely defeat you someday." Zhang Lianjiu paid no mind, dismissing it as a child's banter. An excited Jiang Yin was clearly unaware of how much Zhang Lianjiu had been holding back, only knowing he had finally met the standard. Moving on to the next training session, Bai Yin smiled and said, "You don't need to do physical training today." Proudly, Jiang Yin flexed his arm muscles and excitedly asked, "Sister Bai Yin, have I finally met your expectations?" Bai Yin chuckled, "Almost. I prohibited you from using spiritual power this week just to prepare your body. Now try focusing your spiritual power in your arm." Jiang Yin immediately followed her instruction, and his body emitted a faint spiritual aura, managing to concentrate nearly 30% of his spiritual power in his arm. "My control over my spiritual power has improved so much," he said in amazement. Bai Yin glanced at him, covering her mouth with a laugh. "It's just nearly 30%, nothing to brag about. You know how high our apostles' spiritual power control is, don't you?" Jiang Yin scratched his head, his excitement slightly tempered. Both Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu had a spiritual power control rate of 100%, which Jiang Yin found astonishing. However, Jiang Yin had heard from Fang Yuan that as apostles, they were among the strongest of their time, so having such a high level of control was understandable. As for Fang Yuan's claim that he was the strongest, Jiang Yin brushed it off as mere boasting. Bai Yin smiled and asked, Do you know why this is? Jiang Yin was completely puzzled, not understanding at all. Bai Yin continued, spiritual power is actually part of the body. When your body senses that it's without the protection of spiritual power, other parts become quite vulnerable. As one's physical strength increases, it becomes quite difficult to mobilize spiritual energy. The body starts to believe it can remain safe without the protection of spiritual forces. Jiang Yin asked, is mastering spiritual energy about deceiving the body? Bai Yin shook her head and replied, that method has reached its limit. Your physical fitness is already strong, giving you a clear advantage in controlling spiritual energy. But from now on, just exercising your body isn't enough. You need to continue sensing the spiritual energy within you and try to control it to enhance your mastery of it. Don't waste time on ineffective training. It's more efficient to develop skills. Jiang Yin nodded, acknowledging that in the study of spiritual energy, Zhang Lianjiu was no match for Bai Yin. Zhang Lianjiu excelled in combat, but wasn't adept at teaching, while Bai Yin was a theoretical research expert who could break down problems and address them one by one. This teaching method was like feeding Jiang Yin with a spoon. Bai Yin's first challenge for Jiang Yin was to change the shape of his shield or increase the number he could deploy. She demonstrated her golden shield, effortlessly transforming it into a cube or a 3D triangle. Establishing nodes to maintain the shield was key. Despite Bai Yan's detailed teaching, Jiang Yin still couldn't stretch the shield freely, but he made a new breakthrough in healing skills. Bai Yin Jia, I've made a new breakthrough. Take a look. Jiang Yin exclaimed excitedly, pulling Bai Yan's arm. Zhang Lianjiu also approached, crossing his arms, watching silently. Bai Yin smiled and said, all right, let me see how much you've improved. But her expression quickly turned serious as she saw a beam of light emanate from Jiang Yan's palm, containing a significant amount of healing power. Although it only left his body for less than a meter, it was a huge breakthrough. The difference between close range and long range healing in battle is vast. Try it again. Let me see, Bai Yin said earnestly. Jiang Yin quickly tried again, and Bai Yin observed carefully, understanding the technique Jiang Yin used, compressing the healing power into particles in his palm before releasing it. However, Jiang Yin's technique was still immature. Once fully developed, he could provide healing to teammates in battle. Bai Yin looked at Jiang Yin, deep in thought, then said, you're doing well. The ability to heal from a distance can keep you at a safe range. But this technique isn't mature yet. Put your shield studies aside and focus entirely on the importance of long-range healing. I think you understand as well. Jiang Yin nodded, fully aware of its importance. Once he could extend his healing range to 100 meters, he could fight alongside the apostles. And this was just the healing skill. If it were the cleansing skill, he could both heal and restore spiritual energy. Imagining himself soon hunting demons with Zhang Lianjiu and others, his fantasy was interrupted by two people outside the small shop. A man and a boy approached, and Jiang Yin sensed a hostile aura, thinking to himself, old Zhao. In the family service shop, Jiang Yin kept his head down, enduring the scrutinizing gaze of his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinghua, while glancing at Su Yinglian sitting beside him. Su Yinglian looked regretful, thinking to herself that she shouldn't have brought teacher Zhao here. Zhao Xinghua snorted and questioned, Jiang Xiaoyan, you've got some nerve, skipping 5 days of class. How much do you know about the abilities of those with powers? Jiang Yin muttered softly, I only skipped 5 days. Is there a need to be this angry? Zhao Xinghua couldn't hold back, shouting. 2 of those days were the weekend. There are only 5 school days in a week. Jiang Yin stuck out his tongue, choosing to ignore the teacher's fury. This teacher was the only one who had the right to scold him like this. In his heart, Jiang Yin silently noted this incident with Zhao Xinghua, vowing to get back at him once he became stronger. The thought of this future scene almost made Jiang Yin laugh out loud, prompting Zhao Xinghua to clench his fist and give Jiang Yin a punch, which quickly quieted him down. Jiang Yin rubbed the bump on his head, gently using his healing skill, causing the swelling to disappear instantly. Bai Yin, who had been watching the scene unfold, then asked, may I ask why teacher Zhao is here? Zhao Xinghua sighed and replied, originally, I wanted to talk to Jiang Yin face-to-face when he returned to school, but since he didn't come, I had to come in person. He glanced at Jiang Yin with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Do you remember the training camp I mentioned? Jiang Yin nodded, understanding that the team members had explained this training camp to him in detail when he joined the demon hunting squad. Zhao Xinghua continued, this spot used to be something our demon hunting squad division could report directly. But this year, with the world changing and demons rampant, the spot can't be decided like that. The official training methods have increased the number of those with abilities, bringing forth various geniuses, making the competition very intense. Jiang Yin asked, so, old Zhao, are you saying you want us to compete with other students? Zhao Xinghua nodded. Yes, I want you to team up with 3 others and win the team competition, securing all the spots for Rome City to go to the training camp. Jiang Yin curiously asked, who are the other 3 team members? At this, Su Yinglian chimed in with a smile. I'm one of them. Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhao Xinghua with surprise and doubt. Zhao Xinghua nodded. Don't underestimate Su Yinglian. Although she seems weak, she's already at the late stage of the 0 level, which is unique among all the students in Rong City. Jiang Yin squinted his eyes and continued to ask, then I also want to know, who are the other 2 teammates? Zhao Xinghua smiled and replied, by Gaojia from Class 1 and Su Jiwei from Class 2. You 4 will team up to participate. Jiang Yin immediately refused. I refuse. The reason is simple. His combat awareness and skill development are being personally guided by the apostles. Jiang Yin firmly believes that by following their training plan, he can grow rapidly. Recently, his efforts seem to have made Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin appreciate him more, with their favorability towards him constantly rising. If he was dissatisfied with his slow cultivation speed, he could join the apostles in hunting demons to gain plenty of crystal cores to accelerate his training. Therefore, it didn't really matter to him whether he attended the training camp. Zhao Xinghua immediately said, if you join this training camp, I'll give you 50 crystal cores. Jiang Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, and replied, that's too little, add more. Zhao Xinghua was taken aback by Jiang Yin's straightforwardness and quickly added, going to the training camp offers the chance to receive guidance from strong individuals and access abundant resources. Aren't you tempted? Jiang Yin nodded, shrugged, and joked. Tempted, yes, but does that have anything to do with my reluctance to go? Zhao Xinghua became anxious. Among the ability users of age in Rongqing, Jiang Yin had the highest level, already at the first tier. Sending him to participate in the recruitment competition would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, despite the opportunity, Jiang Yin remained hesitant, leaving Zhao Xinghua at a loss. 200 crystal cores, in exchange for you winning the competition and smoothly entering the training camp. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin almost immediately agreed, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of crystal cores. The demons within the city had been nearly eradicated, and Jiang Yin and his team couldn't find any more to hunt within the city. To obtain crystal cores, they would have to venture into the outskirts, where the danger level far exceeded that of the city, and one wrong move could lead to trouble. The state of Xia was turbulent, and the price of crystal cores was set by the authorities, with a single core equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Of course, the price wasn't fixed, as one core could be worth 10,000, but 10,000 might not necessarily buy a core. Yinglian, don't worry. With me, the strongest support in the world, joining you, I'll ensure you get into the training camp smoothly. Jiang Yin couldn't help but nudge Su Yinglian upon hearing the offer of 200 crystal cores, completely unfazed by Zhao Xinghua's betrayal of friendship. Su Yinglian, however, felt uncertain. Xiao Yin, it's not that I'm doubting you, but there are other first-tier students from other schools as well. Jiang Yin patted Su Yinglian's shoulder and said earnestly, no matter who the opponent is, I guarantee all of you will make it into the training camp. Zhao Xinghua continued, Jiang Yin, you come with me to the school later. Since you're competing, you need to practice your teamwork. Jiang Yin nodded, understanding the importance of synergy within a team, as not everyone could coordinate as perfectly as the apostles. Before long, Zhao Xinghua led Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian to the school. On the way, Zhao Xinghua explained the team composition. Jiang Yin was in the support role, Su Yinglian was in control, Bai Gaojia was responsible for output, and Su Jiwei, also an output role, could act as a tank in team battles with his beast transformation ability. As they reached the entrance of the school training hall, Jiang Yan's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing someone cursing. Zhao Xinghua and Su Yinglian also looked displeased, recognizing the voice. Inside the training hall, several boys wearing different school uniforms were mocking the students inside, while the students from Rongqing High School glared at them with undisguised resentment but did not retaliate. Pathetic. If your competitors are all this weak, your prestigious high school shouldn't even bother participating. A boy sneered, his words sharp as he mocked the students present, attempting to shatter their confidence. At this moment, Su Jiwei had transformed into his beast form, kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds. It was evident that a fierce battle had occurred while Zhao Xinghua was away, and Su Jiwei's unfortunate defeat had emboldened the opponent's ridicule. Jiang Yin immediately recognized the mocking boy as a student from Rongqing Experimental High School, clearly here to provoke. Zhao Xinghua snorted and stepped forward, questioning, whose student are you, to be so rude? Don't you know that challenges like this require notifying both teachers? Under Zhao Xinghua's piercing gaze, the mocking boy fell silent. After all, he was just a student, and in the presence of someone with real experience, he dared not act presumptuously. However, a slightly handsome boy stepped forward from behind, addressing Zhao Xinghua in a calm tone. You're a teacher, right? Are you planning to interfere in matters between students? For ability users like them, even if someone gets hurt, as long as it's not serious, it's considered a friendly sparring, not illegal. In such a situation, Zhao Xinghua, as a teacher, indeed had no grounds to intervene in student disputes. But he wasn't someone to be easily fooled, and a few students wouldn't get away with just a few words. Zhao Xinghua replied coldly, I won't interfere with student matters, but I will go directly to your teacher and see if he can take a beating. This statement immediately put the students from Rongqing Experimental High School in a difficult position. They hadn't informed their teacher before coming to Rongqing High School. If their teacher got beaten up in the office, they wouldn't have an easy time afterward. Seeing this, Jiang Yin stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Old Zhao, don't be so hasty. They probably didn't know the rules and made a mistake. Let's forgive them this once." Hearing this, the students from Rongqing Experimental High School gave Jiang Yin a grateful look, thinking to themselves what a good person he was. Zhao Xinghua, however, stared at Jiang Yin with a peculiar look, aware of what tricks he might be up to. After being extorted for 200 crystal cores, Zhao Xinghua had come to realize Jiang Yan's true nature. Jiang Yin continued, "Old Zhao, since they haven't submitted an application to you, why not let them make up for it now? Because they made a mistake, they need to put up some stakes, or else let their teacher come and take them back." Stakes? The students from Rongqing Experimental High School were baffled, having never heard of such a requirement. Jiang Yan's gaze turned icy as he asked, "What? Don't you have any?" The slightly handsome boy quickly spoke up, "Of course we have it. Here are 20 crystal cores, please accept them." With that, he took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, containing the remaining cultivation resources they had. Jiang Yin immediately retorted, "What do you mean please accept? This is your bet. If you win, these crystal cores are still yours." He then snatched the bag and placed it in Zhao Xinghua's hand. "Didn't you want to fight? Let's prepare for a 4-person team battle." With that, Jiang Yin walked back to his group of classmates. Su Zhuwei was still bleeding, and a classmate had already brought a first aid kit and was preparing to bandage his wounds. However, Jiang Yin walked over and threw a light point onto Su Zhuwei. In an instant, his wounds disappeared. The other classmates were dumbfounded. They hadn't paid much attention to Jiang Yan's healing skills before, and now their faces were filled with astonishment. The boys from the experimental school also witnessed this and were equally shocked. The slightly handsome boy said solemnly, "Healing ability." The other 3 boys immediately huddled together, whispering about something. The other team was discussing tactics, so Jiang Yan's group needed to do the same. "What abilities do you guys have?" Jiang Yin asked as Su Yinglian and the others gathered around. Without knowing each other's abilities, strategizing was impossible. Bai Gaojie spoke first. "My ability is light, but I can only coat a weapon with a layer of golden light. Once the weapon leaves my hand, the light disappears." As he spoke, he picked up a dull weapon from the training hall, and instantly, the ordinary iron sword transformed into a golden longsword in his hand. Jiang Yin flicked it with his finger, and the sword's hardness increased immediately. It wouldn't be lethal if it hit someone, but it would definitely hurt, especially if it struck vulnerable areas like the head. Su Yinglian said honestly, "My ability is quite simple. I can throw ice spikes and freeze the ground." Su Zhiwei added quietly, "I'm just tough-skinned and strong for now." He glanced at Jiang Yin subconsciously, recalling vividly the moment he was kicked into the air. Was the Blackfoot cat ability really that terrifying and boosting strength? They were just novices at level 0, without any skills, and couldn't compare to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin then said, "I have 3 skills now: shield, healing, and mana recovery." Su Yinglian and the others gasped. Jiang Yin was only at stage 1, yet he already had 3 skills. Coupled with his formidable combat ability, it seemed impossible for anyone to target this support. As long as the opponents weren't strong enough to instantly defeat his teammates, Jiang Yin could sustain a prolonged battle. The preparation time ended, and the venue for the match was set inside the entire training hall. Other classmates watched nervously from the sidelines, cheering in unison. Previously, the experimental school's students had taunted them, and they had no way to counter. Now, with a chance to turn the tables, they were eager for Jiang Yin to lead the team to victory. Zhao Xinghua acted as the referee, being the only experienced ability user present who could manage the role. "All right, the match begins now." Zhao Xinghua announced the start of the match without any superfluous words. Almost at the moment Zhao Xinghua spoke, Jiang Yin and a few people from Experimental High School sprang into action. Over on the Experimental High School side, a male student let out a long howl, tearing his school uniform to reveal a wolf's head, indicating he was a werewolf-like mutant. Su Zhiwei immediately charged at him, initiating a battle between a crocodile man and a dog-headed man. Meanwhile, a somewhat handsome boy conjured flames in his hands, forming several fireballs. However, before he could launch them, they were shattered by a barrage of ice spikes. Su Yinglian smirked provocatively and sneered, "Think you can attack without asking me first? I'll take you down first." At the same time, Bai Gaojie charged at another person but tripped and fell flat on the ground, cursing loudly. "Damn, who put glue on the floor?" He tried to get up, only to find his arms and legs stuck. A boy from Experimental High School laughed smugly. "My ability turns saliva into sticky glue. You can't move now. You coward, fight me fair and square." Bai Gaojie roared. "Ridiculous, who fights fair in an ambush?" Jiang Yin watched from the back, feeling a bit bored as everyone was occupied, leaving no one for him. Then, Fang Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. "Did you forget there's still one more person?" Jiang Yin suddenly realized, thinking to himself, oh right, there's still one more. How did I forget? Fang Yuan continued. The remaining one has the power of invisibility. You probably overlooked him because he's so inconspicuous. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. Jiang Yin wasn't too concerned and turned his attention to Su Yinglian, who had gained a slight advantage. Her pupils contracted, and a shield instantly appeared beside her. Several fireballs hit the shield without causing any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yinglian conjured an ice brick and charged at her opponent like a thug. The handsome boy couldn't finish his sentence before the brick smashed into his face. At that moment, something suddenly attacked Jiang Yin from behind. Although it missed him, a tail quickly whipped the attacker's head with considerable force. Don't let your tail swing around like that. It hurts. The attacker felt a stinging pain. Jiang Yin smirked mischievously, his ears twitching as he pinpointed the attacker's location by sound. The invisible boy boasted. Yeah, that's why I'm here to take out you, the troublesome support. Now surrender, or you'll be crying from my punch. Slap. A hand suddenly smacked the invisible boy's head, knocking him out of his invisible state. He clutched his head, looking at Jiang Yin in shock. How can a support have such strength? He wondered to himself if Jiang Yin was really just a support with such power. Jiang Yin sneered and said, what's wrong with being support? You rookies still want to take me down? Now it's my turn to counterattack. With that, he grabbed the opponent's collar and landed a punch on his face. What followed was a brutal one-sided beating. This guy underestimated support and dared to challenge Jiang Yin with such little skill. Even without the multiple enhancements Jiang Yin had gone through, he could still shield himself. To prolong the beating without causing serious injury, Jiang Yin attacked, while simultaneously healing. As time passed, a smile crept onto Jiang Yan's face, a curve harder to suppress than recoil on an AK. Every time he taunted, do you still dare to target support? The guy with the invisibility ability would get punched. Eventually, tears of regret streamed down the boy's face as he mumbled, I'm done. Hearing this, Jiang Yin tossed him aside and coldly said, I'll let you off this time. If I catch you targeting support again, I'll smash your head in. His gaze quickly fixed on another boy capable of releasing slime, like a predator locking onto prey. The boy immediately raised his hands and shouted, I surrender. He didn't want to be beaten by this support who dealt damage like a carry. It was not only embarrassing, but also painful. At this moment, Su Yinglian, holding a bloodstained brick, charged towards the werewolf with determination. Su Jiwei wasn't idle either. He cooperatively grabbed the werewolf's arms and pinned them behind his back. Su Yinglian wore a mischievous grin as the icy brick repeatedly struck the wolf's head. Thus, the brawl among the small-time thugs finally came to an end. Jiang Yin gleefully took a bag of crystal cores from Zhao Xinghua and asked smugly, Old Zhao, did we do a good job? Zhao Xinghua gave Jiang Yin a peculiar look, thinking to himself how adept this guy was at fighting. Although such violence wasn't ideal, in battles or otherwise, support shouldn't be too soft, so he praised. Well done, just remember to leave room for breath next time. Jiang Yin was puzzled, wondering what Zhao meant. He hadn't killed anyone. Without giving him a chance to argue, Zhao waved him off, saying, You and Su Yinglian go train, and allocate the crystal cores among yourselves. With that, he tossed a bulging bag at Jiang Yan's feet. Jiang Yin opened it to find hundreds of crystal cores, almost tempted to run off with the fortune. But he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Zhao would likely beat him senseless if he tried. Since the resources were meant for the team's improvement, Jiang Yin decided to distribute them fairly among his teammates. Even though he needed crystal cores, he only took his fair share. As for the boys from the experimental school, they were left to Zhao Xinghua to send back. Hey Xiaolua, what's up? Your students came over causing trouble and got beaten up by mine. You better come and get them. By the way, get ready for a beating yourself. Don't tell me you didn't know about this, huh? In the old man's housekeeping store, Bai Yin sat slumped on the sofa, staring blankly as if lost in thought. Zhang Lianjiu busied himself tidying up the shop, maintaining cleanliness and hygiene, especially since more than just Jiang Yin lived there now. Despite no plans to open the store, Zhang Lianjiu occasionally glanced at Bai Yin with deep disdain. Her slovenly habits, unreliability, and worst of all, her drinking habits were intolerable to him, especially around minors. If she wasn't an apostle, he would have dealt with her long ago. Bai Yin suddenly looked up at the ceiling and said, Hey, Zhang Lianjiu, don't you find this boring? Zhang Lianjiu replied coldly, Not at all. What a dull man. Bai Yin scoffed, deciding to ignore his serious demeanor. Master is in class, and life suddenly feels so boring. An idea struck Bai Yin, and she jumped up, ready to rush out. Zhang Lianjiu quickly blocked her path, glaring at her expressionlessly. Why are you glaring at me? I just remembered something I need to do. Bai Yin protested. Zhang Xiaoyan instructed us not to venture into society recklessly, Zhang Lianjiu said sternly. Bai Yin retorted, I'm not going into society, just doing some research with professionals. Still, Zhang Lianjiu shook his head. Society now is not what we imagine. Reckless actions will only trouble Jiang Xiaoyan. Well, I could find a modern guide, right? Bai Yin pulled out her ID confidently. Look, Master prepared identities for us. If we don't explore society, isn't that a waste of this life? Zhang Lianjiu sighed. Even so, you must not trouble Jiang Xiaoyan. As the conversation continued, electric arcs flickered around Zhang Lianjiu, his presence intimidating. Bai Yin responded with a surge of spiritual energy, as powerful as the ocean. They locked eyes for a moment before both withdrew their powers. After a long pause, Bai Yin asked, "You don't want to fight me?" Zhang Lianjiu replied solemnly, "We're both here to protect Jiang Xiaoyan. If we start fighting, what then?" Bai Yin twirled a strand of hair, smiling. "I don't want to fight mainly because I'm afraid Jiang Xiaoyan will return to find the place in ruins. For our dear master, let's just step back despite our differences." Zhang Lianjiu nodded, seeing no better option. They both headed out, Bai Yin strolling casually while Zhang Lianjiu kept an eye on her. Together, they made their way towards the Rongqing demon hunting team's camp. By late afternoon, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian left the campus, visibly exhausted, with an aura of resentment heavier than a ghost's. The students nearby were taken aback by the two's demeanor, thinking to themselves that it was like encountering ghosts in broad daylight. The resentment was palpable even from a distance. Soon, Jiang Yan's classmates jumped in to explain that they had been chosen by Lao Zhao to compete in a certain competition and would undergo grueling training that afternoon. Curious, someone asked, what kind of training is it? The two of them, along with two others, sparred with teacher Zhao, and as expected, Zhao Xingwei used his superior skills to harshly teach the students a lesson. Although Jiang Yin managed to hold his ground for a couple of rounds due to his physical fitness, it was of little consequence. After all, he was just a support type, and with his teammates down, his role was negligible. He didn't call Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin this time, as it was a simple sparring session he could handle alone. Su Yinglian touched the sore spots on his body, which still ached despite being healed. That afternoon's battle almost left him traumatized by Zhao Xinghua. "Xiaoyan, could you heal me again? I just feel uneasy," Su Yinglian said, draping an arm around Jiang Yan's shoulders with a cheeky smile. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. "Come on, I healed you several times this afternoon. Even if you had some hidden ailment, it should be cured by now. How come you're still uneasy?" Su Yinglian grinned. "Isn't it because of Lao Zhao's beating?" Jiang Yan retorted. "He hit you because you tried to smash his head with a brick." Su Yinglian widened his eyes, clutching his chest dramatically. "Xiaoyan, don't you love me anymore?" "Never did. Ugly rejection," Jiang Yan replied, stepping back with a look of disdain. The two laughed and joked as they headed to the dad's housekeeping store, a plan they had made earlier. Su Yinglian was still unable to use his ice abilities effectively, resorting to conjuring bricks to attack, which was far from graceful. Jiang Yan could only take him to the store to see what Bai Yin, the elemental expert, would suggest. Before they even arrived, they heard screams from inside the store, notably Bai Yan's screams mixed with others. Jiang Yan hurriedly pulled Su Yinglian along, and when they reached the entrance, they were dumbfounded. The reception area on the first floor was filled with green bottles, the smell of alcohol permeating the air and making Jiang Yan feel dizzy. At that moment, Zhang Lianjiu had both hands gripping the heads of Bai Yin and another woman, lifting them up and squeezing their skulls. It hurts, I was wrong. I was wrong. Master, save me." Bai Yan's terrified voice rang out, the pain sobering her up. "Brother, I'm here to deliver a message. Save me first." Jiang Yin was surprised to see it was Jiang Huang. How did she end up here? And how much did they drink? More importantly, how did they know each other? Zhang Lianjiu's neck veins bulged as he asked Jiang Yin, perhaps due to their rapport. "Jiang Xiaoyan, should I finish them off now, or wait until you finish questioning them?" Jiang Yin was shocked. "Are you really set on finishing them off?" Jiang Yin was at a loss for words, but still stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Lianjiu's sleeve and softly said, "Brother Jiu, we're all on the same side. Please don't be angry." Zhang Lianjiu's voice was low as he replied, "Since it's you, Jiang Xiaoyan, asking for leniency, I'll let them off this time." With that, he released the two women and turned to the corner, crossing his arms as he watched silently. Bai Yin and Jiang Huang both held their heads, grimacing, clearly indicating that Zhang Lianjiu had genuinely intended to crush their skulls earlier. "We just made a bit of a mess. Was it really necessary?" Bai Yin and Jiang Huang argued back and forth, reigniting Zhang Lianjiu's anger. "Then clean it up now," he shouted, storming upstairs to train, fearing that if he stayed, he might do something regrettable, ultimately putting Jiang Yin in a difficult position. Jiang Yin was exasperated, thinking how he had only gone to school, and upon returning home, found these two about to fight. At this moment, Bai Yin took out a staff, gently tapped the floor, and a small whirlwind appeared, sweeping through the room like a robotic vacuum. Empty bottles were whisked away by the mini tornado, flying out the door towards a nearby trash can. Then, a small water whirlpool emerged, cleaning up until the water turned murky black, at which point it exited like the whirlwind before it. By now, Bai Yin had tidied up her appearance, sitting on the sofa like a sophisticated professional. Jiang Huang also seemed more proper, exuding a sense of urban elegance. However, after this incident, Jiang Yin knew all too well about their personality as a drunken troublemaker paired with a rogue. Nothing good could come from their gathering. Do you have any business here? Jiang Yin asked Jiang Huang irritably, thinking if there was none, she could leave. Although he didn't voice the latter part, it was clear Jiang Yin was in a foul mood. Jiang Huang, feigning heartbreak, said, "Brother, how can you treat me like this? I'm here to bring you important news. If you study hard, you might get noticed by someone influential in the training camp and reach the pinnacle of success." Jiang Yin sat down with Su Yinglian, who didn't know how to react, puffing his cheeks and muttering, "Stop trying to sell me dreams. I want to know how you met my sister Bai Yin." Bai Yin smiled and replied, "We met by chance. That woman joined me at the demon hunting camp this afternoon, and in her experiments, ended up blowing up several rest areas. Later, needing to shop, but lacking money, she teamed up with that woman." Upstairs, still listening, Zhang Lianzhou ruthlessly exposed their lie. Jiang Yin was furious, his cheeks puffed like a pufferfish, cat ears perked up, and his tail swaying. Did they really think they could deceive him like a child? Seeing Jiang Yan's anger, the two women confessed to their afternoon adventures. Bai Yin wanted to conduct more research, so she went to the demon hunting team to explore combining magic and technology. The result was a quick failure. Several resting areas of the demon hunting team were blasted to pieces. Jiang Yin felt like he was about to spit blood when he heard this. The cost of building those rest areas was at least 6 figures, and several were destroyed in a row. How on earth was he supposed to compensate for that? He looked at Bai Yin with a strange expression, thinking that this apostle really knew how to demand. But then he heard Jiang Huang say that the demon hunting team had money and wouldn't bother with such small change, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After that, Jiang Huang and Bai Yin went shopping, buying lots of beautiful clothes for them. Jiang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Bai Yin had been in this era for over a week, and all he ever bought her were t-shirts and shorts, never letting her pick her own clothes. The shopping expenses for Jiang Huang and Bai Yin could be reimbursed. After all, Bai Yin's research was showing some promise. If it succeeded, it would save Rongqing a lot of costs, something the city's leaders were happy to see. Finally, Jiang Huang revealed a piece of news. This year's training camp wasn't just to nurture the nation's seedlings, but because a big figure wanted to take on a disciple. If any child in the camp showed suitable talent, they might become this person's sole disciple and enjoy great privileges. Jiang Yin curiously asked, "What's the background of this big figure?" Jiang Huang shrugged and spread her hands helplessly. "How could I know such confidential information? I'm just a nobody. I only found out by eavesdropping on the minister's phone call, so you can't tell anyone, or else sister will have to punish brother he." Jiang Yin frowned and said, "Sister Jiang, you've only given me this bit of information. What's the use of it? Without knowing what talent the person is looking for, this information is worthless." Jiang Huang smiled mysteriously. "Oh, that. I've already found out. The key is to thoroughly understand this book." As she spoke, she pulled out a thick book from her bag, with the cover titled, "The Use and Making of Spiritual Tools." Jiang Yin looked at the book, filled with questions. "This book is a textbook from the training camp. I have connections, and someone helped me get it for you." Jiang Huang's lips curved into a sly smile. "I heard that the big figure will test the children's talents in various ways, as it's their first time finding a disciple." It was only then that Jiang Yin realized that his sister, whom he had known for years, had an extraordinary background. However, Jiang Huang's daily life was a mess. She could wear the same dress for 3 days without washing and occasionally drank heavily, making it hard to imagine her background. "Sister Jiang, please cover for me," Jiang Yin said seriously. Jiang Huang spread her hands helplessly. "Come on, it's not me who's impressive. Otherwise you wouldn't have to work hard, brother. I could support you, but now I can barely support myself. Being a working person is really tough." She rubbed her eyes, her face full of bitterness. After saying this, Jiang Huang left with her bag, as she had to work overtime that night. After Jiang Huang left, Jiang Yin turned his gaze to Bai Yin. "Sister Bai Yin, you went a bit too far today." Bai Yin immediately apologized. "Sorry, I made a mess here and pissed off Zhang Lianzhou." Jiang Yin said, "I'm not angry. I know you and Brother Zhou don't get along, but it's fine to dislike each other. I just hope there won't be any real conflict between you two. Please, Sister Bai Yin." Bai Yin nodded vigorously, earnestly taking Jiang Yan's words to heart. At this moment, Jiang Yin gently tugged on Su Yinglian's sleeve beside him, and only then did Bai Yin notice the young man next to them. Jiang Yin introduced with a smile, "This is my brother, Su Yinglian. He has ice-based abilities, but he doesn't know how to use them yet." He turned to Bai Yin and pleaded, "Sister Bai Yin, could you help him out?" Bai Yin, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat pleased with herself. She sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and slightly raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority. "Young man, do you want to learn from me?" Su Yinglian was momentarily stunned, pointing at his nose, unsure of how to respond. Bai Yin continued, "My training is quite rigorous. but if you can endure it, the rewards will be beyond your imagination. Su Yinglian looked at Jiang Yan in confusion. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Sister Bai Yan's training is tough, but it's very effective. After just a week, my skills improved significantly. Can you really make me stronger? Su Yinglian asked quietly. Initially, he found the woman unreliable, but now she seemed rather impressive. Of course, Bai Yan chuckled, lightly waving her staff. Instantly, ice and snow formed a snowman, which respectfully walked to the fridge and retrieved a green bottle. Su Yinglian was intrigued. All right, since Brother Yin recommends it, I'll give it a try. Bai Yin smiled and said, You're an ice type, and I know a place that's perfect for your training. Since you're a friend of the master, I'll take you seriously, so be prepared. Yes. Su Yinglian responded earnestly. Bai Yin stood up and said to Jiang Yan with a smile. Jiang Yan, I'm taking this kid out for a few days, so don't miss me. I'll just be reading while you're gone, Jiang Yan replied, picking up the book, The Use and Creation of Spiritual Tools, from the table, fully focused. With a few days left until the training camp competition, he had enough time to finish the book. Bai Yan nodded and then left with Su Yinglian, their destination unknown. Jiang Yan went to the rooftop and looked at Zhang Lianjiu's tightly closed door, lost in thought. After a while, he stood at the door and said, Brother Jiu, don't hold a grudge against Sister Bai Yan. I know you have issues with her, but she's truly not a bad person. I know. Zhang Lianjiu's calm voice came from inside, sounding as if he had come to terms with it. Brother Jiu, I might argue with her in the future, but I'll never resort to fighting her. That would be too low, Jiang Yan said, chuckling to himself, realizing things would stay lively. At this moment, Fang Yuan, hidden in his pocket, said, Don't worry, they'll work things out. You have your own tasks to focus on. The book you're holding actually covers weapons against demons, and it's full of valuable content. Even if not for the so-called opportunity to become a disciple of a big shot, you should learn it. It will be greatly beneficial for your future. Jiang Yan nodded, understanding Fang Yuan's point. Brother Jiu, I'm going back to my room to read. Go ahead. Zhang Lianjiu's voice clearly reached Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan returned to his small room and began flipping through a book on the use and creation of spiritual weapons. The book mentioned that demons are a type of evolving creature. While traditional weapons like fists, firearms, and biochemical weapons can harm them, they aren't lethal. When attacked, demons actually grow stronger, which is why humanity urgently needs more powerful weapons capable of killing them. The book stated that the primary requirement for killing high-level demons is attacks imbued with spiritual power. Low-level demons, at 0 or 1st rank, are merely minions, but once a demon reaches the 2nd rank, ordinary attacks become ineffective. 2nd-rank demons have an incredible ability to regenerate, and the damage from regular weapons can't even match their recovery speed. Nowadays, humans have combined spiritual power with various crafts to create weapons specifically designed to combat demon spiritual weapons. Crafting these weapons is extremely challenging, requiring materials like demon body parts or rare metals. More importantly, during the creation process, specific patterns must be etched onto the weapon's base. Any error in this process results in the immediate waste of all materials. Even the most basic spiritual weapon requires parts from a 2nd-rank demon. Currently, the price of a crystal core has skyrocketed to 4 figures, and Jiang Yan couldn't fathom how expensive the materials from a 2nd-rank demon might be. What shocked Jiang Yan was that the book included several images of these special patterns, valuable knowledge for crafting spiritual weapons, casually presented in a textbook. It was indeed extravagant. Fang Yuan was right. This book was rich in content without any filler. Mastering its contents could be immensely beneficial for the future. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Of course. While this knowledge is just the basics, once you fully grasp it, you'll be able to create spiritual weapons. Jiang Yan nodded. Although the book didn't mention the prices of spiritual weapons, he could infer from the materials described that they would be astronomically expensive. With his current finances, it was impossible for Jiang Yan to afford one, at least not until he had some backing. However, he had his own advantages. The assistance from the primordial spirit tree allowed him to advance quickly in rank, and he had the support of Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yan. Once he reached the 2nd rank, he planned to hunt 2nd-rank demons and attempt to craft a spiritual weapon. Time flew by as Jiang Yan diligently studied, and 4 days passed in a flash. It wasn't until this morning that Jiang Yan saw Bai Yan and Su Yinglian return. Bai Yan appeared unchanged, while Su Yinglian had donned camouflage clothing, clearly having changed outfits. Wow, Brother Yan, this woman is a devil. Su Yinglian cried as she clung to Jiang Yan's leg, refusing to let go. Despite feeling a bit annoyed, Jiang Yan was curious and asked Bai Yan, Sister Bai Yan, where have you been these past few days? Bai Yan smiled gently and replied, I took him to the demon hunting squad, where we trained in the cold storage. We ate and slept there, and then sparred against me. Thanks to the resources from the demon hunting squad, I managed to boost this kid to the 1st rank. Master, did I do a good job? Jiang Yan fell into a prolonged silence after listening to Bai Yan. His brow furrowed slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses, his voice trembling slightly. Sister Baiyan, are you serious about your training? Baiyan stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes shining with confidence. Of course I'm serious. But I've only used ice magic so far. I haven't even shown my other abilities yet. Her gaze turned to Su Yinglian, sharp as a blade, carrying an intense pressure. Right, young man? Su Yinglian shuddered and quickly hid behind Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with terror. Clearly, the recent days of training had left a deep psychological impact on him. Jiang Yan looked at Su Yinglian's reaction, feeling a surge of sympathy. He knew Bai Yan's strength all too well. Summoned here with such power and only a bit of discomfort, she was undoubtedly at a monstrous level. Su Yinglian being dragged into sparring with her must have been a hellish ordeal. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly, knowing there was nothing he could do but offer silent condolences. After all, Bai Yan's approach wasn't entirely wrong. Such intense training could indeed help Su Yinglian grow rapidly in a short time. It's all right, it's over now. Jiang Yan comforted softly. You can relax today, Sister Bai Yan won't torment you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yinglian suddenly hugged Jiang Yan tightly, tears streaming down his face. His reaction clearly conveyed the immense pressure he had endured in recent days. In the afternoon, Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian, backpacks on their shoulders, walked out of the family service store one by one. Bai Yan stood at the door, shouting with reluctance. Jiang Yan, take care of yourself out there. Don't let anyone bully you. Call us if you need anything. Got it, Jiang Yan replied, quickening his pace with Su Yinglian. They were just going to a selection competition, not leaving forever, so why all the fuss? Watching the two youngsters go off into the distance, the reluctance on Bai Yan's face vanished instantly, replaced by an excited smile. With Jiang Yan gone, I can finally drink. She eagerly headed to the fridge to grab her beloved big green bottle. However, upon opening the fridge, Bai Yan was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she leaned in, searching intently, but she couldn't find the much-anticipated wine anywhere. No way, where's my wine? She remembered putting some there just a few days ago, and she had been counting on it to reward herself for her hard work. At that moment, Zhang Lianjiu came down from the second floor and, seeing Bai Yan rummaging through everything, calmly said, Jiang Yan said that drinking often is bad for your health, so he threw it out. Hearing this, Bai Yan let out a shriek and collapsed to the floor, pounding the ground in frustration. That damn Jiang Yan. I'll definitely settle this score with him. She thought bitterly, planning to give him a good scolding the next time she saw him. But then reconsidered, deciding that given how handsome he was, she'd just assign him a few extra tasks instead. With that thought, Bai Yan suddenly burst into a fit of manic laughter. My dear master, I'll come find you soon. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, as if already plotting Jiang Yan's punishment in her mind. As Jiang Yan arrived at school, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he turned around but found no one pursuing him. Fang Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, did you do something guilty? Why are you so jumpy in broad daylight? Jiang Yan replied in his mind. I sensed a killing intent. Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. Where would such an intent come from here? He expanded his mental perception significantly, but still detected nothing unusual. Jiang Yan chuckled awkwardly. It must be my imagination. Fang Yuan decided not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Yan then headed off with Su Yinglian to find Zhao Xinghua. At that moment, Zhao Xinghua was standing at the entrance of the school building, with Bai Gaojia and Su Zhuwei already waiting beside him. Jiang Yan spotted them immediately and was about to inquire when Fang Yuan, hidden within him, remarked, these two haven't been idle these days. They've both advanced to the late stage of 0 tier. But still, they aren't pushing themselves hard enough. Jiang Yan responded. Fang Yuan, if they push themselves a bit more, could they become first tier like Su Yinglian? Fang Yuan retorted. Do you think Bai Yan is just a pushover? Without her guidance, little Su Yinglian here would have needed several more months to break through to first tier. Her advancement isn't just about meeting resource thresholds. Her combat power is definitely higher than yours right now. Fang Yuan expected Jiang Yan to feel a bit downcast, but Jiang Yan nonchalantly replied, I'm just a support role. Isn't it normal for my combat power to be weak? Hearing Fang Yuan's assessment of Su Yinglian, Jiang Yan felt quite reassured. Their team finally had a decent damage dealer. Once everyone gathered, Zhao Xinghua put out his cigarette and eyed them with a slight change in expression. Have you two made some progress again? He could clearly sense that Su Yinglian had undergone a dramatic transformation, indicating an impressive breakthrough. Although Jiang Yan's improvement was less significant, his energy and spirit showed that he had been nurturing himself well. Yeah, old Zhao, soon enough, I'll be able to take you on, Su Yinglian declared confidently. Although she was just at the early first tier, she believed she would soon catch up to Zhao Xinghua. By then, he couldn't fault her for not respecting her elders, she thought mischievously. Jiang Yan thought he might boast a little too, but Fang Yuan's next words brought him back to reality. This Zhao Xinghua is already at second tier strength. Hearing this, Jiang Yin didn't dare to act up. Being put in his place by old Zhao would be embarrassing. He could keep quiet, but Su Yinglian had already spoken her mind. Zhao Xinghua's temples throbbed with frustration, and before long, Su Yinglian sat on the train with several lumps on her head, her face bruised and swollen. Youngsters, do you think you're the only ones making progress? Zhao Xinghua sat across from her, silently pulling out his phone to contact others. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin gazed out the train window in astonishment, looking around as if he'd never seen the world before. In this era, why take a train? Wouldn't a high-speed train be faster? Their destination was Yunqing, a second-tier city, and they were using the quota from the small county of Rongqing. Jiang Yin initially thought this was just a competition among local schools in Rongqing, but it turned out to be a contest involving several cities. Jiang Yin gazed out the train window at the beautiful scenery, filled with curiosity. He turned to Zhao Xinghua and asked, Old Zhao, now that flights have been halted, how is this train still running? Zhao Xinghua, busy with something, replied without looking up, the tracks have a special barrier that makes the train invisible to demons, so they don't attack it. This railway was built thanks to the selfless efforts of countless predecessors in unknown places. Otherwise, in this era where demons run rampant, the transportation in Xia country would have collapsed long ago. Jiang Yin expressed some regret. I was hoping that on this train ride to Yunqing, we might encounter demons, and then some important person on the train would see our performance and decide to sponsor us. Zhao Xinghua scoffed, you're overthinking it. There are no important people on this train. If there were, it would be me, a second-tier ability user. Jiang Yin looked at him with disdain, clearly not believing Zhao Xinghua's claim of being an important person, feeling it was just luck that he broke through to the second tier. Thinking of the second tier, Jiang Yin quickly asked, by the way, old Zhao, what are the requirements to break through to the second tier? Zhao Xinghua replied casually. It requires a massive amount of crystal cores. Moving from 0 to the first tier is relatively easy. You just need 10 to 100 crystal cores to break through smoothly. But for the second tier, you need at least several hundred to 1,000 crystal cores. I saved resources for a long time to make my breakthrough. Jiang Yin curiously asked. So how many did you gather? The other students also looked on with curiosity. Zhao Xinghua said calmly. I prepared over 1,000 crystal cores to successfully break through. The group gasped in shock, marveling at how one could possibly amass so many crystal cores. Jiang Yin thought to himself, if the second tier requires thousands of crystal cores, wouldn't he need tens of thousands? How on earth was he going to get so many? Even if he wiped out all the demons in Rongqing, it might not be enough. At that moment, Fang Yuan communicated with him telepathically. The amount won't be as much as you think. Others absorb the spiritual energy from crystal cores directly, which results in some energy being wasted. But since you consume the crystal cores directly, you can utilize them fully, so the number won't exceed 3,000. Jiang Yin could only think of saying thank you, but still wondered how many demons he would have to defeat to gather over 3,000 crystal cores. Stop being curious. The battle starts tomorrow. Make the most of every opportunity to train, Zhao Xinghua reminded them. The 4 children immediately settled down and began training, making the most of every moment. After several hours, as the train stopped at the station, Jiang Yin emerged from his training state. They had finally arrived in Yunqing. Zhao Xinghua led the 4 teenagers out of the station. Soon, they saw a bus parked not far away, and someone opened the window and waved at them. Zhao Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, that old rascal, not even bothering to get off the bus to greet me after all this time. I'll show him what fatherly love truly means. With that, he led Jiang Yin and the others toward the bus. Brother Zhao, it's been years since we last met. As the bus door opened, the man who had been waving at them walked over to Zhao Xinghua with a smile. He lightly tapped his fist against Zhao's and then offered him a cigarette. Zhao Xinghua chuckled and said, yeah, it's been a while. Looks like you're doing well, smoking Huazi now. The man laughed and replied, Brother Zhao, I don't earn much as a driver. It's just that recently, there have been a lot of kids from the subdivisions of the demon hunting team passing through, so I've managed to earn a bit of travel money. Jiang Yin listened to Fang Yuan's analysis and understood that the man before them was just an ordinary person, not someone with abilities. Brother Zhao, are these the little ones from Rong City competing? They don't look that impressive, the man commented. Zhao Xinghua laughed and scolded him. What do you know, as a regular person? These kids have great potential. 2 of them are already at the first level. The man was shocked to hear this and looked at Jiang Yin and the others in amazement. Although he wasn't an ability user, he knew how hard reaching the first level was. The fact that 2 kids had already achieved it was surprising. However, he quickly composed himself and, with a thoughtful look, asked Jiang Yin, hey kid, have you been to Yin City before? You seem familiar. Jiang Yin shook his head with a smile. Uncle, I've never been to Yin City. The man felt like he'd taken an arrow to the chest, surprised to be called uncle so soon. But considering he was over 10 years older than Jiang Yin and the others, it was accurate. He then said, let's not talk about it. Brother Zhao, I'll take you to the hotel now, so you can rest up for tomorrow's competition. Soon, The man drove the bus, taking Zhao Xinghua and Jiang Yin to a modest little hotel. The cost was waived since the hotel was the man's own, and at most, it was $80 a night. They didn't encounter any other teams there. While running errands, the man still carried a hint of doubt as he looked at Jiang Yin. A few days ago, he had indeed picked up a kid of similar age, who resembled this young man a bit, but the other kid didn't have cat ears or Jiang Yan's cuteness. However, the cold aura that the other kid had left a strong impression on him. The next day, Zhao Xinghua took Jiang Yin and the others to the local demon hunting team subdivision in Yun City. Upon seeing the place, Jiang Yin was at a loss for words. The demon hunting team's camp turned out to be a courier logistics company. Their operations were quite extensive. Zhao Xinghua, with the credentials in hand, led Jiang Yin and the others smoothly to the underground area. The difference between the Yun City and Rong City demon hunting teams was immediately apparent. If Rong City's subdivision was like a single-story house, Yun City's was like a three-story villa. The underground space was enormous. It seemed like running a courier service was more profitable than a supermarket. Su Jiwei and Bai Gaojia, both first-timers in the demon hunting team's underground base, were curiously observing the metal walls around them. Zhao Xinghua took a number tag from a local Yun City demon hunting team member, which had the number 31 on it, indicating Jiang Yan's team was the 31st squad. This number was more than Jiang Yan had expected. Zhao Xinghua had previously mentioned that spots in this training camp were scarce, with places like Rong City getting only 1 or 2 combined. This year, however, things had changed, with every small county claiming to have talent, but with limited spots, they all converged in Yun City to compete for places. Jiang Yin initially thought there would be around a dozen teams, but was surprised to see over 30. Jiang Yin and his team faced numerous challenges from other squads, meaning they would have to endure several rounds of battle. However, Fang Yuan shared some good news. None of these squads included first-tier ability users, a fact they could trust. As Jiang Yin thought more deeply, he realized that his rapid advancement to the first tier was mainly due to his special background, while Su Yinglian's swift progress was largely the result of inhuman trials. Bai Yan's training was extremely rigorous, and only those with sufficient determination could endure it. The monster hunting team didn't give the kids much time to wait, and quickly announced the start of 4-on-4 sparring matches among the 32 squads. All the monster hunting team members present, including seasoned ability users like Zhao Xinghua, served as referees. The rules were straightforward. Any participant knocked down or who stepped out of the ring would be considered eliminated, and the final selections would be determined by the evaluations of the veteran ability users. The first match was between Squad 1 and Squad 2 of zero-tier ability users, and although it wasn't particularly exciting, it concluded within just a few minutes. The following matches were similarly uneventful, causing some monster hunting team members to yawn. However, a member of Squad 17 suddenly erupted with power, covering their weapon in flames and easily defeating Squad 18. This display of skill revived the interest of many monster hunting team members, as there was finally something worth watching. In the subsequent matches, team members showcased powerful abilities, seamless teamwork, or exceptional close combat skills, making the scene increasingly intense. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, even though he knew their opponents were all zero-tier ability users. These peers were the best of the best, selected from various cities for their seasoned abilities. Fang Yuan wanted to point out that Su Yinglian was stronger, but he refrained from interrupting Jiang Yan's cautious contemplation. Regardless of the enemy's strength, one should never underestimate their opponents, as this could become a fatal mistake. This principle applied not only to dealing with monsters, but also to interactions with humans. Finally, it was Jiang Yan's team's turn to compete against Squad 32, whose members were all latest-stage zero-tier ability users, considered among the strongest. Unfortunately for them, they faced Jiang Yan's team. Bai Gaojia wielded 2 sharpened iron swords, instantly transforming them into gold with his ability. Meanwhile, Su Jiwei took off his shirt, growing taller as he transformed into a crocodile man. Su Yinglian stood quietly beside Jiang Yan, allowing her teammates to shine. Bai Gaojia and Su Jiwei each engaged an opponent, and the battle quickly became fierce. At that moment, a figure unfurled wings and took flight. Even though they were underground, the nearly 10-meter height was enough for him to soar. He lunged forward, charging at Jiang Yan. With his harmless demeanor, Jiang Yan looked more like he was there to charm than to deal damage. The Birdman, with his flying ability, was convinced that Jiang Yan was a support-type ability user. Everyone knows the strategy in team battles. Take out the support first. So, he and another companion decided to target Jiang Yan. However, Su Yinglian saw through their plan and immediately dropped her innocent act, shouting, "Take this. Ice bind." Instantly, dozens of ice crystals formed in the air, creating a chain of frost that tightly bound the Birdman's wings. With a scream, the Birdman plummeted from the sky, caught by another ability user, and was declared out of the game. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Jiang Yan, brandishing a dagger that glinted with a cold light. "How dare you attack my Xiao Yan?" Su Yinglian's eyes flashed with ferocity, and with a wave of her hand, she conjured for ice walls around the opponent, trapping him. This scene shocked the surrounding monster hunting team members, instantly making Su Yinglian the center of attention, along with Zhao Xinghua, who had brought her there. No way, their city's kids haven't even reached the first tier yet, and you, an old hand, secretly brought a first-tier ability user. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Advancing in tiers isn't something that can be achieved just by resources. If one can't absorb them, the tier won't increase. Unless someone has an exceptional talent for cultivation. But in such cases, wouldn't they first report and apply for a spot in the training camp? For a moment, Zhao Xinghua received many looks filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and anger. Zhao Xinghua felt wronged. He only knew Jiang Yan was a first-tier ability user, and, considering Jiang Yan was support type, had arranged a few teammates to protect him. The idea was to showcase Jiang Yan's supportive abilities, ensuring he wouldn't be bullied in the training camp. However, he never expected Su Yinglian to break through to the first tier in just a few days, transforming into an ice mage with impressive offensive and control abilities. Without giving any chance to the other members of Team 32, Su Yinglian unleashed a blizzard, effortlessly defeating the other two. As for Jiang Yan, he had no opportunity to show his skills throughout. In the subsequent matches, Su Yinglian single-handedly crushed other teams, her powerful ice mage abilities leaving the zero-tier teams defenseless, securing 4 easy victories for their team. Their final opponent was a high-burst assassin-type ability user, incredibly fast, making it impossible for Su Yinglian's skills to hit. This was Jiang Yan's moment to shine. He quickly cast a shield on Su Yinglian, thinking the assassin would target her since she was the team's carry. However, he was wrong. The assassin went for Jiang Yan first, the dagger slashing his arm. The assassin was bewildered. After multiple enhancements, Jiang Yan's physical resilience had significantly improved, making it hard for a regular blade to injure him. The strike that should have eliminated Jiang Yan merely grazed his skin, creating an awkward situation. Don't underestimate support. Jiang Yan angrily slapped the assassin, sending him crashing into the wall like a rocket, rendering him completely unconscious. Witnessing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief and turned to Zhao Xinghua for answers. Someone asked, puzzled, "Old Zhao, are you sure this kid is support type?" Zhao Xinghua thought for a moment and explained, "The strong physical traits must be from a beast transformation ability." After the champion was decided, all the recommended members of the demon hunting team, including the high-ranking officials from the local Yun City team, gathered together around a large round table. There were a total of 37 people responsible for the evaluation. Among them, 5 were members of the Yun City demon hunting team, while the rest were recommenders from other cities. At this moment, Zhao Xinghua was seated with a form in front of him, listing the names of all the members from the top 8 teams in the competition. Excluding Jiang Yan's champion team of 4, there were 28 contestants left. They needed to select the 2 most outstanding individuals from these participants. The selection process was straightforward. Each recommender could choose 2 children from cities other than their own, and the 2 with the most votes would earn those spots. However, Zhao Xinghua felt a bit puzzled about why this training camp was so stringent. The purpose of the camp was to select talented individuals suitable for joining the demon hunting team from among the many children. Once their qualifications were confirmed, they would be dispatched to the team's branches for several years of training. When these children grew up, they would have the opportunity to join the demon hunting team or lead a peaceful life. Regardless of their choice, there were official policies to support them. This is one of the reasons why those with abilities exist, but are not widely known by the public. Zhao Xinghua vaguely sensed that this year's threshold seemed unusually high. Winning a spot required the children to compete in a tournament, and this was only the first step into the training camp, followed by more rigorous training and graduation assessments. He learned from the Yun City demon hunting team that this year's camp would implement a ranking and elimination system, which had never been done before. Why were these new rules suddenly added? He hadn't received any notice of national policy changes. It wasn't just Zhao Xinghua. Many recommenders from the demon hunting teams shared the same doubts, casting inquiring glances at the head of the Yun City branch. The head of the Yun City demon hunting team gave a wry smile, knowing that if he didn't explain some things, there might be protests. He also understood his responsibility to provide an explanation. The truth of the matter was actually. Meanwhile, in an old house in Yun City, a young man was watering a patch of golden sunflowers. Despite his youthful appearance, his demeanor was deep and mature, carrying a hint of world weariness. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he slowly picked it up to answer. A respectful voice came through. "Master Xingjiang, we need your help this time." The young man, referred to as Xingjiang, sat down slowly and responded in a calm tone. "It's not like that, Master Xingjiang. The youngest in my family had a fight with me and ended up running off to the area you're in charge of. Please take good care of that little one for a while. He has a bit of an eating disorder and only eats a few specific dishes." Yi Ying spoke at length, no longer the strong figure he once was, but now an anxious father worried about his child who had run away from home. Xinjiang smiled and replied, "If I see the child, I'll make sure to take good care of him. You and your wife have been so busy with matters of Xia country that you barely have time for your family. We old folks feel truly ashamed." Ying chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I'll leave the little one in your capable hands. I have other things to attend to." With that, he hung up the phone. Xinjiang looked at the phone screen, unable to help but feel amused and helpless. No matter what, he needed to find that little one first. He remembered that the training camp was about to start, and he needed someone to pass down his knowledge to. He extended his hand slightly, releasing a unique wave of spiritual energy that quickly enveloped the entire Yun City. The people in Yun City, covered by this spiritual energy, were completely unaware that they were being watched by a formidable figure. After all, who would have thought that a second-tier city like Yun City was hiding a master who was considered a pillar of Xia country, one of the only 3 spiritual weapon masters among the 12. It could be said that nearly half of Xia country's high-grade spiritual weapons were crafted by him. With such a master choosing a successor, the local authorities in Yun City dared not treat it lightly. "This is outrageous. Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded by the higher-ups for doing this?" Zhao Xingwa slammed the table in anger. The people in Yun City had known for months that a master was looking for a disciple and had trained several children according to the master's preferences. Meanwhile, those from smaller counties like theirs were left in the dark, bringing other children here. Even if their chosen children managed to enter the training camp, how could they compete with the well-prepared elites from Yun City without months of training? It was an unfair competition, leaving them as mere foils to highlight others. The head of Yun City's monster hunting team wore a bitter expression. They had made a mistake by doing something so biased. If the truth were exposed, the entire Yun City monster hunting team division would face a major overhaul. The head knew he had to placate these recommenders. Otherwise, if they reported this to the higher authorities, it would be over for him. However, there was still a way to resolve the situation. Not long after, everyone present left the room with an additional 200 crystal cores each, looking pleased. Jiang Yin was still engrossed in a book about the use and creation of spiritual weapons. Although he had memorized it days ago, he kept discovering new things. Nearby, Su Yinglian and the others were playing on their phones, while other peers were bored beyond measure due to the long wait. Just then, Zhao Xinghua and the other recommenders returned, and the children's eyes lit up. Zhao Xinghua approached Jiang Yin and his group, smiling. "Let's go. We'll head back to the hotel to prepare, then off to the training camp." Jiang Yin and the others were puzzled. After the competition, shouldn't they be returning to Rong City before heading to the training camp? Wasn't this too rushed? Zhao Xinghua laughed. "Don't be surprised. Getting into the training camp early is beneficial for you. If you have the skills, you can freely access the camp's vast resources." He continued, "Zhang Xiaoyan, here's what I promised you." With that, Zhao Xinghua tossed a small bag filled with crystal cores to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and his cat ears twitched with excitement. Old Zhao was indeed a good person, giving him 200 crystal cores. It was the same familiar bus, but this time it wasn't just Jiang Yan and his friends on board. The bus was filled with other successful candidates and their sponsors. Although the sponsors couldn't enter the training camp, they were allowed to accompany the children to the entrance. To ensure the children's safety, 3 experienced individuals, including Zhao Xinghua, were present. "Kids, we're here. Ready for the hellish training." The man driving the bus laughed from the front seat. Jiang Yin shivered slightly, wondering just how tough this training would be. Su Yinglian, sitting next to him, muttered, "Hell? This is heaven, really. Hell wouldn't be this beautiful." Jiang Yin looked puzzled and asked, "Just how big is the shadow in your heart?" At that moment, the bus stopped at an intersection where a burly man stood in the middle of the road, exuding an intimidating presence. His skin was tanned to a healthy bronze, but the scar running from his chin to his neck was particularly frightening. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Xinghua said, "Kids, this is as far as we go. The instructor here will take you to the training camp." Jiang Yin and the others nodded and got off the bus one by one, standing in front of the burly man. The man smiled and said, "Welcome to the Star Training Camp, kids. I hope to see you all at the graduation ceremony in 3 months. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Chuan, and I'll be your instructor. You can call me Instructor Luo." Luo Chuan turned his back to them and said calmly, "In the next 3 months, you'll endure a lot of hardships, perhaps more than you've ever faced. But I can assure you that if you make it through, it will greatly benefit your lives." Jiang Yan raised his hand and curiously asked, "Instructor Luo, what kind of training will we go through?" Luo Chuan replied, "We'll discuss that as we go. Now follow my lead." With that, Luo Chuan took off, covering 100 meters in an instant. Jiang Yan and the others were momentarily stunned until Bai Gaojia reminded them, "Don't just stand there. We need to catch up." Realizing this, they quickly ran after him. Soon, in the woods on the outskirts of Yun City, several figures were darting through the trees. Luo Chuan led the way, moving leisurely as if strolling, while the 6 children behind him were running and panting heavily. Jiang Yan found it effortless, his strong physique easily handling the journey. However, Su Yinglian and Bai Gaojia were struggling. Their abilities weren't speed-oriented, and their stamina was no match for Su Jiwei of the Beast Transformation class. Short sprints were manageable, but they had been sprinting for 30 minutes now, and their energy was waning. Seeing this, Jiang Yin gave them a hand and encouraged, "Keep going, hang in there." Luo Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the view ahead opened up significantly. Looking at Jiang Yin and the others, who were drenched in sweat, Luo Chuan remarked expressionlessly, "Not bad. Keeping up with me shows you've been working hard. However, this level isn't enough. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to smoothly participate in the final ceremony." Jiang Yin noticed that Luo Chuan didn't have a single drop of sweat, as if he hadn't exerted himself at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan communicated telepathically, "Jiang Xiaoyan, there are many strong individuals in this training camp. It's not just about strength. There are also demons here. These are likely prepared for you." Jiang Yin gasped at this, thinking to himself, are they really expected to face demons directly? Aren't the instructors worried about any incidents? He asked, "Fang Yuan, what level of strength are you talking about?" Fang Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "At least level 5. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Level 5. In an era where levels 2 and 3 were already considered powerful, level 5 was unimaginable. Later, Luo Chuan took Jiang Yin and the others on a tour of the facilities, like the training hall and the cafeteria. Jiang Yin learned from Luo Chuan that besides the 6 of them, there were 94 others in the camp, making exactly 100. In the Starry training camp, academic performance, combatability, and power level are organized into rankings. The camp has an elimination system. If you rank at the bottom of one list, you must be in the top 50 of the other 2, or face elimination. At that point, you'd be buying a ticket home. Luo Chuan led Jiang Yin and the others to a large building, saying expressionlessly, "This is your dormitory. Now it's time to draw your room numbers. Just so you know, these rooms are for 2 people. Some are empty, and in others, you'll need to get along with a roommate. Fighting is prohibited in the dorm. If you break this rule, no meals for a day." Jiang Yin hoped he could share a room with Su Yinglian. Meanwhile, Su Yinglian was silently hoping to room with Jiang Yin. Ignoring their thoughts, Luo Chuan took out his phone and, after a few simple operations, displayed a page with constantly changing numbers and a button for drawing. Su Yinglian eagerly pressed the button, resulting in the number 28. Luo Chuan coldly stated, "Your room is number 28, on the 6th floor." Jiang Yin realized that each floor had 5 rooms, with higher numbers being on the upper floors. They all drew their room numbers one by one, and Jiang Yin ended up with room 50, the topmost room. Luo Chuan's eye showed a hint of schadenfreude, and Jiang Yin understood he had drawn an unfavorable result. He asked, "Instructor Luo Chuan, can I draw again?" Luo Chuan shook his head. "No. Each student has only one chance to draw a room number." Jiang Yin resignedly accepted his fate, feeling a bit disappointed, but not as heartbroken as Su Yinglian. She immediately clung to Jiang Yan's leg, wailing, "Xiaoyan, I want to be in the same room as you." Jiang Yin kicked the person away with a look of disdain and walked coldly towards the dormitory building. Because of Su Yinglian's shout, many students upstairs poked their heads out to watch the commotion. He thought to himself, can't this guy be a bit more serious? Don't make him so embarrassed, please. Jiang Yin headed up to the 10th floor, quickly making his way to the last dormitory. "Hey, buddy, are you new here? What do you want with the guy in dorm 50? As he passed dorm 49, a red-haired boy noticed him and immediately started chatting. Jiang Yin smiled and replied, "I'm from dorm 50. Nice to meet you." The boy's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You're sharing a dorm with that monster? Listen, man, I mean no harm, but I seriously suggest you leave the training camp. Your roommate is a monster." Jiang Yin felt puzzled and asked, "Is my roommate really that good?" "He's incredibly powerful. I know the guy from dorm 40 downstairs. He reached level 1 at a young age and thought he deserved to live on the highest floor with the biggest number. But can you believe it? He was instantly defeated and thrown out from the 10th floor. That was brutal." The more the red-haired boy spoke, the more frightened Jiang Yin became, starting to dread meeting his roommate, fearing he might be beaten to death. "Anyway, good luck, buddy. If something happens, I'll make sure to take care of things for you." The red-haired boy seemed to hear something, a look of panic crossing his face as he hurriedly tried to close the dorm door. "Hey, explain it to me clearly." Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Jiang Yin with an anxious feeling as he slowly knocked on the door of dorm 50. "Hello, I'm your roommate. May I come in?" Jiang Yin nervously stood at the door, and after a long time, there was still no response. He muttered to himself, "Is anyone there?" Just then, Fang Yuan said disdainfully, "There's someone inside. The door's not locked. You can just walk in. I really don't know what you're afraid of." Jiang Yin thought to himself, "I'm afraid of getting beaten to death." According to the guy next door, his roommate had a bad temper and even threw someone off the 10th floor. Who knows how fierce this person might be? Nevertheless, Jiang Yin mustered the courage to open the door and walked in as lightly as if he were sneaking away with something. Soon, he saw his roommate. It was a boy about his age, with a youthful face carrying a touch of coldness. making him seem quite reliable. If one were to describe him, he had a bit of a big brother aura. At that moment, the boy was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, meditating, with a few crystal cores around him. Sensing Jiang Yan's presence, the boy slowly opened his eyes, and Jiang Yan was struck by his heterochromatic gaze. One eye was ruby red, the other a golden hue, exuding an aura of nobility. Standing in front of him, Jiang Yan suddenly felt like a country bumpkin in the city, overwhelmed by the boy's presence. "Who are you?" the boy asked coldly. Jiang Yan quickly said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yan, and I'll be your roommate for the next 3 months. I'll be counting on you." The young man, slightly indifferent, tilted his head and blinked before responding, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yu." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Jiang Yu, is your surname the same Jiang, as in Big River?" Jiang Yu nodded and replied, "My surname is the Jiang in River." Jiang Yan smiled and moved closer, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing before relaxing again. Though he had a bit of a cleanliness fetish and disliked being touched, he found this guy somewhat endearing and not particularly annoying. "It seems we were family 500 years ago. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you Big Brother," Jiang Yan said with a smile. Jiang Yu's face showed some reluctance. "I don't really like being called brother by others." Jiang Yan's large eyes instantly welled up with tears, and a look of disappointment crossed his face as his cat ears and tail drooped, making him look especially pitiful. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly said, it's okay. If you want to call me brother, that's fine. I'll look out for you here in the training camp." "Really, brother?" Jiang Yan asked with a joyful expression. Jiang Yu nodded, scratching his cheek thoughtfully and tilting his head. "I can't beat the instructors, but I can take on any number of other trainees." Jiang Yan's eyes turned into adoring starry eyes as he looked at his newfound big brother with admiration. On the surface, he seemed pleased, but internally he was asking Fang Yuan with his thoughts, "How strong is this guy?" Fang Yuan was taken aback by his behavior, and, after Jiang Yan called out several times, finally responded slowly, "Second tier." Jiang Yan was shocked to learn that this boy, who was the same age as him, was already at the second tier. Indeed, as the neighbor said, his newly acknowledged big brother was a monster. Being at the second tier in his teens, he was far ahead in both potential and strength, surpassing even the likes of the old Zhao Xinghua. Jiang Yan realized that even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, he might not compete with these true geniuses. Fortunately, as a support, he didn't need to face them head-on. He just needed to be an excellent piece of equipment. At that moment, someone's stomach growled, and Jiang Yan's face turned bright red. Although he had eaten a bit before setting off, after the battles and the journey, a few hours had passed, and he was indeed hungry now. Jiang Yu forced a somewhat unnatural smile, perhaps because he didn't smile much usually. "I have a few canned goods here. Do you want to try them?" "Can I?" Jiang Yan blinked his big round eyes, showing a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Yu nodded. "It's fine. People bring them to me every day anyway." With that, he walked towards the corner of the room, pulled out a few cans from a large backpack, handed Jiang Yan a pair of chopsticks and 2 cans, and sat down with the other 2, ready to start eating. Jiang Yan felt the can was warm as if it had just been heated. When he opened it, one was rice, and the other was curry chicken. Both emitted an aroma that made Jiang Yan's mouth water. One bite almost made him swallow his tongue. "Thanks, brother. This is the best thing I've ever eaten." Jiang Yan thanked him and then started eating heartily. It was so delicious that his cat tail wagged behind him. Jiang Yu opened his can and began eating, his face showing no special expression. He usually only ate a few bites each day, but seeing Jiang Yan enjoying his meal so much, he finished his can too. After finishing his canned food, Jiang Yu continued to immerse himself in his training, clearly a diligent person. Jiang Yan rubbed his round belly and then lay down to sleep. Around 11 o'clock at night, a sudden alarm in the hallway jolted Jiang Yan awake. He looked around in confusion, unsure of what was happening, and paced the room anxiously. At that moment, Jiang Yu casually opened the door and said, "That's the assembly alarm. It's probably for distributing supplies." Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly caught on and hurriedly said, yes, let's get downstairs quickly. If we're too slow, it'll be bad." On the bus ride here, Zhao Xinghua had explained that this training camp had a semi-military management style, and to avoid punishment, everything had to be done quickly and accurately. Jiang Yan rushed toward the stairwell, but was suddenly grabbed by the collar and effortlessly lifted by Jiang Yu, who then tossed him downstairs. Jiang Yan felt a moment of weightlessness as he plummeted, letting out a shrill scream that echoed through the dark night like thunder. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu leaped down, swiftly sliding along the stairwell wall, moving even faster than Jiang Yan's descent. Within seconds, Jiang Yu had reached the first floor and caught Jiang Xiaoyan safely. "Your physical condition is clearly good, so why are you so timid?" Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. In his view, feline transformation abilities were strong, and with some training, even a first-stage ability user could survive a fall from the 10th floor unharmed. Jiang Yan, on the verge of tears, replied, "Brother, I'm a support type ability user, not an attack type. My combat skills aren't that strong. Jiang Yu was taken aback. You're a support type? Based on his understanding of feline transformation abilities, attack types had strong offensive power, defense types had high defense, and agility types were very nimble. Besides these, most enhancement skills were speed and attack related. He had never seen a support type cat. Jiang Yin nodded frantically, even conjuring a shield to prove his identity. Jiang Yu examined the solid shield before him, tapping it with a curious expression in his heterochromatic eyes. This shield could withstand mid-stage first-level attacks, and even endure a couple of later-stage first-level attacks. Moreover, there was no rule that the shield could only be used once. As far as support-type abilities go, it was indeed quite impressive. Meanwhile, as the two of them exchanged words, other trainees hurried down from the dormitory building, lining up obediently in formation. Although they seemed to line up quickly, they were ultimately just a disorganized group. At the entrance of the training camp, several instructors in camouflage t-shirts stood with knowing smiles, their eyes scanning the anxious trainees before them. Everyone recalled their recommenders' repeated warnings and didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Once all the trainees had arrived, a young instructor with glasses stepped forward, his smile warm. Hello everyone. I'm Instructor Situ. I'll be in charge of your resource allocation for the next 3 months. The rules are simple. The strong enjoy everything, the weak get nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a trainee immediately raised his hand. Sir, how do we distinguish between the strong and the weak? Instructor Sidhu quickly responded, pulling out a smart wristband from his pocket. It's simple. Each of you will receive a smart wristband exclusive to the Star Training Camp. It will automatically detect your level and record it on the leaderboard. As he spoke, he put on the wristband, which instantly projected a blank leaderboard. Now, I will call out names. When you're called, come up to receive your wristband and training uniform. After testing your level, come back to me for your crystal core allocation. Instructor Situ began calling names. The first trainee stepped forward and put on the wristband, which immediately displayed his photo, name, and a level 1 beginner rank. As more trainees were tested, he was quickly pushed down to the 20th position. When it was Jiang Yan's turn, he put on the wristband, and his rank jumped straight to 3rd, showing level 1 intermediate. However, his photo was in black and white. Jiang Yan quietly asked, puzzled, Instructor, why is my photo in black and white? It looks like I'm dead. Instructor Situ was amused by Jiang Yan's concerned expression and laughed heartily. You're worried about such a small detail? Don't worry, a black and white photo means you're a support type ability user, and others can't challenge you. It's a small privilege we give to support users. Jiang Yan suddenly understood, and other support type ability users looked pleased as well. But Instructor Situ quickly added, although you won't face challenges, the daily training standards are the same. Instructors will grade honestly, and if you don't meet the standards, you'll still be kicked out of the training camp. Jiang Yin thoughtfully nodded and returned to the lineup, only to find himself the center of attention. He chose to ignore it and focused intently on the leaderboard. Although he was already at level 1 intermediate, there were still 3 peers ranked higher than him, not to mention Jiang Yu. Jiang Yin sighed inwardly, realizing this place was indeed full of hidden talents, and he would need to work even harder. Soon, the trainees let out a series of surprised exclamations as the top spot on the leaderboard changed. Jiang Yu's profile picture and name shot to the first place like a galloping horse, with the red lettering, early stage of Tier 2, causing everyone to gasp. The instructors exchanged wry smiles at seeing this level. Despite their efforts to slay demons and obtain crystal cores, they had only reached Tier 2, and now a teenager had caught up with them. This scene served as a reminder that if they didn't keep pushing themselves, they might be overshadowed by the younger generation. One instructor, with a mischievous grin, announced, "All right, trainees, everyone line up. You're going to run 20 laps around the field, and you can't go to sleep until you finish." The trainees groaned in dismay but had no choice but to start running under the instructor's watchful eyes. This field was several times larger than a typical school's track, with 1 lap equating to 3 standard laps, making the 20-lap challenge a deliberate test by the instructors. After the run, Jiang Yin used his healing skills to ease the soreness in his legs. After all, his legs were already tired from the afternoon's exertion, and only his exceptional physical condition allowed him to endure the additional laps. Those trainees who relied on offensive skills were exhausted, and fellow support-type ability users sat on the ground, unable to continue. Jiang Yan's performance caught the instructor's attention, and they nodded approvingly, recognizing his solid foundation. As a support-type ability user, this was quite uncommon. It's well known that support types are often seen as needing protection, perceived as weaker. However, in the military, this notion doesn't hold. Support users must work hard to keep up with their teammates, as no one will slow down for them. At this moment, Jiang Yin was surrounded by several trainees who ranked above him, all at the mid or late stage of Tier 1. "Hi, Jiang Yin, right? My legs are really sore. Could you help me out with some healing?" One trainee asked with a warm smile, without a hint of arrogance. Jiang Yin recognized him as Mu Feng, who was at the late stage of Tier 1, a level above Jiang Yin. Sure, move phone. Jiang Yin replied with a friendly smile, immediately gaining everyone's favor. Hey there, I'm Wu Zixuan. Could you help me too? I'll pay you with a can of crab meat, said one girl. I'm Fan Xingli. Please, Jiang Xiaoyan, use your healing skills to save me. I'll give you 3 roast chickens, a boy added, each pulling on one of Jiang Yan's arms as if in a playful tug-of-war. Wu Zixuan snapped. Fan Xingli, can't you let a girl go first? You're pulling so hard. Jiang Yan might start crying. Fan Xingli retorted. Why should I? If you can offer more, go ahead. 2 cans of crab meat. Wu Zixuan realized that there was no way to resolve the situation peacefully, so she decisively chose to increase her bid. Fan Xingli shouted angrily. Mine are no different. 3 roast chickens and a can of crab. I'll add another one. I'll add 2. Mufeng watched the group bickering, glancing around, unsure whether to intervene. At that moment, Jiang Yu waved his hands, successfully pushing Wu Zixuan and Fan Xingli aside and rescuing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yin was puzzled about why everyone was so enthusiastic. He didn't understand why he was so valued, as if everyone was competing for him. Jiang Yu looked at him and asked, Do you have a healing skill? Jiang Yin nodded honestly. Jiang Yu asked again, Is that shield also your skill? Jiang Yin nodded again. Jiang Yu explained, Healing skills are extremely rare nationwide. Although there are many recovery and medical skills, many injuries still can't be treated. Therefore, many people want to team up with someone who has healing abilities. Jiang Yin suddenly realized how precious healing skills were. He never thought that among so many ability users, healing skills would be as sought after as money. These students might have extraordinary backgrounds and understood what it meant to have a healing ability user in their team. So, they all wanted to earn Jiang Yan's favor in advance, hoping to ask for his help if they got injured in the future. Hey, hey, Jiang Yan, could you please heal me? My leg hurts a lot, and I'll give you a can of crab when we get back to the dorm, Su Yinglian said, approaching Jiang Yan and glaring at Wu Zixuan. Hey, you should take a look at what the instructors are holding, Wu Zixuan said, immediately turning her gaze to the instructors. Each of the dozen instructors was holding a can, smiling broadly. Wu Zixuan was puzzled as to why the instructors started eating canned food, especially crab cans. Su Yinglian laughed gleefully. The training camp doesn't allow bringing your own food. Didn't your sponsors tell you? The students with food let out cries of despair, watching helplessly as the instructors confiscated various snacks and cans from their dorms. To avoid embarrassing the female students, the instructors thoughtfully sent a female instructor to search their dorm. Oh my, this stuff is delicious. We don't usually get to eat such good cans, one instructor said while eating and laughing. Enjoy it. Do you know how expensive this stuff is? We don't usually have the luxury. The instructors relished their midnight snack, drawing resentment from the students. Instructor Situ added, It's now 11:30 p.m. Tomorrow morning at 6. Put on the appropriate attire and run back and forth along the designated route before breakfast. This announcement prompted another wave of groans from the students. These instructors really didn't treat them like people. They were just a bunch of kids not even 16. Fortunately, among these kids, there were no troublemakers, and after dismissal, they obediently went back to prepare for a shower and sleep. There was no hot water in the dorm, so they had to go to the public bath, which was only open until 11:30. In dorm 50, Jiang Yin took a cold shower and walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around him, only to see Jiang Yu eating a can. Jiang Yin exclaimed, Bro, why didn't your can get confiscated? Jiang Yu calmly replied, I have an eating disorder and can't eat other food. I've already reported this to the instructors. Jiang Yin rubbed his hands and asked, Can I have a little bit? You can have it all, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu immediately handed over the can of food he had just taken a few bites from. Jiang Yin didn't mind if it had been eaten. After the intense exercise he had just gone through, he was hungry. Even though those with abilities had better physical conditions than ordinary people, given the intensity of the instructor's training, they wouldn't have an easy time tomorrow morning either. At that moment, Jiang Yu's smart bracelet beeped. He quickly pressed a green button, and an image of a young man was projected onto the wall. How was your day at the training camp, little Jiang Yu? I heard you have a roommate now. Star Craftsman's voice came through the screen. It was good, Grandpa Star Craftsman. As for the roommate, Jiang Yin curiously leaned in, surprised by Jiang Yu's way of addressing him, and when he heard the comment about himself, he immediately looked on with anticipation. Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly, thinking it wasn't bad. Haha, as long as you're happy. Star Craftsman laughed. At your age, you should get out more, meet friends of your age, instead of training so hard like an adult. Can I see your roommate? Jiang Yu nodded slightly, but before he could call Jiang Yin over, the latter had already leaned in like a big cat, with a bright smile on his face. Hello, I'm Jiang Yin, Jiang Yu's roommate. Can I call you Grandpa Star Craftsman like he does? Star Craftsman burst into laughter upon seeing Jiang Yin. Of course you can. Jiang Yu is a bit reserved and doesn't interact much with others, so please bear with him. Jiang Yin quickly replied. He's great. Not cold at all. Saying this, he wrapped an arm around Jiang Yu's neck, leaning on his shoulder. The two boys squeezed into the small frame together. Star Craftsman was a bit surprised, not expecting Jiang Yu to be comfortable with physical contact. It seemed that sending him to the training camp to make more friends was a good decision. That's good, Jiang Yan. What do you like to eat? I'll have someone prepare a meal for you tomorrow. Looking at Jiang Yan, Star Craftsman felt a fondness for this adorable child, even thinking about adopting one. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then replied, I like everything. I'm not picky. Haha. Then I'll prepare the same meal as Jiang Yu for you. It's getting late, and you have training tomorrow, so I won't keep you. Star Craftsman laughed and captured a screen image before ending the video call. He then sent the image to Night Shadow, Jiang Yu's inexperienced father. Night Shadow immediately responded with a string of question marks and exclamation points. Meanwhile, atop a high mountain in the southern region of China, a man was fuming, wanting to call Star Craftsman to ask, when did my good son become like this? At home, he wouldn't let anyone touch him, yet he's so close with this boy. Even I, his father, can't do that. He tried calling several times, but the number wouldn't connect due to the remote location and poor signal for his personal phone. Just as he was growing anxious, the mountain in front of him suddenly moved, and an enormous python slithered towards him, flicking its tongue. Get lost. The man's black eyes suddenly turned golden, casting a shadow over the surrounding 100 kilometers in the bright moonlight. At that moment, a claw mark tore through the giant serpent's body, staining the entire forest with blood. The man seemed indifferent to this, continuing his attempts to contact the old Star Master. He was Ying, one of the 12 pillars of the Xia nation, and also an irresponsible father. Despite various opinions from the outside world, he firmly believed in his choices. At 5:30 in the morning, Jiang Yan was already awake in the dormitory of the training camp, looking in disbelief at Jiang Yu, who was ready to go, amazed by his diligence. At this moment, Fang Yuan's telepathic voice came through with a mocking tone. Oh, good morning, young man. Jiang Yu has been practicing all night, while you've been sound asleep. Jiang Yan's face turned pale. The gap between his level and Jiang Yu's was widening, and if he didn't work hard enough in his practice, the difference would only grow. Staying up late to train was nothing. He could do it too. He might as well hurry downstairs for assembly. Morning, Brother Yan. Jiang Yan went downstairs and lined up with the other trainees, as Su Yinglian greeted him with a smile. Morning, Jiang Yan replied. Su Yinglian continued. Luckily, you treated me last night, or my leg would still be hurting. After last night's training, most people didn't feel tired, but by morning, the soreness was unbearable for many. However, those who received Jiang Yan's treatment didn't experience this pain. Instructor Sidhu stood in front of all the trainees early, adjusting his glasses with a sly smile. Good morning, trainees. Let's start our morning exercise now. He took out a small red flag and said to the trainees with a smile, now run towards the forest. An instructor will accompany you for the entire 20 kilometers. Once you finish, you can eat. If you can't keep up with the instructor, don't worry. There are flags like this one all over the forest. Follow them to find the correct route. An instructor will also follow at the back of the group, so if there are any issues, you can ask for help. After hearing Instructor Situ's words, the trainees were stunned, wondering if the training was too simple. Many, including Jiang Yan, noticed the sinister smile on Instructor Situ's lips and became alert. This morning run was definitely not simple. Instructor Situ didn't give the trainees a chance to ask questions, disappearing in an instant. He was also a second-level ability user, easily vanishing from the trainees' sight. Shortly after, a female voice came from the forest entrance. Everyone, come over here. Soon, they saw a female instructor in a smart camouflage uniform standing at the entrance, with a gentle smile that made her seem approachable. Jiang Yan and the other trainees obediently lined up. The female instructor continued. Instructor Situ has already explained the rules. Let's start now, and remember to keep up with me. With that, she leaped into the forest like a gazelle, maintaining a moderate speed, but some of her path was through the trees. This was clearly not just a simple run, but a special training requiring them to cross obstacles and run with all their might. All the trainees quickly snapped out of their brief shock and followed the female instructor's lead, charging forward. The female instructor, evidently waiting for them, was also a second-tier ability user. She ran at full speed with her strong physique, easily pulling ahead but deliberately staying not too far in front, glancing back to check the trainees' positions, as if waiting for everyone to regroup. Jiang Yu, being a second-tier himself, quickly caught up with the running instructor. His speed matched hers, and he found this physical training hardly challenging. Was naturally curious about why someone had to join and thus participated in this trial. As time passed, after 3 minutes, the differences in ability levels became apparent. First-tier trainees quickly moved to the front of the group, while zero-tier ones struggled at the back. Among the trainees, Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian, both first-tier, were also among them. Jiang Yan belonged to the support category, with a physique strengthened multiple times, boasting impressive endurance. Su Yinglian, on the other hand, was in the strong attack category, not skilled in speed. Their position in the group was due to their first-tier capabilities, yet they were still among the slower ones. After running for 20 minutes, Su Yinglian was panting heavily, her back soaked with sweat. Jiang Yan maintained a steady pace and could have increased his speed to catch up with Jiang Yu. But due to limited strength, he could only keep pace alongside Su Yinglian. The surroundings were dense woods, and the humid air made breathing more difficult. Identical trees surrounded them, and without the noticeable red flags marking their path, the trainees could easily get lost. Hey, brother, what are you doing here? Jiang Yan suddenly looked up while running and saw Jiang Yu lying on a tree branch above, calling out in confusion. Jiang Yu noticed Jiang Yan, flipped down effortlessly, landing steadily on his feet, his expression calm and stern. There's a combat training ahead. I was worried you might not get through, so I waited here. Combat training? Jiang Yan asked, his mouth twitching. Seeing the sly smile on the instructor's face, he suspected it might be a trap. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, it's led by a third-tier ability user. Everyone must defeat an opponent of the same tier. Support types can choose to team up, but the number of enemies will increase. He extended his right hand coldly. To pass this, relying on the teammate beside you won't be enough, so team up with me. Standing nearby, Su Yinglian looked slightly disappointed upon hearing this. This young man was the only second-tier ability user in the training camp, his strength a vast chasm above theirs. It would indeed be beneficial for Xiao Yan to team up with Jiang Yu. Just as Su Yinglian was hoping, Jiang Yan shook his head and said, No, brother, I want to gain more experience. Jiang Yu scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled. Are you rejecting me? Jiang Yu was puzzled, thinking to himself that with his second-tier strength, taking Jiang Yan along should be effortless and might even earn them the admiration of their seniors. However, Jiang Yan casually declined his offer. Smiling, Jiang Yan said, It's not that I don't want to team up with you, but this is my path to growth, and I need to overcome these challenges on my own. Jiang Yu pondered this, recognizing the truth in Jiang Yan's words, though he still felt a bit disappointed. Despite not being socially adept, he reluctantly said, All right, I respect your choice. Good luck, Jiang Yan gratefully replied. Thanks, bro. He flashed an innocent, bright smile, while Su Yinglian teased, Brother Yan, you're so awesome. From now on, you are my sworn father. Please accept my bow. As she pretended to kneel, Jiang Yan kicked her away. Get lost. I don't want a rebellious child like you. Jiang Yan playfully grabbed Su Yinglian's face, joking. This one actually wants me to be her sworn father. She must be itching for a fight. The two of them bantered and continued running forward. Soon, they arrived at an open area where several trainees were fiercely battling a group of people dressed entirely in black. The trainees were quickly overwhelmed and fell to the ground, only to be unceremoniously carried away by two people in white coats who happened to pass by. Jiang Yan noticed a man in camouflage sitting under the shade of a large tree, holding a calligraphy brush. Upon seeing newcomers, the man lowered his cap, revealing only one eye, and smirked. Oh my, two more cuties have arrived. Are you planning to team up or fight solo? With a flick of his brush, two shadowy figures made of ink appeared in front of Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian. Jiang Yan was startled, realizing these were the entities other trainees were battling. With just a few strokes of the brush, such powerful figures could be summoned, truly a testament to the instructor's formidable strength. The man with the brush smiled and introduced himself. I'm Chen Liang, but you can call me Instructor Chen. Now you can choose your battle mode. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and said seriously, Instructor, we want to team up for the fight. Instructor Chen looked slightly surprised, turning to Su Yinglian with a meaningful smile. Are you sure? Once you decide, there's no turning back. Failing means you'll be at the bottom of the leaderboard. Su Yinglian, her expression resolute, replied firmly. I'm sure we want to team up. Instructor Chen's smile widened as he waved his brush again, and three more ink figures emerged from the paper. Very well, since you're teaming up, the two of you will face my three ink figures, each with mid-first-year strength. He added, I forgot to mention, the duration of this morning run is also part of the scoring criteria, so try not to waste too much energy and time in battle. Instructor Chen's words added an invisible pressure that made the other trainees tense up. Seeing the schadenfreude on Instructor Chen's face, Jiang Yan understood that he had deliberately withheld this information to increase psychological pressure. He said to Su Yinglian, No big deal, let's go. Su Yinglian, confused, replied, I'm not some kind of pet, you know. Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian were not fully prepared when Instructor Chen immediately commanded the ink figures to charge at them. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, cast a shield over himself and Su Yinglian, and then shouted, Freeze. Ice flowers blossomed on Su Yinglian, who instantly launched a shard of ice, shooting like a bullet and striking one of the ink figures with lightning speed. As a result, the ink figure's arm exploded, and crystalline ice flowers bloomed on its arm. Swiftly, Su Yinglian conjured several icy chains, binding the remaining two ink figures. The three restrained ink figures began to struggle violently, prompting Instructor Chen to comment. Very impressive ice control skills, but using such techniques must consume a lot of your spiritual energy, right? How do you plan to attack next? At this moment, The damaged ink figure severed its frozen arm, chose not to save its companions, and quickly approached Su Inglian, delivering a sudden kick. Naturally, this attack was blocked by the shield. Seeing this, Jiang Yin put his hands on his hips and said smugly, "Instructor, you can't just ignore me. My shield is quite sturdy." Instructor Chen nodded with a smile. Just then, the ink figure formed a long sword out of ink, delivering a seemingly simple slash that caused cracks to appear in Su Inglian's shield, surprising both Instructor Chen and Jiang Yin. Instructor Chen was astonished that even after enhancing the ink figure's attack power to the late first stage, it still couldn't directly break the shield. Jiang Yin was shocked that these enemies carried temporary upgraded weapons. Jiang Yin stomped his foot in frustration, cursing under his breath, though his words were too fast to be clearly heard, sounding like meow meow meow. Not far away, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, and anyone who saw his smile would be utterly shocked. Instructor Chun ignored Jiang Yan's swearing, continuing to control the ink figures in battle. Little guy, an assistant should not only focus on their teammates. At this point, the two ink figures controlled by icy chains also produced weapons, a long spear and a whip, directly bypassing Su Inglian and advancing toward Jiang Yan with clear intent. Don't even think about it. Su Inglian waved her hand, conjuring a flurry of snowflakes that whipped up a blizzard, covering the three ink figures in front of her in a fan shape. The ink figure with the whip was trapped in the blizzard, unable to move. However, the one wielding the long spear produced a shield, wielding both the spear and shield to withstand the blizzard, successfully breaking through and lunging at Jiang Yan. Su Inglian wanted to intervene, but with two other ink figures closing in, her shield was quickly riddled with gaps, forcing her to focus all her efforts on the immediate threats. The ink-formed spear shot out like lightning, creating numerous breaches in Jiang Yan's shield in an instant. The spear continued to thrust relentlessly, attempting to defeat Jiang Yan. With sharp eyes, Jiang Yan remained agile, jumping up and down to dodge the fierce attacks, even while inside the shield. "Hang in there, Xiaoyan. I'll be there to help you soon," Su Inglian shouted. Jiang Yan replied, "Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself." At this moment, Su Inglian's spiritual energy was almost depleted. Facing the continuous onslaught, Jiang Yan noticed that Su Inglian wasn't even trying to dodge to conserve energy. The ink figure continued its assault on Jiang Yan, and the shield finally shattered under the ferocious blows. Just as the spear lunged towards Jiang Yan's head, Instructor Chen was ready to intervene, as this match was not intended to harm the trainees. However, when the spear struck Jiang Yan, the ink instantly dissipated, at most turning Jiang Yan into a little black cat. Haha, this, of course, meant that Jiang Yan had been defeated. But Jiang Yan slightly tilted his head, dodging the strike with minimal movement, grabbed the spear with his left hand, and punched the shield with his right. Don't underestimate the support. Jiang Yan's fist landed heavily on the ink figure's shield, shattering it with immense force. Indeed, it shattered. With this punch, the ink figure transformed into a black flower, blooming in the air as black ink splattered everywhere. Instructor Chun was stunned, nearly dropping his brush. "Are you really a support?" Jiang Yan nodded. "Of course, I'm support, just a bit stronger." Instructor Chin's lips twitched, clearly not believing Jiang Yan's words. Little did he know that Jiang Yan was telling the truth. He didn't possess high damage skills. Facing the ink figure, Jiang Yan only intended to knock it away, but unexpectedly, his newly acquired close-range silence skill activated. Since the ink figure was a manifestation of spiritual energy, being hit by a skill that interrupts ability casting naturally caused it to disintegrate. At this moment, Jiang Yan held a light orb in his hand and tossed it to Su Inglian. The orb smoothly merged into Su Inglian's body, instantly restoring 20% of his spiritual energy. Su Inglian immediately smiled, using all his spiritual energy to conjure several chains, successfully restraining the two ink figures. At this moment, a massive ice block, 2 meters wide, formed in the air. The ink figures struggled to break free from the ice chains, but these chains were more robust and difficult to escape. Ultimately, the ice block fell heavily, crushing the two ink figures to the ground. Exhausted from depleting his spiritual energy, Su Inglian collapsed weakly to the ground. Jiang Yan hurried over, asking with concern, "Inglian, are you hurt?" Su Inglian replied with a smile, "I'm fine, just out of energy." A bit drained, Jiang Yan teased, "Can't handle it, huh?" Su Inglian quickly retorted, "Who says I can't? I'll stand up right now to show you." She tried to get up, but nearly fell due to her weak legs. At the crucial moment, Jiang Yan caught her and used the clear spirit skill to restore energy once more. "Still stubborn, huh? Let's rest first and then finish the course." Instructor Chin chuckled, not stopping the two from taking a break, and turned his sharp gaze towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu tilted his head, his cold gaze as sharp as a knife, creating an invisible pressure. Everyone present knew that despite his youthful appearance, this boy had a hint of ruthlessness and was already a second-tier expert. Instructor Chun wore a half-smile as he taunted, Young Master Jiang Yu, care to show us your skills? Jiang Yu stepped forward without a change in expression, his body assuming a slight combat stance, like a beast ready to strike. Seeing this, Instructor Chin's brush moved fluidly, instantly crafting 5 or 6 creatures of various forms. These ink creations exuded a formidable second-tier aura, and it was clear that even Instructor Chin, a third-tier ability user, didn't underestimate this talented young man. At Instructor Chin's command, the painted creatures shot towards Jiang Yu like arrows. In a flash, Jiang Yu stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball into the enemy horde. The clash with the painted creatures stirred up a cloud of dust. Jiang Yu's movements were as fast as lightning, and Jiang Yin couldn't even catch his specific techniques. When the dust settled, the 5 painted creatures had vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Yu holding the head of one as if to flaunt his victory. He remained spotless, showing no sign of the fierce battle he had just fought. This astonishing scene left everyone present gaping in disbelief. Jiang Yin, filled with excitement, rushed forward and gave Jiang Yu an enthusiastic hug, exclaiming, "Bro, you're amazing. You took them all down in no time." Jiang Yin was more determined than ever to stay close to his brother. Jiang Yu calmly explained, "His painted creatures are weaker than living beings of the same level. Whether human or demon, I can take on many at once." Instructor Chin's mouth twitched slightly at this, thinking, well, he even manages to belittle me after the fight. He quickly waved his brush, urging, "Move, move, move. If you don't catch up with the front group, you'll miss out on a hot breakfast." Jiang Yin rolled his eyes, ignoring the instructor's attempt to provoke them. The 3 of them dashed towards the forest. It wasn't until after 8 that Jiang Yin and his group returned to the training camp, panting heavily. By then, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian were in a sorry state, their clothes torn in several places, with twigs stuck in their hair, looking like they'd been on a jungle adventure. Jiang Yin glared, gritting his teeth in frustration. "If I find out who set those traps in the woods, I'm going to give them a good beating." Following the instructor's route was already challenging enough, but encountering traps along the way added to their troubles. At that moment, the only one unscathed was the second-tier expert, Jiang Yu. The traps that were troublesome obstacles for Jiang Yin and the others were nothing more than child's play for him. On their journey, many people got trapped in various pitfalls, but Jiang Yin didn't show much compassion. He understood that if he fell into a trap, it would be kind of others to help him, but it was also reasonable if they didn't. In this world, one shouldn't expect kindness for no reason. Exhausted from the morning exercise, he muttered to himself, "I need to eat a few more bowls of rice later, or else I won't be able to handle the upcoming training." Su Yinglian, rubbing her stomach, agreed with him. Jiang Yin knew well that the instructors wouldn't provide them with a sumptuous breakfast. Last night, their food had even been taken away. As expected, breakfast was extremely simple, consisting of only a few steamed buns and pickles. The trainees looked disappointed. Fortunately, not everyone came from wealthy backgrounds, so they started eating. Even if some couldn't eat much, the instructors said nothing, knowing that being picky now would mean suffering later. Jiang Yin devoured several large steamed buns in one go and was secretly surprised at how delicious they were, even better than those he bought in town. It seemed the flour used was of a special quality. After breakfast, it was time for weapons training. "Hello everyone, my name is Liu. You can call me Instructor Liu. Over the next month, I'll be teaching you how to use weapons," Instructor Liu said calmly. "You should know that in battles involving those with abilities, cold weapons play a major role, so using them correctly is crucial." He pointed to the weapon rack behind him and continued, "Now, you can choose a weapon you like, and then line up." The trainees rushed to the weapon rack, grabbing various weapons. Most chose rapiers or long swords, as these were common and relatively easy to use. Jiang Yin initially wanted a long sword, but following Jiang Yu's advice, he quickly abandoned that idea. Without attack skills, if he encountered demons without teammates, relying on a weapon would be his best option. Choosing between style and practicality, Jiang Yin opted for a practical weapon and ultimately picked a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was as large as a basketball, with spikes glinting coldly, and a 3-meter chain that swung in his hand. Proudly, Jiang Yin approached Instructor Liu, his face filled with a boastful expression. Instructor Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, "This thing weighs over 10 kilograms. Are you sure you can handle it?" Jiang Yin nodded, grabbing the chain with his right hand, and easily swung the meteor hammer, maintaining a safe distance as it spun rapidly above his head. The trainees around him backed away in fear, shocked by Jiang Yin's strength, worried they might get hit and end up in the ICU for months. "All right, I see you can use it. Now reel it in," Instructor Liu quickly instructed. Jiang Yin agreed with a smile, but soon wore an awkward expression. "Instructor, how do I reel this in? It's not like a sword or spear. I can't just stop it." Instructor Liu hurriedly looked for a safe spot for Jiang Yin to stop, but then heard a whooshing sound and Jiang Yan's panicked shout, "Instructor, watch out." Bang! The meteor hammer struck Instructor Liu's head, followed by the sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground. "Oh no, Instructor Liu." The trainees rushed to help him up, faces full of fear. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin turned to slip away, thinking, I've really messed up this time. The little incident quickly came to an end. Jiang Yin was squatting on the ground, holding his head, with a big bump forming on top. At this time, Instructor Lu was guiding everyone through weapon training, though his head was wrapped in a bandage. Technically, he wasn't seriously injured, just a minor wound that would heal in a few days. Instructor, I know I was wrong. Can I join the training now? Jiang Yin said, looking down and sounding aggrieved. Instructor Lu was instructing other trainees on wielding swords, but his calm expression turned ferocious upon hearing this. He shouted through gritted teeth, you just keep squatting there and switch weapons later. If you weren't at the second level, that hit could have taken you out. There was a hint of frustration in his words, as being knocked down by a trainee on the first day had brought him some ridicule from his colleagues. All right then, Jiang Yin replied reluctantly, still wanting to swing the meteor hammer, mainly because it felt so satisfying to handle. At this point, Fang Yuan reached out to him telepathically. You really don't understand how to use weapons. Jiang Yin responded, I can handle it myself. Fang Yuan scoffed. Oh, sure you can. Weapons for support types need to meet 2 criteria. They should feel natural to use and be compact for easy carrying. With the size of that meteor hammer, where are you planning to hide it with your build? Support roles typically don't face massive monsters. Sometimes, the real threat is from human attackers. Jiang Yin asked, so, Fang Yuan, what kind of weapon do you think suits me? Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, I think you should prepare 2 weapons. One is a long-handled iron hammer, just as you imagined. Even support roles need to fight in this era, and with your physical strength, it's enough for defense or combating demons. As for the small weapon, Fang Yuan was interrupted by Jiang Yin, who suddenly said, for the small weapon, I think I should get a short sword for self-defense. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. That sounds about right. Weapons are personal, and the same one can be different in each person's hands. Jiang Yin nodded, realizing he needed more practice. Soon after, he swapped the meteor hammer for a large hammer, which was lighter and easier to control. Given Jiang Yan's physical condition, wielding it was a breeze. Instructor Lu watched the trainees practice, still a bit resentful about being hurt by Jiang Yan, but as an instructor, he had to pay attention. He quickly noticed that Jiang Yan's physical strength surpassed many of the first-level trainees present. Although Jiang Yan's movements were somewhat clumsy, they showed promise. Instructor Lu walked over to Jiang Yan, adjusting his posture. Yes, that's better. You can generate more power this way, and try raising your arms a bit higher. As it was nearing noon, Instructor Lu checked the time and announced, all right, that's it for this session. Everyone, go have lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, several trainees collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. They spent a full 2 hours practicing with their weapons, and Instructor Lu barely gave them a moment to rest. Not every trainee received the patient guidance that Jiang Yin did. Once Instructor Lu pointed out a mistake, if it was repeated during training, his patience would quickly wane, becoming unusually strict. Instructor Lu, let's go eat together, a female instructor said as she passed by. Sure, Jiang Yin, come with me. Instructor Lu suddenly called out, causing Jiang Yin to freeze in shock and take several steps back. Instructor, I've already apologized. Is it necessary to keep an eye on me like this? Jiang Yin said with a face full of dread. What nonsense are you talking about? Instructor Lu replied, exasperated, as he walked over and grabbed Jiang Yin by the back of his collar, lifting him up. Jiang Yin struggled wildly, but it was futile as Instructor Lu led him towards the cafeteria. The other trainees silently sympathized, thinking that Jiang Yin was definitely in for harsher punishment after hitting Instructor Lu's head earlier. Su Yinglian followed the instructors with a worried look on her face. However, Jiang Yin was taken to a different table, the instructor's table. Sitting down, he felt a wave of pressure as more than a dozen instructors sized him up with various expressions, creating a tense and intimidating atmosphere. Instructor Lu, is there a reason you brought me here? Jiang Yin asked meekly. Instructor Lu chuckled. What? Are you afraid I'm going to poison you? Jiang Yin shrank back a little, muttering to himself. I'm not afraid of poison. I'm afraid you'll make things difficult for me. Don't worry, the food here is much better than what the trainees get. Eat as much as you like. You need to eat more, you little shorty, Instructor Lu said with a laugh. Jiang Yin gave a bitter smile and glanced timidly at the other instructors. Just then, one instructor remarked, Lu Guang, did you get your head cracked by a trainee today? Instructor Lu grinned slyly. Yes, this little guy here hit me with a meteor hammer. If he didn't have some talent, this wouldn't have been settled so easily. Oh, you actually let it go so quickly? Is this kid really that talented? All the instructors turned their gaze to Jiang Yin. Instructor Lu placed a large plate of braised fish in front of Jiang Yin and ruffled his cat-like ears, explaining, after I corrected him once, he took the initiative to fix his movements and never made the same mistake again. Oh, he corrected himself that quickly? The instructors, all experts in theory, understood how challenging it is to correct movements when first handling weapons. It's usually a gradual process. For this little guy to correct himself in one go was indeed impressive. At least he was receptive to advice. Well, this kid is quite something. Come on, eat more. You're at the age where you need to grow, you know. The instructors immediately piled various dishes in front of Jiang Yan, watching him closely. Though a bit uncomfortable under their gaze, Jiang Yan noticed that the instructors soon began chatting amongst themselves, mostly between Instructor Liu and the female instructor who led the morning run. Little Jiang Yan, make sure to work hard in our class this afternoon, a female instructor cheerfully said as she served him a bowl of soup, smiling warmly at him. Jiang Yan looked puzzled. Seeing Jiang Yan's puzzled expression, Instructor Hua laughed heartily. She was the lecturer for the upcoming ability development class, responsible for helping students develop their skills and abilities. Smiling, Instructor Hua said, I wouldn't call it helping, really. It's more about passing down the wisdom and experience of those who came before us. At that moment, Jiang Yan thought of his sister, Bai Yin, who had taught him how to develop his abilities, which proved very useful in combat. Even without mentioning himself, under Bai Yan's guidance, Su Yinglian could perform wonders with just a single skill. The use of skills is never one-dimensional. The same skill can manifest differently in the hands of different people. I met a very interesting woman these past few days. Her few words gave me a lot of new insights into this course. Instructor Hua continued. The use of skills stems from your personal understanding of the world. Only by continually expanding your horizons can you realize what your powers can achieve in this world. Jiang Yan was slightly taken aback by these words. Bai Yin had also told him before that only with a sufficient understanding of the world can one continuously discover new uses for their abilities. Let's eat, and then get ready for class. Jiang Yan interrupted Instructor Hua's thoughts. Sure, don't you know what you're like when preparing for class? And now you're complaining about me. The instructors bantered as they ate, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. At noon, Jiang Yan had an hour for a break, during which he took a cold shower in his dormitory. As the weather was getting hotter, a cold shower was not a problem. Wearing just his shorts, he lay on the bed to relax his tense body. Jiang Yu wasn't in the dorm, and Jiang Yan didn't know where his older brother had gone. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Assuming it was Jiang Yu, he didn't put on a shirt and slowly walked to the door to open it. Standing at the door were a man and a woman. The man wore simple casual clothes, his stern face softening slightly upon seeing Jiang Yan. The woman wore a dress with large sunglasses, tilting her head with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Hello, my dear master, did you miss us? Jiang Yan opened his mouth in surprise. Sister Bai Yin, Brother Jiao, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you know I was here? Bai Yin chuckled. We were invited here, completely legitimate and above board, so don't worry about that. Aren't you going to invite us in? And put some clothes on. I have no interest in a young man's physique. Jiang Yan's face immediately turned crimson at her words, awkwardly covering himself with his hands as he opened the door wider for Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu to enter. He quickly put on his clothes and sat down beside Bai Yin. Bai Yin crossed her legs, resting her arm on the armrest and her chin on her palm, looking somewhat relaxed. Zhang Lianjiu sat upright nearby, his serious and focused demeanor evident from afar. Jiang Yan quickly took a seat, his gaze fixed on Bai Yin as he urgently asked, How on earth did you find out I was here? Bai Yin smiled easily and replied, It's simple, really. We applied and got the teaching assistant positions fair and square. Jiang Yan was shocked, not expecting such a move from Bai Yin. He was even more curious about how Bai Yin found this opportunity, considering he had only left Rong City a day ago. What kind of magic had these two used to track him down so quickly? Bai Yin continued, Come on, don't be so surprised. Our reason for coming is straightforward, we just want to be by our master's side. How could anyone like you, Jiang Yan, leave us all at home? Jiang Yan scratched his cheek awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Fang Yuan's voice came from Jiang Yan's pocket. You guys didn't come here just to keep Jiang Yan company, did you? Zhang Lianjiu replied seriously. That's my reason, but not Bai Yan's. Bai Yan chuckled. My knowledge has been recognized by the higher-ups in Xia country. I'm here to meet with them for an intellectual exchange. That old gentleman is truly knowledgeable. My research over half a month was useless until I brought up some magical concepts. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yan softly said, Bai Yan, I know you're amazing, but these topics are beyond my age. Could we change the subject? Bai Yan shrugged helplessly. All right, these are indeed things you don't need to worry about. Let's talk about how you can develop your skills. Jiang Yan nodded and began discussing with Bai Yan. When it came to combat techniques, Jiang Yan would pause to seek Zhang Lianjiu's opinion. In just half an hour, Jiang Yan realized he could have performed much better in his training today. During the morning combat practice, he discovered he didn't always need to stay behind his teammates. Instead, he could keep changing positions. Engaging with the enemy wasn't always necessary, especially when unaware of their strength. As a support, Jiang Yan rushing into close combat was a gamble. If the instructors had been hostile, Jiang Yan might have been in trouble. Additionally, his skill development needed work. If Jiang Yan could further develop his abilities, stacking more layers on his shield, what could opponents of the same level do to him? Since Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu hadn't witnessed Jiang Yan's battles firsthand, they couldn't offer specific strategies. In the end, they left Jiang Yan with one piece of advice. Kid, you've got to practice more. Jiang Yan had nothing to say in response. During Instructor Hua's ability development class, Bai Yin indeed appeared as a teaching assistant. Her vast knowledge quickly won over many students. However, despite their admiration, Bai Yin began to torment them. She used new knowledge to battle the students, overwhelming them completely. At that moment, a fierce battle was underway. Wu Zixuan, in the late stage of the first tier, unleashed her fire abilities, forming a giant flame python that surged toward Bai Yin. Yet, Bai Yin didn't even need a staff. With a simple gesture, she summoned a fire dragon to effortlessly counter Wu Zixuan's skill. Bai Yan's attack didn't stop there. She instantly launched 6 completely different attacks at Wu Zixuan, sending her flying. Witnessing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but cover his eyes, unable to watch the brutal scene. No wonder Su Yinglian was left with a significant psychological shadow after Bai Yan's special training. When Jiang Yan closed his eyes to avoid watching, Bai Yan laughed arrogantly. She provocatively said to Wu Zixuan, "Little girl, keep going. Is that all you've got?" Bai Yan's fingers curled slightly, her gaze full of challenge. Wu Zixuan staggered to her feet, staring intently at Bai Yan, filled with doubt. "How are you so strong?" Although they were both at the late stage of the first level, she was completely overpowered by her opponent. Bai Yan offered no explanation, feeling no obligation to clarify. Jiang Yan understood that both Bai Yan and Zhang Lianjiu had a distinctly different attitude towards him compared to others. "Shut up, I'll beat you." Wu Zixuan raised her hands, quickly forming a compressed fireball aimed directly at Bai Yan. Bai Yan's smile turned sinister as her staff appeared, instantly summoning the elements of water, fire, earth, and wind. Wu Zixuan was stunned, witnessing this, completely dumbfounded. Nearby, Su Yinglian's face turned pale, and she fainted. Instructor, she's passed out," the surrounding students shouted. In the arena, under Bai Yan's powerful assault, Wu Zixuan was once again blasted away, landing heavily on the ground and fainting. Instructor Hua watched with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the student's plight. Before the lesson began, Bai Yan had already arranged with her that as long as there were no deaths or serious injuries, she would not intervene. "Jiang Yan, we need your help here. You're the only healer." The student's attention quickly turned to Jiang Yan. Faced with this situation, Jiang Yan had no reason not to act. He quickly approached the injured and began healing. The healing light enveloped Wu Zixuan, and she rapidly recovered from her severe injuries. Even Wu Zixuan herself was surprised. With the previous injuries, she would have needed 3 to 4 days of rest and considerable resources, but under Jiang Yan's care, she was healed in just a minute. Such a powerful ability indeed. At this moment, Bai Yan's expression turned cold, her long hair moving without wind, and the red gem on her staff emitted a large amount of spiritual energy. "How disappointing. I'm bored of unknown fights. Next, choose 5 people to fight me. However, among them, he must be included." Bai Yan pointed her staff at Jiang Yan, causing him to pause slightly. "Now, discuss your strategy among yourselves." Jiang Yan looked at Bai Yan, feeling unfamiliar. The once gentle sisterly figure now seemed like a different person, offering only coldness. At that moment, Fang Yuan's voice echoed in Jiang Yan's mind. "Jiang Yan, Bai Yan has something to say to you. I'll relay her words so you can communicate with her." Bai Yan's words. Jiang Yan wondered, but soon Bai Yan's voice resonated in his mind. "Hello, my dear master, can you hear me?" Jiang Yan responded internally. "I hear you, Bai Yan. What exactly do you want?" Bai Yan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "It's a test, a test. Don't be fooled by my idle appearance. I've been thinking seriously about my relationship with you, Jiang Yan." "What exactly is our relationship? Is it the bond between a master and an apostle? Or perhaps the dynamic between a mentor and a student learning new skills? Or is it simply the connection between a tool and its user?" Bai Yan's voice grew colder, sending a chill down Jiang Yan's spine. "I don't belong to this era," Jiang Yan thought to himself. Despite his efforts to adapt over the past 2 weeks, he still felt no attachment to this world. He was at a loss when faced with such a topic, falling silent. Bai Yan continued, "Jiang Yan, I'm not the kind of person who will obediently be bound by others. If there's anything that can bind me, it's family or comrades." Her observation made Jiang Yan realize that he had the potential to become her partner. "Then why test me?" Jiang Yan asked in a low voice. "Because I'm not as gentle as Zhang Lianjiu, who can easily give you recognition," Bai Yan replied sternly. "If you want my approval, you have to try to defeat me. I won't consider someone incompetent as a partner." Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Bai Yan's voice faded, replaced by Fang Yuan's inquiry. "Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to defeat Sister Bai Yan." Jiang Yan responded. Bai Yan's words made him realize that to gain recognition, he needed to demonstrate sufficient strength rather than relying on past experiences. He understood his relationship with the apostles now. He realized he and all the apostles were comrades, and he aimed to gain the recognition of all the apostles as their leader. Whether now or in the future, this battle was a challenge Bai Yin had set for him, and Jiang Yin saw no reason to back down. However, the only problem was, who should he team up with? At this moment, apart from Jiang Yu, who was nowhere to be found, Mu Feng, Fan Xingli, and Wu Zixuan were the strongest. Jiang Yin knew that relying on just the 5 of them, victory was almost impossible. As he pondered, Mu Feng approached with a hint of helplessness on his face. Jiang Yin, it seems like Assistant Bai is targeting you. Jiang Yin replied calmly. I know Bai Yin. She doesn't mean any harm, probably just wants to put some pressure on me. Mu Feng sounded a bit envious. You're really lucky, almost every instructor and assistant gives you special attention. Jiang Yin smirked. Do you want this treatment? Mu Feng laughed. I'd rather not. He glanced at Instructor Hua in the distance and wondered, but isn't Instructor Hua going to step in? Jiang Yin shrugged. You know how the instructors are, right? Even if we were fighting with knives, they'd just sit back and watch. Maybe even grab a small stool. Mu Feng fell silent, knowing that the instructors always kept a hands-off approach unless things got too serious. Jiang Yin took the opportunity to grab Mu Feng's arm. Do you want to team up with me? Mu Feng widened his eyes. You want me to take the hits for you? Jiang Yin was left speechless after hearing Mu Feng's words. How did this guy come to such a conclusion? Jiang Yin said, what I mean is, let's form a team to defeat Sister Bai Yin together and pass this class smoothly. Mu Feng shook his head. I don't want to. That woman's output is too strong. Even though I'm in the battle armor department, I can't withstand it. Only then did Jiang Yin realize Mu Feng was in the battle armor department, known for its strong defense capabilities. So he asked seriously, what if I add my healing to the mix? Mu Feng fell into deep thought, and then slowly shook his head, clearly unsure. Everyone had just witnessed how Bai Yin sent Wu Zixuan flying. None of the students could withstand that kind of output. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow and continued to probe. What if we add another layer of shielding on you? Mu Feng frowned, still feeling uncertain. Do you dare or not? If not, I'll find someone else, Jiang Yin said, not giving Mu Feng much time to think, as he wasn't dependent on him. Of course I dare. Mu Feng finally relented. He couldn't guarantee that Bai Yin wouldn't use other conditions to force them into the fight, as the initiative was in her hands. It was better to join the battle now, without any conditions. Jiang Yin smiled. Then I'll call a few more people, and we can discuss our strategy together. As Jiang Yin was about to leave, Mu Feng quickly said, Fan Xingli and Wu Zixuan should be fine with it. Jiang Yin replied, we're still one person short. He continued, I have someone in mind for the last spot, someone with a lot of intel on Sister Bai Yin. Before long, the 5 students ready to join the fight had gathered. Mu Feng, Wu Zixuan, and Fan Xingli all looked at the trembling Su Yinglian, falling into deep silence. Su Yinglian appeared very nervous and scared, incredulously looking at Jiang Yin. Are you serious, Xiaoyan? Just the few of us. There's no way we can defeat that demoness. Jiang Yin smiled. It's okay, some things are worth trying, and Sister Bai Yin won't actually kill us. Su Yinglian lowered her head, her eyes darkening. No, you don't understand. That demoness is not human, she's a devil. Mu Feng and the other 2 were puzzled, while Jiang Yin explained, strictly speaking, Su Yinglian is Sister Bai Yan's student. This made the 3 instantly understand. It's normal for students to fear their teachers. They shivered at the thought of their own teacher's harsh punishments. Jiang Yin turned to Su Yinglian. It's okay, Yinglian. We need Sister Bai Yan's intel now, and you've sparred with her, so you know the most. Su Yinglian took a deep breath, calming her inner anxiety, and said slowly, yes, I have sparred with her, but it was sheer torture. That demoness set the battlefield in a freezer to make me feel the cold quickly. Because of the ice ability absorbing cold and using it, my spiritual power seemed endless in the freezer. But even in such conditions, I had no chance against that demoness. Hearing these words, coupled with what they had just witnessed, Mu Feng and the others couldn't help but feel a bit insecure. Especially Wu Zixuan, who had just been knocked back, recalled the terrifying power of the opponent's attack, and the shadow in her heart was growing. Su Yinglian said solemnly, the Demon Queen has a lot of skills. I've only seen her ice skills before. I haven't seen her other abilities, but they should be similar. She explained to the group the precautions needed when battling Bai Yin. For instance, even if they managed to dodge an attack, Bai Yin could still control the skill to hit them, as she had excellent control over her spiritual power, making it nearly impossible to evade her attacks. Jiang Yin thought to himself that Bai Yin was undoubtedly a master in controlling spiritual power. Naturally, he wouldn't voice this thought, as it would be too demoralizing. He said seriously, let's introduce our abilities. Jiang Yin then revealed, I currently have 4 skills, a shield, healing, spiritual power recovery, and a silent skill that requires close proximity to use. Everyone present was trustworthy, and continuing to hide his abilities would prevent them from defeating Bai Yin and gaining her approval. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They didn't expect Jiang Yan to have 4 skills at the first tier, and compared to their own single skill, they looked at him with envy. After a while, Wu Zixuan was the first to speak. As you can see, my ability is fire. My first skill is continuously compressing firepower, which deals high damage, but the preparation time is too long, leaving me no opportunity in battle. Jiang Yan and the others nodded, acknowledging that such a skill was difficult to use in unknown situations. Mu Feng continued, I am an armor-type ability user and can form armor on my body. My first skill is controlling rocks, but I can only control less than 100 kilograms. Seeing the others speak, Fan Xingli added, my ability is beast-type, specifically a kangaroo, and my only skill is an acceleration effect. Jiang Yan asked, how strong is this acceleration effect? Fan Xingli thought for a moment and replied, it can probably double my movement speed temporarily, but I haven't tested it specifically. Su Yinglian then spoke, I have ice abilities, and my only skill is speeding up ice formation. In battle, my control is strong, but I can't guarantee I can control the Demon Queen. Jiang Yan nodded and began discussing strategies with the others. Meanwhile, Bai Yin and Instructor Hua were standing together, having a quiet conversation. Instructor Hua smiled slightly and asked, do you hold Jiang Yan in high regard? Bai Yin smiled back and replied, sort of, I've given him a challenge. Instructor Hua chuckled, giving a challenge to someone you value is a unique form of encouragement. But the challenge you've set is quite difficult. Bai Yin laughed and said, if it wasn't challenging, how could it motivate him? Instructor Hua nodded in agreement. Jiang Yan and his group approached Bai Yin, who smiled and asked, have you all worked out your strategy? Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, we're ready. Instructor Hua looked at the confident children and said, this seems interesting. I'll be the referee. The rule is, once you raise your hand to surrender or lose the ability to fight, you can't continue attacking. Bai Yin understood that this rule was aimed at her since her level was only at the late stage of the first tier, but her strength was comparable to the second tier. She replied easily, no problem with that rule, I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Jiang Yin then asked, Sister Bai Yin, your staff seems different. Can you not use it? Bai Yin responded without hesitation, no problem. Hearing this, Jiang Yin felt secretly pleased, thinking their chances of winning had increased. The group then moved to an open area, with Instructor Hua and other trainees watching from a distance. Other instructors, who were free, also came over to watch, bringing small stools to sit on. Jiang Yin's team of 5 and Bai Yin stood on opposite sides of the clearing, the atmosphere growing tense. Bai Yin stood with one hand on her hip, a faint smile on her face. Jiang Yin positioned himself in the center, surrounded by a square formation, ready to use his support skills to aid his teammates. Fan Xingli and Mu Feng stood at the front, while Wu Zixuan and Su Yinglian were positioned at the back as the offensive force. All 5 held weapons, while Bai Yin stood empty-handed, yet she showed no sign of nervousness. Instructor Hua raised his arm high above his head and then swiftly brought it down, signaling the start of the battle. Immediately, Mu Feng was clad in bronze armor, and Fan Xingli's height shot up to 1.8 meters, with ears and a thick tail appearing. Bai Yin, slightly disappointed, remarked, if you're planning a frontal assault, then forget it. With a snap of her fingers, hundreds of fireballs appeared and rained down like a shower of meteors, explosions booming as Fan Xingli's figure was engulfed in smoke and dust. Just as Bai Yin was about to use a wind skill to clear the smoke, a fierce blizzard struck, forcing her to quickly change her tactic. Instantly, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, forming an ice shield in front of her, successfully blocking all the attacks. So naive, do they really think close combat will work on me? Bai Yan's eyes glimmered faintly. Though the dust cloud obscured her vision, she could clearly sense those guys stealthily approaching. Someone had deliberately lured her into using her skills, creating the dust to block her view. Then all the combat personnel moved in, trying to settle the battle with close-quarters combat. This plan might work on others, but for the experienced Bai Yin, it was futile. A powerful fireball burst through the dust, heading straight for Bai Yin. However, a high-pressure stream of water shot from Bai Yan's palm, easily slicing the fireball in half. This scene shocked Wu Zixuan. Assistant Bai was indeed extraordinary. Her hiding spot was now exposed. She had to change positions. Just as Wu Zixuan was about to move, she was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind. With a crisp sound, her pale blue shield shattered instantly. At that moment, a figure quickly swept in, pulling Wu Zixuan out of the gale. Bai Yin, surrounded by purple currents, was ready to attack the 2 evading figures. But then stone pillars rapidly rose from beneath her feet. These pillars, sharp like needles, aimed directly at Bai Yan's body. However, a golden shield appeared just in time to block the attack. Bai Yin sensed the spiritual power within the pillars weak and scattered, yet still requiring caution. Such a tactic could only be used once. Now being attacked, she naturally had to retaliate. A sphere of light, composed of purple lightning entwined with flames, shot towards Mu Feng, who was controlling the rocks from a distance. Seeing this, Mu Feng panicked, his bronze armor glowing as a stone wall quickly formed in front of him. However, Jiang Yan's shield arrived in time as well, casting 2 shields over Mu Feng simultaneously. Yet, after a few loud crashes, the stone wall was mercilessly pierced through. A terrifying explosion sounded, flinging Mu Feng away. At this moment, Bai Yin stepped forward, conjuring an exquisitely beautiful ice crystal rose, which shattered instantly, blocking an attack coming from the side. Seriously, being knocked down by me hundreds of times, you still dare to attack me. Your courage is commendable. Su Yinglian knew his attack wouldn't have much effect, but it was all part of the strategy. As long as Jiang Yin succeeded, they would win. Noticing Su Yinglian, who didn't intend to flee having tried countless times and already given up resisting, stood still as the ice came, turning this ice-wielding ability user into an ice sculpture. As Bai Yin attacked, 2 figures swiftly appeared beside her. One was Fan Xingli, the other Jiang Yin. Sorry, Sister Bai Yin, but this round is mine. Jiang Yin clenched his fist and struck Bai Yan's golden shield heavily. His punch left spiderweb-like cracks on the shield. To Bai Yan's shock, the shield shattered into countless golden fragments. Jiang Yin winced in pain, his fist slightly fractured. Bai Yan's shield was indeed sturdy. It's up to you now, Fan Xingli. Fan Xingli's legs burst with speed, and using his acceleration skill again, his metal-gloved fists swung fiercely. Bai Yin faced the incoming attack with a calm expression, forming his right hand into a gun gesture aimed directly at Fan Xingli. With a dull scream, Fan Xingli's chest seemed to be struck by something, sending him flying backward without any resistance. He had no idea how he was attacked. At that moment, fireballs rained down from above as Wu Zixuan, having regained some strength, resumed her assault. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, whose armor was half destroyed, charged forward wielding a metal rod, aiming to strike Bai Yin. Jiang Yin did not stop as he rushed toward Bai Yin. Just as he got close, a voice that made his pupils constrict said, "You didn't think I could only attack from a distance, did you?" Bai Yin swiftly grabbed Jiang Yan's arm, suddenly unleashing a strength completely different from his opponent's, using grappling techniques to pin him to the ground with a knee on his back. Jiang Yin thought to himself, he always assumed Bai Yin was a powerful magic caster, but it turns out he also knew some combat skills. Although his stance wasn't as formidable as Zhang Lianjiu's, it was enough to easily handle them, the rookies. However, how would they counter the upcoming attacks from others? At this point, Bai Yin whispered, "I know many kinds of magic, and there are plenty of spells to resolve this situation, like gravity magic." As soon as he finished speaking, the fireballs plummeted to the ground, and Mu Feng and Wu Zixuan were pinned down by the gravity, completely losing their ability to resist. Jiang Yin also felt as if his body was filled with lead, unable to move at all. This battle plan was given to you by Feng Yuan, wasn't it? He figured I wouldn't kill, using his companions as bait to distract me, with the final move being close combat to end the fight. That's not a strategy a few kids could come up with, right, Feng Yuan? Bai Yin said softly, just loud enough for Jiang Yan's cat ears to hear. Hidden in Jiang Yan's pocket, Feng Yuan sighed slightly. "Master, you've lost. Try to earn my recognition next time." Jiang Yan clenched his fists, but had no rebuttal. Throughout the battle, Bai Yin had countless opportunities to defeat them, and even the final close combat was resolved by him. They had lost this round completely. Instructor Hua, acting as the referee, announced the victor and then smiled, saying, "After treating the injured, I'll analyze the specific details of the battle for everyone, so please listen carefully." In the following class, Instructor Hua brought in a monitor from somewhere, quickly set it up, and began explaining the specifics of the recent battle. Jiang Yin and his group felt a wave of embarrassment, but after listening to Instructor Hua's insights, they gained valuable knowledge, realizing that Bai Yin had held back during the fight, even if only a little. After this class, a simple physical training session followed. The physical training class was personally led by Chief Instructor Wan Xingyi. The curriculum wasn't complicated, focusing on basic weight-bearing exercises like squats and push-ups. However, the weights were astonishing, with regular trainees carrying 10 kilograms, while those with poorer physical conditions like Jiang Yin had to bear 30 kilograms. Initially, Jiang Yin didn't feel much strain, but as the training progressed, fatigue gradually set in. To his frustration, assistant instructor Zhang Lianjiu secretly added an extra 5 kilograms to his load, making Jiang Yin almost want to lash out, though he knew he couldn't win a fight against him. During dinner, Jiang Yin dragged his exhausted body to finish his meal and leaned against the wall to return to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he collapsed on the floor, unable to move. He then noticed a pair of shoes in front of him and looked up to see his roommate Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had been absent all day, and Jiang Yin thought he had left the training camp, only to find out he had been slacking in the dormitory. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yin expressionlessly and slowly asked, "How was the first day of training?" Jiang Yin replied in a low voice, "It was hellish." In just one day, he had gone through 2 battles and 2 physical training sessions. Without his healing skills, he doubted he could have made it to the 10th floor, and would have ended up like the trainees lying in the hallway. Jiang Yu picked Jiang Yan up and took him to a large wooden tub, saying, "Take off your clothes and jump in." With that, he put Jiang Yan down and went to sit cross-legged on the sofa to meditate. Jiang Yan looked at the green mist rising from the tub and the dark green liquid inside, lost in thought. Finally, he asked pitifully, "Brother, what kind of water is this? Could you tell me?" Although Jiang Yu was reluctant to explain, he eventually did under Jiang Yan's persistent questioning. "This is a restorative liquid prepared by the instructors for you. After a day of intense training, your cells and tissues are exhausted. This restorative liquid, infused with the flesh and blood of demons, helps to enhance your physical condition and quickly restore your strength. Soak for an hour tonight, and you'll be full of energy tomorrow." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately undressed and jumped into the tub, savoring the comforting warmth of the green liquid. He nearly fell asleep, but forced himself to stay awake to fully experience the effects of the restorative liquid. The dormitory fell silent. "I heard you were targeted by that assistant instructor Bai." Jiang Yu suddenly broke the silence. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly. "That's not true. I know Sister Bai Yan. She's just strict with me." Jiang Yu nodded, dispelling some inappropriate thoughts from his mind. Then Jiang Yan couldn't help but complain. Compared to Sister Bai Yan's sparring, the other instructors are relentless. Every class, whether morning runs or weapon lessons, drains all our energy. Jiang Yu explained, "That's not the case. The morning runs are to increase your combat experience in the woods and to build stamina. Weapon lessons teach you how to use weapons, and the ability development class helps you understand your own powers. The final physical training class is the real test of your physical fitness, pushing your body's potential to the limit. Because these rigorous exercises can damage your body, the camp has prepared this restorative liquid." Jiang Yan suddenly understood, realizing the instructors truly had their best interests at heart. With such a training regimen, if someone couldn't succeed, it was simply because they weren't up to the challenge. Jiang Yan enjoyed his time soaking in the bath until the water became clear and transparent. Only then did he climb out of the wooden tub and put on a pair of shorts. He walked over to the bed, opened his backpack, and took out a whole bag of crystal cores, thinking to himself that it was time to start cultivating. The dormitory had a two-bedroom, one living room layout, with a wall dividing the room in half. Although there was no extra door, the wall provided enough separation for Jiang Yan not to feel concerned, as long as he didn't make too much noise. Before long, he consumed all 200-plus crystal cores, yet his spiritual power level remained at the mid-stage of the first tier, showing no sign of progress. Feeling a sense of disappointment when he could no longer find any crystal cores, he thought to himself that it was like these 200 cores had sunk into the ocean without even a splash. Jiang Yan sprawled out on the bed, rubbing his belly, feeling a sense of emptiness. 200 crystal cores gone just like that. At that moment, Fang Yuan's voice teased in his ear. "Instead of pondering here, why not go hunt some demons, you lazybones? You're in dire need of crystal cores. Come up with a way to earn some, or when will you ever succeed in this era?" Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. "What can I do? There are no demons in the training camp, and even if there were, the instructors would have taken them down." He needed a large number of crystal cores to upgrade and break through, and the source of these cores was demons. The stronger the demon, the more cores they had. Now, without even a trace of demons, his only source of crystal cores was the rewards from the training camp. Fang Yuan continued, "Someone's coming your way. That kid Jiang Yu. I'll stay out of sight for now. You handle it." Jiang Yan turned his head and indeed saw his sworn brother, Jiang Yu, slowly approaching. He quickly wiped the crystal core residue from his mouth, put away the bag of cores, and sat up as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance of Jiang Yan's room, looking at him expressionlessly for a full minute. Jiang Yan's smile was almost faltering. Jiang Yu suddenly tilted his head and said, "You seem short on resources. Do you need me to give you some?" At these words, Jiang Yan immediately shook his head and refused. "No, brother. A gentleman earns wealth through proper means. I can't accept these resources without merits." Jiang Yu replied blandly, "I see. Then I'll give you a few cans instead." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you, brother." In the small dormitory room, the two young boys sat on the bed, happily enjoying the canned food. Although Jiang Yan hadn't tasted many delicacies, he thought Jiang Yu's canned food was the best thing in the world. "By the way, brother, where did you go today? You just disappeared all of a sudden," Jiang Yan asked suddenly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's young face paused for a moment. Then he scratched his head and honestly said, "I went to Grandpa Xinjiang because I heard my elder brother got injured on a mission again, so I went to ask Grandpa Xinjiang to get in touch over there. Luckily, it wasn't anything too serious." Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, your elder brother got injured?" Jiang Yu nodded. "I have an elder brother and sister, but they're 7 or 8 years older than me." "Oh, I see. Are they in college now?" Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future at the mention of college. Jiang Yu calmly replied, "They didn't go to college. Our family is a noble family, responsible for dealing with demons for generations, but we've gradually declined over the years." "A noble family?" Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Haven't you heard of us? In the extraordinary world, very few people don't know about the Jiang family. Jiang Yan replied somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, I've only been in this circle for a few months, so I really haven't learned about these things. Oh, is that so? Let me explain it to you. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shook his head. For those with abilities, there's no need to hide such things. It's already considered common knowledge. Through Jiang Yan's explanation, Jiang Yan learned how powerful the so-called noble families of Xia country were. The Jiang family of the southwest region was once a giant presence in the extraordinary world of Xia country and even the entire Blue Star. However, now it has begun to decline, and this once vast noble family has less than 20 people left. The Jiang family is like this, and so are other noble families. Jiang Yan learned from the other that the decline of noble families is entirely because none of them have ever been bedridden. Healing from injuries is something only the living can enjoy. The dead don't need it. It's precisely because of the heavy casualties among noble families in recent years that they can no longer help Xia country resist demons. Therefore, the authorities established the Ability Department to help many people enhance their abilities, aiming to find geniuses among them through a process of natural selection. After all, it's important to cultivate new talent while the old warriors can still fight. Jiang Yan immediately saluted Jiang Yu to show his respect for the noble families. Novels are indeed misleading. Not all noble families are full of bad people. There might be some spoiled individuals among them, but certainly no cowards. After all, the strict family discipline of noble families is no joke. They haven't survived for centuries by relying solely on the glory of their ancestors. Moreover, from Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yan heard a name he often heard: Yushur lineage. Jiang Yan eagerly asked, Brother Yu, is the Yushur lineage also a noble family? Jiang Yu shook his head. The Yushur lineage belongs to the National Martial Arts Institute, and there aren't many inheritors left. Jiang Yan scratched his head and asked, Brother, what is the National Martial Arts Institute? Is it a very powerful organization? Jiang Yu explained, the National Martial Arts Institute is an even older and more powerful organization than our noble family. Although it has now completely declined, it still exists as a top force in Xia country. The Yushur lineage you mentioned is a branch of the National Martial Arts Institute. Yushur are people who have recorded all of history from ancient times to the present. With their extensive knowledge of history, they can summon figures from Blue Star's history. In the Yushur lineage, you can encounter many legendary mythical figures. Seeing Jiang Yan's bewildered expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. You really don't know anything, do you? Jiang Yan smiled slightly. In terms of the extraordinary world, I'm just a newcomer. After a while, Jiang Yan suddenly interrupted and asked, By the way, brother, what kind of abilities does the National Martial Arts Institute accept? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and slowly replied, abilities related to traditional culture. You know theater, right? In ancient times, those characters were actually incredibly powerful ability users. Every dance step, every vocal tone, could harm demons. And then there are the puppeteers who can create puppets indistinguishable from humans. Currently, the National Martial Arts Institute has such a top expert, who alone has quelled the demon unrest in North China. Jiang Yu's face showed a hint of excitement, and his usually indifferent expression had a slight blush, clearly enjoying the conversation with Jiang Yan. As they chatted, time flew by. Jiang Yan, having eaten a lot of crystal cores and being tired from the day, started to feel sleepy. Unknowingly, he leaned against Jiang Yu's shoulder and fell asleep. Seeing Jiang Yan asleep, Jiang Yu stopped talking and gently laid him on the bed, preparing to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Jiang Yan's fluffy cat ears twitched, and his beautiful big eyes blinked open as he slowly woke up. To his surprise, he found Jiang Yu sleeping in the same bed. Wait, why is my brother in the same room with me? Jiang Yan muttered to himself, having no recollection of how he fell asleep. Fan Yuan's voice echoed in his mind with a teasing laugh. Ha! You really embarrassed yourself last night, holding onto his arm and refusing to let him go, even talking in your sleep and crying for him not to leave. Ha! Fan Yuan's laughter made Jiang Yan's mouth twitch. He wondered if he was really that embarrassing. However, the fact that he held on to Jiang Yu's arm and didn't let him leave seemed plausible, as he was still gripping it tightly. At this moment, a feeling of social death overwhelmed Jiang Yan, and he felt like he wanted to disappear. Just as he was caught in his internal struggle, Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Yan nervously twirled his fingers and looked at Jiang Yu with slight embarrassment. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to do that last night. Jiang Yu replied calmly, It's fine. On the contrary, I found it quite comforting. I haven't had a good night's sleep in years. At home, I'm always alone, and the lonely nights are unbearable, so I usually spend them training. Last night was really restful. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yan realized that being with him also brought him a sense of peace, something he had never experienced with anyone else. Jiang Yu squinted and said, "It's almost 6 o'clock. Aren't you going to get dressed and go train?" Ah! Jiang Yin let out a scream, quickly washed up, dressed, and hurried downstairs. Many other trainees were late just like him, resulting in a punishment of 200 push-ups. Finally, like the previous day, they continued with their morning run. Today, Jiang Yan's training camp experience was different from usual. The instructor was replaced by someone with the ability to control plants, bringing a real-life version of Plants versus Ability users. During the weapons class, Jiang Yin practiced hammer techniques, and in the ability development class, he was mercilessly challenged by Bai Yin. In the physical training class, Zhang Lianjiu secretly increased his load. Although Jiang Yin felt secretly dissatisfied and wanted to tell these two mentors that such attention was unnecessary, they seemed completely oblivious to his thoughts. After dinner, Jiang Yin was carried back to the dormitory for a bath, while Jiang Yu came over with a pillow to join him. Jiang Yin did not mind this companionship, as they were both boys, and it was just sharing a bed. This routine continued for an entire month. Today, Jiang Yin woke up early, completed his morning routine, patted his cheeks, and resolutely said to the mirror, "Today, I must win." Then he left the dormitory. Jiang Yu did not participate in the training. He was here more to experience life. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, had been battling with Bai Yin for a month, and today he decided to settle the score. The reason was simple. Jiang Yin had received a reward core from the training camp yesterday, successfully advancing to the late stage of level 1, mastering his skills, and feeling confident. At the entrance of the woods, the trainees had gathered, ready to start their morning exercises. At this point, there were only a little over 60 trainees left, as some were eliminated due to slow progress, and others chose to leave due to the harsh training. The camp responsibly sent away those who opted out. After morning exercises in the weapons class, it was time for the afternoon ability development class. Today, Bai Yin wore a white dress, looking quite ladylike, but the large green stick in her hand was intimidating. Slightly tipsy, her cheeks were flushed as she smiled at Jiang Yin. "Jiang Yin, how do you plan to get beaten by me today?" Jiang Yan's lips curved into a smile as he earnestly replied, "Don't worry, Sister Bai Yin, we'll definitely win today. You're already drinking in broad daylight, not caring about your image at all." Bai Yin stepped back and teasingly pinched Jiang Yan's cheek. "Mind your own business, kid. Want to beat me? Dream on. Today, I'll show you my true strength, so be prepared." Jiang Yin struggled to escape, rubbing his reddened cheek, and slowly said, "I've gotten stronger, so get ready to be defeated." Bai Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I'll be looking forward to it." After a brief conversation with Bai Yin, Jiang Yin turned to find his teammates. He smiled and asked, "Is everyone ready?" "No problem, Captain. We're going to beat that woman today." Little Yin replied excitedly. The other four were also full of enthusiasm. Although their levels hadn't improved significantly, they were different in other aspects. Especially Jiang Yin, who had successfully advanced to the late stage of the first level, enhancing his skill strength, filling everyone with confidence about defeating Bai Yin. Instructor Hua maintained a gentle smile, quietly standing aside as more instructors gathered to watch. Bai Yan's diverse and dazzling skills drew everyone's attention, providing a great learning opportunity. At this moment, Bai Yin held her staff with a faint smile, patiently waiting for the battle to begin. Start. With Instructor Hua's command, Bai Yan's staff instantly unleashed several fire dragons. However, as soon as they appeared, Wu Zixuan countered them with compressed fireballs. Over the past month, Wu Zixuan had made significant progress, holding a sniper rifle with powerful flames gathering in its barrel, aimed directly at Bai Yin. Bai Yin swiftly dodged the attack, and Jiang Yin immediately noticed her flying through the air. This was Bai Yin using a wind attribute skill for flight magic, allowing her to remain airborne for an extended period due to her high control over spiritual power. As ice spears appeared around her, spinning rapidly, Jiang Yin and his team realized the formidable power of this attack. Although the ice spears seemed weak, Bai Yan's combination with wind skills enhanced their speed and penetration. "Lian, take care of this, please." Jiang Yin sidestepped an ice spear and quickly instructed Su Lian. Su Lian had already begun gathering spiritual power, holding a longbow with arrows made of ice, which she swiftly shot toward Bai Yin. "You think this attack can hit me?" Bai Yin said in surprise, as pale purple lightning coursed over her. With a point of her staff, a thunder dragon roared out, instantly devouring the ice arrows and exploding, scattering ice shards and lightning across the sky. "Sister Bai Yin, with all this electricity and ice, today's skincare is going to be a waste." Jiang Yin shouted loudly from below. Bai Yin couldn't help but gasp, feeling the threat from this wave of attacks. "You little guys are quite ruthless." Bai Yin wouldn't ruin her carefully maintained skincare over this trial. Without hesitation, she abandoned the high ground advantage and leaped down. Jiang Yin flashed a sinister smile, wielding a large iron hammer as he charged toward her. Did a mere support dare to charge? Bai Yin knew the strength Jiang Yin possessed. If that hammer landed, she had no way to counter it. A regular magical shield wouldn't withstand such a brutal attack. Despite these thoughts, Bai Yan's spellcasting didn't waver. She unleashed several beams of different colors, which astonishingly passed through Jiang Yan without effect. Realizing something was wrong, she found herself encircled by layers of rocky walls, with Jiang Yan and Fan Shengli already by her side. Take this hammer, Jiang Yan shouted, swinging the heavy iron hammer at Bai Yan. Her golden shield appeared but shattered instantly under his fierce attack. At this moment, Fan Shengli leaped up, throwing punches at Bai Yan. Seriously, Bai Yan smiled, suddenly grabbing her staff with both hands. A flash of cold light blinded Jiang Yan's group. However, Fan Shengli was splattered with blood, a fresh cut appearing on his neck. Just then, a figure darted into the battlefield, pulling Fan Shengli away. It was Instructor Hua, who, as the referee, was ready to intervene. After a month of training, Jiang Yan's group's progress made their battles with Bai Yan increasingly intense, and she was prepared to step in at any moment. Sister Bai Yan, you're such a cheat. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Bai Yan then drew a sword from her staff, surprising everyone that a mage would carry such a weapon. Ha ha ha, all's fair in war. You've been trying close combat all month. I had to reveal my trump card at the end. Bai Yan laughed triumphantly, retracting the sword. However, Jiang Yan's gloomy face suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Sorry, Sister Bai Yan, I tricked you. As soon as he spoke, several compressed fireballs shot out from behind him, targeting Bai Yan. She quickly conjured a water barrier, blocking all the fireballs. On the ground, ice spikes and earth spikes emerged, attacks from Mu Feng and Su Yinglian. Bai Yan's response was simple. The red gem on her staff glowed, enveloping her in intense flames that melted away the small tricks attempting to hit her. At that moment, a meteor hammer the size of a basketball struck her golden shield from the side. Bai Yan's eyes widened. Jiang Yan, you came so prepared? Sister Bai Yan, are you ready for this? Jiang Yan smirked. This meteor hammer was something Instructor Liu from this morning's weapons class gave me. Plus, Bai Yan, you can't use any lethal attacks on me since our contract is still in place. Jiang Yan, you have no sense of honor. Bai Yan realized the problem with the contract. Jiang Yan, as the main attacker, could not be harmed by her. This battle seemed destined to be endless. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already launched an attack on Bai Yan, his meteor hammer spinning at high speed, emotionlessly aiming for her head. The golden shield around Bai Yan shattered but reappeared almost instantly. However, Jiang Yan did not continue his attack, as Bai Yan had used teleportation magic to distance herself from him. Jiang Yan swung the meteor hammer, its iron ball, the size of a basketball, falling like a cannonball. Bai Yan continuously teleported to evade the attacks, while chanting various spells to fend off attacks from others. Even amidst this onslaught, the mage apostle remained calm. To her, the battle was merely child's play. She was confident in her strength, believing that the skills of these children were too immature, making it easy for her to dodge or block them. The only tricky part was that her master, Jiang Yan, was at the forefront. Bai Yan sighed inwardly, knowing she had countless ways to effortlessly neutralize the children's attacks and elegantly defeat them. However, with Jiang Yan constantly at the front, any slight misstep could inadvertently harm him. Just the thought of that made her heart ache, disregarding the contract's implications. If she didn't retaliate, would Jiang Yan continue to pursue her endlessly? Her spiritual energy wasn't infinite, and she couldn't keep up with Jiang Yan indefinitely. Over time, Jiang Yan was also observing her teleportation patterns, waiting for the opportunity to defeat her. Bai Yan sighed helplessly, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Jiang Yan swung his meteor hammer and mocked, Sister Bai Yan, what's the point of dodging like this? Why don't you get serious? Bai Yan replied in exasperation, I'm not foolish. The problem is I haven't figured out how to deal with you yet. If I got serious, these kids would be dealt with in no time. Just then, Jiang Yan's voice echoed in Bai Yan's mind. Sister Bai Yan, do you look down on me? You're holding back so much. It's almost like an ocean. If you still respect me as your master, could you please take this a bit more seriously? Jiang Yan's serious tone caught Bai Yan off guard. She hadn't expected him to value her recognition so much. Despite her powerful abilities, she was ultimately tied to Jiang Yan's cause. Realizing Jiang Yan's attitude, Bai Yan understood she had been mistaken and that this young man truly deserved her serious attention. Almost immediately, Bai Yan stopped her continuous teleportation, her playful expression replaced by a serious demeanor. Wu Zixuan, holding the sniper rifle, quickly aimed at the target the moment Bai Yan stopped, and with a thunderous sound, a fireball compressed to the size of a peanut was fired. The force of the attack was so powerful that it destroyed the gun barrel. Mu Feng's rock wall blocked all the opponent's escape routes, while Su Yinglian unhesitatingly unleashed her most powerful ice-condensing skill. Hundreds of ice spikes quickly formed in the air and rained down on Bai Yan. Unaware of this, only Jiang Yan noticed Bai Yan chanting mysterious, incomprehensible words. He realized that Bai Yan was about to unleash a grand spell, and he needed to prepare his shield. Just as the attack was about to hit, Bai Yan's chanting ceased, and a powerful repulsive force erupted from her, pushing everything away. The range of this skill was so wide that even though Jiang Yin was nearly 20 meters away from Bai Yin, he was still thrown back. The skills and attacks of the others were also stalled in midair, as if advancing even a step further was an immense challenge. Bai Yin slowly raised her staff, and under the sunlight, the sky began to darken. Large head-sized portals appeared in the air. As she waved her staff, beams of light cascaded down from the portals like a torrential storm, resembling a mid-level light magic spell radiant meteor shower. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Jiang Yin and the others frantically fled, but the entire training ground seemed to be drenched in a rain of light, with explosions of light everywhere. However, this was not the entirety of Bai Yan's chant. As a skilled elemental mage, multiple chants were second nature to her. Bai Yan delicately lifted a corner of her dress in a graceful curtsy. The spectators were momentarily puzzled, but soon understood its significance. As Bai Yan slightly rose, terrifying cold air instantly condensed into snow and ice, exploding forth in an instant. Mid-level ice magic great ice calamity. In the sweltering summer, Jiang Yin witnessed the true might of an avalanche was utterly astonishing. In an instant, Jiang Yin and the others were completely engulfed by the ice and snow, with the terrifying cold continuously assaulting them. In this situation, Jiang Yin couldn't protect the others. His vision was obscured by the snow, preventing him from immediately deploying a shield. But he refused to be eliminated so easily. After a month of training, Jiang Yan's shield strength had improved, allowing him to deploy 3 shields simultaneously. Under Bai Yan's fierce assault, Jiang Yin unhesitatingly enveloped himself in 3 layers of shields, paying no heed to his teammates' safety. However, he had informed his teammates beforehand that, as their support, he had to be the last one standing because their attacks might not penetrate Bai Yan's golden shield. He was waiting for his prepared counterattack. At this moment, Bai Yan's assault continued, with the red gem on her staff radiating a scorching aura, instantly melting the surrounding snow. Mid-level fire magic red lotus beam. Jiang Yin, I'm sorry, but you're going to lose again this time. Bai Yin smiled brightly, not only because she had won the battle, but also because she was pleased with Jiang Yan's progress. This trial was designed to push Jiang Yin to grow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held back so much. After all, teaching isn't just about patience. It's about becoming the opponent so they can truly experience growth. However, her approval wasn't easily earned. You still have a long way to go, kid. Just then, Bai Yin suddenly felt a discomfort in her abdomen, as if from a hangover, with her stomach churning and feeling extremely uneasy. Due to this discomfort, the heat from the staff gradually dissipated. Jiang Yin didn't miss this opportunity, had been waiting for this moment. Thanks to his exceptional physical strength, Jiang Yin quickly pulled himself out of the thick snow. He retrieved the meteor hammer buried in the snow and swung it forcefully as he swiftly approached Bai Yin. Bai Yin sneered. You've turned naughty, haven't you? Was it you who spiked the fake wine? In just a few seconds, she pieced together the events, realizing it was Jiang Yin's doing. Clearly, Jiang Yin couldn't have managed all this alone. He must have had a partner helping him from the shadows. Bai Yan's gaze didn't linger on Jiang Yin, but shifted to Zhang Lianjiu, who was watching from not far away. Zhang Lianjiu avoided her eyes, slowly looking away. Inwardly, Bai Yin cursed. I knew it was you. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianjiu shook his head helplessly, thinking Jiang Yin had used a seal to command him. What else could he do? By this time, Jiang Yin's meteor hammer had already shattered Bai Yan's golden shield. He tossed the hammer aside and charged at Bai Yin with his small fists clenched, declaring confidently, Sister Bai Yin, you lost. However, as he closed in on her, Bai Yin flashed a sly smile. Did I? Jiang Yan's fist landed on Bai Yin, but he only managed to grasp a piece of her clothing. At that moment, chains of ice burst from the ground, instantly binding Jiang Yin in place. Bai Yin embraced him from behind, whispering softly in his cat-like ear, Jiang Xiaoyan, did you really think your sister Bai Yin, a connoisseur of wine, couldn't taste the fake? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock. He was sure she had consumed the fake wine before the battle. Could it all have been an act? Feeling duped, Jiang Yin was filled with anger, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Sister Bai Yin, how dare you deceive me? Determined, he vowed to break free from the chains. I can get out of these chains, he thought, exerting all his strength, only to find himself powerless. Bai Yin had disrupted his nerve signals with a touch to his neck when she grabbed him. Realizing this, Jiang Yin lowered his head, resigned to Bai Yan's punishment. Bai Yin playfully ruffled his hair, treating him like a cute kitten. Feeling helpless and cradled in her arms, Jiang Yan's face was full of disappointment. He had hoped to turn the tables, only to find her one step ahead. I've seen your growth, Jiang Xiaoyan. Congratulations, you've earned my recognition, Bai Yin said with a smile. Jiang Yan's eyes widened with surprise, quickly asking, really, Sister Bai Yin? With a gentle smile, Bai Yin replied, of course, you did manage to make contact with me, even if it was just a piece of clothing. For someone in a support role, that's quite impressive. Seeing the goodwill towards him from Bai Yin steadily increase, Jiang Yin realized he had finally gained acceptance. He felt as thrilled as a child receiving a beloved toy, unable to suppress a bright, innocent smile. How would this battle end? At this moment, Instructor Hua approached, her face full of curiosity, having placed quite a few bets with other instructors. Bai Yin smiled slightly and said casually, "I lost, no doubt about it. Drank some fake wine." Instructor Hua burst into laughter, secretly proud, thinking she would win big. Not far away, other instructors who had been watching the battle were preparing to slip away, knowing that if Instructor Hua won, they would face tough times. "Don't you guys run off, you still owe me." Instructor Hua immediately gave chase, while the trainees watched the amusing scene unfold. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin went to dig out his teammates one by one. Suing Lian was shivering uncontrollably, an ice element user ironically frozen by ice skills, a testament to Bai Yan's strength. The other two weren't in great shape either, looking on the verge of catching a cold. By this time, Jiang Yin had gathered some firewood and, borrowing a student's ability, started a fire for everyone to warm up around. "Bai Yin must have gone easy on you," Mu Feng analyzed seriously. Everyone rolled their eyes at this remark. "Don't state the obvious," Wu Zixuan said with disdain. "Every time they fight Bai Yin, they never get seriously hurt. This time might have been a bit rough, but they'll recover in 2 or 3 days, especially with Jiang Yan's healing skills. Bai Yan's precision in controlling the damage is beyond just going easy. It's like he opened the floodgates." Jiang Yin listened to their conversation, feeling amused and helpless. He knew Bai Yan's true capabilities well. As one of the apostles, Bai Yin was undoubtedly a standout among peers. Now, having earned recognition through his efforts, Jiang Yan's next steps were clear: collect a large number of crystal cores, train, break through, and grow stronger. Instructor Hua soon returned, a hint of frustration on her face, perhaps from failing to catch up with the other instructors, or from disappointment at their lack of funds. "All right, students, listen up. We're going to review the entire battle now," she announced, but her communicator rang at that moment. "This is Hua Lian. What can I do for you?" she answered, then hung up and looked at Jiang Yin with envy. "Jiang Yin, someone wants to see you. Head to Chief Instructor Wan's office at the camp center." Jiang Yin felt puzzled, unsure who was looking for him. Bai Yin smiled and said, "Instructor Hua, I'll go too." Not far off, Zhang Lianjiu also moved, evidently planning to follow. Jiang Yin felt a bit nervous with 2 apostles accompanying him. The 3 of them arrived at the chief instructor's office. Bai Yin squinted slightly and said calmly, "Jiang Yin, you go in alone. We'll wait here." Jiang Yin nodded and knocked on the door. Chief Instructor Wan Xingyi's voice soon came from inside. "Come in." Jiang Yin entered to find several people already seated in the office, including Jiang Yu, who had shared a bed with him that morning, now sitting on the same bench with a young man. On the opposite side, the chief instructor of Wanqing was respectfully serving tea to the 2 guests. As Jiang Yu saw Jiang Yin arrive, a faint smile appeared on his otherwise indifferent and youthful face. He stood up and walked over. Jiang Yin smiled and asked, "Brother, why are you here in the chief instructor's office?" Jiang Yu replied, "Grandpa Xingjiang wants to meet you, so I came to introduce you properly." Jiang Yin then carefully observed the young man sitting in the chair, noticing that his eyes seemed to sparkle like a sky full of stars, making him look particularly striking. This was Jiang Yan's first face-to-face meeting with Xingjiang, and he felt the experience was vastly different from seeing him in videos. Xingjiang simply sat there quietly, yet he exuded an inexplicable sense of safety. "Xiao Jiangyan, this is our first official meeting. It's a pleasure to meet you," Xingjiang said with a smile. Jiang Yin responded, "Hello, Grandpa Xingjiang. It's great to finally see you in person. You look so different from the videos." Xingjiang chuckled. "Actually, it's all the same." He clearly didn't want to dwell on the subject and instead showed a kind expression. "I've heard Xiao Jiangyu praise you several times in private." Jiangyu huffed proudly. "I just said a few things, that's all." Xingjiang picked up his tea and took a gentle sip. "I'm here today mainly to deliver some supplies to the training camp. These will be part of your courses for the next month." Jiang Yin curiously asked, "Are they books about spiritual artifacts?" Xingjiang was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang Yin to ask that. He then looked at Jiang Yu, who shook his head, indicating he hadn't mentioned anything to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin smiled and said, "Grandpa Xingjiang, did you write the book, The Use and Creation of Spiritual Artifacts?" Xingjiang was a bit surprised. "Oh, how did you know that, Xiao Jiangyan? Have you read the book?" "Yes, I saw your name among the editors at the end of the textbook," Jiang Yin confidently replied. Xingjiang looked at Jiang Yan's smiling face, full of benevolence. "It seems you've read it very carefully," he praised. Jiang Yin put his hands on his hips proudly. "That's right, I've completely mastered that book, though I've never tried crafting a spiritual artifact because I'm lacking materials." "You've truly mastered the whole book?" Xingjiang asked with a chuckle. He initially thought Jiang Yin had just read it, but to claim mastery of its theoretical knowledge was something even seasoned spiritual artifact crafters might struggle with, let alone a child like Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin smiled. If you don't believe me, Grandpa Xingjiang, you can test me. Oh, so confident are you? Amused by the young one's confidence, Xingjiang posed a simple question to test Jiang Yin. Tell me, what materials are needed to construct the patterns of a spiritual artifact? Jiang Yin immediately answered. Powder or blood from a demon's core, mixed with the roots, stems, and leaves of some rare plants can be used. For higher-level artifacts, the spiritual power of the crafter needs to be infused as well. Hearing this, Jiang Yin pouted. Grandpa Xingjiang, that question was too easy. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Xingjiang laughed heartily. I underestimated you, young one. He then proceeded to ask several more questions, all of which Jiang Yin answered with ease. The star artisan quickly realized that Jiang Yan's responses were not only based on textbook knowledge, but also included his own unique insights. Good kid. The star artisan couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yin was puzzled as to why everyone he met seemed to want to touch his head. As he touched his own head, he didn't find it particularly comfortable. This person is examining your physical condition. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Yan's mind. Startled, Jiang Yin was about to respond when Fang Yuan reassured him. Don't worry, no one can sense the existence of the Yuanling tree, at least not on the entire blue star right now. Hearing this, Jiang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the star artisan withdrew his hand and sighed softly. Jiang Yu asked, Grandfather Star Artisan, what's wrong? The star artisan replied with a look of regret. I just checked Jiang Yan's physique, and he isn't suited to become a spirit tool master. Jiang Yu immediately grew anxious. He had introduced Jiang Yin to the star artisan, hoping that he would take Jiang Yin as his apprentice. Given his father's relationship with the star artisan, Jiang Yin was certainly destined for the capital, but now that plan seemed to have fallen apart before it even began. A spirit tool master is someone with the ability to create spirit tools. Curious, Jiang Yin asked, Grandfather Star Artisan, what are the requirements to become a spirit tool master? The star artisan explained. Anyone can become a spirit tool master, but to go far on this path, 3 conditions must be met. The first is to possess 2 types of abilities. Jiang Yin, you have both beast transformation and support abilities, so you meet this condition. The problem lies with the second condition, the purity of spiritual power. Your spiritual power is quite chaotic, not reaching the levels of a normal ability user, which means your spiritual power isn't pure. The star artisan hadn't finished speaking. The chaotic nature of Jiang Yan's spiritual power should have made it impossible for him to be an ability user, yet he was undeniably a genius. It was truly perplexing. The star artisan decided not to delve deeper, assuming Jiang Yan had some special traits. Jiang Yan's face showed a hint of disappointment, his cat ears drooping and his eyes dimming, making him appear pitiful and endearing. Does this mean I can't become a spirit tool master? At this point, Jiang Yu moved behind Jiang Yan, gently patting his back to comfort his disappointment. The star artisan said, It's not entirely impossible, but it's difficult, and in your case, the failure rate would be high. Jiang Yin didn't say anything further, though internally he wasn't as disappointed as he appeared, just lamenting the missed opportunity to earn crystal nuclei. At that moment, Fang Yuan's voice resonated in his mind, and Jiang Yin felt at ease. The star artisan, observing his relieved expression, realized he should have communicated more tactfully. Child, don't be disheartened. While I can't teach you about being a spirit tool master, consider this a token of consolation. Jiang Yin was bewildered. He didn't feel sad at all. Fang Yuan had already explained that the Yuanling tree concealed its existence by making Jiang Yan's spiritual power appear chaotic, when in fact his purity was likely the highest in the world. This high purity naturally attracted others' goodwill, a biological instinct to seek high-purity spiritual energy. Therefore, he wasn't truly upset. Initially, he wanted to express he wasn't sad at all, but upon seeing what the star artisan handed him, he instantly adopted a heartbroken expression. The change in Jiang Yin was all because of a uniquely crafted handgun handed to him by the star artisan. If it were just an ordinary gun, Jiang Yin wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The twist, however, was that this seemingly cheap handgun was actually a spiritual weapon. Jiang Yin had some knowledge of using and crafting spiritual weapons, so he immediately recognized its true nature. Someone less knowledgeable might have overlooked this treasure, and if Jiang Yin had missed it, he would certainly have lost sleep over it. Being one of the only 3 spiritual weapon masters in the kingdom of Xia, the star artisan saw the small handgun as nothing more than a toy. Moreover, it wasn't dangerous, making it a perfect gift for a child. Jiang Yin examined the patterns on the gun with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, Grandpa Star Artisan, are these patterns the spiritual paths? The star artisan, with a kind smile, replied slowly, Yes, these spiritual paths are the true source of a spiritual weapon's power. Try infusing it with spiritual energy and see how it works. Jiang Yin was a bit surprised and looked up to ask, Aren't spiritual weapons usually very powerful? Using it here, won't it? The star artisan chuckled. Go ahead and use it without worry. His tone was filled with confidence, reassuring Jiang Yin. Hearing this, Jiang Yan aimed the gun at the ceiling and slowly infused it with spiritual energy. He tried to understand the gun's structure through the flow of energy, but found it futile. At that moment, Jiang Yan felt as confused as a student facing a difficult exam question. He gave up on understanding the gun's construction, gently pulling the trigger. With a bang, a bullet shot out, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the ceiling. Jiang Yan was stunned, thinking he had only used a bit of spiritual energy. So how could it be so powerful? The star artisan couldn't help but laugh heartily, and Jiang Yan looked at him in confusion. Nearby, Jiang Yu and chief instructor Wan Xingyi were also shocked, staring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shrank back, wondering if he would be asked to repair the ceiling. The star artisan laughed and said, "All right, little Jiang Yan, put the weapon away." Jiang Yan obediently tucked the gun into his pocket, secretly relieved that it had become his treasure, not to be taken by anyone. The star artisan continued to explain. "Actually, I was conducting a small experiment, and it was so successful that little Jiang Yu and little Wan were surprised." Jiang Yan couldn't help but cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. Chief Instructor Wan Xingyi smiled wryly. "Please, give me some face, even if you don't call me Instructor Wan, just my name is fine." The star artisan glanced at Wan Xingyi and chuckled. "Are you unhappy with me calling you little Wan?" Wan Xingyi quickly shook his head, saying, "No, not at all. You can call me whatever you like." Ignoring Wan Xingyi, the star artisan continued to explain to Jiang Yan. "Generally, spiritual weapons can only be used by second-tier ability users because only they can activate spiritual weapons made from the materials of second-tier demons." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face immediately filled with confusion. He held the gun in his hand, looking puzzled. Xingjiang smiled and said, "This is a little gadget I've recently developed, made using materials from first-level demons. I've named it the Basic Spiritual Device, designed for first-level practitioners who are just starting on their cultivation journey. Next, I plan to tackle mass production so that first-level practitioners nationwide can have spiritual devices." Jiang Yan asked in surprise, "Is this the first basic spiritual device in the country?" Xingjiang nodded. "That's right. It's the first of its kind in history, with plenty of room for improvement. Even you, little Jiang Yan, could easily make modifications. Of course, you could also ask that girl outside to help you." Bai Yan, standing outside the office, couldn't help but rush in, pointing at Xingjiang angrily. "Hey, old man, were you plotting against me? I gave you advice for nothing." Xingjiang laughed heartily. "How can you say it's a plot? I was merely watering a little sapling like Jiang Yan." Bai Yan snorted coldly and turned away, clearly indicating some unresolved issues between them. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu also came in, quietly approaching Jiang Yan, intending to take him away. Jiang Yu suddenly grabbed Zhang Lianjiu's arm, preventing him from taking Jiang Yan so easily. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly sparking an intense confrontation. Jiang Yan hurriedly exclaimed, "Hey, hey, don't fight. Brother Jiu, put me down first." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianjiu immediately released Jiang Yan. Jiang Yu's expression was cold as he shielded Jiang Yan behind him, not allowing the young man in front of him to get close. Jiang Yan covered his face and pulled Jiang Yu over to Xingjiang, whispering, "Grandpa Xingjiang, do you know Sister Bai Yan?" Xingjiang just smiled silently. Bai Yan lifted her chin proudly, hands on her hips, and simply explained, "I've read your book. I met this old man at the demon hunting team branch, and we exchanged some ideas." Xingjiang complimented with a smile. "Bai girl has a very unique perspective, as if from another world." He continued, "These old folks have pored over the ancient texts, attempting to create spiritual devices based on the records to enhance human capabilities. Although their efforts are commendable, their direction wasn't right. After talking with Bai Yan, I feel like a whole new door is slowly opening, and I've gained a lot." Hearing another world, Jiang Yan secretly thought to himself that Bai Yan indeed seemed to be from another era, and her extensive knowledge was extraordinary in this time. Xingjiang turned to Bai Yan and said earnestly, "The successful development of this basic spiritual device is largely thanks to your suggestions, so feel free to ask for any conditions." Bai Yan unhesitatingly said, "I want the strongest liquor. Good wine helps stimulate my brain for thinking. This little thing shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" "No problem at all. I'll have someone deliver it to you in a few days," Xingjiang agreed. He then asked, "By the way, old man, now that you've developed this basic spiritual device, what do you plan to do with it?" Xingjiang replied matter-of-factly, "After a few adjustments, I will hand it over to the state. It can save many lives." Jiang Yan felt a deep respect upon hearing this. Grandpa Xingjiang, having developed such a device, could easily dominate the low-end market in the future and gain substantial profits, yet he selflessly prepared to hand it over to the state. In this turbulent world, if all first-level practitioners in the country could have spiritual devices, it would significantly increase their survival rates. At this moment, Jiang Yan respectfully bowed to the star craftsman, his eyes showing a sense of respect. Grandpa Xingjiang responded with high regard. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, looked slightly somber but refrained from saying more. The star craftsman shook his head, seemingly unconcerned, thinking it was just a trivial matter. Everyone nodded in agreement, believing it to be minor. Yet for the nation's first-level ability users, it was a significant stroke of luck to finally have suitable weapons available. I've stayed here long enough. It's time to move to the next destination, the Star Craftsman said as he slowly got up and headed towards the office door. Take care, Grandpa Xingjiang. Jiang Yan waved goodbye. Just as the Star Craftsman reached the door, he suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes, moving so quickly that no one could see clearly. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, "These people, always fighting for the peace and safety of the nation, isn't their spirit admirable?" Jiang Yan nodded. "It's the first time I've met someone like that." Jiang Yu said casually, "I have two at home. Perhaps they are admirable to everyone in the country, but to me, they're just unreliable parents I've only met a few times." Jiang Yan hesitated, unsure how to change Jiang Yu's perspective. "It's fine. When I grow up a bit more, I should be able to understand their spirit," Jiang Yu said. He then suggested, "Let's go, Jiang Yan. Let's prepare for dinner." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, eager for the meal Jiang Yu was offering. At that moment, Jiang Yan was suddenly lifted off the ground by Zhang Lianjiu, who said expressionlessly, "Don't think you can relax just because you passed by Yan's test. Your path to cultivation is long, and there's no room for complacency. Today's physical training is increased by 5 kilograms." Jiang Yan cried out, "Give me a break, Brother Jiu. 5 kilograms is too much." Time flew by during training, and another month passed. During this time, the instructors devised various ways to challenge the trainees. The first month was just a warm-up, with breaks for cultural lessons, followed by all-out combat training. Grandpa Xingjiang brought them a batch of spirit weapons without engraved pathways, but this didn't mean they could be used freely. Carelessness could still lead to injuries. Therefore, at least 3 instructors were present for each training session. Initially, having one instructor around didn't make much difference, but with more added, the pressure was palpable. Instructors would randomly pair trainees for combat, and any poor performance meant extra training. Not all trainees were treated this way. For someone like Jiang Yan, whose skill level was higher, the chance of poor performance was nearly zero, so he would go straight to extra training. Sometimes, instructors would suddenly ambush trainees to test their reaction skills. Imagine an instructor quietly following a trainee with a brick in hand. It's quite a daunting image, isn't it? In short, over the month, the instructors did everything possible to continuously challenge the trainees. The purpose of the instructors' actions was not merely to torment or indulge in meaningless sadism, but to play the role of demons. These demons, who actively attack humans, usually possess a certain level of strength, at least at the second tier. Based on extensive experiments, it is known that demons will actively attack prey weaker than themselves. For instance, if Jiang Yan is at the later stage of the second tier, then the demons that would actively attack him are at least at the second tier. Of course, this isn't absolute, as demons have a strict hierarchy. Sometimes, first-tier or zero-tier demons will carry out suicidal attacks under the command of second-tier demons. Since no one knows when a demon might launch a surprise attack, it's crucial for trainees to develop the habit of remaining highly vigilant at all times. Therefore, instructors employ every possible method to keep the trainees on edge. The key issue is that the trainees lack the capability to resist, as the strongest among them, aside from Jiang Yu, is only at the first tier, while most instructors are at the second tier, making it effortless for them to ambush the trainees. The only way to avoid being ambushed is to detect the instructor's presence beforehand and locate them. After a month of grueling training, only 50 trainees, including Jiang Yan, remained. The rest were deemed unqualified and sent home, including by Gao Jie and Su Jiwei, who had come with Jiang Yan. They failed to keep up with the others and were eliminated from the training camp. Although the divergence in their future paths evokes a sense of wistfulness, everyone has their own journey to embark on. On the day they were sent back to Rongqing, Jiang Yan made sure to see them off, receiving a few words of farewell and a promise to have a barbecue together in Rongqing. Now, in the 3rd month of the training camp, all trainees were assembled, dressed in military green combat uniforms, standing at the entrance of a large mountain, ready for a real battle against demons. Chief Instructor Wan Xing, holding a loudspeaker, announced, "All trainees, prepare to enter the mountain for direct combat with demons. We've prepared zero-tier demons, marked with special symbols. After such extensive training, I hope not to hear of any unfortunate casualties, understood?" All the trainees nodded in unison. The instructors had informed them about the real combat half a month earlier, so they were mentally prepared. Although their faces were expressionless due to nervousness, their mental resilience had been tested and proven. If they hadn't passed the instructors' tests, they wouldn't be standing here. No matter what happens during this real combat, the instructors won't intervene but will quietly observe from a distance, leaving all consequences to the trainees. Jiang Yin thought the training camp's combat arrangement was too mild. The first time he teamed up with Zhang Lianjiu, he encountered a first-tier demon. Back then, as a zero-tier, without Zhang Lianjiu's protection, he might not have survived. Now, with zero-tier trainees still present, If the instructors prepared first-tier demons and any casualties occurred, it would be difficult to handle. Therefore, they opted for milder opponents. Even the night before, to ensure safety, all the instructors stayed up all night, thoroughly searching the entire mountain to ensure no demons were present. Even now, some assistant instructors remained in the mountain. All right, everyone move out. Chief Instructor Wan Xing commanded, and the trainees began running into the mountain. Once inside, Jiang Yin immediately led Su Yinglian away from the main group. For them, as first-tier trainees, zero-tier demons posed no real challenge, so there was no need to stick with the main group. However, they were unaware that changes were already unfolding within the mountain. In the damp mountains, a teaching assistant on duty was patrolling, but his demeanor seemed unusually strange, with vacant eyes as if they had lost their spark. At that moment, two figures quickly arrived. One was a bespectacled man in a suit, looking like a salesman, and the other was Dr. Zhua in a white coat, the mastermind behind the chaos in Rome City. With a swift motion, Dr. Zhua mercilessly killed the teaching assistant with a sharp scalpel. These assistants were top-notch in their class, and cities like Yun City and others had placed great importance on this training camp. However, in the face of their organization, these defensive forces were insignificant. The main reason for killing the assistant was the fear that if he regained consciousness, he might alert the camp, allowing their target to escape. They hadn't brought many forces, only enough to handle second-tier and early third-tier abilities, making them unable to confront the seasoned third-tier chief instructor, Wan Xingyi. Thus, they had been lurking in the mountains for half a month, looking for a breach, and finally managed to infiltrate. The bespectacled man wore a serious expression as he began his plan. The Scorpion is in position. We need to find that child amidst this chaos. Doctors were replied with a smile. That's easy. I chose this location after careful consideration. He pulled out a black-purple crystal, and with a strange energy fluctuation, the zero-tier monsters in the mountains were immediately drawn to it. Then, Dr. Zhua produced a syringe, a crazed smile on his face. Come on, little darlings, give everything for our mission. The black-purple crystal was thrown high and eventually swallowed by a centipede-like monster. Dr. Zhua's smile grew even more maniacal and excited. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian were walking along the muddy mountain path, having not encountered any creatures for half a day. After more than an hour of walking, they still didn't know what they were looking for. Su Yinglian wiped the sweat from her forehead and suggested, Brother Yin, let's take a break here. Jiang Yin nodded, deciding to check if there was a suitable resting spot nearby. His cat ears perked up, quickly catching the sound of a stream. Following the sound, they soon found a clear stream. Jiang Yin smiled and said, Let's rest here and have some water. Su Yinglian nodded, grabbing her backpack, and ran towards the stream with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin drank from a water bottle, which wasn't filled with stream water, but brought by them. In the wild, no matter how clear a water source appears, it must be boiled before drinking to avoid diarrhea, which could put them in danger if monsters were tracking them. There are no monster tracks near the stream, so it seems there aren't any here, Su Yinglian observed, checking the soil by the stream and finding no traces of monsters. Jiang Yin wasn't concerned, knowing that the entire mountain had been swept by the instructors several times. Apart from the dozen or so zero-tier monsters specifically brought in, there were hardly any other creatures around. They had just started, so it was normal not to find any demons yet. At that moment, a figure dressed in the same camouflage combat uniform emerged from the nearby woods, and Jiang Yin recognized the footsteps immediately. Jiang Yin, I'm here to team up with you. Jiang Yu called out as he jogged over, waving with one hand, while carrying a blood-stained cloth bag in the other. Brother, with you here, I feel so much more at ease. Jiang Yin said with a smile, moving forward to give Jiang Yu a big hug. They embraced briefly before quickly pulling apart. Have you found any demons? Jiang Yu asked. Jiang Yin shook his head with a wry smile. No, it's nothing like what's in the textbooks. What you learn in textbooks is about demons in their normal state. These demons have been caught, and then released by the instructors. Ordinary methods won't work to find them. You need some bait, Jiang Yu explained, shaking the cloth bag and pulling out a rooster with its throat slit. Jiang Yin immediately understood Jiang Yu's plan. Brother, you're planning to use the scent of blood to lure the demons out, right? Exactly. The instructors haven't fed these demons, so they should be quite hungry now, Jiang Yu nodded. In this situation, the demons are in dire need of energy. There are no birds singing in this mountain, likely because they've been eaten by the starving demons. A dead rooster appearing now would easily draw them out. Jiang Yin nodded, realizing that this was similar to how the textbooks mentioned using the scent of blood to attract demons. However, he hadn't thought of using the demons' habits against them in this way, which clearly showed the difference in experience. Soon, Jiang Yu placed the dead rooster on the ground and quickly pulled Jiang Yin up into a tree. Su Yinglian followed suit, climbing up behind them. All three were agile and easily scaled the tree. Even Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian had become adept at climbing after 2 months of training. The trio hid in the tree, even smearing some grass juice on themselves to mask their scent. As they waited, The rooster's blood scent gradually spread. Before long, Jiang Yan's ears twitched as he heard a sound. "Brother, I hear something coming," he said, gripping his large hammer with excitement. Jiang Yu nodded. "Get ready. When it appears, we'll strike and take down the demon instantly." Su Yinglian also prepared to unleash her skills. In their expectant gaze, a basketball-sized rat emerged from the bushes. Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian both grimaced. "Brother, this rat." Jiang Yu frowned. "Is it possible that there are no demons around here?" he said, getting ready to jump down from the tree to prevent the rat from taking the rooster. At that moment, his pupils contracted, and he suddenly shouted, "Jump!" Though confused, Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian acted without hesitation due to their training, leaping from the tree immediately. Just as they did, a massive green python lunged at them, snapping the branch where they had been standing. If Jiang Yu hadn't warned them, Jiang Yan and the others wouldn't have noticed the creature's approach. After landing, the three quickly assumed fighting stances. Jiang Yu, seemingly out of nowhere, had produced a tang sword with intricate patterns, gripping the hilt in his right hand as he exuded a powerful aura. After Jiang Yan and the others landed safely, they immediately assumed combat stances. Su Yinglian frowned and asked, "Xiaoyan Gu, isn't this giant python a bit too strong?" Although he hadn't encountered many demons before, he sensed a deadly threat emanating from the python. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that he, too, felt a looming threat. This giant python was definitely not a zero-level demon. It had to be a first-level one. Hadn't the instructors mentioned that even a zero-level demon would be challenging enough for these inexperienced trainees? So what was the deal with this first-level python? Could it be the instructors doing? No, they weren't soldiers, so they didn't need to train for assessing information accuracy. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, muttering to himself, caught in a web of conflicted emotions. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted as the demon python launched an attack, leaving him no time to think. The three of them simultaneously dodged the python's assault. At that moment, the green python's body was neatly sliced open, as if a cross-shaped slash had cut through it. Jiang Yan noticed a change in Jiang Yu's posture. Initially poised to draw his sword, Jiang Yu now held the hilt with one hand, the blade still sheathed. Jiang Yan was astonished. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to slay the demon without even drawing his sword. Jiang Yu spoke in a low voice. This practical training was meant to teach you trainees how to fight demons, so the chosen demons were low-level but highly lethal. Now, such a significant oversight has occurred. I don't believe this is just an exception. Su Yinglian asked, "So Jiang Yu, what should we do now?" Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Simple. Go down the mountain and inform the instructors so they can handle it." Jiang Yan added, "If we encounter other trainees, we should advise them to team up against the demons." He thought it through. The presence of a first-level demon among zero-level ones was definitely not a trivial matter. If other trainees, unaware of the demon's details, acted separately in small teams, casualties might occur. After all, they were not seasoned veterans, but absolute beginners. Although Jiang Yan couldn't help them much after just 2 months of training, he could at least give them a heads up. Jiang Yu nodded, clearly agreeing with this approach. The three of them immediately headed down the mountain to inform the instructors of the situation. However, they were unaware that the instructors at the base of the mountain and in the camp were already in a state of panic. Just moments ago, the demon-detecting sensors had shown drastic changes. The demons across the entire mountain had suddenly grown stronger, with their power increasing to an astonishing degree, even leaping an entire level. Some demons' spiritual energy fluctuations had even reached the second level, which posed a hellish challenge for the trainees with no combat experience, making casualties highly likely. The demons have suddenly grown stronger, as if undergoing a bizarre genetic mutation. Instructors at the mountain's base attempted to enter the forested area, but a light rain began to fall and a thick white mist rose among the trees. Strangely, those who had just stepped into the mountain found themselves returning without realizing it. After numerous attempts, they had to accept the reality. "Chief Instructor, we can't get in. There's something wrong with this mist," one of the instructors reported to Wan Xingyi at the training camp through the communicator. Wan Xingyi, with a grim expression, responded, "I'll send Luo Chuan over. We'll break through this barrier with numbers." The communicator crackled with the sound of arguing voices, and then a woman's voice came through. "Hello, this is Bai Yan. I'm on the scene now. Lady Bai Yan, have you been able to analyze anything?" Wan Xingyi asked urgently, his heart filled with expectation due to Bai Yan's knowledge. Bai Yan calmly replied, "This mist isn't naturally occurring, nor is it a demon's ability. It's man-made." Wan Xingyi's tone grew somber. "You're saying this is man-made?" Bai Yan nodded affirmatively. "That's right. I've tried using wind element skills, but they're ineffective against this mist. If it were a demon's power, its stability is too impressive." She continued to analyze. "So, this mountain has been sealed by someone. Their strength is likely at the peak of the second tier, or perhaps the third tier," Wan Xingyi said coldly. Bai Yan's voice remained steady. "If it's man-made, you should have already guessed the enemy's objective, right?" Wan Xingyi was taken aback. The enemy's identity was clear in his mind, and he cursed inwardly. Damn the Savior Society. You're courting death. He slammed his hand down, shattering the table, his eyes blazing with anger. At this moment, Bai Yin handed the communicator back to the instructor and approached Zhang Lianjiu. She frowned and said, "In this situation, Jiang Yin still doesn't plan to call us over." Zhang Lianjiu responded in a deep voice. "Our master doesn't use seals for minor issues. He's our last resort. Be ready to fight at any moment. Once Jiang Yin summons us, we must be ready to engage." Bai Yin rolled her eyes. "You don't need to tell me. I've been gathering spiritual energy for a while now." Zhang Lianjiu suddenly asked, "The mark you placed on me, will it really be useful?" Bai Yin replied seriously. "Of course, if it weren't effective, why would I use such a move?" Zhang Lianjiu nodded. "As long as it's useful, it can be a trump card at a critical moment." Meanwhile, the sounds of students' screams and the clash of battle echoed through the mountain. Jiang Yin and his team were fighting a gigantic frog demon, whose tongue was poisonous and lashed like a whip. Jiang Yan's shield unfolded, and a figure swiftly darted out, slicing the frog demon in two from above. The frog demon's corpse fell with a thud, splattering acidic liquid everywhere. Fortunately, Jiang Yin and his two companions were protected by a shield and remained unharmed. Jiang Yu slung his long sword over his shoulder and continued to lead the way, with Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian following closely behind, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Jiang Yu was confident he could dispatch any demon that dared to attack them within a few moves. After all, those demons were mid to late first-tier creatures, while Jiang Yu was a second-tier ability user, making it easy for him to defeat them. However, the continuous battles were taking a toll on his stamina. At this point, Jiang Yin used a healing skill to help Jiang Yu recover his strength. So far, they hadn't encountered any formidable enemies, but the white mist on the mountain was getting denser, making the descent more difficult. Just then, they encountered another demon, this time a second-tier butterfly demon. The butterfly demon's massive wings released a cloud of powder. If it were of normal size, it might be enchanting, but its gigantic form was only terrifying. Even more unsettling was the fact that the butterfly demon had sharp teeth on its head and emitted a piercing scream. As it spread its wings over 10 meters wide, the powder quickly filled the space. Jiang Yin soon noticed that small animals that came into contact with the scales were collapsing, clearly indicating the powder was highly toxic. Jiang Yin immediately cast a shield over himself and his teammates, using its effect to keep the poisonous scales at bay. "Brother, these scales are toxic. Don't let the demon break the shield." Jiang Yu nodded, gripping his long sword again, and said calmly, "Don't worry, this will be over soon." This time, he didn't use the scabbard to fight, but slowly drew the blade. A tang sword with red patterns gleamed coldly in Jiang Yu's hand, instilling fear. The red spiritual path on the tang sword glowed instantly as he slashed. The butterfly demon sensed danger but failed to escape into the air in time. Its wings were coated with ice crystals, slowing its flight. Consequently, its body was cleaved in two by a massive scarlet slash. Jiang Yu sheathed his long sword, exuding elegance. Jiang Yin was stunned, marveling in his mind. A second-tier demon was killed in one strike? How powerful is the ally he has? "Brother, is your sword a spiritual weapon?" Jiang Yin noticed the glow on the tang sword's spiritual path. Jiang Yu nodded without much explanation and instructed, "Please keep the shield up. I don't have a skill to clear this toxic powder." Jiang Yin nodded in understanding. They weren't experts and didn't fully grasp the toxicity of the butterfly demon's scales. Until they left the area, they couldn't afford to lose the shield and expose themselves to the toxic-laden air. After dealing with the demon, Jiang Yu didn't stop to collect spoils but quickly led the group away. They couldn't guarantee that other demons wouldn't come rushing over. Shortly after Jiang Yin and his team left, dozens of crystal cores flew out from the butterfly demon's body and were collected into a burlap sack. A doll-like demon, Fang Yuan, had just received Jiang Yan's order to stay behind and clean up the battlefield, gathering crystal cores for future needs. Fang Yuan didn't refuse this request because it concerned Jiang Yan's life, and he was determined to carry it out thoroughly. While following the team and cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan had already collected over 100 crystal cores. The butterfly demon had the most cores, which was evidently related to its strength. Jiang Yin and the others continued on their journey and finally exited the poisonous area. Suddenly, a pin flew out from the forest ahead, its tip possessing a powerful penetrating ability, creating a hole in Jiang Yan's shield and piercing his shoulder. Jiang Yin grunted, clutching his shoulder and stopping abruptly. "Xiao Yin go." Jiang Yin, Jiang Yu, and Su Yinglian immediately turned their worried gazes towards him, realizing that Jiang Yin was the target of the attack. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth and said, "It's nothing." With that, he used a healing skill, and before long, the pierced skin and muscle were restored to their original state. Jiang Yu slowly drew his long knife and unleashed a blood-red blade aura toward a large tree. The tree fell with a crash, and two figures leapt down from it. A figure in a white coat immediately applauded, a gentle smile on his lips. Impressive, such strength at a young age is truly commendable. Jiang Yan recognized the newcomer and immediately said, Dr. Zhua. Dr. Zhua's lips curled into a cold smile, while the man next to him, resembling a salesman, said coldly, I missed earlier. I should have pierced this kid's heart directly. He slowly pulled a pen from his pocket and said coldly, but this time, I won't miss. A surge of deadly threat rose in Jiang Yan's heart. Before the salesman could take further action, Jiang Yu had already acted. His powerful blade aura swept out, forcing Dr. Zhua and the salesman to dodge. Jiang Yu spoke coldly. Judging by the mark on your chests, you're from the Salvation Society, aren't you? You're behind this, right? What's your purpose? He pretended to inquire while secretly scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was preparing to ambush them. Dr. Zhua brushed the dust off his clothes and smiled. What purpose could we have? We simply want to invite young Master Jiang to visit us, and then have Lord Night Shadow escort you home. Jiang Yu's face darkened as he asked, that idiotic father of mine, he's still suppressing demons. You want him to leave that area now? Does that mean? That's right. The demon uprising in that place was caused by us, Dr. Zhua laughed. The title of Summer Nation's pillar isn't for nothing. Even when surrounded by so many demons, he can still effortlessly take them down one by one. Dr. Zhua, you're talking too much. The salesman suddenly snapped. Dr. Zhua shrugged, still wearing a gentle smile. The salesman said coldly, regardless, please come with us, young Master Jiang. Jiang Yu held his long knife in front of him, his heterochromatic eyes emitting a chilling coldness. Do you think just the two of you can take me down? Looks like you're asking for a beating. Who said we came with only two people? As Dr. Zhua finished speaking, a powerful aura emerged from the ground, and a massive centipede, over 5 meters wide, burst forth. Its body exuded a terrifying presence, and its spiritual energy fluctuated at a late second-tier level. Jiang Yu lightly brushed his hand over his long sword and said in a low voice, Jiang Yan, and that kid named Su, protect yourselves. I won't have the capacity to shield you later. After Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yan noticed a grayish-white tail with slight patterns emerging from Jiang Yu's pants, and a pair of furry ears appeared on his head. Those ears were somewhat similar to Jiang Yan's, but still different. Clearly, Jiang Yu had finally unleashed his powers. Unlike Jiang Yan, his beast transformation ability was that of a tabby cat, revered as the war god among cats, while Jiang Yan was a soft and cute Blackfoot cat. In that instant, Jiang Yu charged forward with his sword, and the centipede demon lunged at him. A series of blade lights flashed across the centipede demon's heavily armored body. Jiang Yu climbed up the centipede demon's massive form, leaped up, and delivered a heavy strike with his sword. This powerful blow knocked the centipede demon's head to the ground, but it only inflicted minor injuries. The centipede demon quickly lifted its head again, its compound eyes locking onto Jiang Yu, and its body moved, with thousands of sharp limbs and its enormous frame serving as its weapons. No wonder the Jiang family's young master is so formidable at such a young age. It's clear why they didn't go after the Jiang family's eldest son and daughter. Doctors will finally understood why the members of the Salvation Society chose this seemingly weakest child instead of the other two. The salesman said gravely, the Jiang family enjoys their esteemed status and power in Xia country because they can all don armor and fight on the battlefield. If it weren't for Night Shadow obstructing our leader's plans, we wouldn't have dared to provoke the noble families. In Xia country, the noble families stand united against common enemies. Though they've declined now, they still have connections, and offending one means offending them all. Therefore, even when they come to capture someone, they treat them with hospitality, as if they were inviting a living ancestor instead of taking a hostage. This living ancestor's strength is not to be underestimated. Dr. Zhua said solemnly, let me command the experiment subject, and you go take down those two guys. See if you can make the threats to this young master surrender. The salesman nodded and stepped away. Remember, that kid is from the lineage of the Imperial Censor. Although he hasn't joined the National Martial Arts Institute yet, if he does in the future, with their protective nature, our Salvation Society won't be able to remain in Xia country. So we absolutely cannot let him live. Dr. Zhua's tone was icy. Since they had decided to act, they intended to see it through. The salesman's voice echoed again, I won't let him live. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was observing the battlefield. The massive body of the centipede demon had toppled most of the trees in the area. Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian quickly retreated into the dense forest that remained unaffected, trying to avoid being caught in the chaos. Su Yinglian asked with concern, Xiaoyan, can you assist Yuga? Jiang Yan shook his head, feeling helpless. He couldn't keep up with Jiang Yu's movements and lacked effective skills to use. At that moment, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a pen with astonishing force shot towards them. Jiang Yan quickly raised a large hammer in front of him and layered 3 shields on himself. However, the pen's penetrative power was so strong that it shattered Jiang Yan's shields and his hammer, ultimately piercing his arm. The excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, but thankfully, it didn't hit the bone and missed his heart, offering a slight relief. Inglian, watch out. Su Inglian's warning snapped Jiang Yin back to reality. A scythe was swinging towards him from the side, posing a significant threat. Su Inglian reacted swiftly, using her skill to form a layer of frost on the scythe while coating herself with ice, and lunged towards Jiang Yin. With a cry of pain, she blocked the attack with her back, blood spurting out, and collapsed weakly against Jiang Yin. Inglian, Jiang Yin shouted, anxious and unable to check her injuries as the scythe came at him again. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin used a seal to summon Zhang Lianjiu. Instantly, a figure wrapped in lightning appeared before him. Zhang Lianjiu, ready for battle, quickly assessed the situation and used his spear to block the scythe's attack. Thunder roared, following the scythe back to its wielder. The attacker was a large bronze mantis, camouflaged with the trees. After being struck by lightning, it fell powerlessly but managed to regain its stance and swiftly distanced itself from Zhang Lianjiu. At that moment, a door in midair was kicked open, and Bai Yin stormed through angrily. A salesman in a suit appeared before Jiang Yin and the others, expressionless, saying, assuming your talent is strong, if you haven't used a seal in a month and now you've used two, you can only use one more seal. With just these two latest first-tier spirits, how do you expect to win? Bang! A beam of light shot from Bai Yan's staff, targeting the salesman. Liquid oozed from the salesman's suit, forming a shield that blocked the beam. The dispersed light shattered nearby trees, and Bai Yan snorted. Humph, blocked, huh? The salesman looked up, still expressionless, an honorable spirit resorting to an ambush. Do you think, after hurting my cub, we can't take you down? Bai Yan's face was icy, and she fired beams from her staff at the salesman. A clay golem appeared beside the salesman but was instantly shielded by a rock. The salesman loosened his tie, still expressionless. I'm a summoner with 3 second-tier summoned beasts. Even if you're historical heroes, at first tier, what do you have to fight me? Faced with the salesman's clumsy, boastful rhetoric, Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin almost ignored him and simultaneously launched an attack. Zhang Lianjiu charged forward with a spear in hand, surrounded by a powerful aura of thunder. At the same time, Bai Yin wielded a staff with one hand, conjuring multiple magical arrays on it that instantly fired a dozen beams of light. Each beam contained potent elemental energy, gracefully curving through the air as if possessing its own consciousness. The salesman's earth golem's eyes suddenly turned red, and rocks rose up to try and block Bai Yan's attack. Adjusting his glasses, he coldly said, such attacks can't possibly harm me. But before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning shattered all the stone barriers, and the spear thrust forward unimpeded towards his body. Just then, a large scythe slashed out from behind the salesman, blocking the spear. Zhang Lianjiu quickly followed up with a series of spear strikes, but they were all deflected by the mantis' strong forelimbs. With no other choice, Zhang Lianjiu leaped back, swiftly returning to Jiang Yan's side, standing protectively with Bai Yin in front of their master. Zhang Lianjiu said gravely, the speed regained through training isn't as fast as that mantis. Bai Yin agreed. My attacks aren't as strong as theirs either. We're really being restricted here. Zhang Lianjiu turned to look at the injured Jiang Yin behind them, his voice cold. Jiang Yin, give us orders. What do you want to do now? At this moment, Jiang Yin was focused on healing Su Inglian, who had suffered severe internal injuries from the mantis attack. Anger surged within him as his friend had been gravely injured while protecting this support character. He didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to kill this salesman in a suit. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, Brother Jiu, Sister Bai Yin, I want to kill him. I really want to kill him now. I hope you can help me. The salesman sneered, kill me? Based on what? These heroic spirits that the times have left behind? Young man, boasting like that can lead to a miserable death. Bai Yin tilted her head and gave the salesman a cold smile. In the next moment, the earth golem beside the salesman was split in two by an invisible slash. Almost instantly, another golem appeared next to the salesman. This new golem's eyes glowed red, and its mouth fired a beam of light directly at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin felt a force lifting him and Su Inglian into the air. Bai Yin quickly retreated with the two, forming a semi-transparent shield in midair to block the golem's attack. Just then, a patch of mud suddenly spread beneath Jiang Yan's feet, filled with malevolent intent. It was the summoned beast that had just defended the salesman, seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from the ground. A flicker of smugness flashed across the salesperson's face, but his expression quickly froze. Zhang Lianjiu suddenly erupted with a formidable power of thunder, as if he were clad in armor made of lightning. Gripping his spear tightly, his eyes were piercing as purple thunder danced around him, gradually turning golden. The sense of threat emanating from Zhang Lianjiu became increasingly intense. The salesperson was bewildered, completely unaware of what skill Zhang Lianjiu had unleashed, his mind blank. However, time was of the essence, and Zhang Lianjiu's spear was already approaching, just half a meter away. The speed was astonishing. The salesperson reacted swiftly, slashing with dual blades, while the summoned mantis creature rose with a surge of blood energy, using its ability to shield its master from the attack. Zhang Lianzhou's assault was blocked, but the ensuing thunder strike landed on the mantis creature, causing it to howl in pain. At this moment, the golem fired beams once again. Zhang Lianzhou tossed his spear into the air, dodging the beams with minimal movement. His body wreathed in lightning as he swung a hand chop towards the salesperson. Just then, a flurry of paper shards flew from the salesperson's body, slicing towards Zhang Lianzhou like blades. Caught off guard, Zhang Lianzhou's body was cut with bloody marks, but his thunder-charged hand chop still struck the salesperson's shoulder. The salesperson was cleaved in two, but what splattered was not blood, but a mass of mud. It turned out that the salesperson had never been there in the first place, and it was a summoned creature that had drawn the attention. Now, the mantis and golem creatures surrounded Zhang Lianzhou. Before he could react, two beams of light, mixed with white and purple, blasted towards the summoned creatures. The source of the beams was Bai Yin, who, using a stream of water, quickly suppressed the mud creature, providing timely support to Zhang Lianzhou while ensuring the master's safety. The attacked mantis creature emitted a fierce aura, its green body turning red in an instant, and it charged at Zhang Lianzhou with two scythes. Zhang Lianzhou extended his hand, and the spear returned to him automatically, launching a thunder battle technique. Transforming into a shadow of lightning, countless arcs of electricity surged out, engaging in a fierce battle with the mantis creature. Truly an extraordinary spirit, a renowned hero from human history, who, with superb combat skills and awareness, could contend with a second-tier summoned creature despite being at the late first-tier stage. However, your master is your biggest weakness. At this moment, the salesperson's figure slowly emerged from the woods, holding a notebook and a pen, both of which were inscribed with spiritual pathways, clearly two of the cheapest spiritual artifacts. In front of him appeared a row of golems, each with eyes glowing red, continuously firing beams. Bai Yin, with a stoic expression, wielded a staff in one hand, conjuring semi-transparent shields to block the attacks, while hurling fireballs and ice spikes to counter the beams. Although these skills were quite basic, Bai Yan's casting speed was astonishing. She unleashed over 30 spells at once, overwhelming the golems with sheer numbers. The forest echoed with roars, yet this was far from Bai Yan's limit, as her attack speed only increased. The golems shifted from offense to defense, the situation changing rapidly, drawing attention. Under the relentless attacks from Bai Yan, the salesman decided not to rely solely on the clay golem, and immediately ordered the mud summon to attack. Suddenly, patches of mud surged from the ground towards Bai Yan, but every attack was effortlessly blocked. The salesman slightly adjusted his glasses, observing through the lenses the faint spiritual energy within Bai Yan, and resolved to engage in a prolonged battle. However, he was unaware that Bai Yan's spiritual energy was merely the tip of the iceberg. She was intentionally feigning weakness to mislead him into making a wrong judgment. At this moment, facing two second-tier summons and constantly wary of the salesman's spiritual weapon attacks, Bai Yin felt increasing pressure. Jiang Yin finally managed to pull Su Yinglian back from the brink of death to a state of minor injury. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the pin still lodged in his arm and quickly bandaged the wound with a cloth. Blood gradually seeped through the fabric as he reached for a handgun with his other hand. Bai Yin continued fending off the two summons. Over time, the number of clay golems had increased to 5, clearly indicating a skill that allowed for quantity expansion, with a cooldown of about 1 minute. Noticing Jiang Yan's actions, Bai Yin urgently shouted, "What are you doing? Heal yourself, you fool." Jiang Yan's eyes showed a maturity beyond his years, starkly contrasting his youthful appearance. "But if I do that, I won't have enough spiritual energy to use the seals," Jiang Yan argued. Bai Yin angrily retorted, "You're hurting yourself over something so trivial. Do you want me to spank you when we get back, Jiang Xiaoyan?" Despite her anger, Bai Yan's concern for him was evident beneath the surface. "Sister Bai Yan, how can I help you?" Jiang Yan asked. At that moment, Bai Yan was fully focused on dealing with the two summons and, through gritted teeth, replied, "You still have 2 seals, right? The salesman thinks you only have 1 left. He doesn't know I transported them here using space magic." Jiang Yan nodded, understanding that the seals could let an apostle unleash tremendous power temporarily. If Bai Yan and Zhang Lianzhou were at the second tier, with complete mastery of their spiritual energy, the battle would end in an instant. However, they were only at the first tier, and facing second-tier opponents made victory challenging. Maintaining an even fight was only possible due to Bai Yin and Zhang Lianzhou's extraordinary skills and extensive battle experience, which allowed them to exceed the first tier's limitations. Jiang Yin knew that his only trump card was the 2 seals, and if used wisely, they could effectively defeat the second-tier opponent. While battling, Bai Yin said to Jiang Yan, "I have a way to shatter these 2 summons in 1 strike, but at my current first-tier level, it requires a long preparation time." Jiang Yin immediately understood her implication. I'll amplify you with the seal. Can you use the treasure tool? Bai Yin smiled wryly and said, my artifact doesn't have actual attack capabilities. It only helps me quickly restore my spiritual power. I've been using it all this time. Otherwise, with such a rate of output, how could a first tier hold on? Jiang Yin responded seriously. So, I have to find a way to shield against attacks before you unleash your skills, right? Bai Yin smiled slightly. That's about right, but your normal shield won't be enough. Here's a challenge for you. Compress 3 shields into a hexagonal plane. Such a defense can completely block attacks aimed at vital points. Just give me that moment, and I can defeat them. Of course, if you fail, it's okay. Even if I'm riddled with holes, I can still release the skill and at least take them down with me. An apostle won't die, isn't that great? Jiang Yin was taken aback and muttered, I won't let you perish with the enemy, Sister Bai Yin, definitely. With that, he raised his uninjured right hand and shouted towards Zhang Lianjiao, who was fiercely battling the summoned mantis beast. Mark, lend Zhang Lianjiao's strength and bring me victory. The mark on his hand faded instantly, and Zhang Lianjiao's aura surged, his strength skyrocketing. I've been waiting for this, Jiang Yan. Thunder battle technique. Zhang Lianjiao's speed increased dramatically, and his spear pierced through the mantis summon like a bolt of lightning. In almost an instant, Zhang Lianjiao shifted from a two-handed grip to a single-handed one, stomping heavily on the ground as he shouted, Artifact 9 Heavens subdue Cloud Spear, pierce him. Zhang Lianjiao's muscles bulged, and he hurled his spear at the salesman. The salesman instantly felt a deadly threat. The terrifying thunder dragon was upon him, giving him no chance as it pierced through his body. The powerful thunder crushed him. However, the moment the salesman died, Bai Yin noticed the notebook in his hand shattered. So what if it's a life-saving artifact? If I've set my sights on you, you're doomed today. Bai Yin suddenly exerted her strength, directly repelling 2 summoned beasts attacking her. But at that moment, she withdrew all defenses and began chanting a magical incantation rapidly. An incredibly powerful spiritual force gathered on her staff. The earthen doll and mud summon both attacked Bai Yin simultaneously, with a strong beam of light and corrosive toxic mud flying towards her. If Bai Yin were hit, she'd be gravely injured or worse. After using his artifact, Zhang Lianjiao was exhausted and unable to help repel the attack. At this crucial moment, a young figure stood in front of Bai Yin. It was Jiang Yan. He raised his injured left wrist with his right hand, releasing a shield against the incoming attack. In the brief moment before, Jiang Yan had prepared himself, using his injured left hand to release it, as his control over spiritual power was slightly better. Since an ability user's spiritual power naturally protects them, the injured area can heal through an influx of spiritual power. Because of this, Jiang Yan barely grasped a sense of control. In an instant, the shield Jiang Yan released contracted sharply, leaving only a hexagonal piece. He wanted to release 2 more, but suddenly realized he couldn't maintain it. Jiang Yan, relax your mind. I'll help you keep it stable. Just focus on performing your skill. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately relaxed his mind, letting Fang Yuan help maintain the shield's stability while he continued to perform his skill. Jiang Yan's situation can be simplified. His mental power wasn't strong enough to maintain a shield, so it was compressed into a small hexagon. It's like a child unable to lift a heavy object alone but can do so with an adult's help, as long as the weight doesn't exceed the adult's limit. At this moment, Fang Yuan acted like that adult, helping Jiang Yan support the weight. Jiang Yan immediately released 2 more hexagonal shields, which, although weak, were quite sturdy and blocked the beams and mud from the summoned creatures. After withstanding the attacks from 2 second-tier summoned beasts, Jiang Yan's shield shattered, and he fell backward, exhausted. Bai Yin quickly reached out and caught him in her arms. Her staff emitted a rainbow light, enchanting and beautiful. The figures of the mud golem and the mud summon were engulfed by this light, even creating a hole in the mountain. The instructors, desperately trying to break through the Salvation Society's line, saw the striking rainbow glow. In the misty mountain, the light guided their direction, prompting them to shout, Quick, brothers and sisters, let's charge in together. With newfound direction, the instructors showcased their abilities, forcing the Salvation Society members hidden in the fog to retreat. Instructor Luo Chuan was battling a 3rd-tier ability user in the mist. Finding direction, he decided not to entangle further. With a flourish, the surroundings transformed into a landscape painting, the endless ink successfully driving back the Salvation Society's 3rd-tier powerhouse. The opponent exclaimed, Damn, what kind of skill is this, breaking through the fog array's concealment? He quickly retreated. The instructors rushed in one direction, encountering surviving children along the way and immediately escorting them down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan lay weakly in Bai Yan's arms, hearing the ethereal voice of the spirit tree. Affection level reached 50%, awakening. It was then that Jiang Yan realized Bai Yan's affection had reached 55%, successfully enhancing his physical attributes twice and granting him a new skill. Jiang Xiaoyan, you did it. Bai Yin held Jiang Yan, her face showing indescribable relief and joy. Zhang Lianzhou approached, noticing Jiang Yan's bleeding left arm, and said sternly, Bai Yin, treat Jiang Xiaoyan's injuries first. We can talk later. Hearing this, Bai Yin realized she was celebrating too soon and quickly cast a spell on Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yan felt an itchy sensation in his injured arm and said slowly, So, Sister Bai Yin, you can heal too? Bai Yin gently tapped Jiang Yan's head and said solemnly, This is just basic healing magic, not as effective as your skills, and it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so I hardly ever use it. Finally, she tore a piece of her clothing to bandage and secure his wound. My magic can only stop the bleeding. Your bone is cracked, so don't move. Jiang Yin sat on the ground and nodded timidly. Bai Yan's face twisted with fury as she let out a menacing laugh and shouted, That injured my cub like this ran off. Hurry and catch up to kill him. Nearby, the salesman clutched his chest and ran desperately towards the previous battleground. At this point, the battle was nearing its end. Jiang Yu lay wounded in a deep pit, while the latest second-tier centipede demon also lay on the ground, half its body severed and barely alive. Doctors was stood clean and unscathed at the edge of the pit, having not participated in the fight, and thus remained unruffled. Are you hurt? Dr. Zhua, ever the doctor, immediately noticed the salesman's condition. The salesman glared at him and angrily said, You didn't tell me his two spirits would be so strong. Dr. Zhua looked innocent as he replied, I did emphasize it multiple times. His expression suddenly turned cold. So, you didn't manage to kill him? The salesman gritted his teeth. Not only that, but all 3 of my second-tier summoned beasts are dead. Dr. Zhua, you must take full responsibility for these losses. Oh, Dr. Zhua's cold expression softened, replaced by a faint, mocking smile. At this moment, the half-dead centipede demon stirred, its compound eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The salesman shouted in terror at Dr. Zhua, What are you doing? Dr. Zhua smiled and said, Of course, taking responsibility. Without summoned beasts, a summoner is no different from you. Now, your flesh can still be of use to me consider it an honor. Zhuasu, I'll kill you. The salesman suddenly pulled out a dagger and lunged at Dr. Zhua. However, Dr. Zhua stepped back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, the salesman's body was ensnared by the centipede demon's tentacles, lifting him off the ground. Amidst his agonized screams, the salesman was swallowed by the centipede demon. After ingesting him, the demon, influenced by the purple crystal inside, regenerated its severed half, and even grew a human face on its head. The face of the salesman. Dr. Zhua sneered. You always tried to control me, but now you can't shout at me anymore. At this moment, Jiang Yu slowly stood up, gripping his long sword, still filled with fighting spirit as he eyed the grotesque centipede demon. Dr. Zhua leapt onto the demon's massive body, looking down at the small kitten below, and said, All right, young Master Jiang, it's time to come with me. Jiang Yu, breathing heavily, replied earnestly, The Jiang family has never surrendered without a fight. Dr. Zhua chuckled, Then there's no choice but to knock you out and take you back. Jiang Yu pressed his long sword into the ground, preparing to strike upwards with both hands, knowing full well his body was at its limit. Facing the restored centipede demon, he had no choice but to fight desperately. But the Jiang family never fled from enemies, and he wouldn't be the first to run. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, chewing on the spirit cores collected by Feng Yuan to restore his spiritual power, walked towards the battlefield with the 2 apostles. Brother Jiao, Sister Bai Yin, Brother Jiang Yu has always been good to me. You must help him later. The enemies are all after him. Bai Yin ruffled Jiang Yan's hair and said with mild annoyance, Do you even need to say it? We'll help if we can. Otherwise, we'll have to run for it. Each of them was already exhausted, unable to contend with a latest-stage second-tier demon. Rescuing their comrade and fleeing was the best strategy. Of course, the reason they had such thoughts was because they hadn't had the chance to understand what their opponent truly was. A figure plummeted from the sky at incredible speed, crashing heavily in front of Jiang Yan and his group, creating a massive crater and sending a cloud of dust into the air. As a gentle breeze blew through, the dust dispersed, revealing the battered body of Jiang Yu lying in the pit. Brother, Jiang Yan hurriedly tried to move forward. However, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, stood up, and raised a hand to stop Jiang Yan from approaching, while casting a wary glance in a particular direction. A powerful gust of wind blew from ahead, causing Zhang Lianzhou's expression to turn serious. Bai Yan's lips twitched in disbelief, thinking to herself, how could they possibly fight against that? In the forest directly ahead of them, a colossal creature was approaching, smashing everything in its path, whether it was thick trees or hard rocks. Its body, covered in thick scales, twisted through the dense woods like an ancient dragon, leaving a powerful visual impact. The centipede demon loomed over them like a giant serpent, with Dr. Zhua's head still showing a kind smile. It was unimaginable how they could fight such a creature with just first-level strength. Without drawing attention, Bai Yin cast a spell, conjuring transparent threads to bind Jiang Yin, the unconscious Su Yinglian, and the severely injured Jiang Yu. Zhang Lianjiu, we need to leave. Bai Yin said expressionlessly. I can't guarantee I'll be able to stall this thing, Zhang Lianjiu said in a deep voice. Bai Yin took a deep breath and replied, I never asked you to hold it off. Our goal has already been achieved. The fight doesn't matter anymore. In an instant, Bai Yin used her teleportation magic to take the three of them 100 meters away. By this time, the massive body of the centipede demon was already charging toward Zhang Lianjiu. Watching Bai Yan's quick and clean escape, Zhang Lianjiu frowned, scratched his head, and eventually let out a sigh. As expected, I really can't get along with that messy woman. Zhang Lianjiu unleashed golden lightning from his entire body, activating his thunder battle technique once more. Meanwhile, Bai Yin quickly moved with Jiang Yin and the others, but carrying 3 people at once was still too draining for her. She needed a few seconds to teleport again after each move. Sister Bai Yin, how could you sell out Brother Jiu? Jiang Yin shouted angrily, but Bai Yin seemed not to hear, continuing to teleport them away. Even from a distance, Jiang Yin could see lightning bolts dancing over the massive body of the centipede demon. Zhang Lianjiu is useless against that giant creature. He's just buying us time. The main thing is to ensure none of you become targets for that giant centipede, Bai Yin said as calmly as possible. But, Jiang Yin wanted to argue, but Bai Yin interrupted, don't be naive. Trying to escape together in this situation is unrealistic. At this moment, Jiang Yu spoke up, leave me behind. That thing's target is me. If you escape in the opposite direction, you'll have a good chance of getting away. Sorry, I refuse your suggestion, Bai Yin said coldly. Although Jiang Yu was at the second tier, he was covered in scars, looking somewhat disheveled. He said to the child beside him, you should act like a kid and stop trying to be brave. If you want to prove you're still capable of fighting, then break free from my threads with sheer force. He gritted his teeth, attempting to break free with brute strength, but the threads were as elastic as rubber bands, making escape impossible. Bai Yin responded with a cold laugh. My threads can't be broken with brute force. Just stay put. I don't want the enemy's plan to succeed, so you absolutely cannot be taken away, understand? Just then, a loud crash came from behind. The centipede demon, completely ignoring Zhang Lianjiu, was pursuing Jiang Yin and his group relentlessly, clearly determined not to give up. TSK, it caught up so quickly, Bai Yin said, anxiety written all over her face as she watched the approaching centipede demon. Jiang Yin suddenly asked, Sister Bai Yin, how much longer can you hold out? Bai Yin replied, if I keep teleporting at this rate, I can last for a minute at most. Jiang Yin continued, what if the centipede behind us slows down by 50%? Bai Yin thought for a moment and answered, that would make things much easier for me. Sister Bai Yin, don't use teleportation just yet. My skill only works within 200 meters, Jiang Yin instructed, leaving Bai Yin a bit puzzled, but she complied. A few seconds later, the massive centipede demon was closing in. Jiang Yin pulled out a handgun, aimed at the centipede demon, and decisively pulled the trigger when it was within 200 meters. The bullet flew towards the centipede demon but was deflected by its hard shell, not even leaving a scratch. Unable to resist, Bai Yin used her teleportation magic, swiftly distancing the group from the demon. To their surprise, the centipede demon's speed noticeably decreased, and even its movements became comically sluggish. Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh and explained, my skill marks the enemy, applying a slowing effect for 3 minutes. He added, the effect can't stack, but it has no cooldown. What a ridiculously overpowered skill, Bai Yin commented. A 50% speed reduction is lethal in any battle, especially since Jiang Yin can continually apply the slowing effect after it ends. Bai Yin led the group quickly away, knowing that even though the centipede demon was slower, it was still fast enough to catch up if they didn't maintain their distance. Just as Jiang Yin and the others felt troubled, ink suddenly gathered from another direction in the forest, piercing through the centipede demon's body like a sharp sword. They recognized this ink all too well, having frequently encountered it during morning run support from the training camp, had finally arrived. The centipede demon was completely unaware that a third-tier ability user had quietly passed through the mist and arrived nearby. The centipede demon's strength was at the late second tier, with its thick armor and massive body, posing a tough challenge for most instructors. However, for a third-tier ability user, it was not an opponent that couldn't be defeated instantly. Luo Chuan sat on a large boulder, holding a paintbrush, his eyes fixed on the struggling centipede demon. Without hesitation, he made a stroke on the paper. Instantly, a streak of ink slashed across the centipede demon's enormous body, and with that move, any remaining life force of the centipede demon was completely extinguished. Bai Yin and the others stopped running, as there was no longer a need to waste energy. Moments later, the instructors, each armed, surrounded Jiang Yin and his group to protect them. There were still many first and second-tier demons in the mountains, so this protection was crucial to prevent any surprise attacks. The members of the Salvation Society had retreated, Although they hadn't captured their target, there was no guarantee they wouldn't return. The real-world training at the camp had to be halted, and there were some aftermaths to deal with for the students. Indeed, the aftermath. In this large-scale upheaval, many students had met unfortunate ends, some with their bodies lost, while others were left severely injured or disabled. Even those with minor injuries were left with deep psychological scars, almost impossible to recover from. The students in this training camp represented the province's talent. With so many students lost at once, it seemed that this year's camp would have to end here. Jiang Yin and his companions received special care from the camp's medical team, particularly Jiang Yin. He was now wearing a hospital gown, undergoing a doctor's examination. Your healing ability is really remarkable. You're fully recovered now, said a middle-aged doctor with a receding hairline, examining Jiang Yin's once-injured arm and confirming it was unscarred. Jiang Yin grinned sheepishly, having healed himself the moment he regained his strength, although the hole in his hand had been excruciatingly painful. At that moment, a figure entered the hospital room. It was Jiang Yu, now fully recovered. Jiang Yu looked quite confident. Despite having been covered in wounds when he was treated, he had completely recovered in just half a day. The tabby cat's abilities were indeed powerful, allowing for self-healing. Seeing the doctor, Jiang Yu, knowing he shouldn't stay, tactfully left the room. With only Jiang Yin left in the room, Jiang Yu sighed softly and said, "Someone from my family is here, so I can't stay here any longer." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face showed a hint of disappointment, his lips pouting in reluctance. Although Jiang Yu also felt a bit reluctant, he couldn't afford to be indulgent now. The Salvation Society had set their sights on him, and if he were on Jiang family's territory, no one would dare harm this young master of the Jiang family. Unfortunately, this wasn't at the Jiang family home. Jiang Yu sat by the hospital bed with a serious expression and said, "I want to ask, would you be willing to come back to the Jiang family with me? I promise I'll take good care of you." Jiang Yin shook his head, his mind preoccupied with the little shop in Rongqing and the uncertainty of when his father would return, as he couldn't reach him. So, he needed to go home and wait. "All right, I respect your decision." Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment, saddened by Jiang Yan's choice not to follow him. Jiang Yan pouted and said, "Then you must come to Rongqing to visit me when you have time, okay?" Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. "I will definitely come when I have the time." Jiang Yan's eyes twinkled with curiosity as he suddenly asked, "By the way, why don't you stay in your animal form even though your power is that of a tabby cat?" Jiang Yu replied seriously, "When I'm in my animal form, it doesn't match my temperament." Jiang Yan recalled Jiang Yu's majestic appearance, wielding a blade and charging at demons in his animal form, and wondered why he thought it didn't suit him. "I don't care. I want to see you in your animal form now." Jiang Yan playfully hugged Jiang Yu's arm, shaking it as he pleaded, "Please." Jiang Yu reluctantly agreed and eventually transformed into his animal state. Soon, a pair of white, furry cat ears appeared on his head, and a tail extended from behind him. The transformation changed Jiang Yu's demeanor entirely. Without it, he seemed cold and unapproachable. But once transformed, he appeared both proud and adorable, with a hint of fierceness. Jiang Yan, like a curious kitten, smiled as he gently touched Jiang Yu's cat ears, even unable to resist giving them a little rub. The texture is amazing. No wonder everyone loves to touch his cat ears. Although Jiang Yu usually disliked such contact, Jiang Yan was an exception. He silently accepted Jiang Yan's affection, no longer resisting it. Jiang Yan relished this closeness, then wrapped his arms around Jiang Yu's neck, resting his head on his shoulder, and softly asked, "Brother, is the Jiang family focused on animal transformation abilities?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Yes, most people in the Jiang family have feline transformation abilities. My aunt even created an online group called the Sacred Flame Meow Cult. It's ridiculous." Jiang Yin was surprised. The Sacred Flame Meow Cult? I didn't expect a term that suddenly appeared online to be related to the Jiang family. Yeah, they say it's a chance to elevate the Jiang family's status and expand in the future. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on, finding his so-called family members quite abnormal. Every time they saw him transform, they acted like fanatics, wanting to hug and kiss him, which was unbearable. At that moment, a bracelet on Jiang Yu's wrist lit up, displaying a video call labeled Dad. Considering Jiang Yan's presence, he didn't intend to answer the call, as not answering was standard practice, and his somewhat clueless father wouldn't mind. However, the bracelet suddenly lit up and automatically answered the call. Jiang Yu was stunned, not expecting his bracelet to have been tampered with. The projection showed a handsome man with a commanding presence and eyes as deep as the stars. Upon seeing this man, Jiang Yan felt an indescribable surge of emotion, as if this person was extremely important to him. The man, seeing the situation, covered his face and screamed, completely ruining his image. "Son, have you transformed again?" The man flashed a rather lewd smile and chuckled. "That's my boy, so cute. Dad's just making a call. You didn't have to go all beast mode. And you've learned how to clone yourself, double the joy for Dad. I love seeing your usual self too." Jiang Yin fell into silence, feeling even more overwhelmed than when he'd been pummeled by Hua Mulan. Jiang Yu covered his face, feeling socially mortified. His dad had installed an auto-answer feature on his communication bracelet. It was one thing in private, but now, in front of Jiang Yan, Jiang Yu snapped. Dad, could you please shut up? He's my friend. The man squinted in confusion, asking, no way, how can there be two kids that look so alike? It must be a clone. Jiang Yu, exasperated, shouted, open your eyes and look properly. I'm the one with heterochromatic eyes, you unfit father. The man stared at the screen for a while, then with a look of shock, realized Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu looked incredibly similar, as if carved from the same mold. The only differences were the fur color on their ears and tails, and the distinct look in their eyes. Stunned, the man took a screenshot. It was a rare sight to see his son in beast mode. Looking so adorable it would be a crime not to capture it. Jiang Yan, feeling awkward, finally spoke. Hello, sir, I'm Jiang Yan. Nice to meet you. The man's heart inexplicably filled with joy at the sound of his voice, and he chuckled. Hello. Hello. So you're Jiang Yan, right? Would you like to join the Jiang family? We have quite a few cat kids like you, and we can really help nurture your talents. Jiang Yan's expression was peculiar. This uncle was even more direct than brother Jiang Yu in trying to pull him into the Jiang family. Truly, a chip off the old block. No, thank you, sir. I'm doing fine as I am. Jiang Yan politely declined the man's invitation. The man looked slightly disappointed, having seen how close Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu seemed. As an expert in feline beast abilities, he immediately recognized Jiang Yan's ability as that of a Blackfoot cat, a rare talent with significant potential. If nurtured well, the Jiang family could gain a formidable ally, and his son would have a close friend. As a father, the man first considered his son's welfare. Jiang Yu was withdrawn, aloof, and had an eating disorder, unlike normal carefree children. It was a rare chance for him to have a peer he could accept, yet he didn't join the Jiang family. Jiang Yu, hearing his father's invitation, for the first time looked at him with anticipation. He even added, Jiang Yan, come join the Jiang family. Even though it's in decline, we have plenty of crystal cores. Hearing crystal cores, Jiang Yan was momentarily tempted. However, he controlled his desire and firmly said, thank you for the invitation, but I have my own plans. Both the man and Jiang Yu shared a look of disappointment, regretting that Jiang Yan didn't agree to join the Jiang family. The man smiled and said, there's no need to force yourselves, as everyone has their own aspirations. The Jiang family's doors are always open for you. You saved my troublesome son, and I must thank you properly. Just as he finished speaking, the hospital room door was suddenly kicked open, and a plump middle-aged woman burst in. Her expression was initially fierce, but it softened immediately upon seeing the two adorable children on the hospital bed. Sorry, kids, I rushed in a bit. I hope I didn't scare you. The woman said as she gently ruffled Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's fluffy hair with a beaming smile. Auntie, I told you not to mess up my hair. Jiang Yu protested unhappily. This woman was Jiang Yu's aunt, Jiang Kaifeng, and the elder sister of the man in the video. She had come to the training camp specifically for Jiang Yu's safety, determined to take the rebellious little guy back home. She wasn't angry with Jiang Yu. Instead, she blamed her brother, as he shouldn't have argued with the little one, leading him to run away from home in a fit. Be quiet. Since when does a brat like you get to tell me what to do? All you know is how to give money. Jiang Kaifeng scolded, and the man shrank back under her stern gaze, not daring to say more. Then she turned her attention to Jiang Yan, and seeing his innocent face, her smile grew even kinder. Little Jiang Yan, call Jiang Yu your brother and call me Annie. You saved your brother's life, and I don't even know how to thank you. Jiang Yan, a bit flustered, whispered, there's no need to be so formal, Auntie. Jiang Yu looks after me a lot. That's not enough. We Jiang family always repay kindness tenfold. What's the use of just giving a card? How about I buy you a big house and a cool sports car? Jiang Kaifeng became more enthusiastic, seemingly determined to set Jiang Yan up comfortably. Jiang Yan was both amused and helpless. Auntie, I'm still a minor and can't drive. Then just spend a little more to hire a driver. Jiang Kaifeng's enthusiasm didn't wane. Jiang Yan was at a loss for words, not knowing how to dissuade her from these generous plans. At this point, Jiang Yu interjected, Auntie, giving those things doesn't make sense. Why not give him the Saint Fire Meow Meow sect membership card? That way, no matter where he goes in Xia country, Jiang Yan won't be bullied. Jiang Yu clearly thought things through, knowing Jiang Yan was more of a support type with limited combat ability. Jiang Kaifeng suddenly realized, clapping her hands together. Right? Why didn't I think of that? She then took out two small cards from her bag, one with a cat paw and flame design, and the other a black bank card. This is the Saint Fire Meow Meow sect membership card. You can use it to log into our website, buy all sorts of things, and seek protection. Jiang Kaifeng explained the card's functions in detail and handed over the black card's payment password to Jiang Yan before hurriedly leaving with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, make sure to visit me in Rong City. Jiang Yan waved goodbye to Jiang Yu. I definitely will. Jiang Yu's figure quickly disappeared down the hallway. At that moment, The two kids were unaware that Jiang Kaifeng had just plucked 2 hairs from Jiang Yan's head, planning to conduct a DNA test. She had noticed from Jiang Yan's personal information that he was listed as an orphan. Coupled with his resemblance to Jiang Yu and the coincidental timing and age, Jiang Kaifeng had reason to suspect her silly brother might have had an affair. The training camp where Jiang Yan was stationed was quickly disbanded, and all the trainees were sent back to their respective cities. Almost every trainee received a graduation certificate from the instructors, as surviving such a brutal battlefield was considered the best practical test. Consequently, all trainees not only received a graduation certificate, but also a compensation of 200 crystal cores. This certificate would be an advantage for them when applying for the Supernatural Abilities Department in high school, or as a reserve member of the Demon Hunting Squad. This incident would be thoroughly investigated, as it was alarming that the location of the training camp organized by the Demon Hunting Squad was discovered by the Salvation Society, who managed to bypass strict security measures to reach the mountain. This mountain was, in fact, a massive trap set to capture the young master of the Jiang family. Clearly, there must have been some inside assistance, but Jiang Yan, as a trainee, did not need to worry about these matters. Currently, Jiang Yin was sitting on a bus heading to Rongqing. He was not traveling alone. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from beside him as Su Yinglian's ear was being pulled by Bai Yin, who scolded her harshly. "You useless fool. After more than 2 months in the training camp, you still can't make a bowl of shaved ice. I've never seen anyone more useless than you." Bai Yin continued to berate Su Yinglian while pulling her ear. After Bai Yin finished scolding, she took out a bowl, poured fresh milk into it, and used ice magic to instantly freeze it. Soon, a large bowl of frost appeared in front of everyone. Bai Yin casually decorated it with fruit, creating an enticing bowl of shaved ice, which she placed in front of Jiang Yan, thoughtfully providing a spoon as well. Bai Yin continued to point and criticize Su Yinglian, who was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yan happily ate the shaved ice, thinking to himself that Bai Yan's affection level must still be low, as he hadn't felt any significant change. However, once her affection level increased, her attitude would become more friendly towards him. Fang Yuan, observing this, couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, "Come on, if Bai Yin hadn't gone easy on you, you wouldn't have had a chance to earn her approval." Jiang Yin didn't deny this. As if Bai Yin had used half the effort she displayed against the sales beast, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Clearly, when battling against her own master, Bai Yin was holding back significantly, at least refraining from using terrifyingly destructive magic. Zhang Lianjiu sat cross-legged in the back, seemingly in some special state. According to Fang Yuan, Jiang Yin understood that Brother Jiu was recalling past memories, trying to remember as many combat techniques as possible. As Jiang Yan's demand for crystal cores increased, he and Bai Yin could only continuously recall reliable combat methods to enhance their fighting capabilities. Now, both apostles recognized Jiang Yin as their master, but he still had a long way to go, at least until he successfully learned the skills they could teach him. The current favorability rating for Jiang Yin is 69, while Bai Yan's is 58. Compared to Zhang Lianjiu's easygoing nature, Bai Yin always likes to test others in any situation, even during battles. Fang Yuan speculates that regardless of whether Jiang Yin can withstand the enemy's attack, Bai Yan's test will remain unchanged, with the worst outcome being a sudden drop in Bai Yan's favorability. Despite this, Jiang Yin is reluctant to experience such a crisis again, as it was truly terrifying. The bus soon stopped in front of the monster hunting team's supermarket. After returning from the training camp, they first needed to register their information with the hunting team. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian took the elevator down to the underground level, where they saw a group of members in hunting team uniforms waiting for them. As they got off the bus, the crowd eagerly pulled out recruitment advertisements, vying to invite them to join their squads. "Jiang Yin, Su Yinglian, check out these conditions and join my squad," one member enthusiastically exclaimed. "With those conditions from your squad? Keep dreaming," another member retorted disdainfully. As the argument escalated, the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Zhao Xingguo walked over, looking displeased at the others. "Poaching right in front of me. Aren't you going too far?" he said, revealing a menacing grin and drawing the long knife from his waist. Everyone exchanged glances, awkward smiles appearing on their faces. "Old Zhao, we respect the kids' choices too. If they don't like your squad's environment, it's good to have options." Zhao Xingguo chuckled coldly and retorted, "Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian are my students. The minister entrusted them to me long ago. There's no way you're taking them away." With that, he nudged Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian, signaling them to follow him. "Brother Jiu, Sister Bai Yin, you should head back first." Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin had no objections, and Fang Yuan, staying close to Jiang Yin, could handle things and summon them with a seal if needed. It was indeed a good time to return for now. Zhao Xingguo quickly led Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian to his squad's living area. They received a warm welcome from Su Qing, Madman, and De Zhuang. Once Zhao Xingguo sat down, he solemnly addressed them. "You are now my reserve team members. Do you have any opinions about the salary?" "Reserve team members?" Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Su Yinglian inquired. Old Zhao, aren't we supposed to go through another assessment to become official members of the monster hunting team? Zhao Xinghua waved his hand dismissively. Our city of Rome isn't that big. There aren't so many rules. Once you graduate successfully from the training camp, you can directly become reserve members here in Rome. At this moment, Jiang Yan finally realized something. The team members, and the captain blocking them at the elevator earlier, were hoping to recruit them as reserve members. Zhao Xinghua chuckled and said, you just figured it out? Su Yinglian can both attack and control, and Jiang Xiaoyan, your support abilities are quite strong, with some self-protection skills too. In our Rongqing branch, you two are quite the valuable assets. As he spoke, Zhao Xinghua placed 2 documents on the table and pushed them towards Jiang Yan and Su Yinglian. Jiang Yan picked up the documents, squinting slightly, and joked, Old Zhao, you can't exploit us just because we're your students. Zhao Xinghua's mouth twitched as he retorted, what do you take me for? I wouldn't do such a thing. You guys coming out of the training camp are already at a genius level. If I don't treat you well, other teams won't show mercy. Jiang Yan smiled and said, of course, we trust you, Old Zhao. But what about this distribution according to work? Zhao Xinghua explained, this distribution according to work includes output, healing, and defense. If you play a decisive role in a battle, even if you don't want a reward, it's fine. Jiang Yan continued to ask, I also see in the benefits that we have the qualification to participate in hunting second-tier demons. Is the reward substantial? Zhao Xinghua replied, first-tier demons can produce up to 20-odd crystal cores, while second-tier demons can yield over 100. High rewards also mean high risks. If you don't want to participate, we won't force you. Jiang Yan nodded. Great, I have no issues. He picked up the pen on the table and signed his name with flair. Seeing Jiang Yan sign, Su Yinglian quickly signed her name as well. Zhao Xinghua cheerfully collected the documents, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about other teams trying to poach them. All right, I'll help register your information. You've had a long journey today, so you can go rest and officially start tomorrow. Great, we'll be heading off then, Old Zhao, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, Old Zhao, since we graduated from the training camp, don't you owe us something? Zhao Xinghua rolled his eyes with feigned annoyance. Do I owe you a big slap or a good thrashing? I've given you all the benefits I can. Don't even think about getting crystal cores from me. I'm broke as it is. Jiang Yan chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. If there's nothing, then never mind. Bye. With that, he quickly pulled Su Yinglian away, fearing he might provoke Zhao Xinghua and face his wrath. They stood at the entrance of a large supermarket, and soon the Su family's car arrived. Having not seen her family for 2 months, Su Yinglian wanted to reunite with her parents, so after dropping Jiang Yan off, she returned to the Su family. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, returned to the small shop, only to find a chaotic scene. Bai Yan had already opened a whole case of beer and somehow gotten a pile of barbecue as snacks, leaving the shop in a mess. Jiang Yan felt a wave of helplessness as he faced Zhang Lianjiu, whose eyes betrayed a murderous intent that clearly reflected his inner turmoil. Jiang Yan forced a smile, having long been accustomed to such an atmosphere. He took out 2 cards, a black card and a membership card for the Sacred Flame, Meow Meow cult. Unsure of the purpose of the cult's card, he sat down to check the balance on the black card. 50 million. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock as he silently marveled at the Jiang family's wealth. He quickly took a screenshot and sent the astonishing figure to his friend Jiang Yu. Although he wasn't part of the Jiang family, he had added Jiang Yu as a friend for easy contact. Jiang Yan, 50 million might seem like a lot to you, but to the Jiang family, it's insignificant. The truly valuable things can't be measured in numbers, Jiang Yu replied swiftly. Reading this message, Jiang Yan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling the Jiang family's grandeur even through the screen. Truly worthy of a prestigious family. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yan, would you like to have an older brother? Jiang Yu's question made Jiang Yan ponder for a moment before replying. Isn't that you, bro? Jiang Yu sent a surprised emoji and then asked, I heard you're an orphan. Would you like to find your parents and family? Our Jiang family can help. Jiang Yan paused to think, then typed back. No need. Bro, I'm living well now. I seem to have been abandoned, and even if I knew where my family was, I wouldn't want to disturb their lives. Jiang Yan had long come to terms with the issue of his biological parents. He wasn't dissatisfied with his current life. His adoptive father had showered him with affection, and despite the lack of blood ties, Jiang Yan still considered him his father. However, Jiang Yan was unaware that his message had stirred up a storm within the Jiang family. At that moment, all the cats, big and small, in the Jiang family were watching the chat log projected onto a large screen by Jiang Yu, their eyes filled with a dangerous glint. Explain yourself, little brother. When did you have a child with another woman and leave him out there? Jiang Kaifeng fumed, clenching her fists. Yang had just returned home due to another national pillar taking his place today. The Jiang family had gathered not for a cozy family reunion, but for a tribunal against Yang. Jiang Kaifeng quickly compared Jiang Yan's hair with Yang's DNA, and the results showed that Jiang Yin was indeed a child of the Jiang family. So here's the question. Why is a child of our Jiang family out there? You had an affair, another direct member of the Jiang family angrily demanded of Yang. Yang was on the verge of tears. I didn't. When Yaya was pregnant with little Jiang Yu, I was by her side the whole time, guarding her. I had no chance to mess around, let alone have a child the same age as little Jiang Yu. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still won't admit it. This paternity test shows you're the father of that child. You irresponsible fool. The Jiang family patriarch, waving his cane, charged at Yang. Yang hastily tried to explain. Dad, let me explain. He widened his eyes, trying to dodge the patriarch's attacks, but though the patriarch was not slow, he couldn't catch him. Go explain to your deceased mother. With the patriarch's angry shout, the villa where the Jiang family resided was instantly torn apart. Jiang Yu, in a corner, crouched down with a complex expression, burying his head in his knees, wanting to be alone. The Jiang family members, hearing their little ancestor speak, glared at Yang with furious eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, old Master Jiang struck his eldest son hard with his cane, breaking it with the force of the blow. Ying clutched his back in pain, letting out a piercing scream. Despite his success, old Master Jiang felt no satisfaction. Instead, he sat down beside Jiang Yu with a heart full of compassion and gently asked, My dear grandson, that child should be your brother. Are you willing to accept him? A loving expression spread across his face as he reached out his withered hand to gently stroke the little one's head. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. A few months ago, if he had heard his father had another child, he would have felt disgust and resentment. But now, a thought crossed his mind. If this brother was Jiang Yan, then perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. I have no problem with it, he finally replied. Relief washed over the faces of the Jiang family members. There was no way they would let the Jiang bloodline drift away, but if Jiang Yu refused to accept the child, things would become complicated. Seeing Jiang Yu's understanding, the Jiang family members drew their weapons and glared menacingly at Ying. In a panic, Ying shouted, Second brother, big sister, don't push me. Do you believe I'll strike you? Old Master Jiang's forehead veins bulged as he stormed towards Ying, taking a spiked club from a younger family member. This is clearly your fault. Everyone, beat this scoundrel who had an affair outside to death, he commanded. With that, the Jiang family members began to mercilessly attack Ying with their weapons. Son, save me. I swear I never wronged your mother. Ying cried out in terror, but his plea was quickly silenced by a blow to the head from the spiked club. Jiang Yu made no move to intervene. Although his father was somewhat eccentric, his strength was undeniable. Jiang Yu understood that the Jiang family's attacks had no real effect on Ying. Being too lenient with family might just be this man's greatest flaw. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was puzzled as to why Jiang Yu suddenly stopped responding to his messages. He didn't dwell on it too much, as Jiang Yu's message soon interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yu didn't linger on family topics for long, and instead began teaching Jiang Yin how to log onto the Sacred Fire Meow Meow cult's website. Jiang Yin initially thought he needed a computer, but Jiang Yu assured him it wasn't necessary. After some explanation, Jiang Yin realized the small card in his hand was part of a spiritual artifact. By injecting spiritual energy into it, he could access the Sacred Fire Meow Meow cult's website. Throughout the Xia Kingdom, this was the only way to enter the cult's extraordinary site. Jiang Yin quickly injected spiritual energy, and a pale yellow screen appeared before him, startling him. The screen displayed a prompt, Please enter your name, with a bracket below, clearly indicating that he needed to choose a username. Is it really this high-tech? Jiang Yin wondered, completely surprised by the advanced technology. At this moment, Fang Yuan also flew to the screen, observing everything with curiosity. Bai Yin, who was drinking, and Zhang Lianjiao, who was about to clean, both gathered around, intrigued by the new light screen. Jiang Yin quickly typed in a name. Cat needs to grow taller. After clicking confirm, the screen burst into a bright light, as if taking a picture of Jiang Yin, and then began verifying his pupils and appearance. The page changed again, becoming a series of cute pages adorned with cat paw prints. Jiang Yin started browsing the page, messaging Jiang Yu whenever he encountered something he didn't understand. According to Jiang Yu, the Sacred Flame, Meow Meow cult, extraordinary page recorded various news from the entire Xia nation. Some information required contribution points, essentially money, to unlock. Jiang Yin felt inadequate, as some sections were completely inaccessible to him. Currently available were a trading page for exchanging items, more detailed demon information than the demon hunting team had, and a task page where locations could be set. All this was expected by Jiang Yin, as the Jiang family was behind the Sacred Flame, Meow Meow cult. The Jiang family was one of the clans fighting against demons, and if they hadn't had some skills over generations, how could they have continued to this day? Looking at the array of goods on the trading page, Jiang Yin realized the vastness of the Jiang family. Bai Yin immediately said, Jiang Xiaoyan, look, this gem's material is pretty good, perfect for making spiritual tools. Jiang Yin asked in surprise. Can you make spiritual tools? Bai Yin shrugged. I understand the concept, but making them is still a bit difficult, mainly due to insufficient spiritual power. But we can stock up on these things first. Jiang Yin glanced at the gem's price, marked 1,000, thinking to himself that it wasn't too expensive and considered buying one as a gift for Sister Bai Yin. Having just received 50 million in funds, Jiang Yin didn't mind spending a mere 1,000. Just then, Zhang Lianjiu coughed and pointed to a line of small text below. Jiang Yin squinted and read it out loud. This page uses crystal cores as currency. Please, little kittens, do not make mistakes, or the delivery staff will charge you for lost time. Jiang Yin exclaimed, wow, 1,000 crystal cores. Realizing the page used crystal cores as currency, he angrily said, Sister Bai Yin, 1,000 crystal cores is enough for me to break through to the second tier. I'm not buying this. Seeing Bai Yan's reluctant expression, Jiang Yin furiously closed the shopping page. He had thought that with 50 million, he could become wealthy, but in the end, he was still broke. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, that's normal. With the world's current changes, crystal cores will gradually replace traditional currency. Simply put, the 50 million you have will become less valuable over time, so it's better to spend it early on resources. Jiang Yin nodded, gradually understanding Jiang Yu's point that 50 million might not mean much to those big families. Fang Yuan continued, you could get a bigger house tomorrow and ask the demon hunting team to help handle it. Honestly, once you reach the second tier and contract another apostle, this place will be too small. Bai Yin also complained, yeah, I'm a woman after all. How can I keep sleeping on the couch? I want my own room too. Zhang Lianjiu mercilessly said, if you had a room, wouldn't you just turn it into a trash heap? Do you think I'm a cockroach? Bai Yin immediately started cursing at his words. Jiang Yin glanced left and right, feeling a headache coming on. These two were at it again. Having spent some time with them, Jiang Yin wisely moved to the side to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Sure enough, Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu were arguing over a minor disagreement, turning the small shop into chaos. After getting hit by a jar thrown by one of them, Jiang Yin realized his home was indeed too small. Plus, more members would be joining in the future. With this thought, he knew it was time to consider buying a bigger house. When it came to buying a house, Jiang Yin had an idea. There were many empty villas near the Su family residence. If he could buy one of these large houses, Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin would have their own space, hopefully reducing conflicts between them. So he immediately reached out to his contacts, hoping to ask Su Yinglian to check if there were any villas available near the Su family. He found out that Su's father had already bought all the empty villas nearby for peace and quiet. Since the Su family became prosperous, many wealthy people in Rongqing had been trying to get close to them, so Su's father bought the entire villa area to keep others from living too close. However, since Jiang Yin wanted to buy a house, the Su family offered to give him one of the villas, as they were not occupied anyway. Jiang Yin, of course, refused, stating clearly that he would purchase the villa himself. Su's father and mother had no objections, understanding that Jiang Yin would become a remarkable person in the future, and investing in him might help their son someday. After arranging a time to view the house with them, Jiang Yin did not bother them further. Seeing Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu still competing in strength, Jiang Yin quickly stopped them, saying, Brother Jiu, Sister Bai Yin, stop arguing. In a couple of days, we'll go look at houses. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's decision, Bai Yin and Zhang Lianjiu ceased their quarrel and went about their own business. Jiang Yin didn't bother checking the Shenghua Miao Miao cult page again, knowing he couldn't exchange anything there, and looking would only make him sadder. By then, it was nearing 7 p.m., and after enjoying a hearty dinner, everyone went to rest. The next morning, Jiang Yin soon found himself in the Su family's car, heading to the Demon Hunting Squad's branch with Su Yinglian. Today, they were joining Zhao Xinghua's team as reserve members. Su Qing welcomed the newcomers with a smile, not underestimating Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian despite their young age. After all, those who graduated from the training camp were all geniuses. Su Qing had worked hard to reach the first rank, yet these two youngsters were on par with her. Being from Rongqing, she had the chance to be in the same team with these two. Sister Su Qing, where did old Zhao go? Jiang Yin asked. Jiang Yin asked, noticing that Su Qing was alone while the others were nowhere to be found. Su Qing smiled and replied, the captain went out to find a mission. Today, we're taking you to hunt demons. Su Yinglian asked curiously, shouldn't there be many such missions? I heard people talking about demons appearing in Rong City today. Su Qing explained, some of that information is false, meant to spread rumors about the city's safety. Real missions are rare, and now things are different with the increased number of ability users. It's a case of many wolves and little meat. Su Yinglian realized. I see, Xiaoyan. It seems the work of this reserve team is lighter than I thought. Jiang Yan countered. Old Zhao is now at the second tier. He doesn't just take first-tier demon missions. Sometimes he takes second-tier ones too. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Before Su Yinglian could speak further, Zhao Xinghua appeared before them, smiling. You two came just in time. There's a mission. Soon, Jiang Yin was back in the familiar vehicle, quickly heading to the mission site. This time, the action team included not only Zhao Xingguo's squad, but also many zero-tier demon hunting team members in uniforms. Jiang Yin asked, "Old Zhao, why are there so many zero-tier members on this mission?" Zhao Xingguo replied, "We're dealing with a rather special demon, a humanoid one. We call it a scale demon. Scale demons reproduce extremely fast, and once it appeared, it took over an entire rental house, preying on all the humans inside, and giving birth to many offspring. These members are here to handle those offspring." Jiang Yin remarked, "We didn't really need to bring them along, did we?" Zhao Xingguo said, "True, but that scale demon is close to a second-tier demon. We can't waste our strength fighting it and its offspring. To prevent the scale demon from escaping, our people have surrounded the entire rental house. Exterminating demons isn't just about rushing in with a sword. You have to consider whether your actions will completely eradicate the demon, leaving no hidden dangers." Jiang Yin nodded, understanding that demons are intelligent creatures. A failed hunt could make them even more terrifying, potentially endangering even the demon hunting team members. Quickly, Zhao Xingguo gathered his 5-person squad, ready to enter the rental house. The other zero-tier demon hunting team members also drew their swords, preparing for battle. Without any special tactics, De Zhuang blasted open the rental house door, and Su Qing charged in with her sword. Inside, a large number of peculiar creatures surged out. From a distance, they each bore shells on their backs, resembling mollusks, not particularly strong, at most late zero-tier. Zhao Xingguo shouted, "Charge in together." The madman and De Zhuang nodded, raising their swords ready for combat, not planning to use their abilities on these small fry. At this moment, Su Yinglian slowly raised his hand, several ice spikes materializing before him, aimed at the scale demon offspring. Under Zhao Xingguo's shocked gaze, Su Yinglian controlled the ice spikes to grow rapidly, like sharp spears, mercilessly impaling the scale demon offspring and pinning them to the wall, freezing them. The demon hunting team members were all astounded, unable to believe the terrifying output from Su Yinglian. However, Jiang Yin was already used to it. Some members of the demon hunting team looked at their hands. Like Su Yinglian, they were also ice ability users. Although their strength was only at the 0 level, seeing this young boy, Su Yinglian, perform such a powerful skill filled them with beautiful fantasies about their future at level 1. Zhao Xingguo was shocked at how Su Yinglian could control ice spikes so skillfully. While there were ice ability users in the demon hunting team, none were as extraordinary as Su Yinglian. Jiang Yin understood the reason. Su Yinglian's ice control was personally taught by Bai Yin, fundamentally different from ordinary ice ability users. Bai Yin once said that as long as the skill development is high enough, even a single skill can be used in a myriad of ways. "Old Zhao, can we go in now?" Su Yinglian pointed at the ice pillars he had shot out. Following his command, all the ice pillars melted instantly, leaving only water and the corpses of the scaled demon offspring. Zhao Xingguo twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "Of course, we have to go in." Then, the 6-member team entered the corridor together. Any mindless demons daring to charge at them were pierced by ice pillars before getting close, their soft bodies frozen into blocks of ice, dead beyond any doubt. To Su Yinglian, it seemed like the simplest task. Zhao Xingguo silently labeled him as abnormal in his mind. Jiang Yin noticed that whenever Su Yinglian used his skills, his breathing rhythm would slightly change. When Su Yinglian sensed Jiang Yan's gaze, he innocently asked, "What's up, Xiaoyan?" Jiang Yin asked back, "I just feel like your breathing rhythm changes a bit, doesn't it?" Su Yinglian scratched his head and replied, "I guess so. I'm just imitating Sister Bai Yin. It seems like it makes it easier to perform skills." Jiang Yin felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking that Sister Bai Yin didn't like him anymore since she didn't teach him this technique. At this moment, Fang Yuan's voice echoed in his mind, helplessly saying, "Isn't it possible that even Bai Yin herself didn't realize this? Normal people don't go around teaching others how to breathe. If someone did, how sick would they have to be?" Jiang Yin twitched his mouth. The remark made too much sense to argue against. With Su Yinglian's powerful output, the team of 6 pushed through to the 7th floor, leaving behind a trail of scaled demon offspring corpses. Zhao Xingguo and the other 4 seasoned ability users hadn't even taken action yet, feeling like they were just coasting along this time. They were filled with emotion, realizing that kids who graduated smoothly from this year's training camp were entirely different from their ordinary selves. Jiang Yin noticed several bloodstains on the ground, resembling traces left by something dragging a human body. Zhao Xingguo realized they couldn't just stand by anymore. They needed to show some of their senior ability user skills. He analyzed, the scaled demon should be on this floor. These bloodstains are likely from the scaled demon offspring collecting the original residents of this building for it. Jiang Yin nodded understandingly, and then asked, "So can we find the scaled demon by following these bloodstains?" "It's more or less like that, but we still need to be cautious. After all, we can't predict what demons are thinking." Zhao Xingguo drew his sword, ready to act at any moment. Their team, composed of seasoned fighters, couldn't let the spotlight be stolen entirely by two kids. Jiang Yin put down the backpack he had been carrying, piquing the curiosity of Zhao Xinghua and the others about its contents, as it seemed quite heavy. With a blank expression, Jiang Yin pulled out a meteor hammer from the bag, gripping the chain with one hand and the spiked ball with the other, ready to take down the scaled demon in an instant. The plan was to strike immediately when the enemy appeared. Hold on a second. Zhao Xinghua suddenly grabbed Jiang Yin's shoulder, shouting angrily. Jiang Yin, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, old Zhao?" The sight of him holding such a massive meteor hammer, combined with his harmless appearance, was a jarring visual, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. The meteor hammer didn't seem like a weapon Jiang Yin should be wielding. As an experienced fighter, Zhao Xinghua felt compelled to offer some advice. Using a meteor hammer in a narrow corridor is limited and could injure your teammates. Do you have any other weapons? Jiang Yin thought that using his spirit gun might demolish the entire building, so he quickly dismissed that option. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bunch of items he didn't even remember having, like a kitchen knife, bricks, a burlap sack, and even ropes. Su Yinglian, Zhao Xinghua, and the others were baffled. Why did you bring these things? We're here to kill demons, not commit crimes. Your appearance doesn't suggest you're up to no good. Noticing their bewildered looks, Jiang Yin hurriedly explained, "These things aren't mine. I don't know who put them in there." The others nodded skeptically. "Oh sure, someone else who doesn't exist put them in there." Jiang Yin felt their gazes growing even stranger and internally shouted, "Fang Yuan, come out and explain why these things are in my backpack." Fang Yuan quietly replied, "I thought you might need smaller weapons. With a meteor hammer, people know to run, but with a brick, you could slow them down first, then follow them to a dark place and aim for the back of their head." Jiang Yin shouted back, "Stop that. Do you think with my height I can accurately hit someone on the back of the head with a brick?" Fang Yuan fell silent, eventually muttering, "Misjudged that one." Jiang Yin felt somewhat offended. Now wasn't the time to deal with Fang Yuan. He grabbed the brick and stormed off toward the direction of the blood trail. The blood trail soon led to a room. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin kicked the door open and entered alone. There was no scale demon inside, only large bloodstains and a little girl crying in the corner, repeatedly calling for her mother, looking incredibly pitiful. Zhao Xinghua and the others entered as well, surveying the room. Zhao Xinghua said in a low voice, "Did the scale demon escape?" Su Qing noted, "Captain, there's a survivor." De Zhuang, seeing the little girl's state, felt some compassion. "We should have someone take her away. It's too dangerous here." At this moment, Jiang Yin, with a dark expression, slowly raised the brick in his hand and hurled it fiercely in the direction of the little girl. Jiang Yan's actions immediately put Su Yinglian and the others on high alert. The brick landed solidly on the little girl's head but failed to knock her out. Instead, the brick shattered. A stream of emerald green blood slowly trickled down from her head, and suddenly, those eerie eyes lit up. The human skin draped over her body shattered instantly, revealing a creature akin to an adult, covered in a layer of pale green scales. It was the scaly demon that Zhao Xinghua and the others had mentioned. It had worn human skin to lower human defenses and then launch a ruthless attack. "Mama, mama." The scaly demon's mouth twisted into a grin as it mimicked a little girl's voice, repeating the word "mama" without understanding its meaning. Such a cunning demon. Before Zhao Xinghua could swing his sword, the scaly demon lunged towards the nearest person, Su Yinglian. Su Yinglian quickly formed an ice shield to fend off the attack, but he underestimated the demon's speed. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the shield, its sharp claws closing in. Just then, a protective shield appeared around Su Yinglian, blocking the demon's attack from all directions. Jiang Yin urgently shouted to Zhao Xinghua, "Old Zhao, get out of this room quickly." Understanding Jiang Yan's intention, Zhao Xinghua and the other three swiftly withdrew from the room. With his teammates gone, Su Yinglian used ice shackles to immobilize the scaly demon and unleashed a powerful attack up close. A hint of fear flickered in the demon's eyes, but it was too late. Its fate was sealed. With a resounding boom, a torrent of cold air and frost erupted, and even through the wall, Zhao Xinghua and the others felt the temperature drop by 20 degrees. The relentless onslaught lasted a full 3 minutes, until the scaly demon's life force completely vanished. Peering inside, Zhao Xinghua saw numerous ice spikes protruding from the walls, piercing the demon's body, with its grotesque head pinned to the wall. At that moment, Jiang Yin was using a flail to smash the demon's frozen body, extracting crystal cores from within. What a worthless creature. Only 10 crystal cores at the late first stage. Jiang Yin fumed, swinging the flail to crush the demon's head. Zhao Xinghua twitched at the mouth, thinking 10 crystal cores was quite a lot. Jiang Yin, slightly disappointed, pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. He and Su Yinglian, along with 4 spectators, had fought through dozens of demons to kill the scaly demon, only to gain so little. It seemed not all demons were as formidable as those they had encountered in the mountains. Recently in the mountains, the demons that Jiang Yu had effortlessly defeated had at least yielded a dozen crystal cores. Feng Yuan sneered. Jiang Xiaoyan, do you think all demons are as valuable as the ones you encountered in the mountains? Those demons were handpicked by others. Even at 0 level, they are incredibly tough. You were only safe because Jiang Yu intervened and dealt with it instantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yin felt a little frustrated, thinking that his efforts were not proportional to the rewards. Feng Yuan casually remarked, if you think it's too little, why not take care of the demon hiding next door as well? That would increase your earnings, wouldn't it? Jiang Yin was stunned, silently asking himself, are you saying there's a demon in the next room? Just earlier, Feng Yuan had alerted him that the little girl was a demon, prompting him to act decisively. Otherwise, no one would have realized her true identity, and they might have been fatally ambushed. Feng Yuan continued, yes, that little thing is good at hiding, able to evade the perception of second-level ability users. But my mental probing is far superior. There's no way it could deceive me, huh? Jiang Yin immediately rushed out of the room, ran down the hallway, and kicked open the door to the next room, internally screaming, why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Yuan retorted, you didn't ask. Jiang Yin entered the next room and found the half-eaten corpse of a child. His face turned grim, realizing they had missed a demon that had evaded their detection. Witnessing the child's tragic state, Jiang Yin was filled with rage. It must have been feasting on humans just moments ago, and now it had slipped away, mocking them with its audacity unforgivable. Furious, Jiang Yin exited the room, and the others gathered around, their expressions darkening at the sight of the half-eaten corpse. Zhao Xingguo pulled out a detector, which showed no demons in the vicinity. In frustration, he smashed the detector on the ground, stomping it to pieces. Useless system, he cursed. Captain, we need to find whatever was in this room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, dragging a meteor hammer, quietly made his way to the rooftop while the others were distracted. Perhaps due to his youthful appearance, he was easily overlooked. As he surveyed the surroundings from the balcony, a small yellow creature suddenly leapt out of a large water tank. But before it could get close, Jiang Yin swung his meteor hammer and sent it flying. Only then did Jiang Yin get a good look at the creature. It was a small, not fully developed scale demon with an unsettling yellowish skin. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin infused his meteor hammer and its chain with spiritual energy and decisively attacked. The scale demon let out a weak cry, help me. Yet Jiang Yin mercilessly smashed its head with the hammer, wrapping the chain around its body, and began beating it relentlessly, determined to turn it into pulp. Feng Yuan had mentioned earlier that the sounds it made were actually from the human vocal cords it had consumed. Seething with murderous intent, Jiang Yin swung the meteor hammer with enough force to shatter it to pieces. Even then, he pulled out a spiritual weapon pistol and fired 2 shots at the scale demon. Boom! The demon's head and body were blown open, piercing through the floors below, ensuring it was dead beyond any doubt. At the sound of the commotion, Zhao Xingguo and the others quickly arrived at the scene, only to be shocked by what they saw. Jiang Yin, with an impassive expression, was wielding a meteor hammer, completely pulverizing a demon into a pulp. With a serious look on his face, Zhao Xingguo asked with concern, Jiang Xiaoyan, are you hurt? Jiang Yin turned to them, and then gave a familiar smile. I'm fine. The last demon has been dealt with. Zhao Xingguo moved closer to inspect and confirmed that it was indeed the flesh and blood of a scale demon, with even 10 crystal cores soaking in it. He looked around, making sure there were no other disturbances, and then said, this building will be sealed off for a while longer. Others will come to handle it. Let's head back. Without a word, they got into the car, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was internally conversing with Feng Yuan, reflecting, human life is cheap. Feng Yuan deliberately responded. In fact, human life has always been cheap in every era. It's the rules you set that inflated its value. The emergence of demons signals the collapse of those rules, and the value of life should return to its essence. Jiang Yin pondered, knowing he couldn't save everyone. But if only he were a bit stronger, maybe. Feng Yuan casually remarked, you're still a kid, too naive. There will always be someone unfortunate in this world. We can't save everyone. Jiang Yin understood. I know, but seeing so much blood and half-eaten bodies, it's hard to stay calm. Feng Yuan replied indifferently. Of course, just a few months ago you were an ordinary person, a delicate flower in a greenhouse. To be honest, compared to a few months ago, you've become much braver. Though there's still room for improvement, you must keep pushing forward. Yeah. Jiang Yin nodded, determined to survive in this world, ready to retaliate mercilessly against anyone who dared to interfere. Soon after, they returned to the Rongqing branch of the demon hunting squad. Zhao Xingguo smiled. Today's mission went well. We didn't even have to exert ourselves. You and Su Yinglian can split the crystal cores. Jiang Yin nodded, thinking that old Zhao wasn't a bad person. He then handed the 10 crystal cores to Su Yinglian. Zhao Xingguo gave a wry smile. I didn't expect you 2 kids to have reached such a level. handling most first-tier demons with ease. Su Yinglian, somewhat puzzled, said, but in the training camp, we couldn't defeat the demons on our own. That butterfly demon and the huge green python demon were incredibly strong. If Jiang Yu, a second tier, hadn't been there, we'd have been done for. Zhao Xinguo replied calmly. Did you think the training camp would only prepare you for zero-tier ordinary demons? Those are carefully selected from the entire province, and even a zero-tier demon can take down a first-tier ability user if they're too careless. Jiang Yin asked, Mr. Zhao, what are the different levels of strength among demons? Zhao Xinghua, looking displeased, clenched his fist and responded coldly. Stop calling me old Zhao. Address me as teacher. Jiang Yin quickly corrected himself. Teacher, could you explain? Yesterday, he had browsed through the information on demons on the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect's website. Besides detailed descriptions, he found that demons of the same level had different danger ratings. Unfortunately, the information only briefly mentioned this without specific classifications. Zhao Xinguo rolled his eyes and began to explain. Indeed, the strength of demons varies greatly. It's like in a game. Even if they're both first-tier demons, there are regular monsters, elite monsters, and big bosses. Most of the demons you dealt with today were regular monsters, but the one you defeated was more like an elite monster. Jiang Yin was puzzled and asked, what do you mean by that? When he fought the yellow-scaled demon, he felt it posed no threat and was easily defeated. Zhao Xinguo explained, the yellow skin was a result of mutation. The reason you could defeat it with brute force was simply that it was still in its juvenile stage. A juvenile demon can yield the same number of crystal cores as an adult-scaled demon, which says a lot. Jiang Yin nodded, realizing these insights were based on experience and not detailed in any documentation. Suddenly, Zhao Xingguo's face showed anger, and he glared at Jiang Yin. Your actions today were too reckless. How dare you, a support class, challenge a demon heathen? Jiang Yin didn't dare to argue, knowing he had indeed been impulsive. As a support class, his combat abilities were weak, and facing a demon alone was risky. However, he wasn't acting thoughtlessly. His actions were carefully considered and influenced by Fang Yuan's advice. Yet, seeing human corpses had unsettled him, indirectly leading to his rash behavior against the demon. Zhao Xinghua, as an experienced ability user, had seen many cases of people dying from carelessness and didn't want his student to make the same mistakes. If there's a problem, speak up. No matter how it manifests, this teaching method is one reason I'm a teacher in the school's ability department, Zhao Xinghua said, then brought up Su Yinglian's issue. Using skills so frequently to kill demons, what if you run out of spiritual power? Even though Jiang Xiaoyan can restore your spiritual power, she can't always be by your side. So, you must develop the habit of conserving spiritual power. Most importantly, always be cautious when facing demons. Su Qing, standing nearby, interjected with a smile. All right, Captain, stop lecturing the kids. When we were their age, we weren't this skilled. The others, Fengzi and Dazhuang, also chimed in, pleading with Zhao Xinghua to relent. Zhao Xinghua sighed. I'm just analyzing the issues. Everyone has their weaknesses, and the purpose of a team is to complement each other and increase survival chances. You two are so strong that I'm considering taking on second-tier demon tasks. Hearing Zhao Xinghua's words, Jiang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He still vividly remembers how troublesome that second-tier centipede demon was. Even though it was already at the late second tier, dealing with an early second-tier demon is no simple task either. Captain, are you joking again? Su Qing rolled her eyes, finding Zhao Xinghua's joke not funny at all. Zhao Xinghua did not argue, as he knew that with their current setup, facing a second-tier demon would indeed be challenging. Moreover, any mistake could significantly increase the risk of casualties. They should stick to dealing with first-tier demons for now. Just then, Zhao Xinghua suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian. By the way, I've signed you two up to continue your studies, he said. Su Yinglian smiled and replied, really, old Zhao? We already have abilities. Why do we need to go to school? Zhao Xinghua immediately flicked his forehead and said through gritted teeth, I just mentioned it, Jiang Xiaoyan, and here you go again. Call me teacher. Don't think that having powers means you can ignore your education. I've enrolled you in a high school that only accepts ability users. Jiang Yin asked, so what benefits does this high school for ability users offer? Zhao Xinghua explained, as long as you meet the strength requirements, you can directly advance to the corresponding academy. I don't know much about the founder of this academy, but in the ability user community, he's quite a remarkable figure. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian didn't quite grasp the significance of this, not understanding its usefulness. Su Qing laughed and said, you two don't understand now, but the captain is thinking about your future. You'll understand eventually. De Zhuang agreed. Yes, arrangements like yours are enviable. The madman added, you don't need to understand now, and we can't really explain the benefits, but just know this isn't a bad thing. Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian nodded repeatedly, appearing as if they understood, but having only been in the extraordinary world for a few months, many things were still hard to comprehend. Zhao Xingwu didn't plan to explain in detail because once everything was clear, the benefits for the kids would decrease. Finally, Zhao Xingwu gave Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian some privileges, allowing them to move freely, only needing to join the demon hunting team when participating in missions. Regarding the task selection, Zhao Xingwu took out his phone and pointed to an app, saying, "You can download an app called Demon Slayer, log in with your ID and name, and you'll see various tasks. This is our demon hunting team's internal task system, making it easier for ability users to find demons they can handle. As prep team members, you can't take tasks directly, but you can discuss with us, and we'll handle the task acceptance." After hearing all this, Jiang Yin roughly understood the specific benefits. Old Zhao had secured many advantages for them. In the training camp, he had heard from other trainees that some demon hunting team members didn't trust prep team members, leaving them with only miscellaneous tasks to do each day. Their treatment can't even compare. Zhao Xingwu proactively offered that as long as Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian are willing to take on assignments, there would be a guaranteed base and commission. Whether Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian are slackers or key players, they would earn some crystal cores. However, being a slacker was out of the question. Even Jiang Yin, who played a support role, had fallen in love with the thrill of battling demons after today's experience. The feeling was just too exhilarating. After everything was settled, Jiang Yin and Su Yinglian left the demon hunting squad branch. Su Yinglian smiled and said, "Xiao Yan, my parents said the house has been cleaned up, and you can come take a look anytime." Jiang Yin nodded in response. "All right, I'll check it out tomorrow." Su Yinglian continued, "Okay, I'll let my parents know when I get back. Xiao Yan, the car is here, do you want to ride?" Jiang Yin shook his head with a smile. "No need, I feel like walking back." Su Yinglian replied, "All right then, I'll head off. Be safe on your way, Xiao Yan." Jiang Yin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that there couldn't possibly be any danger in broad daylight. After Su Yinglian left, Jiang Yin headed home. Along the way, he happened to see a young couple with their child, which reminded him that he hadn't contacted his dad in a while. So, he took out his phone and sent a message. "Dad, have you finished your business? I have so much to tell you lately." The message seemed to disappear into the void, with no response, leaving Jiang Yin feeling a bit down. At that moment, Fang Yuan provocatively remarked, "Still a kid, huh? Always wanting to share every little thing with the adults. That's not how you become a competent master." Jiang Yin retorted angrily. "Who asked you? My point is, instead of sending messages, it's better to focus on improving yourself." Fang Yuan chuckled. "No one can accompany you for a lifetime. In the end, the only person you can rely on is yourself." Jiang Yin continued his internal conversation with Fang Yuan, unaware that far away in a courtyard in Kyoto, an old man was sitting cross-legged like a statue at the gate. This was his father. Inside the gate, a young disciple in a clean practice uniform emerged. He pleaded, "Uncle Master, please don't make it hard for us disciples. You've been sitting here for over a month." The old man ignored the young disciple and spoke slowly. "Senior brother, I know the National Martial Arts Institute has its rules, and I'm not qualified to speak on this. But I still want to ask you to restart the Yushur lineage and accept my child." A sigh accompanied the slow opening of the heavy courtyard door, and a middle-aged man in a tang suit came out. The young disciple bowed respectfully. Brother Mingchan said solemnly, "Chen Yuan, you should understand that the disciples admitted to the National Martial Arts Institute must be approved by the lineage master. The Yushur lineage has declined and no longer has a lineage master. You want that child to join the Yushur lineage and receive the institute's protection, but that's not possible." The old man replied firmly. "That child has summoned a heroic spirit. He has the talent and is qualified to lead this lineage." Mingchan sighed. "You refuse to become the lineage master of the formation path, and I thought you had come to terms with it. But now it seems you're here to ask us to interfere in the Yushur lineage matters. Let's not discuss this further. If you become the lineage master of the formation path and bring that child into it, no one would object." The old man said resolutely, "The formation path is already gone. If I can accept that, why can't you?" Mingchan said sternly, "Chen Yuan, we cannot let these traditions die out." After the cicadas let out a final sigh, an old voice echoed through the courtyard, slowly saying, "We can't make decisions for the Yushur lineage, but we can give the chosen one a chance." The old man slowly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Are you willing to speak?" The old voice came again. "If that child truly is as you say, then in these times, he indeed has the potential to become the head of the Yushur lineage. Our academy has no reason to deny such a child an opportunity, giving Yushur lineage a chance." The old man bowed deeply, his voice heavy with gratitude. "Thank you for your support." Mingchan looked at the courtyard and slowly asked, "Chen Yuan, can you promise me one thing? Consider it an exchange." The old man looked up and softly said, "Senior brother, do you want me to become the head of the array lineage?" Mingchan replied seriously, "Yes, it's a transaction. Don't say we're unfeeling, but rules are rules, you understand that, right?" The old man's face showed pain and struggle. clearly indicating that the position of lineage head held significant meaning for him, making him feel like he'd rather not live. Despite knowing this, Mingchan still imposed such a harsh condition, trying to force the old man to become the head of the array lineage. He knew well that his junior brother was soft-hearted, especially towards those close to him. Senior brother, Mingchan solemnly said, if you're unwilling, I'll pretend you never came. Shen Yuan, it's not me forcing you, but this land beneath our feet needs a new head for the array lineage. The old man slowly closed his eyes, falling into contemplation, and finally let out a sigh. Jiang Yin returned home, and after dinner, held Fang Yuan in his arms as they both looked at the monster hunting team's task list on their phone. Fang Yuan, where do you think we can take on these tasks? Jiang Yin, due to his young age, found it hard to fully grasp the details of the messages, even though he could read every word. His limited combat experience made it difficult to analyze the details and summarize the specific characteristics of the enemies. Fang Yuan stared intently at the task details, his eyes following the text on the screen. Actually, there's no need for you to take them. We can just go and kill the monsters directly. We're after the crystal cores. The task reward isn't important. Jiang Yan's eyes widened at this. You say a few 100,000 or even millions isn't important. The bounty for hunting monsters is that high because those listed on the task board are fierce. Any that could be handled would have been killed on the spot, and the remaining ones are the ferocious kind. Otherwise, the monster hunting team wouldn't leave such risks. Fang Yuan criticized, you need to think long-term. Money isn't the issue. The urgent need is to collect a large number of crystal cores to help you break through to the second tier. Aren't there still hundreds of cores needed to reach the second tier? Jiang Yin pouted immediately. After several months, he was still hundreds of crystal cores away from the breakthrough he needed. Ordinary first-tier monsters typically only yield a few to a dozen crystal cores. At this rate, when would he ever advance to the second tier? Considering the current situation, Jiang Yin decided to quickly choose a mission that seemed to involve a powerful monster. The mission was located in a small village not far from Rome City, shrouded in thick, white fog. He chose this mission because previous investigators had never returned. Jiang Yin didn't want to take unnecessary risks, thinking he could easily handle the monster. Clearly, this mission was quite tricky. He hoped the opponent's strength wouldn't exceed the first tier, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to deal with. Given the mission's difficulty, Jiang Yin decided to go the following afternoon, skipping school. Meanwhile, over at the Rome City monster hunting team, Zhao Xingguo was likely still fretting over which mission to take. With nothing to do tonight, it was the perfect opportunity to hunt monsters. Jiang Yin quickly selected a few local missions in Rome City, but didn't officially take them. Instead, he went directly to the mission sites. Accompanied by two apostles, Jiang Yan's confidence soared, as if a short person suddenly exuded an imposing presence. Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin followed closely, and with their strength, ordinary monsters were no match, easily defeated in a few moves. By 2:30 a.m., Jiang Yin and his team had completed over a dozen missions, collecting more than 100 crystal cores. Jiang Yin was puzzled. Collecting these cores wasn't difficult, so why had Zhao Xingguo taken so long to break through to the second tier? He hadn't yet realized his own arrogance, but arrogance often leads to consequences. The next day, Jiang Yin woke up, quickly washed, and went to the Su family to buy a house. The villa was elegantly decorated, with amenities like a greenhouse, gym, and swimming pool, finally providing Zhang Lianjiao a place to exercise. Additionally, the villa had a decent-sized library, perfectly meeting Bai Yan's needs. Looking at the cozy rooms, Jiang Yin felt very satisfied. After paying in full, he marveled at his large house, thinking how his small home had finally grown. Ahaha, with a new place, we must celebrate with a drink. Bai Yin cheerfully pulled out a large green bottle, revealing her true nature as a drinker. Zhang Lianjiao shouted angrily. Can't you go a day without drinking? Bai Yin laughed and replied. You don't understand. Alcohol is my spiritual nourishment. Seeing the two about to argue, Jiang Yin quickly intervened. Brother Jiao, don't get upset, Sister Bai Yin. We have tasks this afternoon. Let's wait until tonight to drink. Bai Yin agreed, putting the beer back in the fridge. Jiang Yin was pleased. Although Bai Yin was carefree and a bit messy, she was quite sensible and didn't act recklessly. After packing lightly, Jiang Yin, Zhang Lianjiao, and Bai Yin took a rideshare. The driver was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Yin. It's you again? Jiang Yin then recognized him as the driver who had taken him to the villa area before and remarked, what a coincidence, brother, we meet again. Upon hearing this, the driver couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety and asked, what are you going to do in that village, kid? He was uneasy about Jiang Yan's chosen destination, a remote mountain village, fearing something might go wrong. Moreover, there was a neighboring village that had mysteriously vanished, as if swallowed by something. What made him even more uneasy was that after he last drove Jiang Yan, he didn't get any business for a whole month, attributing it to some kind of retribution for not warning the kid. This time, he was determined not to repeat the mistake and was set on persuading Jiang Yan to abandon his plan to go to the mountain village. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I'm going there for a task." The driver was taken aback and asked, "A task? Are you with the demon hunting team?" Jiang Yan nodded and smiled, "Something like that. I have some business to take care of." At this point, Bai Yin interjected, "We're in a hurry. Could you please speed it up?" The driver felt a sense of impending danger and quickly replied, "No problem. Hold on tight." The car set off swiftly, and as time passed, the scenery outside the window became increasingly desolate. After about an hour, the driver said slowly, "I can't go any further." The road ahead was shrouded in thick, white fog, making it impossible to see where it led. Being an ordinary person, he didn't dare venture into such places. Jiang Yin checked their location and confirmed it was close enough, so he told the driver, "We can get off here." Without hesitation, the driver pulled over and let Jiang Yin and the others out. Shortly after the car drove away, Jiang Yin noticed another vehicle approaching. Two men and a woman got out, and seeing the weapons in their hands, Jiang Yin was taken aback, murmuring, "Are they civilian ability users?" In today's Xia Kingdom, not all ability users were part of official organizations, especially since the era of nationwide awakening had begun. Those who weren't officially affiliated but refrained from causing trouble were known as civilian ability users. After encountering the extraordinary world, they sometimes took on tasks to earn lucrative rewards from the government. Jiang Yin watched them as they sized up his group. Finally, a young man approached and asked with a smile, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Yin replied, "We're here to find something." This wasn't exactly a lie, as he was indeed there to hunt down demons and obtain crystal cores. The young man said, "There are demons ahead. I suggest you leave quickly." He didn't underestimate Jiang Yin based on his seemingly harmless appearance, knowing that anyone in this area at this time was likely an ability user. Although Jiang Yan's control of spiritual power wasn't low, the young man could sense the faint spiritual energy within him, indicating he wasn't weak. The young man observed Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yin, but didn't sense any spiritual energy from them. Seeing that they seemed to defer to Jiang Yan, he concluded that Jiang Yan was a first-tier novice leading two zero-tier newcomers, which prompted his warning. Jiang Yan was about to refuse, but then closed his mouth. At that moment, the woman smiled and said, "Mo Bai, why are you trying to send him away? If this young man dares to come here, he must have some skills and confidence. Little brother, why don't you team up with us? If we encounter danger, we can look out for each other. Isn't that great?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a tightening in his chest. Fang Yuan used telepathy to translate her words, clearly indicating that they wanted to use them as a shield. Jiang Yan realized this but kept an innocent smile on his face and replied, "All right, big sister, let's team up." Seeing Jiang Yan's reaction, Zhang Lianjiao and Bai Yan exchanged a knowing glance, wondering who was really using whom to attract demons. At this moment, the young man named Mo Bai spoke with displeasure. "Lu Fang, what do you mean by this?" Lu Fang laughed and replied, "Isn't it more convenient this way?" Another man, Wang Zhong, chimed in, "Exactly, Mo Bai, there's strength in numbers." The group walked into the white mist together, with Lu Fang and Wang Zhong deliberately slowing their steps, clearly intending for Jiang Yan's group to take the lead. Jiang Yan secretly decided that if they encountered danger, he would let these people be the shields to conserve his energy. As they reached the small village shrouded in white mist, they noticed figures moving around, which surprised them. Jiang Yan mentally instructed Fang Yuan to stay alert and warn them if any demons approached. Fang Yuan agreed, "No problem." Only then did Jiang Yan feel at ease and begin to explore boldly. Lu Fang approached a kind-looking old man with a smile and asked, "Sir, with such heavy fog, why are you still out and about?" The old man smiled back and said, "The young demon hunters killed the demon, so we feel safe to come out." Lu Fang felt uneasy, as the task indicated that someone capable had been here, but that mission had failed. Jiang Yan stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Sir, where's the demon that was killed? Can I go take a look?" The old man chuckled. "What's there to see about a demon's corpse? It's too gruesome for young ones like you. You must be new to the village. Would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Jiang Yan's heart sank. He had the answer. Lu Fang and the others agreed with smiles. Jiang Yan and his companions followed them, attracting quite a few glances along the way. Bai Yin conveyed through Fang Yuan's telepathy, "This village is strange. Almost everyone seems suspicious." Zhang Lianjiao joined the conversation. "It's so obvious, yet those people haven't noticed." Jiang Yin said awkwardly, "I didn't notice either, thanks to Fang Yuan's reminder." Fang Yuan reassured, "It's not your fault. The experience gap is too big. It's normal that you didn't notice. The demons lurking in this village are not simple, but with us here, we can protect you." Jiang Yin nodded. Although he appeared relaxed, he was ready to unleash his skills at any moment. Jiang Yin and the others quickly followed the old man to an open area. Almost instantly, Lu Fang swiftly drew a long knife from her backpack and stabbed the old man fiercely, the blade piercing through him, sending a chill through his core. With a grimace, the old man questioned, "Why are you trying to kill me? Isn't it normal to slay demons?" Lu Fang sneered. Her ability allowed her to detect spiritual energy not belonging to humans, and the old man was emitting a strong spiritual energy, clearly indicating a demon was within him. The old man burst into laughter, responding, "Youngster, you're overthinking this." At that moment, a mass of slime slid out from underneath the old man's clothes, transforming into a tentacle that moved faster than a bullet, instantly piercing through Lu Fang's brain. In her dying moment, Lu Fang heard the next words, "We are not demons, merely food stored by them." Zhang Lianzhu quickly grabbed Jiang Yan and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, numerous plant roots emerged from the ground, threateningly attacking Mo Bai and Wang Zhong. "Damn it, what's happening?" Wang Zhong cursed, immediately swallowing something from his waist, causing his muscles to swell as he forcefully blocked an attacking tentacle. Meanwhile, Mo Bai conjured a fireball in his hand, which exploded like a meteor toward the plants, causing their tentacles to retract in fear of the flames. Jiang Yan and the other two did not intervene. They were experienced ability users, observing the others' actions with a certain level of expertise. With the intervention of the two seasoned ability users, it seemed the situation would stabilize, but another twist occurred. A jelly-like creature emerged from the ground, the same liquid demon that ended Lu Fang's life. The liquid demon suddenly attacked, sending several tentacles to powerfully pierce Wang Zhong's arm and Mo Bai's calf. Mo Bai fell to one knee, shouting to Jiang Yan and the others, "Help us!" Jiang Yan covered his ears, closed his eyes, neither looking nor speaking. Although he couldn't ignore someone in trouble, shutting his eyes made it easier. Bai Yan sneered, "You're already a burden, and there's still one more demon." Mo Bai was shocked and quickly followed by Yan's gaze, discovering a pair of large eyes staring at him from the thick, white mist above. The next moment, a blood-red mouth emerged from the mist, lunging at Mo Bai. Despair surged in Mo Bai's heart, and he shouted, "I'll give up everything I have, just save my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's eyes snapped open, transforming into crystal-like shapes. As the blood-red mouth was about to bite Mo Bai's head, a blue shield appeared around him. However, under the demon's sharp fangs and immense bite force, the shield began to crack. At this moment, a large fireball suddenly struck the demon's head hidden in the mist, causing it to scream in pain, its bite loosening slightly. Mo Bai seized the opportunity to continue using his skills. A fireball formed in his palm, and he aimed it directly at the demon's throat, launching it with force. With a dull explosion, Mo Bai was immediately thrown aside. "Help me, help me." Wang Chong could no longer hold on. His body was tightly surrounded by plant tendrils, and a giant flower bud emerged from the ground. Each petal had sharp teeth and emitted a pungent odor. Wang Chong was pulled into the petals, letting out a piercing scream. It was nearly impossible to save him in such a situation, and besides, Jiang Yin and the others had no reason to rescue him. Wang Chong's screams quickly faded, and simultaneously, the petals of the plant demon that devoured him began to turn red. Moreover, Lu Fang's body was dissolved by something, consumed by the liquid demon. Mo Bai trembled uncontrollably as he saw three demons appear, his eyes filled with terror. "Why are there three demons?" he exclaimed. "The mission only mentioned one." Zhang Yan's expression turned serious as well. The mission indeed stated there was only one demon, but it seemed the official investigators only discovered the one hidden in the white mist. Mo Bai clutched his head, his fear growing. Bai Yan's hand glowed as a staff appeared, and she struck Mo Bai on the head with it. "What are you doing?" Mo Bai shouted angrily. Bai Yan pointed her staff at him, her voice cold. "Keep whining, and I'll deal with you first." Mo Bai immediately fell silent, fearing Bai Yan might actually throw him to feed the demons, especially since his two companions were already gone. He couldn't afford to be next. Zhang Lianzhou said gravely, "There's no time for chatting. Be careful, they're coming." Almost instantly, water columns refracted from the sky, surrounding Jiang Yan and the others from all angles. Bai Yan raised her staff, forming 3 or 4 layers of shields. These were basic defensive spells, and although they weren't as strong as Jiang Yan's shield skill, their cumulative effect provided substantial defense. The water columns attacked the shields, producing a sound like shattering glass. At a critical moment, Jiang Yan cast a shield for each person. Since Mo Bai was standing close to Jiang Yan, he was also protected. Jiang Yan's shield successfully blocked the liquid demon's attack, but 2 more demons remained. In the sky, a massive figure roamed, and dense white mist surged toward the ground like a flood. Bai Yan's face showed a hint of gravity as she spun her staff, summoning a powerful whirlwind to block the thick mist. Even so, the whirlwind couldn't disperse the mist entirely, and it would take several minutes to clear all of it. Meanwhile, the demons wouldn't give them a moment to breathe. The ground shook as numerous green plant stems erupted from below, attacking the group. Jiang Yan's shield held firm against the assault, but the tendrils, like giant hands, threatened to crush them. Jiang Yan felt immense pressure, struggling to fend off two latest-stage first-tier demons. His shield was nearing its limit. Jiang Yan, should we consider the others? Bai Yan's voice remained calm. Her skills were mostly wide-range attacks, and based on experience, she should start bombing. But she worried Jiang Yan might not accept it, given they were in a village where survivors might still exist. However, Jiang Yan's response reassured her. Sister Bai Yan, go ahead and let loose. Just keep me in mind. Jiang Yan maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of hesitation. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yan and Zhang Lianjiu broke into relieved smiles. Almost instantly, Zhang Lianjiu was enveloped in a brilliant flash of lightning, transforming into a thunder dragon that charged into the white mist. The surrounding mist was instantly turned into a field of lightning. With a wave of Bai Yan's staff, dozens of glowing portals appeared in the sky, from which fiery meteors rained down, causing explosions. Bai Yan's staff also unleashed beams of highly compressed heat. Both the liquid and plant demons were immediately overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Bai Yan's magic was specifically tailored to counter these foes, with fire magic naturally opposing plant demons. Combined with the high heat beams, the liquid demons couldn't keep up with Bai Yan's casting speed and were quickly neutralized. At this moment, Bai Yan was single-handedly suppressing the two demons with her rapid casting speed and elemental advantage. In simple terms, Bai Yan was like wielding two Gatling guns against their two small pistols. Honestly, if not for considering the safety of the other villagers, Bai Yan would have unleashed her full power to completely subdue the demons. Although these demons were formidable, they were nowhere near the level of the previous second-tier summoned beasts. In earlier battles, Bai Yan had to frequently use magical artifacts to replenish her energy, but this situation was not as demanding. As the battle continued, fires began to ignite around the village, with some houses blasted open. Many villagers were caught in the crossfire and killed, a truly horrific scene. Mo Bai, witnessing this, looked at Jiang Yan in horror and asked, "What are you doing?" "Those are villagers." Jiang Yan responded coldly, "So what?" His indifference was a stark contrast to his youthful and innocent appearance, creating an unsettling effect. Mo Bai was stunned, at a loss for words. Despite his years in the supernatural world, he couldn't match Jiang Yan's cold detachment. Those were living people. Didn't he feel anything about their deaths caused by the battle? Jiang Yan slowly set down his backpack and quickly pulled out a chain and a large mace. Seeing this, Mo Bai's eyes widened, and he quickly backed away several steps. Jiang Yan tilted his head slightly, his cold demeanor instantly replaced by his original innocent expression. "How long do you think three latest-stage first-tier demons have been here? Do you really think there are any living people left in this village?" Jiang Yan pointed to a spot where a villager hurriedly ran out of a house, only to have green tendrils sprout from his mouth shortly after. The villager's body quickly withered, turning into a skeleton, while the plant took root and grew into a three-meter tendril. Bai Yan raised her hand and used a scorching beam to pierce it, finally killing the tendril. Seeing it didn't regenerate immediately, Bai Yan sighed in relief. The strength of plant-based creatures is closely linked to their vitality. The fact that this demon couldn't instantly regenerate its tendrils indicates that its power isn't particularly strong. It mainly relies on attrition to defeat its opponents, but Bai Yan isn't worried about that. She is determined to deal with these two demons before it comes to that. Mo Bai was stunned when he witnessed living people being turned into plant nutrients. He hadn't been aware of this, yet the young man in front of him quickly assessed the situation and made the right decision. Although those people were still alive for now, their lives were already in the demon's grasp, which was terrifying. Mo Bai wondered if Jiang Yan's mental resilience was as immature as his appearance suggested. This child, who seemed much younger than him, was unexpectedly mature and fearsome. Jiang Yan ignored Mo Bai. Had Mo Bai not decided to entrust everything to him, Jiang Yan might not have saved him. In the white mist, accompanied by the roar of thunder, a massive python began to emerge. With a mighty roar, a thick bolt of lightning struck the python's head, causing its body to plummet from the sky. At that moment, Bai Yan quickly moved in front of Jiang Yan, using wind magic to protect him. Boom! The python crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Zhang Lianjiu gripped his spear tightly, having already pierced the python's vital spot. "Bai Yan, kill it!" Zhang Lianjiu shouted, exerting all his strength to pin the python down. The python let out a pained howl, and the other two demons immediately attacked Zhang Lianjiu. They weren't trying to save their companion, but had noticed Zhang Lianjiu's vulnerability and rushed to kill him. At the critical moment, a hexagonal shield appeared around Zhang Lianjiu, blocking the attack. Bai Yan didn't hesitate to strike, gathering a vast amount of spiritual energy in her hand, which burned like a small sun. Even through the shield, Jiang Yan could feel the intense heat. Bai Yan swung with all her might, sending the small sun toward the python. Sensing the lethal threat, the python struggled desperately, but Zhang Lianjiu held it firmly in place. As the small sun descended, the other two demons sensed danger and fled without any sense of loyalty. Just before the attack hit, Zhang Lianjiu was enveloped in a layer of lightning armor and swiftly dodged away. The small sun crashed onto the python, which let out a piercing scream as its body was burned in two, the air filled with the smell of burning flesh. The python's head fell heavily, gradually losing life. Zhang Lianjiu returned to Jiang Yan's side, having successfully avoided the attack, but his back was scorched, with several burn marks on his skin. Seeing Zhang Lianjiu's injuries, Jiang Yan didn't say much and immediately began treatment. The warrior at the forefront is bound to get injured, whether blocking enemy attacks or creating openings for teammates. They must be mentally prepared for injury. Zhang Lianjiu's combat skills are exceptionally high, allowing him to form an unspoken synergy with Bai Yan. They are all professionals, and their actions are understood without words, making their teamwork seamless. After defeating the giant serpent, Bai Yan, without needing any reminder, swiftly switched to the elemental Gatling mode to suppress the other two demons. Zhang Lianjiu was receiving treatment from Jiang Yan, but his gaze remained fixed on the two demons. As a warrior, his field of vision was incredibly broad, yet he kept his focus on the enemies. The plant demon was almost completely destroyed by Bai Yan's magic, but it was still not dead. The liquid demon transformed into pools of liquid, trying to evade attacks. Bai Yan used her rapid output to suppress the two demons, not attacking blindly, but using a process of elimination to find their true forms. The more powerful a creature, the more abnormal its abilities. These two demons were only first tier. Their abilities were complex, but couldn't be executed from kilometers away. She knew their true forms had to be present on the battlefield. As she continued the process of elimination, Bai Yan's eyes sharpened, and she struck her staff down. In an instant, rocks flew up, and the plant demon's bud was lifted by an invisible force. Bai Yan wasn't targeting the bud, but aimed to destroy the roots beneath it. As the roots were pulled out, a green goat was revealed. When Bai Yan pulled the goat from the ground, it looked terrified. Due to this series of actions, Bai Yan's attack momentarily stopped, allowing the liquid demon to seize the opportunity and launch two water arrows at her and Zhang Lianjiu. Jiang Yan, of course, wouldn't let the demon succeed and quickly cast a shield to block the attack. The two powerful water arrows had different strengths. The shield slightly cracked, but Jiang Yan focused intently, determined not to let the arrows break through. With Jiang Yan's eyesight, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the liquid demon's true form, but Zhang Lianjiu and Fang Yuan were not blind. They had already spotted it. Zhang Lianjiu lightly clenched his hand, forming a thunderous spear, and moved instantly, leaving only arcs of electricity behind. He quickly reached an unnoticed spot and thrust the spear into the ground, releasing a strong electric current. A piercing scream indicated that the liquid demon's true form had been found. At the same time, Bai Yan also identified the true form of the plant demon. The plant demon made a last desperate effort, controlling numerous plants to attack Bai Yan. However, such attacks seemed weak and powerless in Bai Yan's eyes, and she immediately initiated a relentless bombing mode. The plant demon's body was shattered, and it eventually fell lifeless. The battlefield gradually returned to silence. Noticing Bai Yan and Zhang Lianjiu's increasingly relaxed demeanor, Jiang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fang Yuan flew out of Jiang Yan's pocket, hovering above all the demon corpses, and immediately numerous crystal cores emerged from the bodies. Moreover, crystal cores were also generated from the demons, including those plants that had grown by absorbing villagers, all of which were extracted without exception. Jiang Yan took out a sack, and Fang Yuan promptly tossed all the crystal cores into it. Bai Yan stared dangerously at Mo Bai, sneering as she asked, "Jiang Yan, what should we do with this guy? Should we get rid of him?" Mo Bai's eyes widened in fear as he quickly pleaded, "Please, no. Big brother, big sister, I'm willing to hand over all my possessions, just spare my life." Bai Yan gave a cold smile. "Who are you calling big sister? Even if I get rid of you, your possessions would still end up with me." Mo Bai trembled all over, looking at Bai Yan in terror, thinking to himself, "It's over, my life is finished." Jiang Yan intervened with a wry smile. "Sister Bai Yan, we're not bad people. Let's not start with talks of getting rid of someone. As long as he obediently hands over everything, sparing his life isn't a big deal." His words weren't out of kindness, but because he saw no need for further action. Mo Bai immediately handed over all the crystal cores he had saved over time to Bai Yan. Bai Yan counted them and found there were just over 200. Feeling dissatisfied, she asked, "Why so few?" Mo Bai hurriedly explained, "We who are at the first level aren't that powerful. We usually only bully weaker 0 or first level demons, and with the consumption from cultivation, it's hard to save many crystal cores. These 200 are the result of me scrimping and saving for half a year." He wept bitterly, kneeling on the ground without any dignity, begging Jiang Yan and the others to spare him. Jiang Yan twitched his mouth, thinking, is it really that bad? He had always found crystal cores easy to come by, but in reality, it wasn't so simple. To advance from the first to the second level required a large number of crystal cores, which could take a first-level ability user years to accumulate, and they might not always encounter suitable demons. The mission today only listed one demon, but it turned out to be 3 top-tier first-level demons, which even Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin struggled with, let alone other ability users. For most, it would likely end in failure, given not everyone has perfect control over their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan didn't forget to collect the others' possessions. Though they had been swallowed by the demons, crystal cores could still be found after dissecting the demon bodies. At this moment, Bai Yin noticed a ring-shaped spiritual tool on the woman's corpse. After carefully checking it for dangers, she handed it to Jiang Yan. The ring utilized space compression technology, not large, but somewhat useful. Jiang Yan examined the ring and then asked Mo Bai, "What is this thing?" Mo Bai quickly replied, "It's a storage spiritual tool, very expensive. Among us, only Lu Feng, who comes from a good background, has one." Jiang Yan continued to ask, "How do you open it?" Mo Bai answered, "Just inject spiritual power into it." Jiang Yan opened the ring and found a significant number of crystal cores inside. Counting them, his eyes turned into the shape of the cores as he laughed in fascination. Meanwhile, Bai Yin rummaged through Wang Tung's body to see if there was anything of value, eventually finding a small amount of crystal cores, but only up to about 120. She spat disdainfully, saying, "What a pauper. Only this few crystal cores." Zhang Lianjiu commented seriously, "That's quite a bit already, at least more than those 3 demons combined." The 3 demons provided nearly 70 crystal cores, so compared to these civilian ability users, it was indeed a small amount. As the demons died, the white mist enveloping the village gradually dissipated, revealing the blood-stained houses and soil. After the mist completely dissipated, Jiang Yin kicked Mo Bai hard and said coldly, "Get out of here now." Although Mo Bai was kicked, he didn't get angry. Instead, he quickly left without even having the courage to look back. Jiang Yan turned to Zhou Gu and Bai Yin Jie and instructed, "I'm going to absorb the crystal cores. You two protect me." With that, he quickly took out several crystal cores and put them into his mouth. Bai Yin immediately concentrated her spiritual power, forming a barrier of rocks around them. Zhang Lianjiu also quickly joined her within the rock formation to protect Jiang Yin closely from any sudden attacks. As Jiang Yin swallowed each crystal core, he could feel the spirit tree within him growing rapidly. After consuming all the crystal cores, his vision went black, and his consciousness was drawn into the spirit tree. The tree was no longer a tiny sapling. It had grown robust, with a trunk as thick as a leg and branches expanding swiftly. Jiang Yin understood that the 2 branches represented 2 apostles. As spiritual energy surged, a 3rd branch sprouted from the trunk of the spirit tree. At the same time, a whisper echoed in Jiang Yan's ear. "The contract is complete, Apostle of Gourmet, Luo Xiaojun." He fell into darkness again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yin, Zhang Lianjiu, and Fang Yuan floating in the air. Bai Yin asked with concern, "Jiang Yin, are you okay?" Jiang Yin sat up and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. I've successfully advanced to the 2nd tier." He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him, almost in disbelief. Just then, whispers rang in his mind. "Luo Xiaojuan's favorability has reached 20%, awakening. Luo Xiaojuan's favorability has reached 40%, awakening. Luo Xiaojuan's favorability has reached 60%, awakening." Jiang Yan's physical abilities continued to strengthen, and he even gained 2 new skills. He was surprised at how amiable this new apostle was, already at 60% favorability. Without thinking much, Jiang Yin immediately used the summoning mark to call Luo Xiaojun. Soon, he sensed a figure appearing before him. It was a young man dressed in simple clothes, with a buzz cut and a handsome face, giving off a friendly, older brother vibe. The young man smiled warmly and brightly when he saw Jiang Yan for the first time. "Please take care of me, master." Jiang Yan noticed the thermometer above his head reading 60%, and, after a moment of surprise, smiled and replied, "Yes, please take care of me too, brother Luo Xiaojun." Hearing Jiang Yan call him brother, Luo Xiaojun was overjoyed, his face showing ecstatic delight. "By the way, my name is Luo Xiaojun, right?" He pointed to himself, looking at Jiang Yan with some confusion. Jiang Yan nodded. "That's right. Your name is Luo Xiaojun." Luo Xiaojun scratched his head, puzzled. "But how did I end up here? I was just cooking, and I hope that pot of soup doesn't boil over." Jiang Yan's mouth twitched as he asked, "Brother Xiaojun, do you have any combat abilities?" Luo Xiaojun stroked his chin with a confident smile and answered affirmatively, "I suppose." "I don't." The smiles on Jiang Yan and the people behind him immediately faded. An apostle with no combat abilities? What a joke. Jiang Yan looked at Luo Xiaojun's well-built muscles and thought to himself, "This body holds immense explosive power. Its strength shouldn't be any weaker than Zhang Lianjiu's." However, Luo Xiaojun claimed he had no combat abilities, making Jiang Yan uneasy. He quickly asked, "So, brother Xiaojun, what can you do?" Luo Xiaojun laughed heartily. Of course, I can cook. With that, he picked Jiang Yin up with one hand and said casually, look at you, still growing and probably not eating well. Since we have ingredients now, let me show you my skills and make our first meal together after our contract. Without giving Jiang Yin a chance to speak, Luo Xiaojun put him down and left. Jiang Yin felt a bit disappointed, thinking, why is the third apostle a domestic type? Now he's down a combat unit. Bai Yin comforted him. It's okay, I can attack from a distance, and Zhang Lianjiu can handle close combat. Our fighting power is already sufficient. Zhang Lianjiu added seriously. Now that you've reached the second tier, we've all become second tier too, and many of our previously sealed skills are now available. Bai Yin also said, although my magical power hasn't increased much, I can now maintain full power output for a bit longer. Fang Yuan chimed in. It's alright. Even if the third apostle doesn't have combat abilities, you can leave everything in the house to Luo Xiaojun. We won't have to worry about the rear anymore. As he spoke, Fang Yuan proudly lifted his chin, hands on hips, and said, I think your next contract should be with me. As the bloodthirsty apostle, I'm sure I can be of great help to you. Jiang Yin chuckled. You think I don't want to? But I don't have a choice. The primordial spirit tree chooses for me automatically. Fang Yuan insisted. That's impossible. I can feel my memories increasing. As long as your realm keeps improving and you truly wish for my arrival, I'll definitely find a way in. All right, I'll try my best, Jiang Yin replied with a pout. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Whatever else could be said, the smell was quite enticing. As the scent reached his nose, Jiang Yan's stomach growled. Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin also noticed the enticing aroma, causing them to frown slightly. At that moment, Luo Xiaojun approached with several plates of fragrant roasted meat, making Jiang Yan's mouth water uncontrollably. Luo Xiaojun smiled as he handed a plate of roast meat to Jiang Yan, saying, here you go, master. You're the youngest, so you eat first. He also handed Jiang Yan a pair of chopsticks. Having just been through a battle and feeling famished, Jiang Yan immediately started eating. He swore he had never tasted meat so delicious, feeling that coming to this world was absolutely worth it. In no time, Jiang Yan had devoured a whole plate, including the vegetables that came with the roast meat. Although the vegetables seemed a bit strange, they were undeniably tasty. Luo Xiaojun then handed the other 2 plates of roast meat to Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin, smiling. You two have worked hard. Sit down and enjoy your meal. Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yin exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Zhang Lianjiu directly asked, what ingredients did you use for this? Luo Xiaojun laughed. I used snake meat and plants from over there. The materials might be a bit lacking, but it's still edible. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face turned pale, and he nearly gagged as he thought to himself, those demons eat people. Why on earth does food made by demons taste so good? Despite Jiang Yan's strong aversion to eating food prepared by demons, especially those who feed on humans, his reluctance quickly dissipated when Luo Xiaojun brought over a plate of roasted meat. Luo Xiaojun placed the meat in front of Jiang Yan, gently stroking the furry head of a little creature nearby. Jiang Yan felt helpless. He really didn't want to eat demon meat, let alone from human-eating demons. Yet, as soon as the roasted meat was served, it was as if control over his own body was slipping away. Jiang Yan watched Luo Xiaojun intently, thinking to himself that this person was even more troublesome than Bai Yin. Luo Xiaojun wore a gentle smile and said in a relaxed tone, you should eat well. Nutrition isn't something you can get overnight. You need to eat enough to grow up healthy. Nearby, Zhang Lianjiu observed Luo Xiaojun, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he and Bai Yin had just checked the food for safety, he couldn't fathom how this person had managed to dissect the snake. Zhang Lianjiu had once attacked the serpent and knew its defenses were incredibly strong. Cutting it into such convenient pieces for eating was truly bizarre. He considered that perhaps it was due to reaching the second tier, but they had just exchanged a few words, and Luo Xiaojun had already prepared the roast meat at an astonishing speed. Is this a good thing or a bad thing, Bai Yin? Zhang Lianjiu asked in a voice only Bai Yin could hear. Clearly, he had chosen the wrong person to consult. At that moment, Bai Yin was unceremoniously devouring the roast meat, even pulling out a large bottle of beer from who knows where and taking a hearty swig. Zhang Lianjiu fell silent, regretting seeking advice from her. Bai Yin ignored Zhang Lianjiu completely, continuing to eat and drink while casually chatting. This is delicious, Luo Xiaojun. I never thought those human-eating creatures could taste so good. She deftly picked up more roast meat with her chopsticks, followed by a refreshing gulp of beer. Luo Xiaojun chuckled and asked, it seems you're a fan of alcohol too. What kind of drink do you prefer? I know a thing or two about brewing. Bai Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then I want the strongest liquor. Luo Xiaojun replied with a smile. That's no problem, but you shouldn't drink such strong stuff in front of a child. Young ones have a low tolerance for alcohol, and it's not good for your image. Oh ho ho, I promise I won't drink it in front of the kid, Bai Yin said, laughing smugly with her hand over her mouth. Jiang Yin silently retorted in his mind. Your image has already fallen apart. To him, Bai Yin seemed unreliable, constantly drinking when not engaged in battle or research. Oh, by the way, Luo Xiaojun, you're so quick at cooking. Can you teach me a thing or two? Bai Yan's eyes narrowed, and a hint of danger emanated from her. Clearly, she didn't fully trust Luo Xiaojun, even though they were all future companions with their own pasts. No one could figure out how Luo Xiaojun managed to prepare so many dishes in such a short time without saying a word. It was as if he was performing magic rather than cooking. At this moment, Zhang Lianjiu made no effort to hide his hostility. Neither of them were the type to easily trust others. Jiang Yan, due to their contractual relationship, could easily win their favor and trust, but Luo Xiaojun was different. From the start, he claimed he had no combat abilities, yet he could prepare dishes in the blink of an eye. Since they would all be partners in the future, some things needed to be clarified. Sensing the atmosphere turning tense, Jiang Yan wanted to speak up for Luo Xiaojun, but Bai Yin quickly stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, effectively silencing him. She impatiently remarked, Jiang Yan, don't interrupt. This is a time for us apostles to communicate. Jiang Yan struggled to swallow the meat, looking uncomfortable. At that moment, Luo Xiaojun finally provided an explanation. He extended his hand and pulled out a kitchen knife from thin air. The blade had a pattern resembling fish scales, and the sharp edge glimmered with a faint blue hue. This is my treasured tool, and its only effect is that it can cut through any flesh, ignoring tough shells and scales, even slicing through bones. As long as it's a living creature, I can quickly prepare a delicious dish, Luo Xiaojun stated seriously, gripping the knife handle firmly. Although I've forgotten many things, I remember one thing clearly. Children must be well fed to survive in this harsh world. He pulled out a piece of perfectly cut snake meat from the space, its skin still intact, and let it hover in midair. Divine culinary technique. Luo Xiaojun's expression changed, and he swiftly swung the knife. Instantly, the whole piece of snake meat was sliced into hundreds of uniformly sized pieces. Even more astonishing, the slices transformed from raw to cooked the moment they fell. Jiang Yan, witnessing this, understood why Luo Xiaojun could serve dishes so quickly. With such an incredible culinary technique, the speed of processing all steps was naturally fast. This is how I cook. Miss Bai Yan, do you still want to learn? Luo Xiaojun placed a plate of identical grilled meat in front of Jiang Yan. Unable to resist, Jiang Yan began eating. The snake meat was more chewy than common meats like pork, beef, or lamb, and thanks to Luo Xiaojun's preparation, it tasted even more delicious. Bai Yin chuckled. No, my hands are clumsy. I can't learn this. What level of culinary skill is this that she could possibly learn? She thought to herself that Jiang Xiaoyan's stomach was now captured by this guy, and if she wanted good food to go with drinks in the future, she'd have to get along with him. Zhang Lianjiu said solemnly. Luo Xiaojun, your technique is impressive, but why do you claim you can't fight? Luo Xiaojun replied calmly. I'm just a chef, not a warrior. Zhang Lianjiu and Bai Yan exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complex emotions. Jiang Yan, having finished the grilled meat, sat up straight and said seriously, everyone, calm down and listen to what I have to say. Bai Yan and Zhang Lianjiu covered their faces, thinking, fine, let's hear what this naive master has to say. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.